Chapter 451. The Shattered Ancient Tree of Life Crack. A thunderous roar erupted as a black celestial sword shot forth from the dragon's maw. Mu Qing grasped the sword, and the colossal true dragon emitted a deafening roar, entwining itself in a luminous aura that enveloped the celestial blade. The true dragon's celestial sword. With the moment the true dragon's celestial sword was in his grasp, a terrifying force of annihilation surged forth, rending Mu Qing's arm with a myriad of grievous wounds. Blood gushed forth as Mu Qing clenched his teeth in agony. The celestial sword summoned by the dragon leap technique was of extraordinary origin. Even Mu Qing, its master, faced a significant backlash when wielding this formidable blade. This time, he shattered 50 chaotic chains, and the dense, dark celestial energy within him surged explosively, reaching a fearsome intensity. The true dragon celestial sword, summoned in such a manner, was incomparably more potent than any previous manifestation of the dragon leap technique. Mu Qing coughed blood as an overwhelming force cascaded from his arm. He transformed into a titan of 500 meters, wielding the immense true dragon celestial sword. However, even his titan physique struggled to endure the sword's might, as dark energy coursed from his arm throughout his body. Flash! Mu Qing roared, knowing that if he did not unleash the true dragon celestial sword, he would perish before vanquishing his foe. His physical form could withstand only the average celestial sword summoned by the dragon leap technique, and after shattering 50 chaotic chains, his body had reached its limits. With veins bursting, to still be alive was a miracle. Boom! A crimson wave erupted from Mu Qing's body, a manifestation of his blood igniting, leaving one side of him a fiery red and the other cloaked in swirling dark energy, a consequence of the true dragon's celestial sword's influence. The blood sword surged forth, momentarily held back by golden flames, only to be extinguished by the bloodlight. The scarlet light enveloped as the blood sword pierced toward Mu Qing, yet it halted mid-air, intercepted by a flash of black light. The pitch-black true dragon celestial sword transformed into a streak of light, soaring forth, morphing into a true dragon, its roars echoing through the heavens. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, freezing the once arrogant expression of the elder Tianyu. The blood sword, conjured with a life force, was effortlessly shattered by the true dragon celestial sword. As the blood sword shattered, the frail elder Tianyu plummeted to the ground, devoid of the peculiar power the sword had granted him, leading to his ultimate demise. In the heights above, a leaf from the ancient tree of life descended, and amidst its radiance, the elder Tianyu was resurrected. What if you wield such power? I am immortal. You may slay me 10 times, yet I shall rise again 10 times. The elder Tianyu showed no fear, no matter how formidable the true dragon's celestial sword became, reaching celestial might. As long as the ancient tree of life stood, he could not perish. However, upon his resurrection, the elder Tianyu soon realized that Mu Qing's true target was not him, but rather the ancient tree of life behind him. The true dragon's sword soared through the air like a dark dragon, roaring fiercely as it surged towards the colossal tree of life. The revival of the ancestor of Tianyu hinged upon this very tree of life, rendering it Mu Qing's prime target. Should he manage to obliterate the tree, the ancestor would lose his means of immortality, leaving anyone present capable of delivering a fatal blow. Yet, it was futile. The ancient tree of life possessed only a semblance of a form, lacking a corporeal body. Even celestial beings could not sever it. The ancestor of Tianyu, however, remained untroubled. The power of the ancient tree of life was incomprehensibly formidable. The ancestor had previously tested its resilience and found that ordinary assaults could not even graze it. Thus, it could only be observed, never touched. Yet, in the next moment, the ancestor's body trembled, his countenance filled with horror. The tree of life in the sky quaked violently, and the true dragon's sword, which should have passed through, had instead firmly embedded itself into the trunk of the tree. How could this be? The tree of life lacked a corporeal form, existing merely as an ethereal shadow. Why had it been struck? The ancestor howled in disbelief, having once considered himself invincible, reigning supreme across the cosmos, impervious even to gods and immortals. To vanquish the ancestor of Tianyu, one would require overwhelming power to confine him and relentlessly eradicate him until the leaves of the tree of life had all fallen. The ancestor believed that as long as he did not provoke the foremost experts of the cosmic races, he could live eternally. However, at this moment, he recognized that in a world where such a defiant entity as the tree of life existed, there must also be forces capable of countering it. As the true dragon's sword pierced the trunk of the Tree of Life, a sudden surge of devouring power erupted forth, and the immense vitality of the tree was drawn in like a torrential flood into the sword. The once lush and dense leaves began to wither and turn yellow. Snap! The branches of the Tree of Life fractured and fell to the ground, disintegrating into countless specks upon touching the earth, only to be swept away by a gust of wind, the yellowed leaves scattering like motes of light. The ancestor of Tianyu's hair turned visibly white at an alarming rate. Boom! A terrifying force radiated outward as the true dragon sword cleaved through the Tree of Life, splitting it asunder. A fearsome tempest erupted, sending waves of energy surging in all directions. Even Mu Qing was astonished. He clearly witnessed the true dragon sword absorb the overwhelming vitality of the Tree of Life. How extraordinary was the life force of the tree! A single leaf could effortlessly revive the ancestor of Tianyu. Now, the entire essence of the tree had been entirely consumed. Fragments of the tree filled the air, exploding like fireworks. The ancestor of Tianyu, in utter despair, gazed blankly upward. The true dragon sword had not only severed the Tree of Life, but also extinguished his own existence. His vitality had long since dissipated with his first demise, and the remaining life he possessed had been sustained solely by the power of the Tree of Life. In this current moment, the ancient Tree of Life lies shattered, and the venerable Tianyu cannot endure any longer. He gazes upward, then descends to the ground, his form aged beyond recognition, as if he has aged several centuries in an instant. Ultimately, his eyes dim, and vitality extinguishes. After his demise, the body of Tianyu transforms into numerous luminous particles, coalescing into a scroll, shimmering like jade and radiating a soft, ethereal glow. With a surge of resolve, Mu Qing gathers the jade scroll into the divine realm of the starry sky, recognizing it as the potential key to resurrecting the ancient Tree of Life. Suddenly, a violent cough erupts from him, spewing forth blood as his body succumbs to an overwhelming agony, leading him into unconsciousness. Chapter 452. The minor celestial tribulation. Mu Qing awakens from his unconscious state, immediately overwhelmed by excruciating pain and utter weakness. He has shattered no fewer than 50 chaotic chains, far exceeding the limits of his physical endurance. With his current physique, he could easily manage the activation of 10 chaotic chains without suffering any repercussions or periods of frailty. However, the 50 chains he has broken are an excessive burden, likely resulting in an extended period of weakness ahead. At long last, you have awakened. You were unconscious for a full 5 days, remarks Shunglinger, relief evident in her voice upon seeing Mu Qing regain consciousness. In her hands lies a phoenix-like elixir, ensnared by shimmering white serpents that entwine it with a silvery glow. Your father and the elders have arranged a formation to assist you in refining this phoenix elixir. Su Yun approaches, his gaze still holding traces of astonishment as he regards Mu Qing. Shunglinger, too, casts a complex look at him, struggling to fathom how someone of Mu Qing's strength could unleash such formidable power. The might of the true dragon sword is indeed comparable to that of the celestial level. You exerted yourself excessively with that strike. Elder 2 transmits telepathically, aware of Mu Qing's divine essence bursting forth. There was no other choice. Had I not destroyed the ancient Tree of Life, I might have been vanquished by Tianyu. Mu Qing leans against a boulder, gasping for breath, utterly drained of strength. The recovery from this period of weakness is likely to take months. I may have a solution regarding your frailty and its aftermath. The jade scroll you obtained from Tianyu before your unconsciousness should prove beneficial, Elder 2 interjects. A flicker of crimson light appears as Elder 2's form materializes beside Mu Qing. The others, including Shunglinger and Mu Yu, show no surprise, for Elder 2 had already appeared days prior, while Mu Qing lay in unconsciousness. Holding the jade scroll, Elder 2 approaches Mu Qing and articulates, I have examined this jade scroll during your slumber. It is a contract scroll, specifically binding to the ancient Tree of Life. Although the tree has been destroyed, remnants of its power linger within this contract scroll, which may assist you in regaining your strength. With that, Elder 2 extends the jade scroll toward Mu Qing. Upon Mu Qing's observation, he indeed discovered that a faint azure radiance was emanating from the jade scroll, with its inherent power gradually dissipating. Thanks to the scroll, even though the ancient life tree had shattered, a fragment of vitality contained within the scroll remained. dispersing at a remarkably slow pace. As Old Two spoke, he conjured a spear of divine destruction, its blood-red light flashing as it struck the jade scroll. Crack! The scroll, akin to jade, shattered with a crisp sound, abruptly bursting forth, releasing a wave of profound life force akin to a vast ocean. This was the power of the ancient life tree. Within it resided not only a torrent of vitality, but also enigmatic energies. Mu Qing was taken aback, comprehending Old Two's intent, and swiftly summoned the heart of the celestial Caesar, voraciously consuming all the azure energy. He then expanded his starry divine kingdom, beginning to absorb and refine this newfound power, and indeed, he felt the chaotic chains upon his body start to reassemble, without a trace of pain. Truly effective. Mu Qing's face lit up with joy. He sensed his period of weakness gradually receding, as the dark celestial energy within him began to manifest. It is worth noting that this power is what enabled the infinite resurrection of the heavenly feather ancestor. And it was the jade scroll that preserved the last remnant of the ancient life tree's energy from dissipating immediately. Little girl, refine that phoenix elixir. Perhaps this opportunity will allow you to break through to the semi-celestial realm. Old Two cast a glance at Saint Linger and spoke. Linger hesitated, eyeing the phoenix elixir in her hand, well aware of the immense power it contained, a rare treasure even within the Taiwa Palace. However, she held no grievances. For this elixir was rightfully Mu Qing's hard-won prize. Had he not decisively defeated the heavenly feather ancestor, it would have ultimately fallen into the latter's hands. Activate the formation. Mu Yu, Su Yun, and Mo Chung exchanged glances, channeling their internal powers to initiate a formation, which suddenly ignited with terrifying flames. This was still the formation of the Taiwa Palace. As its prodigies, they were intimately familiar with many of its formations and barriers, making their combined efforts remarkably seamless. The phoenix elixir trembled violently, radiating a brilliant white light, yet under the onslaught of the formation's flames, it was swiftly refined, yielding an exceptionally pure potency. Enter this formation. It can also help you ward off the minor celestial tribulation, Saint Linger urged. Mu Qing, feeling a sense of solemnity, nodded and stepped into the formation. In an instant, the surging medicinal power of the phoenix elixir coursed into his body, spreading throughout his limbs and bones. Boom. Moments later, the remaining energy of the ancient life tree was completely absorbed and refined, negating his after-effects and period of weakness, and a surge of immense power swept over him. Within Mu Qing's starry divine kingdom, countless stars twinkled radiantly, enveloped in dark celestial energy, reaching a count of 3,000. Simultaneously, his cultivation level ascended rapidly, reaching the realm of 90% celestial awareness in an instant. Breakthrough. Suddenly, Mu Qing unleashed a thunderous roar, channeling his energy deep within, accumulating an explosive force that swirled around him. The violent power shredded his upper garments, revealing a physique crackling with electric energy, infused with overwhelming strength. A deep rumble echoed as layers of dark clouds rolled in, followed by a terrifying beam of light descending, a manifestation of celestial power condensed into lightning. However, this bolt of tribulation lightning, upon striking Mu Qing, was effortlessly absorbed and refined by him, purifying his flesh. The formidable strength of his titan body became evident at that moment. Typically, those undergoing tribulation require the support of powerful artifacts or celestial instruments. But Mu Qing's physical form was extraordinarily robust, bolstered by an additional layer of spatial energy for defense, rendering him impervious to the tribulation. With a thunderous roar, the storm clouds churned, and bolts of tribulation lightning fell like ferocious dragons, streaking across the sky. Alas, these semi-divine level attacks posed no threat to Mu Qing whatsoever. In fact, his eyes sparkled with determination as he actively seized a substantial portion of the tribulation lightning, refining it, causing arcs of lightning to course through his veins, augmenting their resilience. This tribulation presented no danger. Rather, it served to fortify his physique, enhancing his titan form. After transcending the semi-divine realm, he would likely be able to effortlessly unlock 20 chains of chaos. Mu Qing's expression gleamed with joy. After absorbing all the energy of the phoenix elixir, he leaped into the storm clouds, summoning the celestial heart to ravenously devour the power of the tribulation. To him, this minor celestial trial was akin to a fortuitous opportunity. Chapter 453. The emergence of Tsongtong thunder roared above as the tribulation persisted for several hours before gradually dissipating. A youthful figure emerged, surrounded by crackling electricity. His perfect form shrouded in dark celestial energy, brimming with formidable strength. Semi-divine, Mu Qing sensed the surging power within him, the corners of his mouth curving into a slight smile. He trembled, and within the starry divine kingdom, over 5,000 stars illuminated the sky, each pulsating with dense, dark celestial energy. Is this the one who has just broken through to the semi-divine level? A figure suddenly appeared before the crowd, silent yet imposing, causing Sheng Linger and others to become acutely vigilant. Mu Qing turned to face the newcomer, golden flames igniting in his eyes as he demanded, "Who are you?" The newcomer was a diminutive youth, beaming with a smile. "I am Tsongtong, a fellow inheritor of the great sage's legacy," he declared, assuring Mu Qing of his benign intentions. At this revelation, Mu Qing was taken aback, scrutinizing Tsongtong from head to toe. Perhaps Sheng Linger and the others remained oblivious. But Mu Qing, with the aid of his black gold eyes, discerned that Tsongtong was merely a manifestation conjured from a fragment of celestial energy, not his true self. As Mu Qing assessed him, Tsongtong returned the scrutiny. Is this the outsider prodigy that Zhu Feng spoke of? Tsongtong thought to himself, astonished. Even though he was but a split body, he could sense the palpable threat emanating from Mu Qing, having battled Zhu Feng while he was still a formidable being. Zhu Feng had warned him that Mu Qing's strength was extraordinarily powerful, and if they were of the same realm, he would likely be no match for him. The avatar of Tsongtong lingered near Mu Qing and his companions. Initially, upon the appearance of the Phoenix elixir, he believed fortune had smiled upon him. However, he soon realized that Mu Qing and the venerable Tian Yu had also arrived. Although this avatar possessed remarkable abilities, it was evident that it could not contend with a group of semi-immortals, thus he refrained from intervening. Now, he found himself drawn to Mu Qing's minor celestial tribulation. Yu and Zhu Feng both inherit the divine power of the fiery-eyed. Tsongtong introduced his own abilities. Zhu Feng. Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recalled the gray-robed figure he had encountered earlier. "I believe we can collaborate." Within the depths of the Qitian Great Hall lie numerous treasures, yet the most coveted is the legendary Rui Jinggu Bang, the staff of the great sage. Tsongtong's gaze fell upon Mu Qing, showing no disdain despite Mu Qing's novice status in the realm of semi-immortals. His ambitions were vast, aimed squarely at the Rui Jinggu Bang, yet he feared that the combined strength of himself and Zhu Feng might be insufficient, hence he approached Mu Qing. The pinnacle of semi-immortals. Mu Qing's eyes narrowed as he regarded Tsongtong. Although he was merely an avatar, the power of his black gold eyes allowed him to discern that Tsongtong's true cultivation had reached the apex of the semi-immortal realm, nearing true immortality. "I apologize, but I have no interest in collaboration. Furthermore, as we are both heirs of the great sage, we stand as rivals destined for conflict." Mu Qing shook his head, understanding that to obtain the complete legacy of the great sage, he must eliminate other heirs. Tsongtong sighed, yet he was not overly disappointed. Having prepared himself for the possibility of rejection before seeking out Mu Qing, should we eliminate him now? Mo Chung was eager, the celestial energy within him already beginning to coalesce. The glint of murderous intent flashed in Sheng Linger's eyes. Since she could not acquire the great sage's legacy in the place of inheritance, would killing the heir allow her to seize it instead? Upon hearing this, Mu Qing shook his head, stating, "What stands before us is merely an avatar." An avatar? The group gasped, their minds and celestial senses extending outward. Yet they could perceive no difference. Only the fusion of the fiery-eyed vision with the black gold eyes could unveil the truth. "We shall meet again," Tsongtong said, casting a final glance at Mu Qing before taking a deep breath and turning away. The next encounter would be as foes, not friends. After taking a few steps, he suddenly transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished. That Tsongtong sought to ally with me indicates that he feels threatened by others within these ruins. Mu Qing mused, stroking his chin, his eyes glinting with insight. The heirs of the great sage should indeed be rivals. For only by eliminating other heirs could one gather the complete legacy. Tsongtong's willingness to seek alliance with other heirs clearly demonstrated his desperation. Upon further reflection, Mu Qing realized the significance of the soul-seizing blade from the Celestial Weapon clan also being present in this place. Although he had yet to encounter it, He had learned from Su Yun of the fearsome reputation of this celestial artifact, capable of slaying the leaders of celestial clans and possessing celestial-level combat strength. From the Heartless Hall emerges a figure of azure skies, a being of demigod prowess who has slain deities, possessing an unfathomable strength. Suddenly, an ominous tremor reverberates from a great distance, and the ground begins to quake violently as a monumental stone pillar rises from the earth, bridging the heavens and the earth. It is the Rui Jingu Bang. Su Yun's countenance pales in horror as he exclaims. Although he has never laid eyes upon the Rui Jingu Bang, he has heard from the elders of the celestial clan that it lies sealed deep within the ruins. The appearance of the golden staff signifies that someone has begun to unlock the seal. However, the Rui Jingu Bang remains petrified, clearly not yet revived. We must hasten. If the soul-seizing blade harnesses the power of the staff to dominate the entire treasury world, then as outsiders, you will find it impossible to escape. Su Yun urges fervently. The previous leaders of the celestial clan have encountered the Rui Jingu Bang, speculating that it harbors the secret to controlling the entire world. The soul-seizing blade. Willing to incite conflict between the celestial artifacts and the celestial clan, likely knows how to unlock the Rui Jingu Bang. Let us proceed. Mu Qing nods. Having ascended to the demigod realm, emboldened by his newfound strength, while he may not be a match for the soul-seizing blade and the azure skies, he believes he can contend with those few great saints' inheritors. It is said that powerful beings from various clans have also arrived, and it is time to settle the score. A glint of murderous intent fills Mu Qing's eyes. Previously, the powerful beings of various clans descended upon Earth, and the emergence of the insect race alone claimed countless human lives. Subsequently, the clans united, perceiving humanity as lowly servants to be slaughtered at will, an affront that has crossed Mu Qing's threshold of tolerance. Do you truly intend to pursue this course? Those demigods from various clans hold significant stature within their respective races. Should you slay them all, you would irreparably offend these races, potentially drawing the ire of true gods to hunt you down, warns Shunglinger. Mu Qing smiles wryly and replies, but we have the Taiwa Palace. I am, after all, considered your junior brother. Chapter 454. The Gathering of Inheritors. Even though Mu Qing is currently formidable, the true strength of the major races far exceeds mere appearances. Even the lower races have true gods stationed, while the medium races have seen countless true gods and even more terrifying powers beyond them. Mu Qing can slay great powers and demigods, but he is not yet a match for true gods. Should the various races dispatch true god-level beings, he would stand no chance and must rely on the might of the Taiwa Palace. I have never witnessed someone offend so many cosmic races at once. Shunglinger chides him, reminding him that while the Taiwa Palace possesses the capability to protect Earth, it would not intervene solely for Mu Qing's sake. Another barrier? Upon arriving near the towering stone pillar, Mu Qing and his companions discover a barrier obstructing their path. It is evident that this barrier is formed from the power emanating from the petrified Rui Jingu Bang. As the group approached and attempted to breach it, they discovered that even with their utmost effort, they could not provoke the slightest ripple or disturbance in this formidable barrier. Mu Qing furrowed his brow. The barrier's resilience had reached a celestial level, far beyond what they, mere semi-immortals and semi-gods, could hope to shatter. Over there stands a portal, Shunglinger exclaimed, drawing the attention of the others to a colossal stone door embedded within the barrier. This portal loomed impressively, towering several thousand meters high, flanked by 4 formidable dragon-like celestial beasts, each exuding an aura of terrifying strength. However, these 4 dragon beasts appeared to be guardians of the portal, showing no reaction to the arrival of Mu Qing and his companions. Could it be that to enter this barrier, one must pass through this stone door? Mu Qing pondered, sensing the immense power of the 4 dragon beasts, yet unable to discern their precise capabilities. I feel an overwhelming pressure emanating from these celestial beasts. Su Yun murmured softly beside him. These 4 dragon beasts might be even more fearsome and powerful than those at the pinnacle of semi-immortality. Fortunately, they seemed solely focused on guarding the stone door. Suddenly, an ominous wave of energy surged from a great distance, and 3 figures appeared before Mu Qing and the others in an instant. The soul-snatching blade. Su Yun exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the trio. The ancestor of the celestial weapon clan, the soul-snatching blade, was indeed a celestial-level entity, and it was shocking to see him before them. The soul-snatching blade. An elder clad in a black robe was unrecognizable as a celestial weapon unless one knew his true identity. Mu Qing narrowed his eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from the soul-snatching blade, confirming that he was indeed a celestial being, far surpassing semi-mortal status. Behind the soul-snatching blade stood two familiar figures, Ji Xianjian and Lei Huandan, both semi-immortal powerhouses. Even among the celestial weapon clan, these two were top tier, serving as trusted subordinates to the soul-snatching blade. The soul-snatching blade paid no heed to Mu Qing and the others. Even Ji Xianjian and Lei Huandan merely cast a fleeting glance their way, as if perceiving them as inconsequential and unworthy of attention. Barrier? The raspy voice of the soul-snatching blade emerged, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Without even glancing at the stone door, he strode towards the barrier, accompanied by Ji Xianjian and Lei Huandan, extending his hand. His emaciated hand, however, was enveloped in an aura of terrifying power. And before the astonished eyes of Mu Qing and the others, he effortlessly tore a gaping hole in the barrier. The three figures entered the barrier and subsequently vanished from sight. The gash in the barrier began to writhe, gradually healing itself. It seems the soul-snatching blade has indeed attained true celestial cultivation. Su Yun gasped in disbelief. The barrier was remarkably resilient, and even Mu Qing's full strength could not breach it. The group speculated that perhaps only those of true celestial status could force their way within. You arrived so swiftly. At that moment, a voice echoed, followed by two figures soaring through the air and landing before Mu Qing and his companions. The newcomers were none other than Song Tong and Zhu Feng. A flicker of golden light danced in Zhu Feng's right eye as he perceived the aura emanating from Mu Qing, which had surprisingly reached the level of a half-saint. His pupils constricted slightly, filled with trepidation. Previously, when Mu Qing was still at the level of a great power, he had posed a formidable challenge. Now that Mu Qing had ascended to the realm of the half-saint, his strength likely surpassed Zhu Feng's own. Fortunately, he had sought an alliance with Song Tong. Otherwise, his heritage would have been at risk of being usurped by this individual. Zhu Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that he was not alone. Song Tong cast a wary glance at Mu Qing before his gaze shifted to the barrier and the stone gate. What manner of celestial beast is that? Its power is astonishing. He marveled inwardly, his attention drawn to the four celestial dragon beasts, sensing a threat of danger. Suddenly, another group arrived, led by a young man clad in black, strikingly handsome, with a hint of arrogance gracing his lips. He was accompanied by 11 formidable half-saints, striding forward with confidence. Lu Yan, Song Tong whispered sharply, while Zhu Feng frowned. It was evident that they bore some animosity towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan approached with his entourage, and unlike Song Tong and Zhu Feng, he hailed from a distinguished celestial clan, a prodigy in his own right, possessing the legacy of a great saint, with countless followers. Each of the 11 half-saints behind him was immensely powerful. You two worthless fools have arrived rather promptly, Lu Yan remarked disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at Song Tong and Zhu Feng. The two were immediately inflamed with anger, glaring at him fiercely. They had intended to seek Lu Yan's cooperation, fully prepared for rejection, yet they had not anticipated his immediate aggression. Had it not been for some hidden cards up their sleeves, their great saint legacies would have been at risk of being seized by Lu Yan. That fellow is also a bearer of the great saint legacy. Mu Qing observed the two factions, his gaze landing on Lu Yan. He discerned that Lu Yan was indeed a bearer of the great saint legacy as well. At this moment, all three inheritors of the three great saint legacies were gathered here. Mu Qing and Zhu Feng were merely half-bearers, each possessing the powers of the left and right eyes that saw through illusions. Song Tong wielded the power of external incarnation, while Lu Yan commanded the earthly fiend's 72 arts, the legendary art of transformation. Mu Qing understood that among the three great saint legacies, the earthly fiend's 72 arts was likely the most formidable. Though named the 72 transformations, it was far more than a mere transformation technique. The earthly fiend's 72 arts encompassed an array of methods, amounting to a staggering 72 minor divine techniques, each capable of profound and inscrutable transformations. This represented a foe more terrifying than either Song Tong or Zhu Feng. Mu Qing's gaze sharpened, regarding Lu Yan as his primary adversary. If he wished to consolidate the complete great saint legacy, he would need to eliminate the other inheritors. Even if Mu Qing preferred to avoid conflict, his adversaries would inevitably seek his life. Chapter 455. The emergence of the azure sky. Suddenly, a torrent of terrifying light surged forth, hurtling towards Mu Qing. His eyes narrowed, and although his form remained still, the surrounding scenery began to warp. In an instant, a vision of the starry sky materialized, and the divine realm erupted in a blaze of radiant brilliance. Surrounded by the ethereal forces of space, he withstood attacks potent enough to inflict significant injury upon demigods. The demigods of various clans. Mu Qing's gaze swept across the scene, where powerful figures descended. At the forefront stood a figure wielding a blood-red halberd, adorned with twin horns, emanating an aura of slaughter. Behind him followed the demigods of each clan. The spirit clan's demigod commanded the essence of souls, his eyes seemingly capable of capturing the very souls of others. The fire-scaled demigod resembled a flame-wreathed war god, his scales marked with crimson patterns, while the winged demigod boasted enormous wings crackling with lightning. Simultaneously, the Fierce Beast clan and the Giant Strength clan also sent forth their demigods, each formidable in their own right. "You have also ascended to the realm of demigods," exclaimed a member of the Shura clan, gazing at Mu Qing with astonishment. This was Luo Han, who had previously battled Mu Qing. Accompanying the Shura demigod, he had entered this realm and, through the consumption of numerous celestial herbs, successfully reached the demigod level. Beside him stood Luo Yuan, the Shura clan's demigod envoy, whose cultivation had achieved the pinnacle of demigod power. Nay, he is a half-immortal. Luo Yuan's expression grew grave. Initially indifferent to humanity, he regarded them as mere pawns sent by other clans, incapable of even subduing a lowly race like Earth. However, upon truly witnessing Mu Qing, he immediately sensed an unsettling aura of threat. "Angels I see," Luo Yuan realized upon noticing Sheng linger beside Mu Qing. "Calm yourself, Han. That individual is accompanied by a prodigy of the Angel clan." He intervened to restrain Luo Han, who appeared eager to strike Mu Qing. Although Luo Han was a distinguished talent of the Shura clan, highly regarded by some divine beings within, the Shura clan was still considered a high-level race. Despite their once glorious lineage, those days had passed. The Angel clan, with their extensive connections, were not inclined toward slaughter as the Shura were. Their foundation had grown increasingly robust, making them formidable among the top clans. In contrast, when the Shura clan was at the height of their power, their emperor had become exceedingly arrogant, indulging in slaughter to augment his might. This ultimately provoked the ire of several prominent clans, leading to their downfall. Not only did they deplete their resources, but the emperor also perished, resulting in their bloodline's decline from the apex to a higher tier. It is said that the Shura clan is the strongest among high-level races, their bloodline comparable to that of the top clans. Yet in truth, there remains a discernible gap. Thus, Luo Yuan approached the members of the top clans with caution. The Angel clan. Luo Han was equally taken aback, casting a fierce glare at Mu Qing, but refraining from attacking. "Esteemed ones, since we all aspire to enter the barrier, why not temporarily unite to eliminate these for dragon-like celestial beasts?" Song Tong suggested, noticing the tense atmosphere. "Why should I ally with you? If we wish to enter the barrier, we can simply break through." Lu Yin scoffed, as if joining forces with Song Tong and Zhu Feng would diminish her own worth. On the other side, the formidable beings led by Luo Yuan and Luo Han displayed a palpable reluctance. Just prior, Mu Qing and his companions had eradicated their kin dispatched to Earth. Now, they were expected to unite? How could that possibly transpire? "Follow me," declared Lu Yin, exuding an air of arrogance as he led the 11 semi-immortals behind him to the barrier. With a roar, he transformed into a resplendent vermilion bird, his entire form ablaze in crimson, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the space around him. This was no ordinary fire. It was a manifestation of the fiery breath technique from the 72 earthly techniques, capable of incinerating even the most mundane semi-immortal to ashes, though it did not match the golden flames summoned by the Eye of Fire. To his astonishment, when the flames struck the barrier, they dissipated into nothingness, leaving not even a ripple in their wake. "What is happening? Is this barrier truly so formidable?" Lu Yin reverted to his original form, his expression darkening. The semi-immortals behind him were equally astonished, each attempting to unleash their own myriad of blades and light, yet none could penetrate the barrier's defenses. "Do not fret. Allow me another attempt," Lu Yin reassured his subordinates, masking his embarrassment. He trembled slightly before transforming once more. This time, he morphed into a terrifying specter, emitting a fearsome roar as he condensed the spectral powers of the void passage technique, sending forth ghostly claws that swept through the air. With a sharp crack, the semi-mortals behind Lu Yin brightened momentarily, but their joy was short-lived upon realizing that it was not the barrier that had shattered, but rather the spectral claws themselves. How can this be? The ghostly power summoned by our leader's technique should obliterate even semi-immortals, yet this barrier remains unscathed. The expressions of Lu Yan's followers were filled with disbelief. Refusing to concede defeat, Lu Yan bellowed and transformed into a colossal bird, summoning fierce winds with his wings, only to shift again into a white dragon, exhaling a frigid mist that blanketed the skies in snow. Regrettably, no matter how many forms he assumed or techniques he employed, without ascending to divine rank, breaching this barrier was utterly impossible. Even the 72 earthly techniques proved ineffective against it. Lu Yan inhaled deeply, sensing the peculiar gazes of his followers. He had approached the barrier with an air of superiority, anticipating that he would shatter it and lead his subordinates within. Yet, the harsh reality was that the barrier thwarted all semi-mortal attacks, and without divine rank, it remained impenetrable. Standing before the barrier, Lu Yan found himself in a most awkward predicament. "Please, stand aside," a voice suddenly echoed from behind him, revealing an unexpected figure. Mu Qing's pupils constricted as he exchanged a glance with Sheng Linger. Standing behind Lu Yan was none other than Qing Tian. He appeared even more terrifying and powerful than before. Sheng Linger's beautiful eyes were filled with trepidation. She even questioned whether this being from the ruthless palace had achieved the pinnacle of divinity, stepping into the divine realm. "Hey, who the hell are you to speak to our leader in such a manner?" One of Lu Yan's subordinates retorted angrily. However, at the very moment his words escaped his lips, a gaze shot forth, imbued with ruthlessness and indifference. Suddenly, a crimson light surged into the sky as hot blood splattered in all directions. The once formidable semi-divine figure standing before the crowd was obliterated, his body shattered. His soul dispersed. Lu Yan's pupils constricted sharply. What had he just witnessed? This individual before him, with merely a glance, had annihilated one of his semi-divine subordinates. Immediately, Qing Tian strode towards the barrier, stepping through without any visible effort, and the barrier inexplicably parted to grant him passage. Once he entered, the barrier sealed itself once more. An outsider, a deity, Song Tong gasped in realization. He understood that outsiders were fundamentally different from them, wielding divine power. And the gods among these outsiders possessed strength akin to the celestial beings within their treasure realm, endowed with celestial might. Indeed, it was that individual. The two semi-divine beings of the Beast clan were equally astonished, exchanging glances that reflected their shared horror. Qing Tian, once a prodigy of the Beast clan, had suddenly undergone a drastic transformation, slaughtering his kinsmen of the Jiao dragon lineage, and in the wake of the Beast clan's pursuit, had arrived on Earth. Now, the two semi-divine beings had received orders from their clan's higher-ups to capture Qing Tian. Yet at this moment, Qing Tian's prowess far exceeded their expectations. They could not fathom what opportunities he had encountered, as he had ascended from a novice semi-divine state to that of a god. It appeared they must devise a means to alert their clan and summon divine aid. One of the semi-divine beings of the Beast clan whispered discreetly. They understood that the newly anointed divine Qing Tian was beyond their capacity to contend with. Chapter 456. The terrifying power of the Jiao dragon celestial beast deep within the ruins of the Qi Tian Great Hall, Mu Qing and his companions. Alongside the semi-divine beings of the Shura clan, Lu Yan, Song Tong, and Zhu Feng stood before the stone door. The ancestral figures of the celestial artifact clan, the soul-seizing blade, and the relentless Qing Tian had entered the barrier, while the others found all their efforts to breach it utterly futile. Ultimately, they had no choice but to heed Song Tong's counsel, uniting their forces to focus on the stone door embedded within the barrier. Each faction would confront one Jiao dragon celestial beast before formulating a plan to resolve the stone door. Lu Yan wore a sullen expression, yet he ultimately acquiesced. Song Tong secretly reveled in Lu Yan's predicament, finding immense satisfaction in his discomfort. As they approached the stone door, Mu Qing discovered a stone lock affixed to it, and he immediately sensed something amiss. Even if they vanquished the 4 Jiao dragon celestial beasts, they might still be unable to open the stone door. as they needed to locate the key to unlock the stone lock. Roar. Sensing the approach of the group, the four Jiao Dragon celestial beasts unleashed furious roars. Their overwhelming presence sweeping over the assembly, leaving all present aghast. The strength of these four celestial beasts surpassed their wildest imagination. Their aura was so formidable that it hardly resembled that of mere semi-divine beings. There was something peculiar about these four Jiao Dragon celestial beasts. They had been transformed into puppets by some external force. Elder 2 promptly conveyed this realization to Mu Qing. Mu Qing observed that the actions of the four Jiao Dragon celestial beasts were indeed peculiar. Their eyes lacked vitality, and their movements were stiff. It appeared they had been given a fatal command to guard the stone door, rendering them indifferent to the soul-seizing blade and Qing Tian as they shattered the barrier. Mu Qing nodded. According to the plan, Mu Qing and his companions were to confront one Jiao Dragon celestial beast. Despite its mere semi-divine status, its true power surpassed even that of a peak semi-divine entity. These four Jiao Dragon celestial beasts had lost all semblance of life. Having been transformed into puppets and infused with immense energy, they could be regarded as pseudo-deities or pseudo-immortals, as Elder 2 solemnly remarked. A roar erupted from one of the Jiao Dragon celestial beasts, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames from its maw, causing the temperature in the vicinity to soar. Akin to being at the mouth of a molten volcano, Shunglinger focused her gaze and invoked the Taiwa mirror for defense. Boom! The Taiwa mirror shattered. Its formidable technique obliterated in an instant. Shunglinger was taken aback. The power of the beast was beyond her imagination, far exceeding that of a mere semi-divine being. As a single blow had destroyed her Taiwa mirror. Retreat! Lu Yin exclaimed, as gasps of astonishment echoed from her side. They had not anticipated such formidable strength from the Jiao Dragon celestial beast. Alas, their reactions were too delayed. As two semi-divine beings were engulfed by the searing flames emitted from the beast's mouth, their bodies reduced to ashes. It was worth noting that even the talented Shunglinger of the Taiwa Palace could only barely counter the flames with her secret art, while the semi-divine beings under Lu Yin, despite their considerable strength, were no match for the Jiao Dragon celestial beast and were swiftly vanquished. However, the two factions were considerably more cautious. The semi-divine beings of various clans had set up a slaughter array to confine the Jiao Dragon celestial beast within. Although the formation initially showed signs of cracking, it successfully withstood the beast's first wave of attacks without any casualties. As for Cong Tong and Zhu Feng, they sent Cong Tong's avatars to probe the beast, which swiftly devoured over 100 of them, yet could not reach Cong Tong's true form. In reality, even Zhu Feng remained unaware of the location of his ally's true body. He only knew that Cong Tong, appearing as a true entity radiating immense celestial energy, was, in fact, merely an avatar. Boom! Mu Qing made his move, marking his first action since breaking through to semi-divinity. Instantly, an overwhelming force erupted, enveloping the Jiao Dragon celestial beast within the starry sky divine realm, where the sword array of the extermination of immortals unleashed countless sword beams. The Jiao Dragon celestial beast emitted a mournful scream, as the power of the extermination sword array was incredibly sharp, capable of rending its flesh. Shunglinger also conjured numerous Taiwa serpents, binding the Jiao Dragon celestial beast firmly. The constraining force of these serpents was formidable, making it difficult for the beast to break free. Suddenly, the Jiao Dragon celestial beast released a terrifying roar, a brilliant light erupting from its body as it swelled dramatically, shattering the starry sky divine realm and leaping forth, its fearsome head wreathed in flames. Boom! A terrifying beam of light erupted from the cavernous maw of the dragon immortal beast, piercing through the void and shattering the surrounding Taiwa serpent intertwined with it. Was this power truly so formidable? Su Yun stared in astonishment. He was well aware of the immense strength possessed by Mu Qing and Shunglinger. Even in a united front, they could easily dispatch a peak semi-immortal. Yet, this dragon immortal beast had somehow freed itself from its bindings, its unleashed power subtly surpassing that of Mu Qing and his companion. In the battle against the dragon immortal beast, others found themselves powerless to intervene, as its might was overwhelmingly tyrannical. The barbed tail swept across, nearly cleaving the very fabric of space, rendering any being below the peak semi-immortal utterly defenseless. Fortunately, both Mu Qing and Shunglinger were no ordinary semi-immortals. Their strength transcended that threshold, enabling them to contend with the dragon immortal beast. Meanwhile, Song Tong and Zhu Feng seemed to fare relatively well. Both were inheritors of the great sage, and particularly, Song Tong's external incarnation could summon countless duplicates with a mere breath of celestial energy, engaging the dragon immortal beast in a protracted skirmish. Zhu Feng, from a secure distance, employed his divine vision technique to conjure a massive golden ape wielding a flaming club, delivering a devastating blow to the dragon immortal beast, inflicting significant injury. The factions of the various races and Lu Yin encountered considerable difficulty. Luo Yuan and Luo Han of the Shura clan were indeed formidable, each wielding a god-slaying spear to besiege the dragon immortal beast, while simultaneously invoking a killing heart. This allowed them to replenish their strength the moment they suffered injuries or exhausted their energy. However, the other semi-immortals from mid-tier races behind them found themselves lacking in capability. They were not the prodigies of their clans, their power comparable to that of ordinary semi-immortals, and they dared not advance. A member of the Giant Strength clan, believing himself to be resilient, was swiftly bitten to death by the dragon immortal beast. As for Lu Yin, his subordinates, even those reaching the peak of semi-immortal status, proved no match for the dragon immortal beast, with 6 or 7 falling in succession. Reluctantly, Lu Yin had no choice but to confront the dragon immortal beast alone. Chapter 457, A Bold Idea Boom. Mu Qing unleashed 20 chaotic chains, activating the Titan body, transforming himself into a colossal figure towering 1,000 meters high, unleashing a tempest of raw power. This individual indeed possessed the Titan body of the Titan clan. Rumors suggested he had also mastered the god-slaying spear of the Shura clan. Who had imparted such knowledge to him? What secrets lay within him? While fending off the dragon immortal beast, Luo Yuan cast a glance towards Mu Qing, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Bang! With a furious roar, Mu Qing's form was enveloped in swirling dark celestial energy as he delivered a thunderous punch, his massive frame channeling terrifying force, striking the dragon immortal beast. Despite its colossal size, having been transformed into a pseudo-immortal, the dragon immortal beast was undeniably powerful. Yet Mu Qing's punch sent it flying. The semi-immortals observing from afar felt a jolt of shock. What terrifying strength! They had witnessed the dragon immortal beast's power firsthand. Its barbed tail could obliterate the body of a semi-immortal with ease. As Mu Qing unleashed the Titan's physique, his already formidable physical strength was further augmented by the fracturing of 20 chaotic chains, enabling him to contend with the celestial dragon beast. Indeed, the celestial dragon beast was powerful. However, it was ultimately a puppet, exhibiting movements that were somewhat clumsy and stiff. In addition to his Titan form, Mu Qing was well-versed in the spatial techniques of the Kunping lineage, continuously engaging in spatial leaps to battle the celestial dragon beast. With a resounding roar, the celestial dragon beast clashed with Mu Qing. A brilliant light erupted from Mu Qing, his strikes landing with palpable force as the black gold pupil in his left eye manifested, engulfing the surroundings in a torrent of golden flames. Yet, the defenses of the celestial dragon beast were formidable. Mu Qing's flames merely singed a few of its scales. Each celestial dragon beast contained a trace of energy fluctuations that resonated with the stone lock, suggesting that to enter the stone door, one must vanquish these 4 celestial dragon beasts to seize what lay within. Old Tu conveyed a thought to Mu Qing, hinting at a revelation. With only one stone lock in existence, it was improbable that 4 keys would be present. Thus, the only logical conclusion was that the key to the stone door had been divided into 4 parts, hidden within the 4 celestial dragon beasts. It seemed this alliance would be fleeting. Upon hearing Old Tu's words, Mu Qing cast a glance at the other 3 factions. Since there was but one key, they would need to devise a strategy to eliminate the others and extract the keys from the celestial dragon beasts they faced. Help me restrain it for a few breaths, Mu Qing commanded. He first activated his black gold pupil, unleashing a deluge of golden flames that enveloped the celestial dragon beast. The beast howled in pain, but being a puppet, it was beyond Mu Qing's ability to draw it into the realm of 10,000 flames. Nevertheless, even the golden flames posed a significant threat to the celestial dragon beast. Seizing the opportunity, Sheng Linger exerted her full strength, summoning the Taiwei serpents that roared forth to bind the celestial dragon beast. True Dragon Celestial Sword. Under the might of the 20 fractured chaotic chains, Mu Qing invoked the dragon leap technique, and suddenly, a tempest arose, with bizarre winds howling fiercely. The others, sensing this fierce wind, were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to horror as they realized their powers had significantly waned. How is this possible? Why has my strength diminished to that of a mere great being? The half-immortals under Lu Yin screamed in disbelief, discovering that their once proud half-immortal prowess had been reduced to the pinnacle of great being. It must be this wind. Song Tong and the others wore grave expressions, noting that even their peak half-immortal strengths had been somewhat diminished, albeit less noticeably. The power of the celestial dragon beast had also diminished. Luo Yuan narrowed his eyes, and after trading several blows with the beast, he discerned its waning strength. Mu Qing, what are you doing? Luo Han bellowed, and at that moment, all eyes turned to Mu Qing. They realized that this strange wind, which had caused the decline in everyone's strength, had been conjured by Mu Qing himself, leaving only his allies unaffected. This illustrates the formidable power of the dragon leap technique. Anyone weaker than Mu Qing experiences a significant reduction in strength. Of course, those of comparable caliber, such as Song Tong, Luo Yuan, Lu Yin, and Zhu Feng, do not exhibit a noticeable decrease in their abilities, yet they are still somewhat affected. I merely wish to diminish the strength of the Jiao Long celestial beast, Mu Qing explained with a faint smile. Subsequently, with a grand wave of his hand, the strength of the group indeed returned to its original level. The others cast wary glances at Mu Qing. Luo Yuan and Luo Han felt a chill in their hearts, realizing the mysterious nature of this individual and the multitude of his methods. Lu Yin, too, was secretly astonished. He had initially believed that, having acquired the formidable great sage inheritance of the earthly fiend's 72 techniques, no one else could rival him. Now, it appeared he had underestimated others. The impact of that fierce wind on our powers is not particularly evident, likely due to our status at the pinnacle of the semi-immortal realm. However, look at Lu Yan's subordinates. Their semi-immortal cultivation has been directly diminished to the level of a mighty one. Such a method is terrifying, Song Tong whispered to Zhu Feng, urging him to be cautious of Mu Qing, unfazed by the apprehension of the others. Mu Qing's gaze sparkled with brilliance as he contemplated the Jiao Long celestial beast before him. After a clandestine discussion with Master Tu, he conceived a bold idea. Roar! Amidst swirling clouds and mist, a true dragon suddenly materialized, spanning several thousand meters. Although it was not as awe-inspiring as when Mu Qing had completely unleashed 50 chaotic chains, it was still quite remarkable. The onlookers were left speechless, gazing at the magnificent true dragon soaring above. He has tamed an actual dragon? From the ferocious beast tribe. Two demigods trembled as they beheld the terrifying sight in the sky, their legs weakening to the point of nearly collapsing. It was not due to their inherent weakness, but rather the overwhelming pressure they sensed from their bloodline. Their ferocious beast tribe comprises various branches scattered throughout the universe, with some races, such as the dragon and phoenix tribes, having originated from them. These are indeed elite races. When these two ferocious demigods faced the true dragon summoned by Mu Qing through the dragon leap technique, it was as if they were witnessing a real dragon. The power emanating from their bloodline rendering them incapable of harboring any thoughts of resistance. Buzz! The true dragon grasped the celestial sword, held firmly in Mu Qing's palm. He furrowed his brow slightly, feeling the familiar pain in his hand. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly unleashed a strike. The sword light slicing through the air and piercing the body of the Jiao Long celestial beast. The hardened scales, capable of withstanding the golden flames of the black gold eye, were easily penetrated by the true dragon celestial sword. Chapter 458. The Fifth Star, Celestial. Roar! The Jiao Long celestial beast was completely impaled. Mu Qing expanded the starry sky divine kingdom, enveloping himself and the Jiao Long celestial beast to shield them from the gaze of others. With a swift motion, Mu Qing wielded the true dragon celestial sword and severed a portion of the beast's tail. Within the starry sky divine kingdom, the extermination sword array suppressed the creature. Countless sword lights raining down to pin the Jiao Long celestial beast firmly to the ground. Perish! Mu Qing's arm had been ensnared by the power of the true dragon immortal sword, causing blood to flow forth. With a furious roar, he unleashed a strike. Whoosh! This sword pierced the head of the dragon-like celestial beast. Even though it had been transformed into a puppet-like existence, once its head was shattered by the sword's energy, it could not survive. Astonishingly, There was not a single drop of blood within the dragon's body. As Mu Qing severed the beast's form, he was taken aback to discover that no blood flowed out. Instead, waves of potent celestial energy surged forth. Thus, it was revealed that these dragon-like celestial beasts were merely skeletal remains, their bodies sealed with overwhelming celestial power through unique means. It was this immense force within them that allowed them to unleash such strength. Mu Qing understood why these dragon-like celestial beasts possessed such formidable power. However, knowing was one thing. The secret art involved meant that even if he grasped the source of the beast's strength, he could not replicate it. Indeed, it was a fragmentary key. Mu Qing extracted a stone key from within the dragon's body, though it was in a dilapidated state, comprising only a small portion. Clearly, this key resided within the bodies of 4 dragon-like celestial beasts, and there was only one key. Would others be willing to unite to piece together the 4 broken keys and subsequently enter the stone gate? Mu Qing deemed this somewhat unrealistic. As tensions existed among those present, he had grievances with various factions, while Cang Tong and the others harbored animosities with Liu Yan. Moreover, even if others were willing to join forces to enter the stone gate, Mu Qing had no intention of acquiescing. The other 3 inheritors of the great sage's legacy were right before him. To gather the complete inheritance, he needed to eliminate Cang Tong, Zhu Feng, and Liu Yan. As for the demigods of the various clans, they were inherently adversaries. At this moment, Mu Qing's resolve was to eradicate everyone. Old 2, let us begin. Mu Qing carefully stored the fragment of the key and spoke calmly. Within the realm of the starry sky, a scroll depicting the cosmos materialized, and soon after, Old 2's figure emerged from within. Despite being a small old man clad in a black robe, he was accompanied by an aura of bloodshed and slaughter. I have long been prepared, Old 2 grinned. As the spirit of the 10,000 domain star map, his unique nature allowed him to utilize it freely. The 5th star within the 10,000 domain star map housed the remains of an immortal. With the energy you have amassed in the heart of the celestial, it should suffice to awaken it, and subsequently, by refining the immortal's remains, not only will you elevate your cultivation, but you will also unlock the 6th star. Old 2 proposed, having prepared everything in advance. Mu Qing nodded, as his confidence stemmed from the 10,000 domain star map. In the past, this map contained not merely 36 stars, but a true myriad of 10,000 star domains. However, after the great battle with the heavenly court, Old 2 had fought valiantly, preserving only 36 stars. The initial stars offered immense benefits to Mu Qing, yet this did not imply that all 36 stars were laden with treasures. Some might bear nothing at all. The 6th star, in truth, serves as the nucleus of a grand formation known as the Qianyuan stellar array, which once interconnected all stars within the dominion of the celestial empire. Even an emperor-level being would meet their demise before its overwhelming power. This formidable array was shattered during a cataclysmic battle with the heavenly court, struck down by the terrifying celestial arts of numerous immortals, yet the array's core remains, imbued with tremendous energy. Bang! The heart of the celestial was unveiled, its profound and surging energy erupting like a celestial river, soaring towards the heavens and cascading into the vast star map of myriad domains. A beam of light shot forth, but was intercepted by the divine realm of the starry skies, leaving those outside oblivious to the events unfolding within. As they beheld the fully activated 5th star, Mu Qing and Elder 2 exchanged a glance and ventured inside. Before them lay a glacial expanse, the entire planet ensnared by an enigmatic force of ice. What is this? Mu Qing beheld towering, peculiar edifices that exuded both a sense of advanced technology and an air of magic, with shadowy figures encased within the ice, their forms shrouded in obscurity. This star had once flourished within the celestial empire, home to countless beings. To breach the array, the immortals of the heavenly court had descended upon this star, the very eye of the formation, unleashing their celestial arts to encase the entire planet in ice. Elder 2 observed the figures frozen in time, a glimmer of sorrow appearing in his eyes. Look, these silhouettes were once beings of divine rank or higher. Those below the divine tier were obliterated by the icy force, unworthy even of being encased in ice. He led Mu Qing across much of the star, where layers of ice, glaciers, and ice sculptures prevailed, devoid of any vitality. Behold, that is the corpse of the immortal, Elder 2 pointed ahead, where amidst the vast glacial field lay a small meteorite, enveloped in starlight, the sole entity unscathed by the frost. It was this individual who had cast a celestial art to freeze the entire star, descending with the host of immortals, only to be subsequently sealed within by the starry sovereign's powerful binding. Elder 2 turned to Mu Qing and commanded, "Activate your bloodline technique to absorb the energy from this meteorite and simultaneously break the seal." He reassured Mu Qing that the immortal had perished many years prior, and releasing the seal would pose no danger. Nodding, Mu Qing began to channel the celestial return scripture, truly sensing a familiar force emanating from the meteorite. Guided by his will, the meteorite trembled violently, teetering on the brink of collapse before shattering with a resounding crash. Countless beams of starlight surged forth, merging into Mu Qing's being. Boom! Mu Qing felt a surge as stars coalesced within the celestial realm, the count rising from 5,000 to 7,000. Despite the passing years and the loss of substantial power from the seal laid by the starry sovereign, the residual energy proved immensely beneficial to Mu Qing. Following the meteorite's fragmentation, a middle-aged man clad in a white robe descended, his body flawless and unblemished, though his features appeared ordinary, yet exuded an ethereal quality. Is this an immortal? Mu Qing curiously scrutinized him, a black and gold radiance manifesting in his left eye. As his pupils constricted, he discerned the unparalleled celestial aura contained within the white-robed man. You have cultivated an ethereal aura, and with the power of the celestial return scripture, you might be able to acquire the celestial technique that this corpse once wielded. Old 2, brimming with anticipation, was envious of the celestial arts practiced by the deities of the heavenly court. Even the illustrious celestial of the starry sky could only covet them, despite having merged with the bloodline techniques of the heavenly court, yet failing to manifest them. Chapter 459. The Awakening of the Sixth Star. The celestial of the starry sky possessed astonishing talent, having created the celestial return scripture. He could even blend the bloodline techniques of other races, utilizing the corpses of their kin to transcend racial boundaries in his cultivation. However, despite having once obtained a celestial's corpse, he discovered that the celestial bloodline was far too unique. Even he could not cultivate the ethereal aura. In contrast, Mu Qing, a descendant of ancient humanity, shared the same bloodline origin as the celestial beings of the heavenly court. He successfully cultivated the ethereal aura and integrated the bloodline techniques of the celestial race into the celestial return scripture. Use the secret methods within the celestial return scripture to extract the celestial techniques from this corpse, and then, with your heart of celestial seizure, devour the energy of this body to challenge the sixth star. Old 2 proposed with eager anticipation. The fifth star serves as the focal point of the Qianyuan star formation, but it has been entirely frozen and is now devoid of function. The sixth star, however, is the true core of the formation and can be likened to a formation disk. With sufficient energy, it can be activated. Mu Qing grasped the head of the robed man, and a torrent of dark ethereal aura surged forth from him, flowing into the corpse. This was no ordinary celestial. Mu Qing was inwardly astonished. The immense residual energy from this body indicated its extraordinary origins, for it was a powerful entity capable of freezing a star. Employing the secret techniques from the celestial return scripture, Mu Qing extracted numerous star patterns from the corpse, embedding them into his own brow. Celestial technique, eternal ice seal. Bloodline technique, frosted celestial patterns. Gasping for breath after expending a significant amount of ethereal energy, Mu Qing finally extracted a bloodline technique and a celestial technique from the corpse of the robed man. The bloodline technique was undoubtedly top tier, akin to those related to physical refinement, allowing his corporeal form to harbor chilling energy. However, for Mu Qing, who already possessed the Titan bloodline technique, the frosted celestial patterns were somewhat redundant. He seamlessly integrated it into the celestial return scripture. Within the realm of the starry sky, a new star emerged, imbued with frosty energy. Upon merging, Mu Qing could now wield the celestial technique. Subsequently, he summoned the heart of celestial seizure, enveloping the corpse of the robed man in a black hole, as torrents of surging energy poured into the heart. The entire process was brief. Soon, the corpse of the robed man vanished, completely devoured. Boom! Mu Qing channeled all the immense energy from the heart of celestial seizure into the sixth star, and with a resonant hum, the sixth star was fully activated. Little Siyu, come lend a hand. Old 2 exclaimed joyfully, his face alight with excitement. In the vast expanse of the stellar map, The first star pulsated as a black cocoon burst forth, revealing a girl of perhaps 16 or 17 years. Her features were exquisite, her eyes shimmering like crystals, and beneath a veil of black fabric, her alabaster skin was subtly discernible. "Josiu?" Mu Qing gasped in astonishment. It had been a long time since they last met, and he was taken aback by how the once diminutive Josiu had grown. A demigod? The rate of her cultivation was astonishing. Feeling the aura emanating from her, Mu Qing was even more startled. She had been diligently practicing the art of curses in seclusion, her strength rivaling his own, while that fellow Zhougu was even more formidable, nearing the divine stage. The bloodline of the Titans truly was extraordinary. Old Tu chuckled. Josiu smiled radiantly and remarked, "If all goes well, Zhougu is likely to ascend to the divine stage soon, and with the Titan's physique, overcoming the tribulation should be effortless." Her voice was soft and ethereal, reminiscent of melodious chimes. Old Tu led Josiu into the 6th star, even though the 5th star, serving as the formation's core, was encased in ice. The array still retained some of its power. However, for safety's sake, Old Tu awakened Josiu from her meditation, enlisting her to assist in activating the Qianyuan stellar array. "What on earth is that fellow doing?" Outside, Sheng Linger observed the dazzling, distorted spectacle of starlight with a hint of disdain. Thanks to Mu Qing's expansion of the starry divine kingdom, others were completely oblivious to the events transpiring within. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of starlight erupted, revealing Mu Qing's figure as his gaze settled on Lu Yan. At that moment, Lu Yan, employing the earthly fiend's 72 techniques, had severely wounded the dragon immortal beast, and it was believed that it would not be long before she could deliver the finishing blow. Despite her inability to break the barrier, Lu Yan found confronting the dragon immortal beast relatively manageable. However, Mu Qing's primary target was none other than Lu Yan. A fierce wind howled, affecting everyone's cultivation and causing an overall decline in their powers. "Mu Qing, what is the meaning of this?" roared Luo Yuan of the Shura clan. "You directly weaken our powers. Do you not fear that we will unite to eliminate you?" Luo Han also scoffed, eager for Mu Qing to offend the others present. Yet Mu Qing merely grinned, a smile that sent shivers down the spines of those around him. Buzz! A torrent of starlight transformed into colossal stars, encircling the heavens, with star rivers weaving through, unleashing a terrifying force. A formation. Lu Yan was taken aback as an overwhelming gravity pressed down upon her, making movement exceedingly difficult. Roar! A great wind surged forth, and amidst the clouds, a true dragon roared, a celestial sword falling into Mu Qing's grasp. With a decisive strike, Mu Qing cleaved through the dragon immortal beast before Lu Yan, and subsequently, he seized the celestial heart, consuming the energy within the dragon immortal beast along with the shattered key. His target was the key. Seeing this, Luo Yuan cried out in alarm. Everyone had certainly noticed the stone lock on the stone door, and at this moment, seeing Mu Qing extract a fragment of a broken key from the body of the dragon-like celestial beast that Lu Yan had been battling, they instantly understood that the key to unlock the stone lock resided within the celestial creature. "What are you doing?" Lu Yan, filled with rage, roared as he transformed into a vermilion bird, unleashing torrents of crimson flames. Divine power. Mu Qing's palm erupted with a brilliant radiance, sweeping forth to obliterate the surging flames. "Eliminate this fiend." Behind Lu Yan, the semi-divine beings shouted as they charged towards Mu Qing. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yan's countenance shifted dramatically. "Come back to me." Alas, it was too late. Mu Qing summoned the celestial slaying sword array, and 4 swords radiating with celestial light surged forth. Slay the celestials. Exterminate the celestials. Annihilate the celestials. Trap the celestials. The myriad sword lights descended, causing even Lu Yan's pupils to constrict as overwhelming power cascaded down upon him, compelling him to muster all his strength to resist. Yet, those semi-divine beings behind him were utterly incapable of withstanding the celestial slaying sword array, their bodies pierced by the sword radiance one after another. Chapter 460. The Azura Blade. You seek death. Upon witnessing his subordinates being slaughtered by the celestial slaying sword array, Lu Yan, in a fit of fury, charged directly at Mu Qing. Binding technique. Lu Yan exhaled, and a mysterious force suddenly enveloped Mu Qing. This was one of the 72 earthly fiend techniques, capable of immobilizing most beings at the semi-divine realm. Given Lu Yan's pinnacle cultivation, Mu Qing felt his body ensnared by some force. However, in the next moment, divine light erupted from him, breaking the binding. The true dragon's celestial sword in his hand pierced forth. Lu Yan's expression shifted slightly, having witnessed the terrifying might of Mu Qing's true dragon's celestial sword. He transformed into a green phoenix and soared into the sky at great speed. Yet at that moment, a cosmic scroll manifested, guiding down massive stars from the heavens. Crashing down with a thunderous roar, the terrifying gravity surged forth in an instant, catching one off guard. This formation was particularly targeted at Lu Yan. As a colossal star descended, entwined with supreme sword energy. This was the star that Mu Qing had condensed using the Ascension sword cannon. The Qianyuan star formation, with its core frozen, had the sixth star as its array disk, which even with the assistance of Tu Lao and Zhou Xiu, could not be established without harnessing Mu Qing's power. Only with his 5,000 star forces could it unleash some semblance of might. With a thud, the Qianyuan star formation, arranged by Tu Lao and Zhou Xiu, displayed immense power as the sword energy stars crashed down, causing Lu Yan to spit blood. He sought to evade, but within this formation, the terrifying gravity rendered him nearly immobile, significantly hampering his speed. Mu Qing struck down with his sword, and Lu Yan, desperate, unleashed various methods, discarding one celestial artifact after another, managing to finally withstand Mu Qing's assault. Roar! A star crashed down, fracturing Lu Yan's body, leaving him drenched in blood. On this star, a Kunping stood, its gaze cold and merciless, causing the very space it beheld to shatter. Mu Qing unleashed a devastating punch that shattered Lu Yan's form. A strike imbued with the immense power of the deities, one that even Lu Yan could not withstand. The heart of the celestial floated behind Mu Qing, colossal in size, as a black hole emerged, consuming Lu Yan's energy. At that moment, Mu Qing felt a peculiar sensation in his left eye, only to discover a golden light piercing into his crown. With a hum, his body trembled, and a faint smile graced his face. As the inheritor of the great sage's legacy, upon vanquishing Lu Yan, he indeed acquired the earthly fiend's 72 techniques, specifically the formidable art of the 72 transformations. Is this truly happening? Song Tong and Zhu Feng gazed at Mu Qing, swallowing hard in disbelief. They never anticipated that Mu Qing would unleash such a thunderous display of power, slaying the formidable Lu Yan and seizing the great sage's inheritance. They exchanged a glance, a wave of trepidation washing over them, igniting the desire to flee. Yet, ensnared within the Qianyuan star formation, they found no escape. Roaring, Mu Qing transformed into a colossal Kunping, stretching to an astounding size of 10,000 meters, stirring the seas as he surged toward the assembly of demigods. Alarmed, Luo Han and Luo Yuan were taken aback. They never expected Mu Qing, fresh from Lu Yan's demise, to charge towards them. With the acquisition of the earthly fiend's 72 techniques, Mu Qing's power surged to new heights, and the transformed Kunping radiated a pressure reminiscent of a supreme bloodline. Could that truly be a Kunping? Sheng Ling'er stared in astonishment at the gigantic silhouette in the sky. Even with her ability to summon the Taiwan mirror, she could not reveal Mu Qing's true form. Had she not known him previously, she might have believed him to be a genuine member of the Kunping lineage. The god-slaying halberd, the blood sea surged, a murderous intent akin to that of an Azura. Luo Yuan and Luo Han, feeling the oppressive force of the Qianyuan star formation, realized they could not evade the onslaught. Gritting their teeth, they unleashed their most potent techniques. The demigods of various clans displayed their prowess. The mighty Power Clan unleashed a dazzling divine radiance. The Fire Scale Clan transformed into blazing war gods. The Spirit Clan summoned their soul power. The winged humans soared to the heavens, and the beasts roared in unison. Alas, the colossal Kunping, with its icy gaze and cavernous maw, devoured all attacks, rendering them utterly void. Witnessing the futility of their efforts, Luo Yuan and his companions were grim-faced. Having trained in the bloodline arts of the Kunping, Mu Qing, now wielding the earthly fiend's 72 techniques, blurred the line between reality and illusion, absorbing all assaults into the abyss of his gaping mouth. He intends to annihilate us all. Why isn't anyone aiding us? Luo Han shouted towards the still-dazed Song Tong and Zhu Feng. Exchanging a look, Song Tong and Zhu Feng quickly made a fateful decision and turned to flee. Those cowards! Luo Han bellowed in fury, astonished that they would abandon them at such a critical moment. There's no time for complaints. This foe's strength is terrifying. Luo Yuan's expression turned grave as he sensed an overwhelming threat, the aura emanating from Mu Qing instilling fear within him. Roaring. The monstrous transformation of Mu Qing, akin to the legendary Kuanping, unleashed towering waves and a resounding roar, sweeping over the semi-divine beings of various clans. The retreat of Tsongtong and Zhu Feng was unexpected. However, this turn of events proved advantageous, allowing him to more easily confront this assembly of semi-divinities. Shura killing god. Luo Yuan bellowed, a formidable peak-level warrior. At that moment, he awakened the Shura bloodline within him, transforming into a deity of slaughter entwined with sanguine power, wielding the god-slaying spear as he charged towards Mu Qing. Luo Han also took action. Although slightly weaker than Luo Yuan, he was nonetheless a prodigy of the Shura clan, favored by several powerful gods within the clan. He summoned a blood-colored great sword, and in an instant, a suffocating aura of bloodlust enveloped the surroundings. Shura sword? The figure of Elder Tu suddenly materialized beside Mu Qing, his expression darkening as he gazed at Luo Han. Who bestowed this sword upon you? Elder Tu inquired solemnly. However, Luo Han disregarded him, wielding the Shura sword and executing a horizontal slash, casting a vast expanse of bloodlight that evoked a hint of trepidation in Mu Qing. Indeed, it was worthy of being one of the most formidable artifacts of the clan. Seeing this, Luo Yuan's face lit up with delight. The power unleashed by Luo Han's Shura sword exceeded his expectations. Luo Han hailed from a prominent faction within the Shura clan, his bloodline exceptionally potent, and he had garnered the favor of several powerful gods in the clan, who had even bestowed upon him the Shura sword, a treasure akin to a clan-defending artifact. It was rumored to be an artifact left behind by an emperor-level being during the clan's zenith, and Luo Yuan was astonished by how highly the clan's elite regarded Luo Han. He pondered that, perhaps, with the might of the Shura sword, they could shatter this formation. Chapter 461, Blood-Colored Celestial Realms, The Path of Shura. During the Shura clan's pinnacle period, when they ascended to the ranks of top-tier races, there was not merely one emperor within the clan. They waged war across all directions, engulfed in unending slaughter. The Shura sword, once wielded by a great emperor, possessed powers that transcended ordinary artifacts, earning it the title of an imperial weapon. Though Luo Han was merely at the semi-divine level, having not even reached that threshold upon arriving on Earth, it was evident how immense the expectations were from the powerful gods standing atop the Shura clan. At present, Luo Han, with the Shura sword in hand, truly exuded strength. As its might erupted, blazing bloodlight surged skyward, and a terrifying blade of light tore towards Mu Qing. This was undoubtedly a force beyond what a mere semi-divine could wield, rivaling that of gods and immortals. Boom. This attack was something even Mu Qing might struggle to withstand. However, at that moment, two celestial bodies plummeted from the heavens, shattering the blood-colored blade of light. How is this possible? Luo Han was struck with panic as he observed two stars descending from the sky towards him, one radiating a bloodthirsty aura, the other enveloped in ethereal light. Gripping the Shura sword, he slashed fiercely, yet he was met with an overwhelmingly terrifying force. The Shura sword trembled violently, yet, as an imperial weapon, it sustained no damage. Conversely, Luo Han's arm was shattered, and blood spurted forth in torrents. The Shura sword is not to be wielded in such a manner. Elder Tu's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he spoke gravely. In the sky, 5,000 stars circled, with the enchanting figure of Zhu Ciyu at their center, radiating supreme celestial brilliance. Originally, the core of the Qianyuan star formation resided within the fifth star of the myriad realms, yet that star has been entirely encased in ice. Consequently, Elder Tu specifically summoned Zhu Ciyu from her seclusion, centering the formation upon her to ensure its sustained operation. Meanwhile, Elder Tu activated the formation, striving to unleash the full might of the Qianyuan star formation. With a grand gesture, he summoned a dozen stars that hurtled down, and in an attempt to assist, Luo Yuan was instantly gravely injured. The Azura Emperor has descended. Luo Han's eyes blazed crimson as he roared, infusing the blood energy coursing through him into the Azura blade. This formidable artifact was meant to summon forth the power of its former master, a being of imperial stature. In an instant, A brilliant crimson light erupted from the azure blade, staining even the Qianyuan star formation in blood-red hues, shattering stars in its wake. A terrifying figure emerged. That of a blood-colored emperor, his visage imposing, adorned with twin horns, and eyes ablaze with a fierce light. Ha! The residual power within the azure blade belongs to an emperor. Your demise is inevitable. A sinister grin spread across Luo Han's face. However, in the next moment, Luo Han's smile froze. He stared blankly, glancing between Elder Two and the blood-colored emperor, struck by the eerie resemblance between the two. Beside him, the severely injured Luo Yuan gaped in disbelief. This can't be possible. Elder Two removed the hood of his black robe, revealing pointed horns, and gazed at the blood-colored emperor with a profound sense of nostalgia. Luo Yuan and Luo Han were utterly astonished, their pupils narrowing in shock. Why is our emperor here? Why would you aid such a lowly human? Luo Han's expression was one of incredulity. The demigods from various clans were equally astounded by the scene before them. They were still reeling from the revelation that Luo Han had summoned the power of a former Azura emperor to battle. Yet, the striking resemblance between the blood-colored emperor and Elder Two was unmistakable, one in his middle age, the other in his elder years. I have severed all ties with the Azura clan. Their fate is of no concern to me, Elder Two declared, shaking his head. Suddenly, his eyes blazed with fierce intensity. In fact, I was once ambushed by those old wretches of the Azura clan. This Azura blade was seized from me during that treachery. A terrifying pressure enveloped the air, causing Luo Yuan and Luo Han to pale in fear. They were taken aback to find that the Azura emperor before them would assist Mu Qing against them, and his expression betrayed a profound hatred for the Azura clan. I have warned you, the Azura blade is not to be wielded by someone like you. Now, I shall reveal to you its true power. Elder Two proclaimed coldly. With a wave of his hand, the blood-colored emperor vanished. The Azura blade quivered lightly, slipping from Luo Han's grasp and landing in Elder Two's hands. Mu Qing directed his gaze towards Elder Two, astonished by the serendipity that the imperial weapon in Luo Han's possession was once wielded by Elder Two himself. This artifact transcended the realm of divine treasures, for only beings of the emperor's caliber could nurture such a creation. Thus it was aptly named an imperial weapon. As the crimson skies loomed, a terrifying aura emanated from Elder Two's day. The Shura blade in his grasp seemed to dissolve into a single droplet of blood, which fell to the ground. Upon striking the earth, this droplet splattered and swiftly transformed into a vast blood lake, expanding exponentially into a boundless sea of crimson. A pungent scent of blood filled the air, causing Luo Yuan to furrow his brow as he noticed his feet had already been tainted by the sanguine waters. The blood sea engulfed his knees, surged upward, and soon enveloped him entirely. A chilling suffocation gripped Luo Yuan as he sensed the unfathomable power contained within the blood sea. His body was violently shattered, completely disintegrated, and assimilated into the ocean of blood. The Shura blade is a treasure forged from my own essence mixed with the blood of all my foes, Elder Two intoned indifferently. From its inception as a single drop to this vast expanse, each enemy's demise enhances the blade's might. Luo Han was struck with terror, yet he could not evade the ravenous embrace of the blood sea. Before a sound could escape his lips, he too was consumed. Elder Two raised his hand, and the massive blood sea surged upwards, reconstituting itself into the Shura blade, which returned to his palm. Releasing the blood sea demands too much from me, he lamented, shaking his head, as he was merely a spirit of the weapon now, and controlling the Qianyuan star formation. He found it challenging to summon the Shura blade without the assistance of Zhou Siyu. This weapon is now yours, Elder Two declared, casting the Shura blade into Mu Qing's hands while the latter stood in a daze. Isn't this your weapon? Mu Qing exclaimed, taken aback by Elder Two's sudden generosity. Elder Two shook his head and replied, You are aware of my current state. I lack the strength to wield the Shura blade. I do not wish for it to remain unutilized. With that, Elder Two's gaze flickered, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned dozens of stars. Their destructive light bursting forth and crashing down nearby to intercept the fleeing Tsangtong and Zhu Feng from escaping the Qianyuan star formation. I possess little strength remaining. Yet with the Qianyuan star formation, I can still assist in stopping the others, Elder Two stated. Presently, only Elder Two, as a weapon spirit, and Zhou Siyu, as a demigod, sustained the formation. While its power was formidable, it was not without limits. Mu Qing nodded, turning his attention to the remaining demigods of various clans. What do you intend to do? The members of the Spirit clan exclaimed in panic. The overwhelming might of Luo Yuan and Luo Han had already met their demise, leaving them with little inclination to resist. They were even more apprehensive of the fact that a powerful emperor of the Shura clan stood beside Mu Qing. Although the emperor appeared somewhat peculiar and seemingly lacked strength, he was still an emperor, nonetheless. The emperors of the Azura clan are unlike those of other races. Throughout history, the few emperors of the Azura clan have all forged their infamous reputations through a path of slaughter. What is happening? A faint smile graced Mu Qing's lips as a chilling aura suddenly enveloped him. He clasped his hands together and, with a thunderous shout, declared, "Celestial art! Eternal ice seal!" Crack! 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 A visible wave of azure light surged forth, freezing everything in its path into solid ice. The demigods of various clans activated their divine powers for defense, yet they soon discovered that the azure wave disregarded their protective barriers. After passing through, the divine power they had unleashed was transformed into ice blocks. What manner of celestial art is this? Su Yun gasped in astonishment, realizing that from Mu Qing's center, a wave of blue light had engulfed the area, turning all the demigods into ice sculptures. It is crucial to note that these were not mere insignificant beings. They were demigods. Such a multitude of demigods was effortlessly transformed into ice sculptures by Mu Qing's single move. As a member of the Celestial clan, Su Yun pondered deeply but could not recall any celestial art of such terrifying potency existing within their ranks. The power truly was formidable. Old Tu nodded in approval, quite satisfied with the might of this celestial art. For it was indeed this very technique that had allowed the heavenly court to shatter the Qianyuan star formation of the Starry Sky dynasty. I harbor no significant intent to kill you. Surrender the great sage's legacy, and I shall permit your departure. At this moment, Mu Qing turned his gaze toward Song Tong and Zhu Feng. Behind him, the heart of the Celestials floated, a black hole materializing, a consuming force enveloping the frozen demigods, absorbing all the divine power within their bodies. This scene sent chills down the spines of Song Tong and Zhu Feng. Zhu Feng gulped. Having long anticipated that once Mu Qing broke through to the demigod realm, he might no longer be a match. However, he never imagined the chasm between them would be so vast. I will relinquish the legacy. Ultimately, one's life is of paramount importance. Zhu Feng chose to compromise, for he lacked the courage to contend with Mu Qing. Taking a deep breath, he allowed a golden light to burst forth, penetrating Mu Qing's brow. His right eye reverted to its normal state, while Mu Qing's right eye transformed into a brilliant gold, fully absorbing the great sage's legacy. Roar! Behind Mu Qing, a torrent of golden flames erupted, coalescing into a golden ape wielding a massive fiery club, its eyes flashing like lightning, instilling dread in all who beheld it. The stars surrounding Zhu Feng shifted, aligning beside Song Tong, as an even more terrifying gravitational force bore down upon them. Song Tong's complexion paled slightly. However, his gaze flickered, and he did not immediately choose to surrender his great sage's legacy. Seeing Song Tong still harboring a glimmer of hope, Mu Qing shook his head and said, "Brother Song Tong, even when Zhu Feng and I possessed only our single-eyed fiery vision, we could barely discern that your current form is merely a projection. Now that I have gathered the complete legacy of the fiery vision, I can effortlessly locate your true self." Upon hearing this, Song Tong's expression changed abruptly, and his body shattered, transforming into a wisp of celestial energy. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Mu Qing's eyes as he gazed at the ground, and in an instant, boundless golden flames surged into the earth. Behind him, the golden monkey wielded a massive flaming club, striking the ground with tremendous force, causing it to shatter. A shadow flickered momentarily into view, only to vanish deep beneath the earth. Indeed, the true form of Song Tong resided underground. Not only did Song Tong possess the divine ability to manifest external incarnations, but he also mastered a secret technique for concealing his presence, allowing him to remain hidden beneath the surface. However, now he found himself within the confines of the Qianyuan star formation, where both Mu Qing, endowed with the power of dual eyes, and the incantation conjurers, Zhuosiu and Old Tu, were acutely aware of his precise location. Stop! Mu Qing exhaled a breath of celestial energy, amplifying his binding capability with the spatial laws of the Kunping clan, making it even more formidable. Song Tong's body abruptly halted. Simultaneously, the Shura blade in Mu Qing's hand transformed into a droplet of blood, soaring through the air to land upon Song Tong. With a splat, the droplet erupted into an infinite sea of blood, enveloping Song Tong entirely. A piercing scream echoed, sending chills down the spine of Zhu Feng, who stood nearby. When the blood sea morphed back into the Shura blade, Song Tong's figure had vanished completely. The great sage's legacy had finally been fully gathered. Mu Qing's expression brightened as a sphere of light penetrated his brow, signifying the manifestation of his external incarnation. Is this truly your strength? Sheng Linger approached Mu Qing, her heart filled with astonishment. Having dispatched so many peak half-immortals, she even doubted whether Mu Qing's power had ascended to the realm of true immortals or deities. Not too shabby. Mu Qing grinned, stowing away the Shura blade, before advancing towards several ice sculptures. Earlier, when he had employed the celestial art of eternal frost, he had also encased the remaining 2 dragon beasts in ice. His golden eyes gleamed as flames erupted, incinerating the ice sculptures of the 2 dragon beasts, from which he retrieved 2 small fragments of broken keys. In his hands, the keys trembled and automatically assembled, emitting a soft glow. Is this the key to open the stone door? Zhuo Siyu approached, now a beauty not overshadowed by Sheng Linger, her radiant visage aglow, skin fair, and figure perfectly curved. Curiously, she gazed at the stone key in Mu Qing's grasp, having been in seclusion and unaware of external matters, only learning some details through Old Tuesday. The Qian Yuan star formation has vanished. Old Tu, appearing weary, noted, the young girl Siyu possesses considerable strength and should be able to assist you. I must return to the map to recover. With that, he transformed into a beam of light, vanishing into the myriad domain star map. Mu Qing carefully stored the star map, then turned to Zhuo Siyu, solemnly stating, the battles ahead may prove quite arduous. You must prepare yourself. What level of adversary are we facing? Zhuo Siyu inquired, her gem-like eyes fixed upon Mu Qing. An immortal, a deity. Chapter 463, Peak of True Immortals. Mu Qing's countenance grew grave as he regarded Su Yun and the others. You will remain here. Su Yun, Mu Yu, and the others nodded. Well aware of the formidable strength of the enemies they were about to confront, they could only find a way to enter the barrier through the stone door. While Qing Tian and the soul-seizing blade could directly breach the barrier, highlighting the disparity between the 2 sides. Even though Mu Qing has now acquired the complete legacy of the great sage and his power has surged dramatically, he may not necessarily be a match for the celestial being and divine entity within. Their presence alongside Mu Qing may indeed prove to be a burden. I shall accompany you, suddenly spoke Sheng Linger, casting a glance at Zhuo Siyu beside Mu Qing, her eyes betraying a hint of animosity. Mu Qing was taken aback, but eventually nodded. Sheng Linger had reached the pinnacle of the semi-immortal realm and, as one of the prodigies of the Taiwa Palace, possessed several hidden cards that could threaten both celestial beings and divine entities. He led Zhuo Siyu and Sheng Linger to the entrance of the stone gate, producing the stone key to unlock the stone lock. Creak. The stone gate slowly opened, and Mu Qing, with a grave expression, stepped inside. His gaze was immediately drawn to the towering stone pillars, for he knew that this was the Rui Jinggu Bang, the legendary weapon of the Monkey King. The true cultivation level of the Monkey King remained a mystery even to the old man too, who only knew that he had once been an immortal in the heavenly court but later betrayed them to join the ancient humans. Nonetheless, the Monkey King's realm was at least that of an emperor, and the Rui Jinggu Bang before him might well be an imperial artifact. Indeed, if the Monkey King's cultivation had reached the divine lord level, akin to the celestial lords of the starry skies, then the origins of this Rui Jinggu Bang would be even more terrifying, potentially categorizing it as a supreme artifact. Have you slain all those outside? A hoarse voice echoed. As Mu Qing stepped into the barrier, his expression shifted in shock. A terrifying surge of energy enveloped him, causing him to feel as though he were sinking. Beside the towering stone pillar stood 2 formidable figures, their presence imposing yet still, despite their lack of overt action. The divine power and celestial energy emanating from them clashed violently, causing the very air around them to shatter. The soul-devouring blade appeared to be merely a gaunt old man clad in black robes, yet the power radiating from his form surpassed that of countless semi-immortals. He turned his gaze toward Mu Qing, a strange smile curling at the corners of his lips. The eyes of the azure sky also fell upon him, cold and devoid of mercy. Alas, this is no place for a mere semi-mortal like you. The soul-devouring blade shook his head, casually waving his hand, unleashing a wave of energy directed at Mu Qing and his companions. This is bad. It's an attack on the soul, Zhou Siyu exclaimed, for she specialized in curses and had delved into matters concerning the soul. In fact, the soul curses she practiced were even more potent than those of the soul-born spirit race. However, it must be noted that despite their status as semi-mortals, their true power, even exceeding that of ordinary semi-mortal peaks, paled in comparison to true immortals and divine beings, like a chasm separating them from their opponents. Zhou Siyu realized the gravity of their situation. They had underestimated the reality of true immortals, whose strength was not merely several times greater than theirs, but hundreds of times more formidable. With her delicate hands forming seals, she unleashed a beam of black light that enveloped Mu Qing. Death Substitution Curse. An invisible force surged forth, transforming into a storm of gray light, coalescing into three enormous hands that loomed over Mu Qing and his companions. The expression on Sheng Linger's face was one of alarm as she exclaimed, "This power is far beyond that of an ordinary true immortal. He has undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of true immortality." As a prodigy of the Taiyue Palace, though she had never encountered an immortal, she had seen many true gods of the same rank. She was well aware of the formidable strength associated with the realms of true immortality and true god. With her hidden trump cards and Mu Qing's extraordinary prowess, it was plausible for them to engage in battle. However, this was contingent upon their opponent being a true immortal at the initial stage. Everyone believed that the soul-seizing blade wielded by the ancestor of the immortal weapon clan was merely at the initial stage of true immortality, as the legends surrounding the blade in the entire treasure world had always been vague, suggesting it was only a suspected immortal-level entity, with no definitive proof. Yet now, it was evident that the soul-seizing blade had clearly attained immortality long ago, reaching the terrifying heights of the pinnacle of true immortality, verging on celestial immortal status. With a hum, Sheng Linger summoned the Taiyue mirror, only for it to be effortlessly shattered by the gray hand. Subsequently, a translucent soul was forcibly extracted from her brow, causing her to faint instantly. The same fate befell Zhou Siyu. She did not even attempt to resist, being deeply versed in the powers of curses. She understood that the force unleashed by the soul-seizing blade was beyond her capacity to withstand. Thus, at the moment the gray hand enveloped her, she conjured a death replacement curse upon Mu Qing. Her soul was similarly stripped away. Only Mu Qing remained, as the gray hand did not seize his soul but instead grasped the death replacement curse, extracting it away. What kind of power is this? Such a peculiar force, capable of withstanding my soul-seizing grasp. The soul-seizing blade was astonished, observing the two souls and a gradually disintegrating mark being pulled back. It absorbed Sheng Linger and Zhou Siyu's souls into its body, a smirk playing at the corner of its mouth as it regarded Mu Qing with interest. For it was the first time it had seen a demigod remain unscathed under its power. "Sheng Linger, Zhou Siyu," Mu Qing called out, and upon seeing the two unconscious figures beside him, a wave of despair washed over him. The soul-seizing blade was an extraordinarily powerful immortal artifact, and due to a certain power bestowed by the great sage, it had developed its own sentience, learning to cultivate independently. With its unique soul-seizing attribute, it had been on a killing spree, breaking through to the initial stage of true immortality many years ago. Now, amidst the war with the immortal clan, it had absorbed countless souls, successfully elevating its cultivation to the pinnacle of true immortality. Never has anyone been able to withstand my soul-seizing power. I never anticipated that two demigods could resist my soul-seizing might. The soul-seizing blade rasped. Hearing this, Mu Qing's pupils constricted sharply. If the soul-seizing blade spoke of two demigods, one of whom was him, then who was the other? He cast his gaze toward Qing Tian, the only other individual present. Could it be that the other demigod referenced by the soul-seizing blade was Qing Tian of the Ruthless Hall? "If I survive the 9th divine tribulation, you will undoubtedly perish." Qing Tian spoke coldly, his tone indifferent. Mu Qing was taken aback. From Qing Tian's words, it became clear that he had not yet ascended to godhood. He remained at the realm of a demigod. He had previously shattered the barrier. Could it be that even in his demigod state, he could unleash the power of a true deity? Chapter 464. The Great War Approaches. Having reached the pinnacle of the 8 extremes, Qing Tian already possessed the strength of a true immortal. If he were to successfully transcend the 9th divine tribulation, would he not become even more formidable? Mu Qing was taken aback, despite the fact that Old Tu had mentioned the formidable nature of the 9 extremes to God technique. Qing Tian's prowess exceeded his wildest imagination. The Rui Jinggu Bang is mine. I have long been aware that our world is merely a small realm crafted by the great sage equal to heaven. Beyond it lies an expansive and boundless universe. To gain dominion over this golden hoop signifies mastery over this world. The soul-seizing blade's visage was rife with avarice. He disregarded Mu Qing and turned his gaze towards Qing Tian. Although both had withstood his assault, it was evident that Mu Qing relied on the life-for-death curse bestowed by Zhou Siyu for his survival. While Qing Tian resisted using his own formidable strength, he paid no heed to Mu Qing, raising his hand once more to conjure 5 gray palms, which surged towards Mu Qing. This time, no one could employ the life-for-death curse to aid Mu Qing. The soul-seizing blade aimed to eliminate Mu Qing directly before dealing with Qing Tian at his leisure. However, at that moment, Qing Tian unexpectedly struck. A resounding dragon's roar erupted from within him, and he raised his hand to unleash a palm strike, causing hundreds of azure serpentine dragons to writhe in his palm. In midair, 4 of the gray palms were shattered, yet 1 remained, advancing towards Mu Qing with a force far more terrifying than that of the spirit race, intent on stripping away Mu Qing's very soul. Mu Qing's expression shifted in astonishment. It was utterly unexpected that Qing Tian from the Heartless Hall would assist him. In truth, Qing Tian was not devoid of emotion. Although he hailed from the Heartless Hall and practiced its unique bloodline technique, who in the vast universe could genuinely erase their own feelings? Qing Tian was acutely aware that he had yet to transcend his final divine tribulation and, in terms of strength, he was merely at the early stage of true immortality, far inferior to the peak true immortal soul-seizing blade. Hence, to defeat the soul-seizing blade, he needed to ally with others. Mu Qing was one such option. However, Mu Qing's displayed power was not as high as he had anticipated. He aided Mu Qing in fending off 4 gray palms, but intentionally left the last one intact, wishing to gauge Mu Qing's true strength. Should Mu Qing prove incapable of withstanding even a single strike from the soul-seizing blade, their alliance would bear little fruit. At that moment, Mu Qing's countenance was grave. He understood all too well the terrifying nature of the soul-seizing blade, which could effortlessly seize the souls of others. Both Sheng Linger and Zhou Siyu, who were comparable to peak half-immortals, had their souls taken in an instant. Of course, only a portion of their souls was captured. Provided they could reclaim their souls from the soul-seizing blade, they could awaken anew. Starry divine kingdom. Mu Qing bellowed, as 5,000 stars unfurled, and the sacred domain expanded. Divine power. Subsequently, radiant light enveloped Mu Qing as he unleashed 20 chaotic chains, striking forth with a fist, sending forth an ancient character of divinity that violently collided with the gray palm. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, sending a violent tremor through Mu Qing's arm, which felt as if it might shatter under the immense force. Nevertheless, with this strike, the gray hand was shattered. Is this the power of a peak true immortal? Mu Qing marveled silently, his arm nearly rendered useless. Fortunately, the Titan race possessed commendable regenerative abilities, and Mu Qing, undeterred, tore apart 10 chaotic chains once more. Upon unlocking 30 chaotic chains, a torrent of dark immortal energy surged forth, visibly healing his arm at an astonishing rate. That is, Qing Tian gazed at Mu Qing, his eyes flickering with surprise, as if he recognized the divine power Mu Qing had unleashed. This fellow is a peak true immortal. We must unite to vanquish him, Qing Tian declared to Mu Qing. Mu Qing nodded, acknowledging that the power of the soul-seizing blade exceeded his expectations. Qing Tian's willingness to collaborate was indeed a stroke of fortune. Futile efforts. Even united, the two of you cannot contend with me. Harnessing the might of the Rui golden cudgel, I shall ascend to the celestial immortal realm. The soul-seizing blade cackled menacingly, raising a hand as an earth-shattering force erupted around him. Behind him, the extreme immortal sword and thunder soul pill hastily retreated. Both were at the peak of half-immortal, yet still lacked the qualification to intervene in the battle against the soul-seizing blade. Roar! Qing Tian bellowed, unleashing a visible sound wave that manifested into countless dragon figures. Conjuring a tempest, he leapt forward, charging directly at the soul-seizing blade, who was enveloped in a dazzling light as he clashed with Qing Tian. Qing Tian's power surged to the early stage of true immortal, whereas the soul-seizing blade stood at the pinnacle, embodying genuine immortal power that far surpassed Qing Tian. Yet, Qing Tian summoned the secret arts of the Dragon Clan, exuding an overwhelming draconic might. Boom! In the sky, it was as if two spheres of light collided fiercely. Qing Tian transformed into a dragon man, his strength unexpectedly surging. Mu Qing understood that Qing Tian, being a member of the Ruthless Hall and having endured 8 divine tribulations, held a significant status within the hall, undoubtedly among the elite. His abilities were manifold. Now, transformed into a dragon man, his power escalated tremendously. While he might not match the true immortal peak, his strength had undoubtedly risen from the early to the late stage of true immortal. However, while the power of the late true immortal could contend with that of the peak, it was evident that it could not defeat the opponent. The remaining disparity in strength would need Mu Qing to bridge. Observing this, Mu Qing took a deep breath, recognizing that to confront the soul-seizing blade, collaboration with Qing Tian was imperative. Divine nature unleashed. He understood that the true battle was about to commence, decisively tearing apart 20 chaotic chains once again, unlocking a total of 50 chaotic chains. Previously, unlocking 50 chains had nearly cost him his life, yet now he had reached his limit. Roar! In the sky, a colossal true dragon materialized, clutching an immortal sword, which descended into Mu Qing's grasp. The magnificent true dragon transformed into a beam of light, surging into the true dragon immortal sword, unleashing a formidable force that swept through the surroundings in an instant. "Stop him!" shouted the extreme immortal sword and Thunder Soul Dan in unison as they rushed to intercept Mu Qing. However, Mu Qing's gaze remained fixated on the soul-catching blade, his arms suffering countless wounds from the violent power of the true dragon immortal sword. He took a step forward, and the moment his foot touched the ground, a chilling aura erupted forth. Immortal technique, eternalized seal. Chapter 465, Death. 2 ice sculptures materialized beside Mu Qing. As the peak beings of the extreme immortal sword and Thunder Soul Dan were instantly frozen, their bodies and even their souls encased in ice. With a decisive strike, Mu Qing's surroundings warped, and in the next moment, he appeared behind the soul-catching blade, thrusting the true dragon immortal sword forward. Boom! The soul-catching blade was engaged in combat with Qing Tian, appearing like an old man, yet the power he unleashed was terrifying, causing Qing Tian to spout blood continuously. Just then, Mu Qing's true dragon immortal sword pierced through, but the soul-catching blade showed no sign of panic. He extended his withered hand, and suddenly unleashed a blade of light that clashed with Mu Qing's sword. An explosive force erupted, sending Mu Qing staggering back, coughing blood. What is this immortal sword? It possesses no tangible form, appearing merely as a phantom conjured from the might of a potent artifact, yet it wields such immense power. The disdain on the soul-catching blade's face vanished, replaced by a serious expression. He looked down to find a deep gash torn in his palm by the true dragon immortal sword's power, blood gushing forth relentlessly. Strangely, as the blood flowed out, it was drawn in by an inexplicable force, merging with the true dragon immortal sword. The true dragon immortal sword quivered slightly, emitting a low hum. Since absorbing the immense vitality of the ancient life tree, it seemed to have undergone a transformation. Annoying fly, let me eliminate you directly. The soul-catching blade furrowed his brow, channeling his immortal energy in an attempt to heal the wound on his palm. After all, his true form was a powerful immortal artifact, and this blood was merely a byproduct of the immortal energy within him. In the next moment, the soul-catching blade's expression shifted as he realized that even the simplest of wounds could not be healed. A force is interfering with my healing. The soul-catching blade was astonished. It was rare for a peak true immortal to be injured by a half-immortal, yet his true immortal-grade energy could not mend the wound. This was certainly unusual. Dragon annihilation. Suddenly, an indifferent voice echoed, revealing Qing Tian, bloodied and surrounded by phantoms of serpentine dragons, condensing into a spear imbued with terrifying destructive power, which he thrust forward with great force. The soul-catching blade's expression changed once more. This killing move from Qing Tian caused him to feel a pang of trepidation. Having surged to the late true immortal stage through secret techniques, Qing Tian had now posed a legitimate threat. Once again, The azure sky clashed with the soul-reaping blade. Despite consistently finding himself at a disadvantage, it was astonishing how he managed to remain entangled with the soul-reaping blade, showing no signs of imminent defeat. Mu Qing drew forth the Azura blade, a weapon once wielded by the Elder II, an imperial artifact. The Elder had imparted the correct method for wielding the Azura blade to him, and now, having integrated the Azura scriptures, Mu Qing was able to command this blade with ease. Strictly speaking, this was not merely a blade. The Azura blade was but a manifestation. Its true essence, a boundless sea of blood, capable of devouring the blood of all enemies. Forged from the Elder's life essence and the blood of countless foes. It was a creation of immense power. However, at the moment Mu Qing summoned the Azura blade, the true dragon immortal sword in his other hand began to tremble violently. What on earth was happening? Mu Qing was taken aback, and soon realized that the Azura blade, without his infusion of power, had transformed into a liquid state of blood, forming a river that surged towards the true dragon immortal sword. The sword quaked violently, bathed in crimson light, its entire form shifting from that of a celestial sword to a blood-red blade, entwined with the visage of a true dragon. Such a transformation was utterly astounding. Mu Qing gaped in disbelief. The true dragon immortal sword had always exhibited a sinister and ominous nature. Once it inflicted a wound upon an adversary, recovery became nearly impossible, as it would absorb the enemy's blood. Even the nearly invincible ancient tree of life, previously wielded by the venerable Tian Yu, had been effortlessly dismantled by the true dragon immortal sword, which then consumed its immense vitality. Yet, Mu Qing could scarcely fathom that the true dragon immortal sword would directly assimilate the Azura blade, altering its very form into that of a colossal bloodblade. Though incredulous, one thing was certain. The dragon leap technique was indeed extraordinary, far more fearsome than the eternal frozen celestial arts, and the summoned sword was exceedingly peculiar. Suddenly, the Elder II transmitted a message to Mu Qing. His voice was grave as he informed Mu Qing that the connection with the Azura blade had completely vanished. If nothing unexpected occurred, it appeared that the Azura blade had indeed been consumed and assimilated by the true dragon immortal sword. Mu Qing stared blankly at the blood-red blade in his hand, struggling to comprehend that this was the very manifestation of the true dragon immortal sword. Yet, what astonished him further was that the power contained within this blood-red blade was even more ferocious than before, resonating with the pitch-black celestial energy within him. When Mu Qing activated his internal dark celestial energy, the terrifying force emanating from the blood-red blade no longer posed any threat to him. With a fierce resolve, the soul-reaping blade unleashed a blinding arc of light, a radiant gleam accompanied by an endless multitude of souls. With a whoosh, blood splattered as a narrow wound was carved into Qing Tian's chest. Observing this, Mu Qing swiftly swung the blood-red blade in a sweeping motion, unleashing a strike that painted the heavens crimson, its might reaching the realm of true immortals. What an irksome fly, as the soul-devouring blade inflicted a significant injury upon Qing Tian. Its wielder aimed to capitalize on this advantage and eliminate Qing Tian entirely, only to be ensnared by Mu Qing. A surge of malevolence radiated from his visage as he unleashed an unimaginable force from within, ethereal light soaring into the heavens, accompanied by countless blades of light converging upon Mu Qing. Celestial technique. Eternal ice ceiling. Centered around Mu Qing, an overwhelming chill spread forth, freezing the blades of light emitted by the soul-devouring blade midair. With a decisive swing of his blood-red great sword, Mu Qing unleashed a heart-stopping wave of energy. The soul-devouring blade, filled with murderous intent, manifested a long sword in his grasp, glistening silver and entwined with countless souls. The true soul-devouring blade. Annihilate the soul. A hoarse voice emanated from the blade as he swung it forth, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble, the blade's light tearing through the fabric of space. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion of energy ensued, sending Mu Qing sprawling backward, blood spurting from his mouth. Though the blood-red great sword retained its formidable power, Mu Qing's cultivation level paled in comparison, the chasm between a semi-immortal and a peak true immortal far too vast. With a fierce strike, the soul-devouring blade cleaved down once more, the ferocity of the blow severing Mu Qing's arm. The blood-red great sword fell to the ground with a resonant hum, sustaining no damage despite enduring the might of a peak true immortal. Yet Mu Qing found himself grievously wounded, even with 50 chaos chains unleashed. And the formidable physique of a titan, the disparity between him and the peak true immortal was insurmountable. His arms severed, blood gushed forth uncontrollably. With eyes aflame in rage, Mu Qing gritted his teeth and unleashed an ancient divine seal with his remaining hand. Divine power. The seal expanded to thousands of feet, descending with overwhelming force. However, the soul-devouring blade scoffed derisively, raising a hand and casually pointing, unleashing a torrent of blade light that shattered the divine power. In a flash, the soul-devouring blade appeared before Mu Qing, bringing his sword down. Bang! Mu Qing's form was obliterated, dissipating into a wisp of celestial energy. An external incarnation? The soul-devouring blade paused, then grinned wickedly, stating, "Before absolute power, all techniques are but illusions." Not necessarily, Mu Qing gasped, sweat beading on his forehead. His arm had indeed been severed, but at his level of cultivation, there were myriad ways to regrow it, leaving him unconcerned. Suddenly, golden flames erupted from his eyes. Yet the gap between him and the soul-devouring blade was too great to ensnare his opponent in an illusion. The golden flames coalesced into a golden ape wielding a massive fiery club, which it swung down ferociously. Yet, a wave of blade energy soared, shredding the golden ape. As the soul-devouring blade strode toward Mu Qing, indeed, as he had proclaimed, in the face of absolute strength, all techniques proved futile, even those derived from the great sage's legacy. Celestial technique. Eternal ice ceiling. Mu Qing gritted his teeth, unwilling to succumb to his fate. A chilling aura spread around him, only to be cleaved apart by a fierce glint of a blade. The soul-seizing blade approached, seemingly unstoppable, as if no force could hinder its advance. Die! The soul-seizing blade appeared to be disdainful and indifferent, yet it secretly unleashed all its might, striking forth a luminous arc that pierced Mu Qing's heart, tearing through flesh and completely penetrating him. Mu Qing opened his mouth, expelling a torrent of fresh blood, as the blade's energy obliterated his heart, leaving a gaping wound in his chest. He felt as though all strength had drained from his body, collapsing onto the ground. The disparity was simply too vast. Observing Mu Qing's effortless demise, the equally injured Qing Tian let out a soft sigh, his expression remarkably calm. His alliance with Mu Qing had merely been an experimental endeavor. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, a flicker of resolve igniting within his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he turned his attention to the soul-seizing blade. Initially intending to leverage the power of the Rui Jingu Bang to help him cross the final threshold, it now appeared that he would have to drag you down with him. Qing Tian spoke with an air of detachment, his aura taking on a peculiar quality. The soul-seizing blade, having turned to dispatch Qing Tian upon witnessing Mu Qing's fall, was abruptly halted by Qing Tian's words. Its pupils constricted in sudden apprehension, sensing an ominous premonition. Above them, an expanse of dark clouds had mysteriously materialized, sprawling across dozens of thousands of meters. Chapter 466, The Eerie Phenomenon. Celestial Tribulation? No, according to their terminology, this should be a divine tribulation. The soul-seizing blade's expression shifted slightly, an unsettling feeling brewing within. He was contemplating directly confronting the divine tribulation. Did he not fear death? Wait, why was this divine tribulation so vast? The soul-seizing blade noticed the thick clouds blanketing the sky, even causing his peak true immortal essence to stir with unease. His true form was merely a celestial artifact. Although he had reached the peak of true immortality, he had never endured a celestial tribulation. The soul-seizing blade, an artifact endowed with sentience by the great sage Qi Tian, could cultivate and condense celestial energy. But it had never practiced bloodline techniques, for its essence remained that of a celestial artifact. Even with its newfound intelligence, its fundamental nature as an artifact had not altered. From the very beginning, its limits were predetermined. Celestial artifacts did not undergo celestial tribulations. Yet now, its power had reached its inherent limit and could not be augmented further. Thus, the soul-seizing blade sought to incite war, hoping to utilize the Rui Jingu Bang's might to facilitate its transformation. Logically speaking, a divine tribulation should not possess such overwhelming force, especially to instill trepidation in a peak true immortal. The soul-seizing blade frowned, aware that even without personal experience of the celestial or divine tribulations, It understood that a typical semi-immortal would not command such a formidable presence. Unfamiliar with the methods of achieving immortality or the 9 extremities of divine ascension, the soul-seizing blade could not fathom that Qing Tian had successfully traversed the divine tribulation 8 times, each time ascending to true divinity, only to later forfeit his cultivation. Now, facing his 9th divine tribulation, it would prove to be the most terrifying yet. Even someone as powerful as Qing Tian lacked the confidence to navigate it. Once he transcends, he will reach the pinnacle, effortlessly confronting the soul-reaping blade. If there's such a desire to end my life, then let us traverse this divine tribulation together. Although Qing Tian bears injuries, there is no trace of fear in his gaze. Having endured 8 divine tribulations, he stands before the final one with a solemn expression, his body surging with immense divine power. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended, akin to a ferocious golden dragon, radiating an overwhelming force far exceeding that of an ordinary true immortal. This power, reminiscent of an apocalyptic force, rivals even the peak of true immortals. With a cough of blood, Qing Tian braced himself against the strike, his body marred with wounds from the lightning, drenched in crimson. With a roar, he transformed into a blue dragon, howling at the heavens. Merely one bolt of the lightning tribulation had unveiled his true form, illustrating the terrifying might of this 9th divine tribulation. A single bolt was comparable to the full-force strike of a peak true immortal. The soul-reaping blade unleashed a sharp gleam as countless blade energies converged in its wielder's palm, suddenly piercing forth, intent on slaying Qing Tian. Yet, upon revealing his true form, Qing Tian paid no heed to the soul-reaping blade, or perhaps he simply lacked the energy to do so, for his injuries were grave. Moreover, he had no need to concern himself with the soul-reaping blade, as the lightning tribulation he had summoned enveloped an expanse of several 100,000 meters, ensnaring both Mu Qing and the soul-reaping blade within its grasp. Though the soul-reaping blade stood at the peak of true immortals, it could not easily contend with such a terrifying lightning tribulation. From the inky clouds above, any bolt of lightning would be sufficient to inflict suffering upon him. Even the blade light emitted by the soul-reaping blade was shattered by the divine lightning. In its attempt to strike Qing Tian, it inadvertently invoked the wrath of the tribulation, scattering its attack and leaving it reeling. The physical form of the soul-reaping blade is formidable, having been forged from an immortal artifact. While it may not rival the Titan race, it is comparable to Qing Tian's dragon body. Once I have transcended this lightning tribulation, your demise is assured. Qing Tian's eyes glinted coldly, radiating a fierce intent to kill. The soul-reaping blade, dismissive, coldly remarked, though I do not understand why. Your divine tribulation is unprecedentedly powerful. Perhaps even I may not withstand it. Your fate is sealed. It paid little heed to Qing Tian's verbal threats. The sheer might unleashed by the divine tribulation was sufficient to threaten a peak true immortal. Thus, the soul-reaping blade dared not confront Qing Tian amidst such a formidable tribulation. In fact, the soul-reaping blade stood still, aware that the divine tribulation was aimed at Qing Tian. For now, it simply needed to remain motionless and allow the overwhelming divine tribulation to strike Qing Tian down. The soul-reaping blade was acutely aware of Qing Tian's strength, which at most could be likened to an early true immortal, even with secret techniques. He might only match a late-stage true immortal, and he could not possibly survive this divine tribulation. Any action taken by the soul-reaping blade would only provoke the divine tribulation to unleash its wrath upon him, and to avoid unnecessary complications. It chose to simply stand still. In the boundless azure sky, a colossal dragon, stretching over 10,000 meters, soared majestically amidst the heavens. Its icy gaze fixed upon the tumultuous storm below. Thunderbolts rained down upon its form, each strike shattering its verdant scales and causing torrents of blood to cascade down, transforming the atmosphere into a crimson downpour. Glancing at Mu Qing, lifeless in a pool of his own blood, the dragon let out a faint sigh. Although Mu Qing possessed formidable prowess within his realm, he had yet to fully transcend to the true immortal level. Merely capable of unleashing several lethal techniques that rivaled the initial stages of true immortality. Originally, the dragon had intended to ally with Mu Qing. With Mu Qing's resistance against the soul-reaping blade, he could have seized the opportunity to unveil his hidden tactics, potentially vanquishing the blade. Alas, Mu Qing had been directly pierced through the heart by the soul-reaping blade, leaving his body devoid of vitality. With no other recourse, the dragon resorted to his final stratagem, summoning the ninth divine tribulation. Under the formidable force of this tribulation, even the soul-reaping blade, at the pinnacle of true immortality, dared not act recklessly, granting the dragon a moment of respite. Should he succeed in his breakthrough, it would propel him to the zenith of power. With a resounding roar, the dragon spiraled into the tempestuous clouds above. Thunder roared as terrifying bolts of divine retribution erupted from the darkened skies, striking down like a sword of light, instilling a shiver of trepidation even within the soul-reaping blade. This creature was undeniably extraordinary. Could it truly be a mere half-immortal at its peak? The soul-reaping blade was taken aback, initially attributing the overwhelming nature of the tribulation to his presence within its grasp. However, upon reflection, it seemed plausible that a being like the dragon could unleash late true immortal strength, rendering the tribulation formidable. Yet, regardless of its might, the soul-reaping blade was certain that it could not withstand the divine tribulation. Even if it did, it would emerge exceedingly weakened. As he licked his lips, a sudden notion struck him. His essence possessed a unique ability, soul extraction. Having reached the limits of his own power, he had honed this ability to perfection. Not only could he seize others' souls, but he could also transfer them directly into another vessel. Until now, he had never employed this ability, as within the treasure realm, none could rival his strength at the pinnacle of true immortality. However, the emergence of the dragon ignited a fervor within him. If he could usurp the dragon's essence, he might transcend his own limitations and ascend to celestial immortality. With this thought, the soul-reaping blade's expression brightened with excitement, fervently wishing for the dragon to survive the tribulation. At that moment, the towering stone pillar was shrouded in ominous thunderclouds, and a shadow of the dragon writhed amid the endless darkness, emitting anguished cries. Meanwhile, the soul-reaping blade, clad in a dark robe, concentrated his power amidst the tempest, planning to deliver a fatal blow the instant the dragon navigated through the tribulation. Despite his belief that the dragon's chances of survival were minimal, both he and Mu Qing had already been relegated to the realm of the deceased in their minds. The strike of the soul-seizing blade not only pierced Mu Qing's heart, but also unleashed a torrent of blade energy that ravaged his very being, shattering flesh, bone, and even soul. Yet, unnoticed by all, as Mu Qing lay in a pool of blood, a divine tribulation suddenly struck him. Following this, an increasing number of thunderbolts descended, crashing upon Mu Qing's lifeless form. In Chapter 467, Transformation of Demons, beside Mu Qing, the true dragon's celestial sword, now fused with the Shura blade and transformed into a crimson greatsword, trembled slightly, releasing tendrils of black mist that surged into Mu Qing's shattered body. This black mist bore a resemblance to the pitch-black celestial energy Mu Qing cultivated, yet it was purer, more domineering, and ferocious, imbued with formidable destructive power. Under the influence of this black mist, Mu Qing's corporeal form gradually began to mend. Within the crimson greatsword, an overwhelming vitality surged forth, penetrating Mu Qing's being. This life force was terrifying, originating from the ancient life tree absorbed by the true dragon's celestial sword. Such immense vitality had the capacity to resurrect one from the jaws of death. Although the true dragon's celestial sword had undergone certain transformations after merging with the Shura blade, taking on the form of a blood-red greatsword, its inherent power remained intact. Streams of black mist and life energy flowed into Mu Qing's body, completely restoring his shattered form, while the pitch-black celestial energy within him also experienced a transformation. At this moment, the soul-seizing blade finally perceived the changes occurring within Mu Qing. Its gaze fell upon him, a hint of astonishment flickering across its features. In its memory, Mu Qing had been a lifeless corpse, yet now, an extraordinary vitality erupted from his body. What was happening? Hadn't this fellow been dead? The soul-seizing blade was acutely aware that it had previously vanquished Mu Qing. The blade energy had not only shredded his corporeal form, but had also obliterated his soul. Sensitive to powers of the soul, it could distinctly sense that Mu Qing's fragmented soul was beginning to reconstitute under the influence of that abundant life force. Suddenly, the soul-seizing blade's pupils constricted as it rose abruptly to gaze at Mu Qing. What is that? Beams of resplendent divine light erupted from Mu Qing's form, coalescing into a divine character. Yet, in the next moment, the black mist surging from the crimson greatsword entwined around this character. The ancient and sacred script twisted and began to transform. With a resounding hum, a blinding radiance erupted forth, the once dazzling divine light distorted. The ancient divine character morphing from radiant gold to an abyssal black. This was the power of the gods, yet now it inexplicably merged into Mu Qing's essence. Fusing with celestial energy and absorbing the black mist from the crimson greatsword, undergoing a remarkable metamorphosis. The divine character tore asunder, evolving into another symbol, demon. A character of malevolence, steeped in terror and destruction, embodying ruin and slaughter, then thundered into Mu Qing's being. In an instant, Mu Qing's eyes opened and closed. Two terrifying obsidian beams piercing forth, and wherever his gaze landed, golden flames ignited. In a surge of dark energy, Mu Qing rose to his feet. The blood-red blade hovering beside him, continuously infusing vitality into his being. His shattered physique and fragmented soul were completely restored. At that moment, Mu Qing came to the realization that the inky black celestial energy within him was, in fact, a fusion of divine power and celestial essence, transcending the realm of mere celestial energy. Now, in conjunction with the might of the blood-red blade, his internal strength underwent a profound metamorphosis, evolving into a formidable force known as demonic energy. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qing felt an unparalleled surge of power coursing through him. Grasping the blood-red blade, he beheld its transformation. Fused with demonic energy and the azure blade, it had taken on a new form, with a blood-red true dragon coiling around the blade's edge. The blood dragon blade. With a resonant hum, Mu Qing, now fully transformed with demonic energy, felt an instant resonance between him and the blood dragon blade. The overwhelming demonic might emanated in endless darkness, no longer subject to the backlash that had plagued him before. My power has multiplied beyond measure. Mu Qing sensed the divine energy had transmuted into demonic force, fully integrating into his being, effecting a complete transformation. Am I still at the semi-divine realm? Or should I say, semi-demonic? He murmured softly, as the demonic energy surged around him, imbued with an aura of destruction. To his astonishment, you have managed to resurrect. And the demonic energy surrounding you is an entirely unprecedented force. Came the voice of Elder Tuesday, previously filled with urgency. He had expended all his strength while employing the Qianyuan star formation, forced to watch Mu Qing's defeat from within the vast star map. Even Elder Tu believed Mu Qing was dead, unaware that the power of the blood dragon blade had not only revived him, but also facilitated the complete transformation of the inky, celestial energy into demonic energy. This has birthed an entirely new cultivation system. Elder Tu inhaled deeply, acutely aware of the terrifying potential that Mu Qing possessed. If someone were to mock Mu Qing as merely a lowly being of inferior bloodline in his presence, Elder Tu would likely not hesitate to deliver a resounding slap. In his eyes, Mu Qing's potential surpassed even that of the Stellar Sovereign. In that ancient era, the Stellar Sovereign was indeed an extraordinary figure, having devised a bloodline technique capable of merging all powers and discovering ways to transcend racial limits. However, even the Stellar Sovereign practiced divine power and had not fully mastered the perverse bloodline technique of the Stellar Return to Origin Sutra. Mu Qing, on the other hand, harnessed the unique fusion ability of the Stellar Return to Origin Sutra to completely amalgamate divine and celestial powers, giving birth to demonic energy. In the present universe, nearly all races cultivated divine power, while another system of cultivation focused on celestial energy. Naturally, the emergence of this celestial cultivation system was primarily due to the unique bloodlines of the heavenly beings who innately possessed celestial energy. Mu Qing, as a member of humanity, is highly likely to be a descendant of ancient beings, possessing the ability to cultivate celestial energy while simultaneously honing divine power. The fusion of these two forces gives birth to magic, heralding an entirely new system of cultivation. It is conceivable that within the vast universe, Mu Qing alone possesses the qualifications to engage in such practice. What manner of power is this? The soul-seizing blade's expression was one of shock. Previously, he had underestimated Mu Qing, believing his strength to be akin to that of a nascent true immortal, posing no threat to him. However, the demonic aura emanating from Mu Qing now instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Though still a semi-mortal, Mu Qing exuded an inexplicable pressure akin to facing a peak true immortal of the same realm. Despite the absence of his heart, Mu Qing looked down to find a gaping wound where his heart once resided, a remnant of the injury inflicted by the soul-seizing blade. Even though he had been resurrected, this wound remained unhealed. Lacking a heart, his gaze flickered, and he subsequently expanded the celestial kingdom of stars. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of demonic energy surged forth. What was once the celestial kingdom of stars had undergone a complete metamorphosis due to his newfound power, now deserving the name of the demonic realm of stars. Boom, boom, boom. The heart of seizing immortality appeared in Mu Qing's grasp, brimming with unparalleled energy. Taking a deep breath, he directly pressed the heart of seizing immortality into his chest. Since his original heart had been destroyed, he would simply replace it with a new one. In an instant, a burst of demonic light shot skyward. As the heart of seizing immortality perfectly fused with Mu Qing's corporeal form, enabling him to attain a true pinnacle of power. What exactly are you cultivating? Neither god nor immortal. The soul-seizing blade could not help but inquire. A glimmer of coldness radiated from Mu Qing's eyes as he replied, "This is magic, capable of vanquishing you." Magic? The soul-seizing blade was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed derisively, "Though I am uncertain how you have managed to conjure such a peculiar force. You are merely a semi-mortal. I have slain you once, and I can certainly do so again." Although curious about how Mu Qing had summoned this demonic energy, he did not believe Mu Qing possessed the strength to contend with him. "Shall we find out?" Mu Qing smirked, his blood dragon blade trembling in his hand as waves of demonic energy erupted forth, propelling him forward with great fervor. "Have you lost your mind? This is still within the realm of divine tribulations." The soul-seizing blade exclaimed in shock, unable to fathom Mu Qing's reckless charge. "Are you not afraid of the thunder tribulation? Transform into magic." Mu Qing bellowed, his entire being radiating with demonic light as a massive demonic shadow materialized behind him. Thunderous tribulations rained down from the sky, only to be shattered by the hand of the demonic shadow. Chapter 468, Divine Powers. Thousand-Hand Transformation into Magic. The transformation into magic is a power that arises from the evolution of the Titan's physique. Upon entering this state, a demonic shadow becomes an extension of the wielder. It was evident that on the body of the demonic shadow behind Mu Qing, there were 100 chains of chaotic hue, 20 of which had now been unbound. How can this be possible? That is thunder tribulation comparable to a peak true immortal. The soul-devouring blade was utterly astonished. Even after his resurrection, Mu Qing remained at a semi-divine realm, unable to comprehend how his opponent could withstand the terrifying lightning tribulations, comparable to the full force strikes of a peak true immortal, with such composure, effortlessly shattering them. Had he not been aware of Mu Qing's background, he might have believed him to be a celestial being of divine stature. "Lightning holds no power over me, not even divine tribulations," Mu Qing declared, swinging the blood dragon blade with fervor. Dark energy surged forth as the crimson blade light surged towards the soul-devouring blade. Boom! Above in the heavens, bolts of lightning began to descend, drawn towards Mu Qing's explosive power. Each bolt was akin to a full-force strike from a peak true immortal, causing even the distant soul-devouring blade to tremble with trepidation. Yet, Mu Qing's countenance revealed no hint of fear. He did not even cast a glance at the lightning, firmly gripping his blood dragon blade as he advanced toward the soul-devouring blade. The soul-devouring blade remained motionless, for in his eyes, Mu Qing's attack would be obliterated by the incoming lightning before it could ever reach him. At that moment, a hand from the shadow behind Mu Qing lifted a thunder pool, and in an instant, all descending bolts of lightning seemed to be drawn into this pool as if by some unseen force. What sort of treasure is that? The soul-devouring blade's expression was one of sheer astonishment, witnessing the lightning, capable of inflicting grave wounds even on a peak true immortal, being absorbed entirely. The shadow behind Mu Qing was indistinct, but one could faintly discern a massive arm enveloped in formidable dark energy, holding aloft a radiant thunder pool. Suddenly, as the soul-devouring blade was caught off guard, a streak of blood-red blade light swept toward him, leaving a long, narrow wound across his body. What is happening to this fellow? The soul-devouring blade retreated hastily, his face filled with horror, clutching his wound, surrounded by swirling dark energy. He could hardly believe that a mere semi-divine being could harm him, especially without any defense. It was important to note that as a celestial artifact, the soul-devouring blade possessed significantly greater defensive capabilities than others of its rank. Even without deliberate defense, it would naturally be shielded by celestial energy. Yet, the blood-red blade light had effortlessly torn through that protective layer, leaving a narrow gash. A subtle smirk appeared at the corner of Mu Qing's mouth. He was not surprised by this outcome, for the blood dragon blade in his hand was the product of the true dragon immortal sword fused with the Azura blade. The true dragon immortal sword was inherently powerful, while the Azura blade was a weapon once wielded by the Great Slaughterer, a true imperial artifact. The fusion of these two resulted in the blood dragon blade, which, if it could not tear through the defenses of a true immortal, would be utterly inconceivable. As the soul-devouring blade felt the intense pain coursing through him, a surge of rage welled up within. Just as he sought to retaliate, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky, crashing violently upon him. Poof! The soul-devouring blade coughed up blood, his flesh cracking under the impact. This lightning strike was far more devastating than the injuries inflicted by Mu Qing. Observing this, Mu Qing's heart swelled with joy. He possesses the Thunder Pool, a treasure of the Thunder Path, capable of absorbing even the divine tribulations of lightning, allowing him to act with impunity amidst the divine tribulation. In contrast, the soul-seizing blade, despite his peak true immortal cultivation, cannot withstand the onslaught of the divine thunder. A few strikes would undoubtedly leave him gravely injured. Why is that fellow so resilient? How much time has passed? The soul-seizing blade's face turned ashen. He no longer entertained thoughts of seizing the body of Qingtian, wishing instead for the lightning tribulation to obliterate Qingtian, turning him to ash. Alas, Qingtian proved even more tenacious than he had anticipated. The shadow of a dragon twisting and tumbling amidst the roiling tribulation, with torrents of blood spilling down and anguished cries echoing. Yet, Qingtian remained unvanquished by the tribulation, and his aura only grew more formidable. Consequently, the soul-seizing blade found himself in an excruciating predicament. Every action he took would draw the attention of the lightning tribulation. He could withstand one or two strikes, but not indefinitely. Meanwhile, Mu Qing remained entirely unperturbed. All the lightning directed at him was absorbed by the thunder pool, leaving him completely unharmed. This rendered the once mighty peak true immortal, the soul-seizing blade, utterly powerless. Although Mu Qing was merely a half-immortal, he wielded the blood dragon blade, a fusion of the emperor artifact Shura blade and the true dragon immortal sword, effortlessly breaching the defenses of the soul-seizing blade. Damn it! What kind of monstrous tribulation is this? And why is its power so terrifying? The soul-seizing blade could not help but curse, feeling utterly stifled. He could only endure Mu Qing's assaults while being unable to retaliate. Even evasion proved arduous. Any overt use of his immortal energy would invite a barrage of lightning strikes upon him. Thousand hands of demonic transformation. Mu Qing roared, a surge of demonic energy erupting from his form, causing the demonic shadow behind him to swell in size. His demonic eyes radiated a malevolent brilliance, igniting with golden flames. In the next moment, 1,000 demonic arms materialized, exuding an overwhelming aura, shrouded in darkness. This marked Mu Qing's first self-created divine ability, following his demonic transformation. Utilizing the unique fusion of the stellar return true scripture, he amalgamated his external manifestation, the fire-eye golden vision, and the 72 earthly fiends techniques inherited from the great sage. Ultimately, these three divine abilities were completely integrated, enhanced by his demonic energy, culminating in the 1,000 hands of demonic transformation, a technique only executable in a state of demonic transformation. The 1,000 hands of demonic transformation, in strict terms, represented the second stage of his demonic state. Each technique he unleashed thereafter would amplify in power exponentially, even by dozens of times. Eternal ice prison, Mu Qing bellowed, as the 1,000-handed demonic shadow clasped its palms together, unleashing a torrent of demonic light. The chill transformed into a tempest, freezing even the descending lightning tribulations in the sky. The soul-seizing blade's expression shifted. Had it been the original eternal ice prison, he would not have feared it. With his immortal artifact physique, he could easily break free from mere surface entrapment. However, the one casting this eternal ice prison was the 1,000-handed demonic shadow behind Mu Qing, and an unsettling chill enveloped him, a force that, if not reaching the peak of true immortal, at the very least bore the potency of a late-stage true immortal. Crack! The right hand of the soul-seizing blade was encased in ice, the chill penetrating deeply until it was completely frozen. Suddenly, A sharp crack resounded, shattering the hand into countless icy fragments. Damn it, I've had enough. The soul-seizing blade erupted in fury, roaring as he charged towards Mu Qing. Torrents of true immortal power surging within him, creating a terrifying storm that erupted forth. If this continued, he would inevitably be drained by Mu Qing. He had no choice but to strike with thunderous might and eliminate Mu Qing decisively. Meanwhile, the sky was filled with tribulations, bolts of lightning raining down. The soul-seizing blade summoned a pearl, the soul pearl, which contained the countless souls he had absorbed over the years. At this moment, over 1 million souls poured forth to assist him in withstanding the might of the heavenly tribulation. Mu Qing's eyes narrowed. The souls of Zhu Xiyu and Sheng Ling Er were undoubtedly trapped within that soul pearl. He could not allow these souls to be shattered by the lightning. One of the shadowy hands behind him raised the thunder pool, absorbing all the lightning strikes. With the dragon leap technique, commanding the winds and clouds, Mu Qing gripped the blood dragon blade and suddenly slashed, a fierce wind sweeping through, mist swirling as a demonic dragon roared, charging ferociously at the soul-seizing blade. Useless. This amount of power is insufficient to contend with me. The soul-seizing blade scoffed disdainfully, as the blade's radiance swirled between his fingers, shredding the demonic dragon to pieces. This was merely an attack equivalent to the late stage of true immortality. It was nothing to him. However, a faint smile suddenly curled at the corners of Mu Qing's mouth. The brilliant light within the thunder pool surged. As bolts of lightning comparable to the full force of a peak true immortal strike were slowly refined by a mysterious power, transforming into pure golden divine lightning. Die! A glint of cold light flashed in Mu Qing's eyes as the thunder pool poured forth, golden lightning cascading down. Annihilation divine lightning. The thunder pool, a treasure of the thunder path, was forged from the power of his blood spirit purple lightning bamboo. Even the thunder of divine tribulations could still be absorbed. Once Mu Qing collected these tribulations into the thunder pool, he refined them into annihilation divine lightning, which not only enhanced their power, but also transformed them into lightning he could control. This annihilation divine lightning, formed from the power of the heavenly tribulations, was exponentially stronger. He believed it would surely obliterate the soul-seizing blade. The pupils of the soul-seizing blade contracted, though he did not comprehend how Mu Qing achieved this. The divine lightning rushing toward him was undeniably forged from the power of the tribulations. Not good. Instinctively, he sought to evade, but at that moment, he was enveloped by a terrifying chill. Eternal ice prison. Behind Mu Qing, the thousand-handed demonic shadow maintained a prayer-like pose, the demonic light astonishing as the chilling aura spread, transforming the surroundings into a glacial realm, encasing the soul-seizing blade in ice. No, the soul-seizing blade's eyes narrowed to pinpoints as he roared in defiance, but the next moment, his voice was drowned out by the explosive thunder of the annihilation divine lightning. A stunning mushroom cloud ascended, and the violent shockwave surged forth like a tempest. While the soul-seizing blade found its place at the very heart of the explosive energy, a realm where space itself was reduced to an abyss of darkness. Even the thunder of divine tribulation dared not approach, struck by an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Such a terrifying display and such a cataclysmic explosion of energy were enough to obliterate a significant portion of the heavenly tribulation summoned by the azure sky. What could possibly wield such dominion over the thunder of divine tribulation? A soul erupted forth, none other than the soul-seizing blade, emitting a frantic roar. Boom! In the heavens, the soul pearl became unshackled due to the destruction of the soul-seizing blade's essence, trembling lightly as a multitude of souls surged forth in an instant. A staggering 1,000,000 souls, now bereft of control, darted chaotically. With a sweeping motion, Mu Qing summoned the starry demon realm, drawing all the souls into its embrace, and then extended his palm, enveloping them under a dense force of spatial power. The essence of the soul-seizing blade was feeble, at least in Mu Qing's perception. Thud! Thud! A series of powerful heartbeats resonated as the essence of the soul-seizing blade was ensnared by the spatial confines. Its expression turned to one of horror as it beheld a black hole manifesting at Mu Qing's heart, an immense force of absorption tearing the essence of the soul-seizing blade into its depths. Buzz! Within the starry demon realm, a profound energy radiated outward, coalescing into myriad stars. Subsequently, Mu Qing's heartbeat quickened, the black hole expanding over hundreds of miles, consuming and refining the million souls within the starry demon realm. With each soul absorbed, Mu Qing's aura intensified. 6,000 stars, 7,000 stars, 8,000 stars. When Mu Qing had completely consumed and refined the million souls, the starry demon realm had coalesced into a magnificent 9,000 stars. This marked the true pinnacle of the semi-immortal realm, signifying that he had brushed against the realm of the celestial and divine. Suddenly, Mu Qing's expression shifted as two thunder swords pierced forth from his being, manifesting the essence of the purple lightning bamboo. At that moment, the two swords converged, forming a fruit, intricately entwined with countless thunderous runes, its arcane patterns spiraling around it. What is this? Mu Qing was taken aback, sensing a strange familiarity with this thunder fruit. It is the fruit of the great Tao. How could your blood spirit evolve into the fruit of the great Tao? Elder Tu was astonished, well aware of the legendary fruit, which was the source of Mu Qing's ability to cultivate the starry returning essence scripture, reliant on the power of the stellar great Tao fruit. The fruit, born from the transformation of your blood spirit, must indeed be the thunder great Tao fruit. Unbelievable that such a thunderous fruit would manifest within you. His surprise was palpable. Elder Tu inhaled deeply and then conveyed, the fruit of the great Tao, as legend has it, allows one to ascend to the heavens and attain the emperor realm. Yet, underlying all of this is an intricate conspiracy, orchestrated by a revered deity who has invested great effort to create numerous fruits of the great Tao scattered throughout the universe. Any who absorb and refine them will be subject to his control. The revered deity, a realm that surpasses the emperor, possesses unparalleled and majestic power, known also as the supreme deity, the sovereign of the cosmos. Before such an entity, even an emperor would seem no more than an insignificant insect. Such exalted beings, who have invested great effort in creating the fruits of the great Tao, naturally do not intend for them to benefit the cosmos. Once someone consumes the fruit of the great Tao, they become subject to an unseen control, ultimately leading to the decay of their imperial form, which then serves as nourishment for that supreme deity. After the emperor's life fades upon consuming the fruit itself will reconstitute, awaiting the next individual to partake. Of course, there are those who manage to free themselves from the grasp of that supreme figure. As I understand, your senior brother, the Stellar Emperor, is one who has liberated himself from the fruit's influence, as has the leader of the Titan clan, the Eternal Emperor, who has claimed the power of the fruit for himself. Elder Tu informed him that those capable of breaking free from the fruit are prodigies, nearly all of whom have made a name for themselves across several star domains in the universe. However, the Thunder Tao fruit within you should pose no threat, as someone has employed a special method to transform it into your blood spirit. Consequently, all the power of this Thunder Tao fruit now appears to arise from your very bloodline. Elder Tu's voice carried a hint of surprise. Some elite races are aware of the dangers posed by the fruit and have conducted research on it, but only a few have managed to escape its constraints. Yet, even Elder Tu did not anticipate such a method could exist, embedding the fruit within one's bloodline, allowing it to become a blood spirit. Mu Qing, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. The Thunder Tao fruit as a blood spirit had been bestowed upon him by his father. Could it be his father's technique? He recalled that initially, his father had given him a purple potion, which upon consumption, granted him the blood spirit of the purple lightning bamboo. From the very beginning, the purple lightning bamboo exhibited extraordinary qualities, and now it had evolved into the Thunder Tao fruit. Boom! The Thunder Tao fruit quivered, plunging into the astral magic domain, where thunder roared and lightning crackled, creating an expanse of bamboo forest. Each purple bamboo, resembling precious jade, was adorned with thunderous patterns, emanating countless bolts of lightning, occupying a vast area within the astral magic domain. Roar! The astral magic domain underwent another transformation, the heavens trembling, as a vast ocean appeared in a certain region, concealing a colossal beast within its depths. As the massive form rolled, it stirred up towering waves, transforming into the great Peng soaring toward the heavens. The Kunpeng blood spirit. At that moment, this blood spirit seemed to have genuinely transformed into a member of the Kunpeng lineage, mastering the powers of space and water. Immersed in the depths of this ocean within the astral magic domain. To attain divinity is to elevate the blood spirit into a divine core, while to become immortal entails coalescing an immortal embryo. But how does one ascend to demonic status? At this juncture, Mu Qing began to ponder this question. Though he had embarked on the path of the demon, a cultivation system that had never before existed, he lacked a method for becoming a demon. The way to become a demon requires your own exploration. This is a path never traversed by anyone, a fusion of godhood and immortality that births a demon. If you continue down this road, your potential is limitless. Elder 2 remarked. Mu Qing waved his hand and retrieved 2 souls from the astral magic domain, those of the Holy Spirit and the Cursed Spirit. Like other souls, the souls of the 2 women were also captured by the soul-seizing blade and imprisoned within the soul pearl. As Mu Qing absorbed and refined them, he placed their souls into the starry demonic realm. He located their bodies and subsequently infused their souls within. Moments later, Zhou Siyu and Sheng Linger opened their beautiful eyes. Bewilderment etched on their faces. Why am I awake? What happened to the soul-seizing blade? Zhou Siyu rubbed her head, her gaze hazy. What is this situation? Who is undergoing the thunder tribulation? Sheng Linger's attention was drawn to the lightning tribulations in the sky. Her lips slightly parted as she observed the dark clouds swelling above, with bolts of lightning as thick as a dragon. The soul-seizing blade has been vanquished by me. The one undergoing the thunder tribulation above is Qing Tian. He is attempting to break through the 9th divine tribulation, Mu Qing simply informed them. Yet, both Sheng Linger and Zhou Siyu remained in a state of confusion, struggling to comprehend the fusion of celestial beings and the transformation into demons. After a considerable time, they finally realized that the soul-seizing blade had indeed been slain by Mu Qing, and he seemed to have undergone a remarkable metamorphosis, with a power within him that was neither divine nor celestial. Chapter 470. Return to Earth. The soul-seizing blade is dead. While Qing Tian is undergoing his tribulation, let us see if we can obtain the Rui Jinggu Bang. Mu Qing hastily proposed. He still held a deep apprehension towards Qing Tian. Should the latter successfully navigate his divine tribulation, he could potentially reach the early stages of true immortal, with his true strength possibly attaining the pinnacle of true immortal. Mu Qing could at most unleash the power of the late true immortal stage, and his victory over the soul-seizing blade was primarily due to both being within Qing Tian's tribulation zone, which rendered the soul-seizing blade unable to exert even 30% of its full strength. With Qing Tian still undergoing the thunder tribulation, Mu Qing's gaze fell upon the towering stone pillar. The Rui Jinggu Bang was likely an imperial artifact, and the cultivation of the great sage equal to heaven had presumably reached the level of an emperor. However, as an imperial artifact, the Rui Jinggu Bang was far superior to his Shura blade. Elder 2 transmitted a message to him, revealing that the Rui Jinggu Bang, transformed into a stone pillar, was sealed, and that Mu Qing, possessing the legacy of the great sage, should be qualified to claim it. What remained was to break the seal. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qing's eyes darkened, enveloped in a surge of demonic energy. Beside him, Sheng Linger and Zhou Siyu stared in astonishment. Is this the essence of magic? A different cultivation system? Sheng Linger was immensely curious, scrutinizing Mu Qing as she sensed the overwhelming and tyrannical aura emanating from him. In an instant, Mu Qing entered his demonic transformation, striding toward the petrified Rui Jinggu Bang, inhaling deeply as the shadow of a demon materialized behind him. 1,000 hands of demonic transformation. Thousands of meters of demonic shadows roared forth, each arm striking fiercely against the stone pillar, unleashing a thunderous cacophony. Blood-colored heavens. Mu Qing wielded the blood dragon blade, slashing forth as countless blood lights erupted, a sea of corpses and blood manifesting, a technique birthed from the fusion with the Shura blade. Boom. The terrifying force erupted instantaneously, causing the towering stone pillar to tremble, large chunks of rock cascading down, revealing glimmers of dazzling golden light. True dragon winds and clouds. Immediately thereafter, Mu Qing unleashed another strike. As the mighty winds rose and clouds billowed, a true dragon roared forth, shaking the heavens and earth, twisting the very fabric of space. This maneuver was a lethal technique derived from the dragon leaping art, with the true dragon spiraling high above, crashing violently into the stone pillar. Boom! A colossal roar erupted, resonating through the air, as Mu Qing executed his most formidable burst in the form of the thousand-handed demon. Chunks of stone began to plummet from the towering pillar, radiant golden light piercing through like the sun itself. Whoosh! A blinding golden radiance permeated the universe, resembling a massive staff cast from gold, akin to a celestial column. Exuding boundless power. Could this be the Rui Jingu Bang? Mu Qing gazed upward at the towering golden pillar that reached into the heavens. Suddenly, the blood dragon blade in Mu Qing's hand began to tremble violently. To his astonishment, a devouring force surged forth, enveloping the entire Rui Jingu Bang. Surely not. Mu Qing's eyes widened, the scene seeming eerily familiar, as if he had witnessed it before. As he had suspected, the towering Rui Jingu Bang transformed into a beam of light, merging seamlessly into the blood dragon blade. In an instant, Mu Qing felt an overwhelming surge of demonic energy flowing into the blood dragon blade. The blade quivered fiercely in his grasp, the demonic energy being forcibly absorbed. The once crimson blade now grew increasingly dark, shrouded in malevolence. This was an imperial weapon, even more powerful than the Shura blade. Mu Qing swallowed hard. Before him, the blood dragon blade underwent a complete metamorphosis. Having fused with two imperial artifacts, the terrifying blade, now enveloped in sinister demonic energy, had undergone a remarkable transformation. Boom! A surge of inky demonic energy soared into the sky, the blade in Mu Qing's hand devoid of any crimson hue, now entirely a demonic sword. This demonic blade of yours has absorbed two imperial artifacts. Its potential is nearly limitless. It will not merely be a supreme weapon, but an exceedingly formidable imperial weapon. Elder Tu's voice echoed, filled with astonishment. Mu Qing's demonic blade now harbored an immensely terrifying power, the demonic light towering, the original blood dragon having vanished entirely. Now a complete demonic sword. At that moment, beams of light converged before Mu Qing, forming a portal. This must be the gateway to exit the treasury world, whispered Linger. We must depart swiftly. Those from the unfeeling hall could possess hidden trump cards. They've endured this thunder tribulation until now, and may even succeed in crossing it. At that point, they will be exceedingly difficult to deal with. Mu Qing urged hastily. Zhou Siyu rushed out of the barrier to inform the others, and shortly thereafter, Mu Yu and the others arrived at Mu Qing's side. Big brother Shiyun, will you stay or accompany us? Mu Qing asked Shiyun, who, upon learning of his identity as an outsider, bore no ill will and maintained a good rapport with him. Mu Qing respected Shiyun's decision. Should he remain in this treasury world, he would likely become the new leader of the celestial race, as the powerful beings within this realm had largely perished. As I accompany you, the vastness of the outside world beckons, and I am eager to witness it. Su Yun laughed heartily. His innate talent was remarkable, and true immortality awaited him. Mu Qing nodded, and, along with the others, stepped through the portal. After a dizzying swirl, they found themselves at the south pole of Earth. The colossal ice giants that had once inhabited this place had vanished, presumably vanquished by the demigods of various clans. At last, we have returned. Mu Yu exhaled deeply. Mo Chung, Ping Lao, and Gai Wen also felt a wave of relief. Prior to entering the treasury world, they were formidable beings, and now each had reached the realm of demigods. We are now sufficiently equipped to contend with the various clans. Mo Chung exclaimed joyfully. Previously, any single race on Earth could easily defeat humanity, primarily due to the scarcity of top-tier human warriors. However, now that Mu Qing had nearly decimated the demigods of the clans, each of them had attained that level of power, and any one of them could sweep through the various races with ease. Mu Qing pondered, stating, not necessarily. Earth has been safeguarded by a force from the treasury, preventing beings above the divine from descending, and even demigods had to pay a steep price. Now that the treasury's power has dissipated, it indicates that the gods of the clans may very well descend. The expressions of the crowd changed dramatically. Yet, Linger giggled, you need not be so anxious. With Mu Qing joining our Taiwa palace, even if the gods of the clans descend, they will be unable to harm Earth. Her words were laced with profound confidence. Chapter 471. The clans come knocking at this moment. Linger's heart was devoid of the arrogance that came with being a prodigy of Taiwa Palace. She realized that in the presence of Mu Qing, she was no match, and she might even struggle against Zhou Siyu, who stood beside him. Linger now comprehended that they had stumbled upon a treasure in Mu Qing, or more accurately, her master's lineage had found a gem. Upon arriving on Earth, her master had foretold that the higher-ups of Taiwa Palace had prophesied that a prodigy from Earth would inherit the treasury's legacy, and the task of bringing this prodigy into Taiwa Palace was entrusted to Linger's master. Initially dismissive of the so-called prodigy of Earth, she now recognized that Mu Qing's strength and potential far surpassed her own in immeasurable ways. Mu Qing returned to Tianyu Palace with Su Yun, Zhou Siyu, Sheng Linger, and Su Yun's father. Upon their arrival, his father immediately sought out his mother. The second palace master has returned? Mu Qing appeared in the law enforcement hall, where Elder Lin and the law enforcement elder, among others, emerged with expressions of astonishment. They were aware that Mu Qing had ventured to the South Pole to contest the treasury against cosmic clans, and in their hearts, they feared the worst. Yet, they had not anticipated his safe return. Second Palace Master, your cultivation. The law enforcement elder's eyes widened as he sensed a formidable and terrifying aura emanating from Mu Qing. Those of us from humanity who entered the treasury world have predominantly broken through to the demigod level. The existence of the clans poses little threat to us now. Mu Qing remarked with a gentle smile. In contrast to Mu Qing's calm demeanor, the elders of law and others were in a state of utter excitement. Since the various factions united and commenced their frenzied slaughter, humanity on Earth had been under immense pressure. Not long after your entry into the treasury realm, several terrifying auras had manifested on Earth, completely overshadowing even the most formidable beings. Elder Lin frowned as he recalled that the aura bore a striking resemblance to the one emanating from Mu Qing, likely the presence of demigods from the various races. Rest assured, you need not worry, Zhao Siyu suddenly interjected, a charming smile gracing her lips. The demigods from the various factions have nearly all been eliminated by Mu Qing. Elder Lin and the law elder widened their eyes in disbelief. How is the cultivation status of the disciples in the Hall of Law? Mu Qing inquired, for they were his foundational force. At this moment, Elder Nan, feeling a surge of excitement, replied, the disciples of the Hall of Law have now expanded to 1,000, all of whom have broken through to the rank of sovereign. 1,000 sovereigns. This force would undeniably send shockwaves through any faction on Earth. The disciples of Tianyu Palace were well aware that the greatest strength of their palace now resided in the Hall of Law. Joining it assured one's ascension to sovereign status. Yet, this is still insufficient. Mu Qing shook his head. For the former him, 1,000 sovereigns might have constituted a significant power, but in his current perspective, they seemed feeble and easily obliterated. Gather all the disciples of the Hall of Law. Mu Qing commanded before departing. The law elder and others exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes reflecting mutual confusion. Mu Qing strode to the skies above Tianyu Palace, inhaling deeply as he unfurled a cosmic scroll. Buzz! A blinding array of starlight erupted from the scroll, casting the entire sky in a vast, boundless celestial panorama. What is that? It seems someone is up high. Who could it be? Is it an elder? No, that's the second palace master, the one who established the new Hall of Law. A portion of the disciples of Tianyu Palace recognized Mu Qing's figure. At that moment, Mu Qing's gaze sharpened, a surge of overwhelming demonic energy erupting from him. Come forth, Mu Qing bellowed, as turbulent demonic energy surged around him, coalescing into a colossal demonic claw that reached into the celestial map of the 10,000 domains. Boom! The celestial map expanded in the wind, obscuring the entire sky, while Mu Qing exerted control over the demonic claw, forcibly extracting a star. This star was over twice the size of Tianyu Palace, completely encased in ice, adorned with peculiar palaces and structures. This star was, in fact, the fifth star, sealed in ice by a celestial being from the heavenly court, originally larger than Earth. It appeared merely twice the size of Tianyu Palace due to Mu Qing's use of the unique spatial secret arts of the Kunping clan. Had this star not been frozen, even with divine strength, Mu Qing would have been incapable of extracting it. However, this star now bore no power and was devoid of any living beings. It was merely an empty shell. Yet, this was precisely what Mu Qing could utilize. Mu Qing harnessed the power of space, causing the stars to hover high in the sky, and then brought his hands together in prayer. Eternal ice, unbind. In an instant, the stars that had been entirely encased in ice were enveloped in a mist of white vapor. Mu Qing extracted numerous elixirs acquired from the treasury world and planted them upon this celestial body. Immediately, the once barren star became suffused with rich spiritual energy. Although the disciples of the law enforcement hall were primarily from the divine cultivation system, they too could absorb this celestial essence to enhance their cultivation without significant repercussions. At that moment, the elder of the law enforcement hall and all its disciples emerged, gazing in astonishment at the star hovering above the Tianyu Palace. Is this the second sun? It feels more like a moon to me. Our second palace master is truly remarkable to have created such a phenomenon. The disciples of the law enforcement hall buzzed with excitement. From this day forth, as the disciples cultivated among the celestial stars, the law enforcement hall would officially be renamed the Star Palace. Mu Qing's voice resonated throughout the entire Tianyu Palace. In truth, his actions had completely severed ties with the Tianyu Palace. Oh my, I wish to join the Star Palace. The disciples within Tianyu Palace were captivated by the star enveloped in celestial energy. Their hearts stirred. Even the elders of the monarch realm felt a yearning, desiring to cultivate there. It was evident to all that the star created by Mu Qing was undoubtedly a sacred ground for cultivation. The number of disciples in the Star Palace expanded to 5,000, with everyone breaking through to the monarch level, striving to reach the great being realm. Mu Qing left the law enforcement elders with a daunting task before delving deep into the star. The elders stood in disbelief, grappling with the gravity of what they had just heard. Expanding to 5,000 members, all striving for the great being level. How terrifying was that? Elder Lin's lips quivered, while his hands trembled slightly. There were only a handful of great beings on Earth, and Mu Qing aimed to have the Star Palace grow to 5,000. With each member aspiring to break through to that level, anyone would find such ambition utterly insane. In truth, Mu Qing's vision vastly surpassed theirs. Having reached the half-demon realm, he understood that beyond lay true gods, true immortals, and even celestial beings and celestial immortals. This universe was immense, and if humanity wished to rise, they must break through swiftly. The gods of various races would eventually descend. He hoped that the members of the Tianyu Palace could withstand such trials. As Mu Qing ventured deeper into the star, he sighed softly. Sheng shook her head, assuring him not to worry. The gods of our Tianyu Palace, including my master, have long been near Earth. Should you or Earth face a crisis, they will intervene at a crucial moment. She further informed Mu Qing that her master wished for them to break through to the divine level on Earth before proceeding to Tianyu Palace. Just as I desire. Mu Qing nodded, his current intention being to enter seclusion to seek the pathway to becoming a true demon. Although he had merged the power of the immortal gods to create a demonic cultivation system, he felt somewhat lost on how to break through to the true demon realm, which aligned with the true gods and true immortals. He aimed to explore and discover the means to attain true demonhood through his seclusion. On that day, Mu Qing delved deep into the celestial realm, entering a period of seclusion. Months later, outside the Sky Feather Palace, a congregation of formidable beings gathered, numbering over 30. Each a pinnacle of strength, exuding palpable hostility. Where's Mu Qing? Bring him forth, bellowed a top-tier powerhouse from the Giant Force clan, his voice resonating through the air, causing disciples beneath the kingly rank within the palace to fall into unconsciousness under the sonic wave. What is the purpose of your visit to seek our second palace master? Chastised the law elder, standing amidst the celestial expanse. The eyes of the assembled top-tier beings glinted with greed as they gazed upon the resplendent stars. Our semi-divine masters from various clans have yet to return after entering the treasury realm. Your second palace master must be privy to their whereabouts. We demand his surrender, proclaimed a powerful figure from the Shura clan, a top-tier powerhouse from the insect clan, his eyes brimming with avarice, rasped, and that star. It must have been pilfered from our semi-divine masters. Hand it over. The crowd upon the star erupted in furious protest, shouting, not a chance. The expressions of the top-tier beings darkened in unison as they declared, if that is the case, do not blame us for being merciless. Their keen eyes had discerned the abundance of celestial herbs upon the star, which promised immense benefits to them. Suddenly, the 30-odd top-tier beings surged towards the celestial star, unleashing their might in a concerted assault, their formidable energies radiating outward. Can the two of you assist us in fending them off? The law elder, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned to Zhuosiyu and Sheng Linger. He understood that the current strength of the Sky Feather Palace was nowhere near a match for these 30-plus formidable beings, and thus sought the aid of Zhuosiyu and Sheng Linger, who had already attained semi-divine status. Zhuosiyu shook her head, while Sheng Linger chuckled lightly, saying, do not worry, given the ruckus they are causing, that individual must surely be aware. Before the law elder could fully grasp the situation, he sensed a surge of power that eclipsed all present. Above the star, a thousand-handed demonic apparition materialized. its oppressive aura transforming into a shockwave that repelled the 30-odd apex rulers. Chapter 472. Journey to Mars. What on earth is that? The top-tier beings from various clans stood dumbfounded, their hearts gripped with astonishment as they beheld the overwhelming demonic might emanating from the vast star. A colossal demonic figure, thousands of meters tall, ascended from the depths of the star, its myriad hands radiating a cataclysmic demonic light. One hand held aloft a thunder pool, and in an instant, torrents of lightning cascaded downward. The entire sky was suffused with lightning, rumbling ominously as it descended, each bolt resembling a ferocious dragon, roaring with feral intensity. Boom, boom, boom. Clouds of blood mist erupted. With each strike of lightning, a top-tier powerhouse was obliterated. What kind of power is this? Is it semi-divine? In the blink of an eye, only a handful of the top-tier beings remained. The remaining elite beings, their faces stricken with terror, hastily fled into the distance. If there existed a demigod-level powerhouse within this celestial realm, even 100 formidable beings would be insufficient to thwart such an adversary. However, as they attempted to escape, a chilling aura swept through the air. In the blink of an eye, numerous ice sculptures materialized in the sky, plummeting to the ground and shattering with a crack. Such strength! The disciples of the celestial palace were left in awe, their breath caught in their throats as the pinnacle of various races descended. Even the law elders would be akin to moths drawn to a flame should they choose to intervene against such overwhelming power. All gazes were fixated on the shadow of darkness, their eyes ablaze with admiration and reverence. Indeed, the factions on Earth posed a significant challenge. Although many strong warriors had perished, the remnants still clung to life. It would be prudent for me to personally address this matter. Deep within the celestial realm, the shadow dissipated, and Mu Qing emerged gradually. Compared to before, he now exuded a controlled demonic aura, his gaze profound. Having firmly established himself at the pinnacle of semi-demonic cultivation for quite some time, he had even made notable progress in his research on how to attain true demonic status. Second Prince, do you require our assistance in leading the disciples of the Celestial Palace? Inquired a law elder, stepping forward. Mu Qing shook his head, responding, I am sufficient on my own. In an instant, the spatial power surrounding him twisted, and he vanished, executing a spatial leap. With his current prowess, Mu Qing could effortlessly dismantle the foundations of the various factions descending upon Earth. Even if the demigod-level powerhouses remained, they would pose no threat to him. In the span of merely a month, Mu Qing traversed the entirety of Earth, annihilating every cosmic race he encountered. He hardly needed to engage personally. A single obliteration thunderbolt, forged within the thunder pool, unleashed explosive power comparable to that of a demigod. Inquiring about the thunder fruit, Mu Qing had approached his father, Mu Yu, who admitted ignorance regarding its origins. He recounted that many years prior, a meteorite had fallen near the alchemy organization, and he had been responsible for its collection. Upon breaking open the meteorite, he discovered a fruit entwined in lightning, adorned with intricate mystical patterns that evoked an overwhelming desire to consume it. However, aware that Mu Qing's awakening of the blood spirit had been less than satisfactory, Mu Yu invested great effort to refine the thunder fruit into a potion. Even Mu Yu himself was uncertain how he managed to eliminate the potential dangers within the fruit, as even an ordinary human could not unravel the schemes set by supreme beings. Yet, the thunder fruit Mu Qing possessed had indeed been rendered devoid of risk. Now, only the insect race remained. Mu Qing murmured softly, and his figure twisted as he delved into the depths of space. In a certain western realm, ripples suddenly emerged in the fabric of space, and a young man with black hair stepped forth, clad in a silver robe, his gaze enigmatic. He stood upon the void, overlooking a city from a height of 10,000 meters, surveying the scene below. This city was once a bastion of humanity, yet it has evidently endured a horrific massacre, with dark crimson stains marring its architecture. Presently, however, it is inhabited by swarms of insects. Every street and alley is teeming with countless insect eggs, a sight that sends shivers down one's spine. This is indeed the stronghold of the insect race on Earth. Who goes there? In the insect city, a formidable insect being caught sight of Mu Qing high above and immediately bellowed. Unfazed, Mu Qing did not conceal his presence, allowing the insect warriors to easily detect him. Upon realizing he was merely a human, they emitted chilling insectal sounds and lunged towards him. I have eradicated the other races, The insects on Earth are now but you. Mu Qing stated with a calm demeanor. With his hands clasped together, an icy chill erupted from his core, enveloping the vicinity. Eternal Ice Seal. Once, a celestial from the heavenly court wielded this technique, freezing an entire star and shattering the grand formation of the Qianyuan star in the celestial dynasty. Though Mu Qing's current manifestation lacked such overwhelming power, he could effortlessly encase a city in ice. Instantly, every insect within the city, from the eggs to the mightiest of beings, succumbed to the encroaching frost, transforming into exquisite ice sculptures. As the wind howled, the ice sculpture of a powerful insect shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground. Most races on Earth have been exterminated. The figure of Old Tu materialized beside Mu Qing, stroking his beard with immense satisfaction, marveling at how unexpectedly powerful Mu Qing had become in such a brief span. Mu Qing shook his head and replied coldly, "It is still insufficient. The insects on Mars are, in fact, the main forces of this invasion." Old Tu was taken aback. In the next moment, Mu Qing's demonic energy began to surge violently, emanating a formidable spatial force that coalesced into a spatial passage. Utilizing the spatial techniques of the Kunpeng lineage, he constructed a pathway leading to Mars. While it did not rival the potency of an insectoid wormhole, it was adequate to ensure his swift arrival on Mars. Aside from the ferocious beasts, I have vanquished all other races, and there should be no crises on Earth. Even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, I trust that my father and the demigods can manage. With resolute strides, Mu Qing stepped into the spatial passage before him. The distance between Earth and Mars, even for Mu Qing, was considerable. Perhaps only beings of divine caliber could traverse it effortlessly. Fortunately, the spatial arts he wielded were derived from the Kunpeng lineage, allowing him to penetrate the deeper voids of space. Summoning the colossal Kunpeng from the starry magic realm, a vast, obsidian beast bore him towards Mars in its Kun form. All spatial storms and tearing forces encountered along the way were devoured whole by the Kunpeng. Chapter 473. Ascending to Divinity in the Azure Sky Mars. Once devoid of any life, it became the target of the insect race after they learned of the treasure vault's emergence on Earth, prompting them to dispatch an advance force to the vicinity of Earth. Thus, Mars transformed into the stronghold of the Zerg vanguard, with the Zerg completely consuming the planet's power, converting it into sustenance to nurture their warriors. What transpired on Earth? Why has communication been severed? Suddenly, a powerful Zerg spoke up. Beside it stood several other Zerg, all at the pinnacle of their strength. Uncertain, one of them pondered whether the demigods of various races were undertaking a clandestine operation. As they speculated, they could not fathom that those demigods venturing to Earth had been annihilated by Mu Qing. Boom. Suddenly, the fabric of space on Mars shattered, a narrow rift tearing open. This spectacle startled all Zerg on Mars. Deep within the planet, a golden-armored bug king opened its eyes, exuding an aura of ferocity. There is even a demigod-level bug king on Mars. Mu Qing strode forth from the spatial rift, immediately discerning the golden-armored bug king. The bug kings of the Zerg, both in prowess and potential, surpassed their counterparts. While ordinary Zerg possessed an average lineage, the bloodline of a bug king was extraordinarily potent, rivaling that of higher bloodlines. However, to Mu Qing, such differences in lineage were inconsequential. Even if a race with top-tier bloodlines stood before him, he would still prevail. Humans? The golden-armored bug king's voice boomed, reverberating through the skies. It was perplexed as to why a human had appeared on Mars. A smirk appeared on Mu Qing's lips, dark energy gradually emanating from his form, intertwining and coalescing behind him into a shadowy figure. It is he. At that moment, a Zerg powerhouse beside the bug king uttered in astonishment, recognizing Mu Qing as the very being that had been repelled from Mars. Yet, in the next instant, a divine lightning bolt descended, obliterating it, and causing a massive explosion that left a deep crater in its wake. What is that? All the Zerg erupted into chaos. Engulfed in terror, for a thunderous tempest descended from the heavens, crashing down like a roaring river. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, Zerg were struck down by the lightning. This sudden massacre left most of them in shock. Roar. The golden-armored bug king could no longer contain its fury, letting out a roar as it charged at Mu Qing. It was unaware of how this human had come to Mars, but witnessing Mu Qing's relentless slaughter of its kin ignited an uncontrollable rage within it, and divine power surged forth from its being. eternal suppression of heaven and earth. A magical blade appeared in Mu Qing's hand, and with a swift, powerful slash, the surrounding space was entirely restrained, even halting the Bug King's movements mid-air as it gazed at Mu Qing in horror. Swish! A strike was made, and in an instant, the golden-armored Bug King's body was crushed by an inexplicable force, causing the nearby Zerg to shatter as well. This technique, derived from the transformation of the Rui Jingu Bang, represented the third strike of the magical blade, effortlessly subduing the demigod-level golden-armored Bug King. Immediately, Mu Qing unfurled the celestial magic domain, entering a state of transformation as he plunged into the swarm of insects. Wherever he tread, purple lightning bamboos manifested, sprouting in abundance and unleashing a torrent of electric strikes that felled one insect after another. It took him an entire month, utilizing his immense demonic energy, to eradicate all the insectoid creatures on Mars. Should he attain the status of a true demon and wield the power of eternal frost, he could potentially encase the entire planet in ice. Mu Qing sighed. Having reached the pinnacle of the half-demon realm, he yearned to transcend to the next level. After vanquishing the insect race on Mars, he opened a spatial passage once more, setting his course for Earth. Even with the spatial conduit, the journey between Earth and Mars consumed half a month. Thus, the round trip took a full 2 months. This approach, however, was also to ensure the complete annihilation of the races, preventing any remnants from contacting their powerful kin. Upon returning to Earth, Mu Qing intended to retreat to Tianyu Palace for further seclusion when a powerful fluctuation suddenly emanated from the Antarctic. What a terrifying aura! His countenance grew grave. This fluctuation undoubtedly surpassed all demigods and semi-immortals. A true god. He inhaled deeply and remarked solemnly, Qing Tian has successfully transcended the divine tribulation. He has ascended to true godhood. The elder two also gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, that fellow has truly succeeded. Although he has just broken through, his actual prowess likely rivals that of a peak true god. Mu Qing's expression turned serious as he nodded. Currently, the only unstable entity on Earth was indeed Qing Tian. Previously, Mu Qing had refrained from annihilating the Beast Clan out of fear of Qing Tian. Though he was uncertain how significant the fate of the Beast Clan was in Qing Tian's eyes. Second Palace Master, we have sensed an exceedingly powerful aura. Upon Mu Qing's return to Tianyu Palace, the Law Elder approached him with a furrowed brow. The terrifying aura of Qing Tian could be distinctly felt by all the formidable beings on Earth. You need not concern yourselves with it for the time being. Mu Qing waved his hand dismissively. The only one capable of withstanding Qing Tian was himself. Any others would merely be courting death. However, Mu Qing was also uncertain of Qing Tian's intentions. The latter had entered the treasure realm seeking the Rui Jingu Bang, hoping to harness its power to endure the final divine tribulation. Yet, Mu Qing had taken the Rui Jingu Bang and integrated it into his demonic blade, while Qing Tian himself had successfully navigated the divine tribulation. Thus, Mu Qing was at a loss regarding Qing Tian's next course of action. Is that fellow Qing Tian? Sheng Linger inquired of Mu Qing. He nodded in affirmation. Sheng Linger furrowed her delicate brows, her fair countenance etched with concern as she remarked, that fellow belongs to the merciless hall. No one knows what madness brews in the mind of their lunatic. Even if our Taiyue Palace intervenes, he may well choose to disregard us. Aware of Qing Tian's ascension to true godhood, she felt the situation had become precarious, as she worried that the few deities from Taiyue Palace approaching Earth would be no match for him. From the treasury of the world, Qing Tian exhibited an extraordinary combat prowess, even at the semi-divine realm, unleashing a formidable strength that could rival that of a late-stage true deity. Chapter 474. The descent of the gods. Months have elapsed, yet Qing Tian seemed to have evaporated from existence, never making an appearance. This revelation brought a sigh of relief to Mu Qing and his companions. Within the confines of Tianyu Palace, Mu Qing remained in seclusion. Having reached the pinnacle of half-demon status, yet unable to advance further in his cultivation without breaking through to true demonhood. However, even with the guidance of the paths to divinity and immortality as reference points, Mu Qing's progress in achieving true demonhood remained exceedingly sluggish. This period of seclusion lasted an entire year, marking the first time he had dedicated such an extensive duration to meditation. Among the 5,000 disciples of the Starry Sky Palace, over 50 had successfully ascended to the realm of great power. The law enforcement elders were elated. reporting the specific circumstances of the Starry Sky Palace to Mu Qing. The precious elixirs Mu Qing had brought back facilitated immense advancements for the disciples, with the majority reaching the pinnacle of kingly status, and over 50 breaking through to the realm of great power. This number thrilled the law enforcement elders, as the total count of great powers on Earth had never reached such heights before. Mu Qing nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor, revealing little joy. The insectoid race he had slaughtered on Mars had yielded an immeasurable number of great powers, far exceeding the current figures within the Starry Sky Palace. Nevertheless, he remained unhurried, believing that gradual progress would eventually bear fruit. Second Palace Master. This is dire. Elder Lin stumbled over, his face etched with panic as he pulled Mu Qing outside. In the sky, fissures began to manifest, as if the heavens themselves were fracturing. Were the gods of various races finally descending? Mu Qing narrowed his eyes, gazing upward. He could discern the cold visages of divine beings flitting through the cracks. The various races had dispatched their vanguard forces to Earth, including semi-divine entities, seeking to seize the legacies and treasures within the treasury. Yet, all who had attempted to invade had met with Mu Qing's wrath. Although no one had reported the precise circumstances, the higher echelons of each race eventually recognized that something was amiss and directly sent true deities to the vicinity of Earth. Upon their arrival, these true deities unexpectedly discovered that the mysterious protective forces surrounding Earth had dissipated, prompting them to choose to descend. "Do we require the assistance of the Taiyu Palace?" asked Shunglinger. Mu Qing, however, shook his head, saying, "The true deities descending are merely at the early and mid stages, with none at the late stage. I should be able to handle them alone." His reliance on the Taiyu Palace was to seek aid against those at the pinnacle of true deities, for his current strength, when fully unleashed, was comparable to a late-stage true immortal. While both true deities and true immortals existed within the same realm, typically, true immortals were considerably more powerful, far surpassing their divine counterparts. As the gods of various races descended, Mu Qing resolved to greet them. With a leap, he soared into the heights of the sky. Crack! A pair of immense hands tore open the rift in the sky, revealing a colossal figure towering at 50 meters, adorned with 4 arms, the deity of the Giant Strength Clan. A demigod? The deity of the Giant Strength Clan was clearly astonished upon seeing Mu Qing. He had not anticipated the emergence of a being of demigod caliber among humans. It was indeed remarkable that a mere human, lacking even a lowly bloodline, could transcend to such heights. It seemed he had encountered an extraordinary fortuity. The deity wore a proud expression. "Where are our clan's demigods? Did they not seize the inheritance within the treasury? Where could they possibly be?" Another divine being had appeared. The special force tasked with protecting Earth had nearly dissipated. Previously, a demigod would require a tremendous cost to descend, and a true god could not descend by any means. Yet now, the deity had arrived on Earth with ease. This god, a member of the Spirit Clan, furrowed his brow as he enveloped the entire planet with his soul power, only to find no trace of his kin. Sparking his curiosity, the fact that this lowly race of Earthlings could produce a demigod must surely be a gift from the demigods of our various clans. But where have our own demigods gone? The deity of the winged people descended, boasting 2 pairs of wings, cold and haughty, casting a disdainful gaze upon Mu Qing. The 3 of them believed that Mu Qing, being devoid of even a lowly bloodline, could not possibly have cultivated to the level of a demigod without the aid of resources bestowed by the demigods who had previously arrived on Earth. Mu Qing observed the 3 gods before him, keenly sensing their auras, and made an assessment in his heart. 3 early-stage, true gods. They were not as formidable as he had imagined. Mu Qing stroked his chin and murmured, "What did you say?" The 3 gods were taken aback, unable to comprehend Mu Qing's nonsensical words. "Why can't I sense my kin? Are they still within the treasury?" Suddenly, the sky erupted with flames as a deity wreathed in fire descended, belonging to the Fire-Scale clan. Mid-stage true god. Mu Qing's lips moved slightly. How do you know my level?" The deity of the Fire-Scale clan's gaze snapped to Mu Qing. The deity of the Spirit clan unleashed a terrifying soul pressure, targeting Mu Qing, and commanded, "Since the beginning, you have been spouting nonsense. Speak quickly. Where are our people? Where is the treasury?" Mu Qing grinned, and his words caused the pupils of the 4 gods to constrict. "I have slain them all, and the treasury's inheritance is now mine." Boom. Suddenly, bolts of lightning erupted from the rift in the sky, and a massive flying insect surged forth. This creature, enveloped in blazing white lightning, emanated a terrifying aura. It was the true god of the insect clan. At that moment, it appeared exceedingly ferocious. Who has slaughtered my kin to extinction? The lightning insect roared, sparking chaos as it tore through the fabric of space. The other gods were perplexed. Aren't you of the insect clan supposed to be on Mars? The deity of the insect clan's compound eyes nearly ignited with fury. Dead. All of my kin on Mars have been slain. This news astonished the other divine beings. As far as they knew, the Zerg had the most formidable presence on Earth, with 3 king insects. Who could have slain your kind? Might it be the Azura clan? Inquired a god from the giant force tribe. Curiosity etched on his face, momentarily forgetting Mu Qing's earlier words. The deity of the Zerg, with plasma surging from his form, shook his head. It is not the Azura clan. On Mars lingers a peculiar force, far more savage and domineering than divine power, imbued with astonishing destructive capability. Cough. May I interrupt? Mu Qing interjected suddenly. The kin you seek are mostly deceased. The legacy of the treasury resides within me, as does that flying insect. I am the one who annihilated the Zerg on Mars, slaughtering them for a full month. Chapter 475. The god of slaughtering like dogs. At this moment, the sky fell into an eerie silence. The newly arrived deities from various races gazed at Mu Qing in sheer disbelief. This human demigod has truly lost his mind. The spirit clan's deity murmured, unconvinced by Mu Qing's assertions. Meanwhile, the deity of the fire scale tribe appeared rather agitated, roaring, "You wretched human! Do you believe I won't simply exterminate everyone on your Earth? Tell me quickly, where are our kin?" Mu Qing spread his hands and sighed. Sometimes, speaking the truth yields no belief. Suddenly, a chilling light ignited in his eyes, and dark energy began to seep from his body. A shadow of demonic form emerged, its chaotic chains fracturing into 20 pieces. With his hands clasped, Mu Qing bellowed, "Transform 1,000 hands into demons." Eternal Ice Seal. The demon shadow behind him swiftly expanded to a colossal size, possessing 1,000 arms, exuding an overwhelming aura of darkness, while a frigid chill enveloped the air. A mere demigod had not captured the attention of the divine beings until Mu Qing unleashed such astonishing might, causing their expressions to shift. "Impossible!" exclaimed the deity of the winged people. But before he could finish, he was transformed into an ice statue, the spirit clan deity beside him meeting the same fate. Succumbing to the encroaching cold, fiery wrath, the deity of the fire scale tribe unleashed a technique, summoning blazing flames to counteract some of the icy onslaught. Yet even so, half of his body succumbed to the chilling grasp. "My eyes, my left side, what kind of power is this?" He screamed in agony, experiencing an overwhelming cold. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 3 divine beings had perished. The remaining gods looked on in horror, unable to fathom that a demigod could unleash such terrifying power. The fire scale deity, his expression grim, summoned every ounce of divine strength, taking considerable time to expel the cold energy from his body. Mu Qing's expression remained placid as a black hole manifested at his heart, a devouring force consuming the divine cores of the spirit clan and the winged clan deities. This scene left the true gods of the fire scale clan and the insect clan aghast, as they realized that the human demigod before them was nothing short of a monstrous entity. In the blink of an eye, 2 beings of divine caliber were obliterated. Even the true god of the fire scale clan found himself on the brink of being encased in ice in an instant. "Who exactly are you?" The insect clan's true god bellowed, its massive form crackling with violent lightning. It finally accepted Mu Qing's earlier words. With Mu Qing's prowess, annihilating the insects on Mars was but a trivial task. The sheer disbelief that a human physique could harbor such terrifying power was overwhelming. From the rift in the sky, powerful divine energy surged forth, tearing the fabric of reality as 3 blood-colored figures emerged. Another trio of true gods had descended. Clearly, these 3 were of the same lineage, each adorned with a pair of horns and enveloped in an aura of slaughter. They were the true gods of the Azura clan. The leader among them exuded the most formidable presence, having reached the late stage of true godhood, while the 2 flanking him were at the mid-stage. "Which race do you belong to? Could it be from a top-tier lineage?" inquired the late-stage Azura true god, evidently believing that Mu Qing had been possessed by an entity from a prestigious race. The other true gods were momentarily taken aback, then enlightened. The human bloodline was not even lowly enough to produce a demigod, let alone of being capable of wielding a human form to slay true gods. Surely, such power could only belong to a formidable entity from a top-tier race. Mu Qing chuckled, surprised that these true gods would mistake him for a member of a supreme lineage. To be honest, your arrival is quite timely. Perhaps today, I shall utilize your lives to achieve true demonic ascendance. The demonic energy surrounding Mu Qing intensified, casting a shadow over the sky. Be cautious. He possesses a peculiar power with immense destructive and annihilative capabilities. Warned the insect clan true god. The three Azura true gods fixed their gaze upon Mu Qing, their bloodthirsty divine energy surging. Suddenly, a torrent of demonic energy erupted, enveloping the starry expanse for thousands of miles. Where's this place? The gods exclaimed in shock. Only the late-stage Azura seemed to grasp something, his eyes widening in horror. This is a realm only emperors could possess. The other gods gasped, Emperor. This is a level that only the patriarch of a top-tier race can attain. Within the starry demonic realm, Mu Qing's demonic energy swelled even further, his being seemingly merging with the myriad demonic shadows behind him. Previously, the starry demonic realm was but a nascent form, lacking significant augmentation. But now it had greatly amplified Mu Qing's strength. In this demonic domain, 9,000 brilliant stars shone. Standing within this realm, Mu Qing radiated boundless demonic energy, feeling as if he were a sovereign. Crack! A field of purple bamboo manifested, enveloping all, followed by a tempest of lightning bursting forth. Yin-yang thunder tribulation, 5 elements thunder tribulation, and so forth. The true god of the fire scale clan's countenance shifted drastically, his body nearly shattered by the onslaught of thunder. Yet, no one came to his aid. The Zerg true god struggled for survival, relying on its innate affinity for lightning to withstand the tempest of thunder within the violet bamboo grove. In contrast, the 3 true gods of the Azura race sustained minimal injuries. A late-stage Azura summoned a blood-red palace that absorbed the onslaught of lightning strikes. Save me! The true god of the fire scale tribe bellowed. His form shattered as a thunderbolt descended, obliterating a significant portion of his body. Yet, before he could receive aid from the Zerg or Azura true gods, a shadow suddenly materialized before him. A sinister blade descended, cleaving him in twain. Devour the demon heart. Mu Qing seized the fire scale true god's divine core, placing it against his own heart as a black hole consumed it. Boom. This marked the 3rd divine core Mu Qing had absorbed. The demonic energy surged within his heart, radiating outward into the surrounding space. What manner of creature is this? The Zerg true god exclaimed in horror, its face paling as it beheld a terrifying demonic shadow approaching with a menacing blade. Waves of lightning erupted from its body as it sought to flee, only to find itself ensnared by an unseen force of spatial power. Blood-red heavens. Mu Qing swung his blade, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy, claiming yet another divine life. He seized the divine core, the black hole in his heart manifesting once more to devour it. Suddenly, the demonic energy surrounding Mu Qing thickened, spreading like an ocean of radiant darkness. Chapter 476. Emperor of the Stars, Xian Rue. What is this power? It is far more terrifying than our Azura divine force. Even the divine power within me is suppressed. The late-stage Azura retreated discreetly. In an instant, a chilling aura enveloped the area, prompting the 3 Azura true gods to become exceedingly vigilant, swiftly evading the impending danger. Yet, in the next moment, Mu Qing, wielding his demonic blade, executed a horizontal strike, cleaving the mid-stage Azura in half. Devour the demon heart. Mu Qing claimed yet another divine core, absorbing its power, and his demonic energy erupted forth in full force. The demon heart represented the path he envisioned towards becoming a true demon. In truth, Mu Qing had already undergone complete demonic transformation, destined to ascend to divinity. However, due to the destruction of his original heart, he was compelled to substitute it with a heart of an immortal. This heart lacked demonic essence, and it was precisely because this immortal heart was the only part of him devoid of demonic energy that he reached the peak of half-demon yet remained unable to transcend. Now, fueled by the power of multiple divine cores, he transformed that energy into demonic essence, enabling his heart to fully embody demonic energy, evolving into a demon heart. Breakthrough. True demon. Amidst the boundless demonic energy, Mu Qing roared skyward, and with his roar, dark clouds gathered, unleashing a torrent of terrifying thunder tribulations. At this moment, all the powerful beings across the earth turned their gazes to this spot, their attention wholly fixated on Mu Qing. The true gods of various races descended, and despair was etched on the faces of many. However, it was then that Mu Qing emerged, followed by the true deity of the Azura clan, resulting in the fall of 5 divine beings. The onlookers in the Tianyu Palace were left utterly astonished as one divine figure after another plummeted from the heavens. Thunderous roars echoed as the heavenly tribulations struck down upon Mu Qing, yet they were but a mere annoyance to him. In his state of thousand hands transformation, his defenses surpassed even those he wielded during the Titan body technique. Perish! Mu Qing braved the heavenly tribulations and charged towards the true Azura deity, brandishing his demonic blade with a decisive strike that resonated with the weight of the universe. With a resounding crash, the space was obliterated. The late-stage true deity of the Azura coughed blood, while the mid-stage true deity was entirely shattered. The disparity between realms of divine beings is exceedingly vast, akin to the difference between clouds and mud. Mu Qing's current might transcended the late stage of divine beings, yet he remained beneath the pinnacle. His assaults could perhaps be endured by the late-stage true deity of the Azura, but the mid-stage counterpart lacked such resilience and was effortlessly vanquished by the blade's radiance. Annihilation thunder. As Mu Qing confronted the late-stage true deity of the Azura, he suddenly summoned the thunder pool, which voraciously consumed all the heavenly tribulations. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have needed to exert considerable effort to eliminate the late-stage true deity before him, which would have posed a challenge. However, now, harnessing the power of the thunder pool, he was far more formidable than during his battle with the soul-seizing blade, effortlessly engulfing the entirety of the heavenly tribulations. Boom! An unceasing cacophony erupted from the thunder pool, as torrents of annihilation thunder surged forth, cascading down upon the late-stage true deity of the Azura. In an instant, a terrifying energy exploded outward, leaving the late-stage true deity with no opportunity for escape. With Mu Qing's mastery over spatial laws, combined with the amplified power within this starry demonic realm, he could effectively restrain the late-stage true deity for a fleeting moment. For beings of their caliber, even a single breath could be fatal. When the late-stage true deity of the Azura finally comprehended his predicament, the myriad annihilation thunders had already encircled him, detonating with ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. A relentless series of explosions resonated, echoing for an extended period. Mu Qing harnessed the power of space amidst the terrifying explosions, seizing the divine core of his adversary and consuming it. Upon acquiring the divine core of the late-stage true deity, he absorbed its essence, and an overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted from his being. His heartbeat thundered, akin to an enchanting demonic melody. True demon. A tremendous force erupted from within Mu Qing, breaking through the confines of his cultivation and reaching the realm of true demon. He could perceive the power coursing through his entire being, converging into his heart, which grew increasingly formidable, akin to a boundless black hole. Deities possess divine cores imbued with profound divine might, while immortals are defined by their celestial embryos, steeped in unfathomable mysteries. Yet, what Mu Qing possessed was a demonic heart. The deities of various clans are hardly distinguishable from this. Mu Qing's lips curved into a subtle smile, as within his celestial domain, a myriad of stars shimmered resplendently. Congratulations on breaking through to the true demon. Suddenly, Sheng Linger approached him, her cultivation nearing the divine realm, her aura increasingly ethereal. We, the disciples of the Taiwa Palace, have already issued warnings to the various clans. I trust they will no longer descend upon Earth. After all, officially, you are a disciple of the Taiwa Palace, and thus, the treasures and legacies rightfully belong to our esteemed palace. She informed Mu Qing that the crisis on Earth had been nearly resolved. Sheng Linger appeared somewhat astonished. In her original conception, Mu Qing would have relied on the strength of the Taiwa Palace to contend against the true gods of various clans. However, in reality, the Taiwa Palace had not even needed to intervene, as Mu Qing had resolved all matters independently. The Taiwa Palace had merely issued a verbal warning. I sense that soon I shall face the divine tribulation, and once I ascend to divinity, I can proceed to the Taiwa Palace. There, being a true god is merely the beginning. To transcend to higher realms, one must depend on the formidable influence of our Taiyue Palace. Sheng Linger remarked. Mu Qing and Sheng Linger returned to the stars above Tianyu Palace, where Mu Qing consolidated his true demon realm while Sheng Linger prepared for her thunder tribulation. On that day, a peak true god descended, appearing as a middle-aged man, resembling a cultured scholar. Mu Qing was stirred. The opponent's power was formidable, prompting him to directly enter the thousand-hand transformation, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy. Wait, this is a true god from our Taiyue Palace. Although we are not from the same faction, our relationship is rather amicable. Sheng Linger quickly interjected to stop Mu Qing. She had witnessed the scholarly man's strength before. He was undoubtedly a half-step to the celestial god, exceedingly powerful, though Mu Qing had just recently broken through. The might of the true demon far surpassed that of gods and immortals. With his current strength, he could indeed contend with a peak true god. Should a conflict arise between the two, it would likely devastate Tianyu Palace. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing nodded, dissipating the demonic energy surrounding him, having momentarily mistaken the arrival for another true god from the clans. So, you are the prodigious Mu Qing of Earth? Although we have not previously met, your aura feels remarkably familiar, little junior brother. The scholarly man emphasized the last three words, gazing at Mu Qing with a knowing smile. Mu Qing furrowed his brow, sensing a hidden implication behind the man's words. What are you saying, Xian Rui? Mu Qing is a disciple accepted by my master. He is my little junior brother. Sheng Linger stood protectively in front of Mu Qing, clarifying that she and Xian Rui were not of the same master. However, Xian Rui merely shook his head with a smile, saying, the term little junior brother that I refer to carries a different connotation than the one you imply. This statement left Mu Qing and Sheng Linger momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the absurdity of his words. After all, little junior brother could hardly mean anything else. At that moment, an explosive roar echoed in Mu Qing's ears. It's him. It truly is him. I can't believe he hasn't perished. Startled by the sudden outburst, Mu Qing discreetly transmitted a message to the Elder II. What is happening? Do you know this Xian Rui? How could I not recognize him? He has already identified you. He is the Star Emperor, one of the former disciples of the celestial god of the starry sky. The esteemed Tu Lao exclaimed, his excitement palpable, as he was unexpectedly reunited with an acquaintance at this moment. In the past, during the great conflict between the Starry Sky dynasty and the Celestial Court, the former was ultimately annihilated. Each disciple of the Starry Sky deity was of the emperor level, and many perished in battle against the Celestial Court's immortal emperors, with several others remaining in a state of mysterious slumber. Tu Lao informed Mu Qing that the individual before them, Xian Rui, was indeed the Starry Emperor. Although his appearance and name had transformed, the aura and essence he emanated were unmistakably identical to that of the Starry Emperor. Moreover, it was evident from the earlier address of Mu Qing as junior brother by the Starry Emperor that his identity was unmistakable. How could the Starry Emperor have ascended to the pinnacle of true divinity? Mu Qing pondered with curiosity. Tu Lao, equally perplexed, replied that this was a matter to be addressed directly with Xian Rui. The Starry Emperor had once battled an immortal emperor of the Celestial Court and subsequently vanished. Tu Lao was unaware of the trials he had endured. Saint Linger, might you excuse us? I have matters to discuss with my junior brother. Xian Rui stated with a gentle smile, yet his tone bore an undeniable authority that brooked no refusal. Saint Linger hesitated before her starlit form flickered and vanished without a trace, displaced by an unseen force. Mu Qing was taken aback. Saint Linger had been removed by a power of celestial origin, yet he sensed no spatial energy manifesting. This is the art of celestial transposition. Should you wish to learn, I can impart this knowledge to you, Xian Rui offered with a smile. However, Mu Qing shook his head, responding, I have embarked on a different path, seeking to forge my own divine abilities. Xian Rui nodded, his curiosity piqued, inquiring, having received the complete legacy of our master, you should be cultivating the starry path, integrating all cosmic bloodline arts. Why, then, have you diverged? I perceive no celestial power within you. He was more formidable than the divine honored one, with boundless potential, having merged the powers of the immortal and the divine to create the arcane. The figure of Tu Lao materialized. Tu Lao. Xian Rui bowed respectfully, clearly acknowledging Tu Lao's esteemed position among the disciples of the Starry Sky deity. Tu Lao waved his hand dismissively, stating, such formalities are unnecessary. I am no longer the Azura Emperor of your but merely an artifact spirit now. Chapter 477, The Palace of the Great Moon. Tu Lao continued. But you, where is the cultivation you once possessed as a great emperor? How is it that you now stand at the pinnacle of true divinity? Xian Rui shook his head, a hint of bitterness crossing his features. In my time, I clashed with the immortal emperors of the celestial court. Who could have foreseen the emergence of another immortal emperor? Although I vanquished both, I sustained irreparable injuries, my soul fragmented. It was only in recent years that I seized the body of a disciple of the Palace of the Great Moon, allowing my consciousness to awaken. His words, though casually spoken, caused both Mu Qing and Tu Lao to flinch. To single-handedly confront two immortal emperors and emerge victorious was a testament to terrifying strength. I initially sensed a disturbance from the fruit of the starry path, becoming aware of certain events on Earth. I knew the celestial map of 10,000 realms had chosen you, my junior brother, and intended to come and protect you in secret. Yet, I did not anticipate your strength to surpass my expectations. Xian Rui remarked, looking at Mu Qing with satisfaction and pride. You flatter me, Mu Qing replied modestly. My initial concern was that some individuals might discern your true identity and harbor ill intentions towards you. After all, our celestial empire has fallen for so many years, and others would display nothing but greed, rather than fear, towards our legacy. Xian Rui's expression darkened, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. Mu Qing was taken aback. Indeed, the former celestial emperor's aura of menace was awe-inspiring. At that moment, Sheng Linger returned, her demeanor fierce as she exclaimed, Xian Rui, why did you send me so far away? Was it merely for me to make a futile trip? Xian Rui's murderous intent suddenly dissipated, his countenance transforming into one of serene elegance, filled with mirth. However, it seems I was mistaken. You have actually forged an entirely new cultivation system. Even when standing before those in the heavenly court, they would be oblivious to the fact that you are a disciple of a revered master. This thought was conveyed secretly from Xian Rui to Mu Qing, while he maintained a cheerful demeanor. Half a year later, Mu Qing bid farewell to his parents and former companions, embarking on a journey to the Federation to meet with the organization, as well as to say goodbye to Mo Cheng and Gaiwan. Subsequently, he stepped into Qingqing Mountain, which was no longer a desolate wilderness. It thrived with life. With disciples diligently practicing hidden cultivation, many of whom had already reached the ranks of kings, and some even possessed extraordinary abilities. Captain, or rather, I should address you as Master Tianshi, Mu Qing greeted Pingy, his gaze falling upon a robust young man who happened to be his former captain from the Yan Huang organization. I am aware of your circumstances. Go forth without concern. I shall guard the earth in your stead. Ping Yi grinned broadly, having attained the status of Master Tianshi of Qingqing Mountain, with his strength reaching that of a semi-immortal. Indeed, a semi-immortal, not a demigod. Folklore suggests that the Master Tianshi of Qingqing Mountain is an immortal, and this is indeed true. Throughout history, the masters have cultivated immortal essence, with several having achieved true immortality. Mu Qing nodded and departed. He arrived at the former stronghold of the insect clan, now desolate and deserted, where Sheng Linger and Xian Rui awaited him. Today marked the day Sheng Linger would undergo her divine tribulation, and upon succeeding and attaining true divinity, she would return to the Taiyue Palace, with Mu Qing naturally accompanying her. My primary mission on Earth is to assist you in overcoming the lightning tribulation, Xian Rui declared, forming seals with his hands. Streams of starlight materialized, coalescing into a grand array. Entering this formation will enhance your success rate by 30%, he proclaimed with a smile. However, Sheng Linger regarded him with disdain, asserting, a mere 30% increase? You are utterly useless. I do not require your assistance. My junior disciple will naturally aid me. Xian Rui was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. An improvement of 30% in success rate is already quite substantial. A coveted aspiration for an ordinary semi-divine being. Sheng Linger, a prodigy in her own right, possessed considerable confidence in her ability to navigate the divine tribulation. At that moment, she gestured towards Mu Qing, casting a challenging glance at Xian Rui. Wipe your eyes and observe closely, she declared, summoning the divine tribulation. The heavens rumbled incessantly, dark clouds swirling ominously. Yet, she stood motionless, not even a trace of divine power being summoned. Xin Rui furrowed his brow, perplexed, only to be astonished as Mu Qing wryly produced a thunder pool. Suddenly, An overwhelming force surged forth. Before the divine tribulation could unleash its lightning, it was entirely consumed by the thunder pool, vanquished before it even began. The fruit of the thunder Tao, indeed. Xinrui, once a figure of imperial stature, discerned the power of Mu Qing's thunder pool as that of the thunder Tao fruit. No, it transcended the mere essence of the thunder Tao fruit. It had undergone a transformation. He was secretly astonished, and soon witnessed Mu Qing using the thunder pool to devour the entirety of Sheng Linger's divine tribulation. In a mere moment, Sheng Linger effortlessly traversed the divine tribulation, emanating a potent aura, reaching the initial stage of true divinity. Mu Qing's thunder pool was no trivial matter. It could consume ordinary thunder tribulations, and even some formidable ones. However, it would falter against someone like Qing Tian. Each bolt of lightning he summoned was akin to a peak immortal's full-force strike. Even with the thunder pool, Mu Qing could only absorb a fraction of the thunder. Didn't you say your farewells? What more is there to discuss? Days later, Mu Qing and his companions appeared outside Hangzhou City, where Sheng Linger gazed at him in confusion. Mu Qing shook his head. I did not come to bid farewell, but to resolve the last lingering threat on Earth. A lingering threat? Both Xinrui and Sheng Linger were filled with curiosity. All clans had received warnings from the Taiwa Palace, and its higher-ups had declared to the cosmos that Earth was now under the dominion of the Taiwa Palace. Even the most formidable races would be met with annihilation. What threat could possibly remain? You will see for yourselves. Mu Qing inhaled deeply, pointing towards Hangzhou City. There, a dense white mist enveloped the area, creating an eerie silence. Something is indeed amiss. With my peak, true divinity, I can barely discern half of this city. Xinrui's expression grew grave. This was highly unusual. Sheng Linger nodded, having also sensed the anomaly. Even the peak, true divinity Xinrui could only perceive half of the city. Her own perception was even more limited. There is a being known as the cursed spirit, whom I nearly vanquished once. It is a remnant of a divine entity skilled in curses. Mu Qing's face turned serious, and he activated the dragon leap technique, summoning a fierce wind that swept through the area. The white mist surrounding Hangzhou City finally dissipated. Mu Qing furrowed his brow, his pupils constricting as he discovered that the cursed spirit was not within the city, nor was the cursed flower to be found. Jinzhou Yin's whereabouts were unknown. The entire Hangzhou City lay in ruins, marked by a mysterious force and traces of thunder tribulation. Mu Qing was taken aback. Xinrui stroked his chin thoughtfully. It appears, little junior brother, that your journey may have been in vain. There indeed was a peculiar existence here, as evidenced by the remnants of power. It is neither divine nor immortal, and certainly not your demon. Based on the traces of thunder tribulation, it seems the being that once resided here has already transcended the tribulation and departed. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qing felt a wave of pressure. The existence of the cursed flower and the cursed spirit was exceedingly strange. Let us depart. Mu Qing, along with Sheng Linger and Xinrui, searched diligently and confirmed that both the cursed spirit and the cursed flower were indeed missing. They then resolved to proceed to the Taiwa Palace. Xinrui produced a talisman that shimmered brilliantly, transforming into a portal. This is a star domain teleportation talisman. Through this, we can directly reach the Taiwa Palace. Xinrui proclaimed. Without hesitation, the three stepped inside. As they traversed the portal, Mu Qing felt enveloped by a formidable force, as if a fleeting moment had transcended into years. The dazzling light was blinding, and Mu Qing soon realized he was no longer on Earth. He had arrived on another celestial body, teeming with people of immense power, where demigods were commonplace, and true gods mingled freely. On this star, there loomed an incredibly vast palace, the Taiwa Palace. Here, beings of true god status were merely disciples. I shall take you to meet my master, Sheng Linger exclaimed eagerly, pulling Mu Qing along. Observing this, Xinrui could only shake his head, then smiled at Mu Qing, saying, Junior apprentice, continue to cultivate diligently. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, feel free to seek me at the Wansingtang. Mu Qing nodded, unable to express his gratitude before Sheng Linger whisked him away. My master is an elder of the Taiwa Palace, a peak divine emperor, just a step away from becoming a divine sovereign. Sheng Linger introduced as they walked. The Taiwa Palace was immense, filled with various structures, and it was evident that Sheng Linger held a high status, as passing true gods greeted her with respect. They arrived at a secluded building. Linger, you've returned? Came an aged voice, and an elderly man with a stooped figure approached, leaning on a cane. "Master, I have brought Mu Qing back," Linger announced joyfully. Mu Qing scrutinized the old man before him, frowning slightly as he sensed that the elder was merely at the pinnacle of true godhood. Do not be astonished. This frail body of mine is but a manifestation of my consciousness from years past. Repeated exertions have diminished my power." The elder seemed to read Mu Qing's thoughts and explained with a smile. "Having lived for so long, I have long forgotten my name. But others call me the Elder of Longevity. You may simply address me as Master. Regarding your matters, Linger has informed me of everything. Rest assured, you may cultivate here without concern. Nothing will transpire on Earth. Furthermore, concerning your creation of a unique cultivation system, I have kept that confidential and have not disclosed it to the higher echelons of the Taiwa Palace, for I fear that others may harbor ill intentions towards you." The Elder of Longevity chuckled. Linger stood by and added, "Master possesses the peak strength of a divine emperor, ruling over many stars, while his true form is in seclusion on the Longevity Star, preparing to break through to divine sovereign. Above the celestial being is the divine emperor, a realm where one reigns as the sovereign among gods, with few able to ascend further. Celestial beings can typically govern a single star, while divine emperors command dozens of them. As for the higher realm, the divine sovereign can dominate an entire star domain, encompassing hundreds of stars. Although you were born on Earth and your lineage has not reached the lowest tier, within our Taiwa Palace, there exists no comparison of bloodlines. I shall send you to the blood pool to refine your inner essence, merging the power within you into your bloodline, thus elevating it to the lower tier." The Elder of Longevity extended his staff, pointing it towards Mu Qing. Before Mu Qing could comprehend the situation, he found himself before a pool of blood. However, this pool bore no foul scent. Instead, it was an intense crimson, reminiscent of blood. "Is this the blood pool?" Mu Qing was abruptly transported here, utterly unprepared. He harbored no ill intentions towards you, and this blood pool is capable of guiding the demonic energy within you into your bloodline, leading to a complete transformation of your bloodline's power to the lower tier. Consequently, as a human from Earth, upon reaching this realm, the entire lineage will ascend, and all bloodlines will undergo a transformation. Elder 2 communicated this to Mu Qing. Nodding in agreement, Mu Qing felt reassured by Elder 2's words. Believing that no harm would come to him, he leaped into the blood pool, and indeed, waves of mysterious energy surged into his body. Mu Qing realized that this enigmatic energy could neither be absorbed nor refined, nor could it remain within him. It merely guided the demonic energy within him into his bloodline, subsequently dissipating through the pores of his skin. Simultaneously, on Earth, all humans sensed peculiar changes within themselves. Their cultivation speed had significantly accelerated. Those who believed they had exhausted their potential, thinking they would remain stagnant for life, suddenly found themselves making unexpected breakthroughs. This was a collective elevation of the bloodline power of humanity. As Mu Qing embraced the demonic path, his realm mirrored that of deities and immortals, enabling the ascension of his race's bloodline. Months later, Mu Qing abruptly opened his eyes within the blood pool, his face alight with joy, aware that his power had invisibly increased due to the enhancement of his bloodline. Now, not only he, but all of humanity possessed lower-tier bloodlines, with accelerated cultivation speeds. Should humanity witness the emergence of a second deity, the bloodline would undergo further sublimation. Moreover, once Mu Qing transcended to the realm of the heavenly demon, his bloodline would ascend once more. Excellent. A surge of power enveloped him, and Mu Qing soon found himself within the palace of the Elder of Longevity, who regarded him with a smile. As you are traversing a unique cultivation system, I cannot impart my teachings. Nevertheless, within Taiwa Palace, there are numerous places that could assist in your advancement, which Linger can show you, the Elder of Longevity remarked. He felt a sense of helplessness, for as a deity, he wished to impart some skills to his newly accepted disciple, only to discover that their cultivation systems were entirely disparate. Thus, he decided to observe for a while, curious to see how Mu Qing would develop. Chapter 478. The Chaotic Demon Refinement Body Within the Palace of the Elder of Longevity. Saint Linger desired to explore the Taiwa Palace with Mu Qing, yet he resolutely shook his head in decline. I must enter seclusion. Ever since my breakthrough to true demon, I have sensed a significant transformation within my body that requires careful contemplation, Mu Qing declared with a solemn expression. At present, he was traversing the path of demons, embracing an alternative cultivation system, thus necessitating a reliance predominantly on his own capabilities in his training endeavors. He requested a secluded chamber from Saint Linger and promptly entered into seclusion. Suddenly, the chaotic chains stirred. Mu Qing's gaze sharpened as demonic energy enveloped him, manifesting 100 ethereal chaotic chains. Once, this was a divine ability of the Titan clan, capable of unleashing extraordinary power beyond limits within a short span, albeit with dire repercussions. Furrowing his brow, Mu Qing perceived that these chaotic chains bore a repulsive force, failing to perfectly harmonize with the demonic energy coursing through him. This posed a grave dilemma. Taking a deep breath, he recalled that the unique ability of the starry sky returned to origin scripture was fusion. He could create demons. And in terms of integration, he surpassed even the starry sky deity. Since the chaotic chains in your body reject your demonic energy, why not forcibly fuse them together? Perhaps you might forge a divine ability, suggested Elder Tuesday. Mu Qing's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, his singular demonic divine ability was the thousand-hand transformation of demons. This transformation represented a state of explosive demonic energy, while the thousand-hand transformation was a fusion of the legacy of the great sage equal to heaven, dramatically amplifying Mu Qing's strength. If he could merge the great sage's legacy to create the thousand-hand transformation, surely he could also fuse the chaotic chains with his demonic energy to conjure yet another demonic divine ability. Thus, Mu Qing immersed himself in the demonic energy within. Operating the starry sky returned to origin scripture. At long last, it was accomplished. Months later, within the secluded chamber, Mu Qing's visage gleamed with joy. The chaotic chains had shattered completely, merging into his being, while the demonic energy surged wildly, forming intricate patterns. The chaotic demon refinement body. This was a demonic divine ability Mu Qing forged by merging the Titan clan's physique with the chaotic chains and demonic energy. However, although he was the originator of this divine ability, he had yet to fully master it, having merely scratched the surface. With a thunderous rumble, Mu Qing turned to the side, sensing a surge of divine tribulation power permeating the air. He understood that Elder Two was on the verge of a breakthrough. Currently, Elder Two existed as a spirit within a vessel, yet he was quite unique among spirit beings, akin to the celestial artifact clan within the treasure world, capable of self-cultivation. Moreover, Elder Two's true form was the star map of all realms, meaning that even if obliterated, he could resurrect within the star map, rendering him virtually immortal. Upon arriving at the Taiyue Palace, Elder Two's power had ascended to the pinnacle of demigod status, drawing forth divine tribulation. Though the force of the divine tribulation was formidable, Mu Qing swiftly summoned the thunder pool, devouring the entire tribulation. In the blink of an eye, the aura of the thunder tribulation within the secret chamber dissipated completely. Elder Two, observing the scene, nodded in satisfaction as a colossal energy surged from him, signaling his successful breakthrough to the realm of true God. A breakthrough to the pinnacle, no less. As Elder Two's presence continued to swell, reaching the peak of true God, he laughed heartily. The stellar map of 10,000 domains was originally a supreme artifact. Even in its damaged state, its power was sufficient to elevate my cultivation to a formidable level. His current strength was indeed extraordinary. The Kunpeng behemoth seemed poised to transcend as well. Mu Qing directed his gaze towards the vast expanse of the starry demon domain. The Thunder Path fruit had given rise to a purple bamboo grove within the domain, where the thunder pool typically nourished itself. The Kunpeng behemoth had remained submerged in the depths of the ocean. Mu Qing focused his vision, penetrating the entirety of the ocean, and discovered that the Kunpeng behemoth was in a state of slumber. This creature, once his blood spirit, had undergone a series of transformations, and now the power within it was gradually brewing. Once unleashed, it would likely rival Elder Two's strength. Months passed. Mu Qing had dedicated himself to cultivating in the secret chamber, significantly enhancing his prowess. Seated upon the ground, he was enveloped in swirling demonic energy. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of power emanated from within him, and a chaotic-hued celestial dragon roared forth, spiraling around his form, the chaos and demonic energy intertwining in perfect harmony. Grasping the chaotic celestial dragon, he was astonished to witness its roar transforming into a chain. Taking a deep breath, a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze. In truth, Even he had not anticipated that the demonic divine ability he had created, after such a lengthy period, would yield only a chaotic chain. This chain contained not mere chaotic energy, but chaotic demonic energy. The emergence of this chaotic demonic energy rendered his physical form immensely powerful, elevating him to unknown heights. Exiting the secret chamber, he fortuitously encountered Sheng Linger. "You have secluded yourself in the Taiwa Palace for so many days," she remarked discontentedly. Subsequently, she took his hand and led him out of the palace. "Let me tell you, the disciples of Taiwa Palace enjoy considerable freedom. Aside from the resources provided by the master, everything else must be fought for." Sheng Linger aimed to familiarize Mu Qing swiftly with the rules of Taiwa Palace. The palace had few regulations. Killing was permissible. If one coveted another's resources, they could even slay their opponent to seize them. Sheng Linger's expression grew serious. "Of course, this depends on the background of the other party. Generally, those with exceptional talent are taken as disciples by the powerful celestial beings or even divine emperors within Taiwa Palace. If you were to kill one of their disciples, they would undoubtedly seek retribution immediately." She imparted to Mu Qing various details about Taiwa Palace, where the law of the jungle prevailed. Only such rules could forge strength, even allowing those of inferior bloodlines to potentially unleash astonishing potential. Within the Taiwa Palace, numerous secret realms exist, each crafted by terrifying beings of the divine emperor level or even higher. These realms are filled with various treasures. However, the violence among disciples within is particularly severe. After all, the number of disciples in Taiwa Palace is countless, and the loss of 10,000 lives at once would hardly raise an eyebrow. Sheng Linger guided Mu Qing to a colossal structure nearby, where a grand formation was established, overseen by a divine being tasked with transporting individuals into the secret realms. At that moment, two figures suddenly appeared before Mu Qing, their auras overwhelmingly potent. One of them was adorned in crimson scales, with hair and eyes resembling flames. He emanated an aura akin to a volcano. Even without consciously unleashing his power, flames surged around him, deterring even the disciples of Taiwa Palace from approaching, their faces displaying palpable trepidation, including those at the true divine level. The other figure was robust, boasting 4 muscular arms, each bulging like coiled dragons. Merely gazing upon him instilled a sense of heart-pounding intensity. "You've been in seclusion for nearly a year since arriving at Taiwa Palace. Weren't you quite arrogant on Earth, where you slaughtered countless? Yet now, upon entering Taiwa Palace, you seem to have shrunk back, hiding within the longevity hall." Deng Kai, a genius from the mighty clan, reprimanded. Beside him, Yen Jiao from the Fire Scale clan sneered coldly, his expression somewhat malevolent. He and Deng Kai had received a task from their clan to teach Mu Qing a severe lesson for the massacre of their true divine members and many clansmen. In Yen Jiao's heart, a murderous intent surged. Should he succeed in eliminating Mu Qing, he might gain the favor of the clan's higher-ups and receive substantial rewards, bringing him closer to breaking through to the divine level. At that moment, disciples of Taiwa Palace nearby halted in their tracks, their gazes drawn to Yen Jiao and Deng Kai. In Taiwa Palace, the two held a certain degree of notoriety, and the onlookers were filled with curiosity regarding their intentions. Some, aware of their objectives, exhibited expressions of schadenfreude. "Have you heard? The recent significant event involved various clans, including the Shura clan, descending upon a place called Earth. The inhabitants there lack even the most basic bloodlines, yet they possess a treasure vault. This vault has piqued the interest of all clans. Logically, this should have led to fierce competition and conflict among them. But at that moment, a human prodigy emerged, annihilating all members of the clans, leaving no true divine alive." The disciples of Taiwa Palace gasped in astonishment. Such a person exists? A mere earthling without a lowly bloodline managed to slay even the deities of the Shura clan? This is utterly absurd. One disciple shook his head in disbelief, clearly finding the tale outrageous. "It is indeed true. The various races have issued a wanted proclamation, intending to eliminate that earthling. It stands to reason that these races must possess celestial beings, if that earthling's power is indeed formidable enough to indiscriminately slay true gods. Why not directly dispatch a celestial being?" Some questioned. Many were incredulous, unable to fathom that a mere individual lacking even a basic bloodline could pose such a challenge to the great races. Those knowledgeable of the situation shook their heads, stating, "It is not as simple as you perceive. For intermediate races, a celestial being is either the patriarch or an elder. They would not act so readily. Moreover, the primary reason these races refrain from attacking Earth is their trepidation of our Taiwa Palace. What does this have to do with our Taiwa Palace? A group nearby looked utterly bewildered. The individual chuckled, pointing towards the approaching Mu Qing, and said, "Because that earthling has joined our Taiwa Palace. Look, that is him. His name is Mu Qing, a true god who has wreaked havoc upon various races on Earth, and he has caught the eye of the Elder of Longevity, who has taken him as a disciple." Suddenly, all eyes turned to Mu Qing, the Elder of Longevity. I recall, he is a divine emperor within our Taiwa Palace. Typically understated, yet he governs over a dozen stars. Disciples of Taiwa Palace are certainly acquainted with the Elder of Longevity, a divine emperor. That is a realm attained by the patriarchs of advanced races. Feeling the weight of so many gazes upon him, Mu Qing furrowed his brow slightly, surprised that trouble would find him even within Taiwa Palace. Beside him, Sheng Linger chuckled, somewhat gleeful at his predicament, saying, "The Taiwa Palace never considers lineage when accepting disciples. At times, even talent is overlooked, which naturally results in a multitude of individuals from various races. On Earth, Mu Qing slaughtered many races. And now that these races' formidable beings have learned of his arrival at Taiwa Palace, they naturally wish to come and teach him a lesson. The decree from Taiwa Palace to the various races to refrain from approaching Earth does not equate to forbidding them from confronting Mu Qing. Although Mu Qing's current master is the Elder of Longevity, a reprimand is still permissible, as long as Mu Qing is not killed, merely maimed. The Elder of Longevity would not intervene. "You wish to kill me?" Mu Qing's gaze fell upon the two individuals before him. He discerned that one hailed from the Fire Scale clan and the other from the Giant Strength clan. Two true gods at their peak. Mu Qing murmured softly, instantly perceiving their formidable prowess, both emanating an overwhelming aura. Boom! A sea of flames erupted as the two figures advanced toward Mu Qing, their energy waves sweeping outward. The atmosphere charged with the presence of two peak true gods. "We have been waiting for you for a long time, Mu Qing." Deng Kai of the Giant Strength clan spoke loudly, his voice resonating like thunder, echoing far and wide. "To be frank, as peak true gods on the brink of ascending to celestial status, we should not intertwine with a lowly earthling of inferior bloodline and realm. However, we had no choice. Our clan's higher-ups summoned us here." The glint of murderous intent lingered in Yanjiu's eyes. "I am well aware that you harbor numerous secrets. Should you divulge these secrets to us, perhaps we might spare you." Deng Kai's massive form approached Mu Qing, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Mu Qing's lips curled slightly as he spoke. "I shall eradicate both of your races, whether they be demigods or true gods. I initially anticipated that you would be filled with trepidation, yet here you are, foolishly rushing to your demise." Upon hearing this, Yanjiu and his companions' expressions darkened as they rebuked him. "What did you say?" "It's nothing, merely that I am currently disinterested in engaging with you," Mu Qing replied, shaking his head as he turned to approach the portal to the secret realm, his curiosity piqued. "You seek death," roared the irascible Deng Kai, charging forward. A glint of cold light flashed in Mu Qing's eyes as he prepared to retaliate. However, at that moment, an unexpected disturbance rippled through the starry void domain. Roar! In an instant, the space beside Mu Qing shattered, and the expressions of everyone present transformed as they were met with a roar akin to that of a primordial beast. "What is that sound?" All were momentarily stunned, and then the spatial fabric began to collapse, a terrifying force surging forth, as if the very heavens and earth were on the verge of disintegration. This spectacle even caught the attention of the divine overseer stationed at the secret realm's portal, who turned his gaze towards the commotion. The portal involved spatial manipulation, and now an exceedingly dreadful spatial power was surging, causing him to become increasingly vigilant. In that moment, a colossal spatial vortex manifested beside Mu Qing, emitting the ferocious roars of ancient beasts, and the nearby space quivered violently, altering the faces of those present. Boom! A terrifying wave erupted, a deluge sweeping forth and extinguishing the sea of flames conjured by Yanjiu. The disciples of Taiwa Palace gazed in astonishment at the spatial vortex, clearly awestruck by the formidable aura emanating from within. The eyes of Yanjiu and Deng Kai narrowed sharply. They could sense this presence was immensely powerful, at least equal to their own, undoubtedly a peak true god's aura. Isn't Mu Qing merely at the initial stage of true godhood? What accounts for this overwhelming aura? Yan Zhou's expression grew grim, as this presence indeed struck fear into their hearts. Only Mu Qing understood the true identity of this aura's owner. A slight smile graced his lips as his intended actions faltered. Roar! The earth-shattering roar reverberated, and under the horrified gazes of all present, a colossal silhouette emerged from the spatial vortex, instantly shattering the surrounding space and inundating the area with a torrent of water. What is that? Many disciples of Taiyue Palace stood in a daze, staring at the gigantic creature before them. This massive figure was none other than the Kunping beast. It loomed like a cloud that obscured the sky, its golden eyes radiating coldness and ruthlessness as it glided through the waters, tearing apart the very fabric of space. Its body adorned with profound runes embodying the ultimate understanding of spatial principles. Kunping. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically as disciples of Taiyue Palace. While they may not have truly witnessed a Kunping, most were nonetheless familiar with its legendary existence. The Kunping, each one a formidable force, is inherently endowed with the powers of water and space. Although the Kunping clan is scant in number, there is no doubt that their bloodline is among the most elite. Why has this colossal Kunping appeared here, aiding Mu Qing? This perplexity enveloped everyone present. Originally, Deng Kai of the Giant Force clan possessed a physique of considerable magnitude. Yet the emergence of the Kunping made him seem diminutive, as they were clearly not of the same caliber. At the pinnacle of true godhood, Mu Qing gazed upon the slumbering Kunping, which had awakened after a prolonged rest, unleashing its immense power, a tempestuous aura radiating outward, leaving all in awe. The Kunping, enveloped in the energies of water and space, approached Mu Qing, akin to a protective canopy, its golden eyes, imbued with a savage essence, sweeping across the surroundings. The audacity of today's youth is striking. To have tamed a Kunping of such magnitude, the celestial guarding the secret realm's portal observed discreetly. Taken aback by the sight of the Kunping, its expression shifting to one of envy. TCH, PS stealing the spotlight again. Holy Spirit Air remarked disdainfully. Suddenly, the Kunping emitted a thunderous roar, its golden eyes radiating a menacing glare, as the surrounding space began to collapse at an alarming rate. Instinctively, everyone recoiled. The combat prowess of a Kunping at the pinnacle of true godhood is immeasurable. Although both Yan Zhou and Deng Kai were at the same level, their combined efforts might still fall short against the Kunping. As attention shifted back to Mu Qing, curiosity was etched upon many faces. Who is this individual at the early stage of true godhood, capable of commanding a Kunping at the apex of true godhood in battle? Such fortune is overwhelming. Whispers spread among the crowd. Of course, he is a disciple of the Longevity Elder. Who is the Longevity Elder, you ask? A divine emperor. It is said that he has lived for an unfathomable time, even surpassing some divine emperors. A disciple of such a figure naturally possesses extraordinary talents. Initially, the onlookers relished the prospect of Mu Qing receiving a lesson, but the presence of the Kunping as his companion was entirely unforeseen. Now, their expressions of schadenfreude shifted towards Yan Zhou and Deng Kai. Old Tu observed from within the myriad celestial realm, nodding in satisfaction as he appraised the Kunping. The Kunping clan has historically produced divine beings. Despite their limited numbers, each member is nearly monstrous in capability. The starry beasts under the command of the celestial emperor of the cosmos could not compare to Mu Qing's Kunping. At that moment, Yan Zhou and Deng Kai wore grim visages, caught in a dilemma. Truth be told, they were reluctant to engage in battle with such a behemoth. Yet their pride forbade a retreat. Suddenly, Deng Kai clenched his teeth and declared, "I will hold off this Kunping. You deal with that fellow." Yan Zhou glanced at him and promptly nodded, his form vanishing in a flash, tearing through the air as he surged towards Mu Qing, exclaiming, "Do not think that obtaining the treasures of the vault grants you free reign. You have slain so many of our kin. Even if our clan cannot contend with you, the Azura clan will undoubtedly seek your demise." Yan Zhou bellowed. Roar! The colossal Kunping stood resolutely before Mu Qing, its golden eyes fixated on Yan Zhou. An overwhelming aura emanating from its being, akin to an apocalyptic tempest. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed as Yan Zhou's assault was thwarted. The massive silhouette of the Kunping cast a shadow that obscured the heavens, its malevolent energy suffusing the sky, while the surrounding space was violently torn apart. Deng Kai let out a thunderous roar, his physique swelling dramatically. Though he still could not rival the Kunping, he expanded to 10 times his former size. a verdant light radiating from him, reminiscent of bronze forged with might. In an instant, his robust arm struck out toward the Kunping. The Kunping unleashed a torrent of water from its maw, a deafening sound reverberating as visible waves of energy surged forth, wildly undulating, causing the nearby space to hum and fissures to appear in the ground. The aftershocks of the battle swept through the area like a cataclysmic storm, startling the disciples of the Taiwa Palace, who hastily retreated to maintain their distance. Bang! Deng Kai's figure was sent reeling, barely managing to steady himself, nearly toppling over. Blood now trickling from his arm. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes shone with a fierce crimson light, as if refusing to yield. He charged once more at the Kunping. Roar! This time, the Kunping emitted a ferocious roar, its gaping maw unleashing unimaginable turbulence in the space surrounding Deng Kai, which was swiftly torn asunder. In an instant, the very fabric of space shattered with the Kunping's roar, cracks appearing all over Deng Kai's body, blood gushing forth. The clash between the Kunping and Deng Kai was overwhelmingly one-sided. Despite both being at the pinnacle of the true god realm, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Alas, the difference between a mid-tier bloodline and a supreme bloodline is simply incomparable. The deity observing from the shadows sighed. Although entities like the Taiwa Palace, which transcends the pinnacle races, maintain a relatively low threshold for recruitment, even admitting those of inferior bloodlines. The higher-ups of Taiwa Palace have always championed the idea that even beings of lesser bloodlines can reach astonishing heights if their potential is unleashed. However, witnessing the battle between Deng Kai and the Kunping, the deity shook his head. The gap in bloodline strength was so vast that even at the same realm, the disparity in power was undeniable. Indeed, bloodline remains critically significant. Boom. While Deng Kai was being mercilessly overwhelmed, Yanjiu approached Mu Qing. An immense surge of fiery divine power erupting from within, instantly enveloping the surroundings in a terrifying blaze. This force was significantly more potent than that of an ordinary true god at the pinnacle. Seeing Yanjiu, who had nearly transformed into a blazing god of war, Mu Qing's brow furrowed slightly. Although he outwardly appeared to be at the early stage of the true god realm, Yanjiu was evidently exerting his full strength, intent on eliminating him. Do you need my assistance? Tu Lao transmitted to Mu Qing. He, too, stood at the pinnacle of true divinity and had been itching to strike ever since his breakthrough. At this moment, he yearned to confront Yanjiu. However, Mu Qing shook his head and replied, "Allow me to handle this myself. I wish to demonstrate my true prowess to the various true gods lurking in the shadows. Their incessant meddling has become quite tiresome. You have chosen a commendable master, with the Elder of Longevity as your support. We, from the intermediate races, are indeed unqualified to take your life. Yet, the Azura clan is different. They harbor the pride of once being a top-tier race, and they will undoubtedly seek to eliminate you." Yanjiu roared, his hands radiating a fierce brilliance. In a swift motion, a violent flame coalesced into a spear in his palm, thrusting it menacingly towards Mu Qing. Boom! The fiery spear surged forth with tremendous force. In an instant, a torrent of demonic energy enveloped Mu Qing, his eyes shimmering with a hint of crimson as he entered a state of demonic transformation. With one hand, he grasped the blazing spear. The terrifying flames licked at him but were extinguished by his demonic energy. Once he had withstood the fiery assault, a glint of murderous intent ignited in Mu Qing's gaze. He lunged forward, brandishing a demonic blade that commanded the very essence of the cosmos. An overwhelming force of suppression descending upon Yanjiu. What is happening? Is this the early stage of true divinity? Yanjiu marveled at Mu Qing's sudden surge and the astonishing might he exhibited, his pupils constricting in disbelief. He realized that Mu Qing's strength was formidable, imbued with an eerie force brimming with catastrophic destructive potential. He was certain that this could not possibly be the power of someone in the early stage of true divinity. Despite Mu Qing's outward appearance, which suggested otherwise, this explosive might transcended that of the late stage of true divinity, the pinnacle of true divinity. Yanjiu's eyes widened in shock, as he never anticipated that Mu Qing, whom he deemed weak, was, in fact, his equal. A slight smirk played on Mu Qing's lips as his gaze shimmered with brilliance. With a commanding shout, he called forth the 1,000 hands of demonic transformation, a continuous stream of power converging within him. In mere demonic transformation, Mu Qing's power could at most be classified as late-stage true divinity, allowing him to contend with Yin Jiao at the pinnacle of true divinity primarily due to the might of his demonic blade, a fusion of two imperial artifacts. However, upon invoking the 1,000 hands of demonic transformation, his strength ascended to a new echelon, truly reaching the pinnacle of true divinity. No, it should be termed the pinnacle of demonic might. Surrounding them, countless eyes were drawn to the spectacle as the two true gods clashed, appearing evenly matched, with Mu Qing even gaining the upper hand thanks to his demonic blade. The onlookers, many of whom were half-gods, were captivated by the unfolding drama. Yet, those true gods from the Taiyue Palace began to grow increasingly solemn, noticing something amiss about Mu Qing. Even the celestial guardian of the secret realm's teleportation array furrowed his brow, for they discerned that the bloodline energy emanating from Mu Qing was of a lower tier, inferior even to that of Yin Jiao, who belonged to an intermediate bloodline. I recalled that Mu Qing originally hails from a celestial body known as Earth, belonging to a race that had not even attained a lowly bloodline. Suddenly, a disciple from the Taiyue Palace exclaimed in astonishment. Thus, this individual's inferior bloodline was only transformed upon breaking through to the true god realm? The others were equally taken aback. Even the divine guardian of the teleportation array appeared visibly shaken, realizing that this lowly bloodline, in fact, had not even reached the most basic level. Could it truly be, as the higher-ups suggested, that bloodline is of little significance, and even in its absence, one can unleash astounding potential? He murmured softly. Then, the divine guardian glanced once more at the fierce battle between the Kunping beast and Deng Kai. It was evident that not long had passed. Yet Deng Kai was already drenched in blood, ensnared by a terrifying spatial force, as the very area he occupied collapsed into nothingness. Had it not been for Deng Kai's innate strength as a member of the Giant Force clan, which allowed him to stimulate his bloodline and bolster his physical form at a critical moment, he would have surely perished by now. Witnessing Deng Kai, who was also at the pinnacle of the true god realm, being ruthlessly ravaged by the Kunping beast's spatial might, the guardian's lips twitched uncontrollably. Fiery demon possession. The body of Yin Jiao was enveloped in a torrent of flames, as he unleashed the divine fire energy within him to its utmost limit, charging fiercely towards Mu Qing. The demonic blade in Mu Qing's hand cleaved through the air with formidable strength, matching Yin Jiao's ferocity. Eternal ice enclosure. Suddenly, the myriad arms of the 1,000-hand transformation behind Mu Qing came together in unison, unleashing a dreadful chill that swept forth. The flames engulfing Yin Jiao were met with this frigid air and were swiftly encased in ice, shattering into fragments. What kind of technique is this? The celestial arts from the heavenly court, executed by Mu Qing through the 1,000-hand transformation, unleashed an overwhelming force that left Yin Jiao in sheer terror. Realizing that his once fearsome flames were now immobilized in ice. Crack, crack. A cascade of ice shards tumbled to the ground. As all of Yin Jiao's fiery assaults were rendered frozen, even he dared not approach Mu Qing, fearing he might too become an ice sculpture in an instant. He understood the tremendous power of the flames he conjured. If even the fire of their fire-scale clan was reduced to mere ice fragments, he would undoubtedly face a similar fate if he drew near. Chapter 480. The unquenchable fire, unquenchable fire. Yin Jiao erupted forth, wielding an immensely powerful divine ability. His hands forming intricate seals, as the flames radiating from him surged violently, shifting from a deep crimson to a pale violet. This pale violet fire was terrifying, coalescing into a sea of flames that, from a distance, appeared akin to a vast ocean, blazing fiercely. Within this infernal expanse, Yin Jiao himself was consumed by flames, resembling a war god amidst the fire. The pale violet flames spread with a unique power that could not be extinguished, exhibiting astonishing might. Even Mu Qing's eternal ice enclosure could not freeze this ethereal blaze. What a formidable flame! Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback, observing the sea of pale violet flames flowing like liquid. This was a formidable divine ability of the fire-scale clan, the unquenchable fire. The disciples of the Taiyue Palace surrounding the scene were utterly astonished. The immortal fire was regarded as one of the supreme abilities within the fire-scale clan, typically reserved for the divine beings. It was unexpected that the peak true god, Yin Jiao, would also possess such a skill, showcasing an unparalleled proficiency in its execution. This battle was indeed nothing short of spectacular. The gazes of the Taiyue Palace disciples converged upon the clash between the two. It was incredibly hard to believe that a nascent true god could unleash such formidable power. Even the most elite bloodlines would struggle to match it. Yet he merely possessed a lower-grade bloodline. Yan Zhou's eyes were filled with complex emotions as he regarded Mu Qing, a mixture of jealousy and resentment swirling within him. Drawing a deep breath, he charged forward, enveloped in a torrent of flames. In an instant, a sea of fire erupted, melting the very space around them under the intense heat of the pale purple flames. The fire god descends. Yan Zhou roared, and from behind him, a colossal silhouette materialized. Formed entirely of the same pale purple flames, a manifestation of the fire god revered by the Firescale clan. With the appearance of this fiery deity, the temperature of the entire realm surged dramatically, rendering the surroundings unbearably hot, forcing the Taiyue Palace disciples to retreat repeatedly. Simultaneously, Yan Zhou's form expanded, his scales standing erect as he became engulfed in flames, swelling to a towering height of several hundred meters. The originally crimson scales transformed into a pale purple hue, mirroring the color of the immortal fire, emanating an astonishingly terrifying aura that left onlookers in awe. What kind of divine ability is this? Why does his aura feel as though he is on the verge of transcending to divinity? The Taiyue Palace disciples collectively inhaled sharply, unable to fathom how Yan Zhou, after unleashing the immortal fire, could execute yet another divine ability that absorbed its might, amplifying his prowess to an extraordinary degree. Truly, he was worthy of being hailed as a genius from a mid-tier race. This ability must be the strongest hidden technique of the Firescale clan. The Divine Guardian, covertly observing the battle at the Secret Realm's teleportation array, murmured softly, noting the unfolding combat with a flicker of surprise in his eyes upon witnessing Yan Zhou's display of power. Mu Qing, allow me to demonstrate our clan's mightiest divine ability. I once wielded this technique to slay a prodigy of a higher bloodline. Shrouded in pale purple scales and flames, Yan Zhou's voice emerged raspy and monstrous. Immortal hand. Suddenly, a terrifying wave surged forth as a massive figure erupted from the sea of flames, towering hundreds of meters and engulfed in fire. He conjured a gigantic hand, wreathed in pale purple flames, advancing towards Mu Qing. Prepare to meet your demise. Yan Zhou bellowed furiously. This divine ability was indeed immensely powerful, a testament to the prowess of a mid-tier race. In the sky, the colossal hand of pale purple flames, measuring thousands of meters, descended with overwhelming force, unleashing an astonishing heat that carried with it a cataclysmic power, as if intent on crushing Mu Qing into oblivion. The mightiest divine power of the Firescale clan is indeed formidable. A thunderous roar reverberates as a terrifying flame storm converges towards Mu Qing. The fiery brilliance in the sky unfurls, and the immense lavender flame hand, spanning thousands of meters, envelopes the heavens, obscuring the sun. Wherever the flames pass, even the very fabric of space is incinerated, vast expanses consumed by fire, and several disciples of the Taiyue Palace, who ventured too close, are directly scorched by this fiery force. How astonishing! Some exclaim, questioning whether this power has transcended the realm of true gods, reaching the level of celestial deities. However, Mu Qing's gaze is fixed upon the colossal lavender flames, a slight smirk gracing his lips, betraying no fear or trepidation. In the realm of true gods, few can defeat me, and you, clearly, are not among them. Mu Qing declares coldly, his body trembling as demonic energy surges skyward, an overwhelming wave of energy sweeping forth. With a resounding boom, the sky darkens, as if thunder is poised to strike. The demonic aura surrounding Mu Qing thickens, and the thousand-handed demonic shadow behind him erupts with an astonishing roar. Suppress. The fiery bird bellows, unleashing the magnificent lavender flame hand, an immense size of 10,000 meters, which instantly descends upon Mu Qing. A torrent of terrifying demonic energy emanates from the flame hand. Boom. The violent force erupts, shattering the very space of this region. Many disciples of the Taiyue Palace furrow their brows. Has Mu Qing perished? Even Sheng Linger's face reveals a hint of concern. Could that fellow have been slain? Yet, as the lavender flame hand descends, the demonic energy continues to surge forth unrelentingly. Yan Zhou's expression shifts slightly. He can distinctly sense Mu Qing's increasingly potent aura. He is not dead. What is happening? Withstanding this blow, even a celestial deity should sustain some injuries. He is utterly astonished, pondering how this could be. At that moment, the demonic energy erupts into a frenzy, and Mu Qing's figure reemerges. The thousand-handed demonic shadow behind him emits a roar, leaving all present momentarily dazed, the sound echoing as if from the distant past, from epochs long unattainable. At this moment, Mu Qing is enveloped in swirling chaotic demonic energy. This indomitable flame is immensely powerful, so formidable that even eternal ice cannot freeze it. Yet, Mu Qing effortlessly withstands this terrifyingly powerful flame. The essence of the demonic energy surrounding him is none other than chaotic demonic energy. The chaotic demonic body. This is yet another demonic art devised by Mu Qing, its might extraordinarily terrifying, merging with the awe-inspiring chaotic energy. Not to mention its offensive capabilities. Its defensive prowess is undeniably fearsome and astonishing. If you retreat now, I may grant you a chance at survival. Your companion is already on the brink of death. Mu Qing's voice conveys with a chilling calmness. Yanjiu's countenance is exceedingly grim as he glances at the nearby Deng Kai, only to discover that Deng Kai is indeed teetering on the edge of death, relentlessly ravaged by the colossal Kunping beast. Deng Kai sought to flee, yet he found himself ensnared by an overwhelming and terrifying spatial force, immobilized and helpless. Some disciples from the giant force clan's Taiyue Palace advanced to assist him, but they were instantly crushed by a cataclysmic spatial collapse. In that moment, the space around Deng Kai began to stabilize, revealing him drenched in blood and on the brink of death. Before he could catch his breath, the surrounding space collapsed once more. This cycle repeated itself over a dozen times. Deng Kai had not succumbed immediately, relying instead on his formidable cultivation and physique. The disciples of Taiyue Palace looked on, their expressions filled with horror, while Yanjiu felt a chill creeping into his heart. The Kunping beast was undeniably fearsome. Since you refused to retreat, I have no choice but to eliminate you. Suddenly, Mu Qing materialized before Yanjiu. Caught off guard, Yanjiu was struck by Mu Qing's fist, sent flying and coughing up blood, his pale purple scales shattering. What kind of power is this? His face reflected utter shock. What level of strength is this? Could it be that Mu Qing belongs to the Titan race? The might of a single punch is so terrifying. The indestructible hand. Yanjiu, unwilling to accept defeat, disregarded Deng Kai's fate and conjured an immense pale purple fiery hand once more. Beneath this flaming palm, a tempest of flames surged, forming an awe-inspiring firestorm, within which terrifying divine beasts such as fire dragons, fire phoenixes, and fire cheilants seemed to emerge. Boom! The fearsome fiery hand descended again, nearly instantaneously sealing off all of Mu Qing's escape routes. Yet, at that moment, Mu Qing exhibited no fear or hesitation. What if all escape routes were blocked? He had no intention of retreating. In an instant, a surge of chaotic demonic energy erupted from Mu Qing's form, coiling around him and manifesting as a chaotic celestial dragon, ancient and sacred, as if it hailed from an eternal realm, spiraling above him. Roar! Suddenly, the chaotic celestial dragon let out a deafening roar, causing the surrounding space to collapse inch by inch, shattering the pale purple flames. The disciples of Taiyue Palace stared in bewilderment, their mouths agape. Could this be the signature move of various divine beasts? To unleash a roar before battle, obliterating the surrounding space? Boom! With the chaotic celestial dragon swirling around him, Mu Qing's power surged tremendously, and he launched a fist forward, directly confronting the immense pale purple fiery hand. In that instant, a terrible explosion reverberated through the air. Boom! The sky rained flames, akin to a fiery deluge. Yanjiu's eyes filled with disbelief. His indestructible hand had been obliterated by Mu Qing's single punch. Before he could process this, the chaotic celestial dragon that spiraled around Mu Qing transformed into a chain of chaotic hues. Chapter 481. The Secret Realm of Water Yuan at a critical moment. Mu Qing unleashed astonishing power, as the chaotic celestial dragon morphed into a chaotic chain that brutally pierced through Yanjiu. Yanjiu's expression froze, unable to react in time as the chaotic chain tore through the void, instantly penetrating his body. The ethereal lavender flames surged towards the chaotic chains, yet proved utterly futile, leaving the chains unscathed. At that moment, the lavender scales adorning Yanjiu shattered completely, failing to withstand the onslaught of the chaotic chains. A spray of blood stained the heavens as the gaze of all in the Taiwa Palace turned skyward, fixated on the fiery silhouette. They understood that the vitality within that figure was gradually dissipating. In the shadows, a celestial being shook his head with a sigh, remarking that the elders of the Fire Scale clan would surely be driven to madness by this. Mu Qing had previously slain members of various clans on Earth, all of whom were merely demigods, or at most early to mid-stage true gods. While these losses were significant, they did not reach the depths of devastation. Yet Yin Jiao was no ordinary individual. He was a pinnacle true god who had joined the Taiwa Palace, a testament to his prodigious talent and formidable cultivation. On the verge of breaking into the celestial realm. What a lofty status the celestial realm conferred, a cornerstone for any mid-tier clan, often occupied by elders and clan leaders. The news of Yin Jiao's demise at the hands of Mu Qing would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the Fire Scale clan, potentially leading them to mobilize their entire force to hunt Mu Qing down. No, spare me. At that moment, Yin Jiao felt an overwhelming surge of terror. Perceiving Mu Qing as a harbinger of death, intent on stripping him of his very soul and essence. Mu Qing flashed a grin. Given your current state, it would be far better for you to embrace death. Suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, the chaotic chains lashed out, delivering a crushing blow that obliterated Yin Jiao's body. Upon witnessing Mu Qing's actions, the colossal Kunping ceased tormenting Deng Kai, opening its maw wide to consume him whole. At this juncture, all eyes were riveted upon Mu Qing, astounded by his formidable prowess. Is he not merely an early true god? How could he possibly slay a peak true god like Yin Jiao? Murmured someone, unable to contain their disbelief. The sheer horror of the situation was overwhelming. Had this not transpired before their very eyes, they would have deemed it impossible for an early true god, especially one of a lesser bloodline, to directly vanquish a peak true god of a mid-tier lineage. A smirk graced Mu Qing's lips, after nearly a year of seclusion in the Taiwa Palace. He had been underestimated, with various clans plotting against him. Alas, he possessed absolute strength. Among the disciples of Taiwa Palace, a few hailed from the Fire Scale and Giant Power clans, their eyes flickering with apprehension, fearful that Mu Qing's wrath might befall them. The expressions of the other clans were equally complex, comprising the Spirit Clan, Winged Race, Insect Clan, and others. They had initially believed that Deng Kai and Yin Jiao would be sufficient to teach Mu Qing a lesson. Yet they had not anticipated that both would fall so swiftly at his hands. The eyes of the individuals from the intermediate races were filled with trepidation. Many among them had received orders from their kin to eliminate Mu Qing, yet now they hesitated, contemplating the merit of focusing on their cultivation within the Taiwa Palace rather than provoking him. Amidst the crowd, only one individual, adorned with twin horns, bore no trace of fear. Instead, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his gaze as he cast a lingering glance at Mu Qing before turning to depart. This individual hailed from the Azura race. As a noble lineage, the Azura had once been a pinnacle species, possessing their own pride and vowing not to forsake their vengeance merely due to Mu Qing's formidable strength. Is this fellow truly so powerful? Shunlinger mused, shaking her head in disbelief, feeling profoundly disheartened. Indeed, my junior disciple's prowess is extraordinary. Well done. At this moment, a refined scholar emerged. It was Xian Rue, the former Star Emperor. Upon seeing him, Shunlinger pouted and corrected. I have stated he is my junior disciple, not yours. You simply do not understand. Xian Rue chuckled lightly, further inciting her irritation. In the shadows, a celestial being observed Mu Qing's retreating figure, chuckling softly to himself. Those from the various races must be regretting their underestimation. Who could have anticipated this young lad would ascend to such astonishing heights? Clearly, the elders from the higher echelons were not misleading. Even a lower-tier bloodline can unleash remarkable potential. In 1 month, the grand competition of the Taiwa Palace will take place. Junior disciple, you must participate. Many peak true gods will be present, and if you manage to secure a position within the top 5, the higher-ups of the Taiwa Palace will bestow immense rewards. Xian Rue approached with this declaration. Indeed, I originally secured 3rd place in the semi-divine competition, and the Taiwa scripture was my reward. This is the most potent bloodline technique of the Taiwa Palace. Shunlinger affirmed with a nod. However, her expression soon turned contemplative as she added, now that I have ascended to true god, I shall be competing in the true god competition. It appears that achieving a top 5 placement will be a challenge. Even breaking into the top 10 may prove difficult. As a prodigy of the angelic race, endowed with a supreme bloodline, Linger, despite her advantages, could only muster the strength of a late true god at best, falling short of the peak. Junior disciple, I have already registered you. You must strive for first place. Xian Rue remarked with a gentle smile before departing. The true god competition, is it? Mu Qing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Nevertheless, I shall first explore the secret realms. He proceeded to the teleportation array, discovering that the Taiwei Palace commanded over 1,000 secret realms, allowing him the freedom to select his destination for cultivation, albeit with the stipulation that half of the treasures acquired therein must be surrendered. Yet, such conditions were acceptable, for the secret realms were abundant with treasures. Mu Qing chose to enter a water element secret realm, enveloped in radiant light. He found himself within an expanse of oceanic wonders. Linger did not accompany him, seemingly disheartened by Mu Qing's strength, and thus retreated to the Longevity Palace to engage in secluded cultivation. As Mu Qing stepped into the secret realm of Water Yuan, two figures materialized before him, two merfolk, their features reminiscent of middle-aged men, gazing at him with frosty expressions. Another outsider, rasped one of the merfolk, an aura of divine aquatic energy coalescing around him, seemingly intent on attacking Mu Qing. It appeared that these beings were the indigenous inhabitants of this realm, and they harbored an unmistakable hostility towards intruders. Mu Qing murmured softly. Perish! The merfolk shouted in a frenzy. You outsiders, constantly seizing the treasures of our world. Not only slaughtering our children, but also robbing us of our cultivation resources. You are nothing but a horde of bandits. With a thunderous roar, they summoned a tsunami that surged forth. Though they were at the pinnacle of true divinity, their strength was significantly inferior to that of Yanjiao, likely being mere recent ascendants to this level of power. Let me take action this time. The figure of Elder Two suddenly appeared, brimming with eagerness. He had long desired to unleash his might, having refrained from combat for many years, and was now nearly bursting with pent-up energy. Mu Qing nodded, and in an instant, Elder Two dashed forward, his form akin to a specter, materializing before the two merfolk. A blood-red radiance flickered around him, emanating a terrifying aura of slaughter. With a hum, a divine spear of carnage materialized, exuding an overwhelmingly pungent scent of blood, conjuring an ethereal vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Sensing the formidable aura radiating from Elder Two, the expressions of the two merfolk shifted dramatically. They inhaled sharply, each brandishing a staff, summoning the surrounding waters to surge violently and form two water dragons. With a resounding bang, Elder Two wielded the spear of carnage and struck fiercely, causing the two water dragons to shatter instantly, raining down droplets across the battlefield. However, this also diminished Elder Two's prowess, prompting the merfolk to retreat hastily in a bid to escape. Their faces bore expressions of shock, clearly unprepared for the overwhelming strength of Elder Two, who, despite also being at the pinnacle of true divinity, surpassed their combined might. At that moment, an overwhelming force of spatial energy swept through, causing the two merfolk, in their swift retreat, to collide violently with an invisible barrier, their scalps splitting and blood trickling down their faces. See God, grant us strength, they cried, their escape thwarted. Yet, instead of succumbing to panic, they immediately fortified their defenses. With a flourish of their staffs, they gathered pure, potent water energy, summoning a colossal dragon tortoise, albeit a mere illusion, which harnessed the surrounding waters to shield them. Elder Two, however, merely chuckled. With the spear of carnage held aloft, torrents of bloodlight surged forth, engulfing the battlefield in a sweeping wave, piercing down with ferocity. Slaughter without equal. A voice filled with malevolence emanated from the Elder Butcher, and in an instant, a crimson light pierced through the air as a blood-red halberd descended with a mighty slash. The phantom of the dragon tortoise trembled violently. Suddenly, the dragon tortoise's illusion exploded, causing the two merfolk to gasp in horror, exclaiming, "Is this truly the pinnacle of a true god? Why do I feel he is akin to a celestial deity?" Chapter 482. The altar, a sky awash with blood-red light painted the heavens, as specters swirled about, and the sanguine glow engulfed the surroundings, transforming the ocean into a sea of blood. This outsider is formidable. The two merfolk were bewildered, continuously evading. Yet they bore numerous wounds inflicted by the Elder Butcher's divine halberd. Dragon King Tidal Wave. One of the merfolk brandished a staff, violently striking the surface of the sea, which abruptly surged with tumultuous waves, sweeping forth with ferocity. A towering tidal wave erupted from the ocean, seemingly concealing a sea dragon within, unleashing a thunderous roar that shook the very earth. This power is indeed formidable. The elder butcher, wielding the divine halberd, gazed at the surging waves approaching him, his expression turning serious. The techniques of these two merfolk are somewhat peculiar and enigmatic, for they can summon more potent forces through their staffs. The dragon king they spoke of must be a celestial dragon of divine realms. As the elder butcher mused, he swung his divine halberd, producing a reverberating sound as the blood light soared into the heavens. The mighty waves were cleaved in two. Although the summoned power of the celestial deity could not fully match that of a true god, it was still significantly stronger than that of an ordinary true god at their peak. The elder butcher shook his head, acknowledging that the power indeed originated from a celestial deity, yet it fell short of the true celestial realm, merely surpassing an ordinary true god slightly. With a swift motion, the elder butcher wielded the divine halberd, appearing suddenly behind one merfolk, the brilliant blood light shattering their form. He then conjured a blood claw, the hand of the Azura, extending thousands of meters from the sky, seizing the other merfolk and crushing them viciously. These two possessed a considerable amount of items. Mu Qing approached and discovered that both merfolk bore spatial rings, artifacts created by god-level beings adept in spatial powers. Within these rings were numerous divine herbs, predominantly of the water attribute. Mu Qing cast all these herbs into his celestial magic realm, subsequently shattering the two spatial rings. He was proficient in the supreme spatial arts of the Kunping clan and had no interest in such rudimentary spatial rings. His own celestial magic realm served as an immense storage space, capable of holding countless items. The energy contained within these water attribute divine herbs was quite substantial, and after being devoured by his magic heart, they would assist in his cultivation. Mu Qing chuckled lightly. Regrettably, it was unclear what had transpired with the merfolk within the water origin secret realm, despite the two previously being at the pinnacle of true gods. They possessed no divine cores. He killed our elder. Just as Mu Qing departed, he was soon intercepted by a group of individuals. A multitude of mermen appeared before him, easily numbering in the hundreds. The elder had been slain by his hand. One merman, wielding a golden trident, bellowed in fury. A throng of mermen, each with eyes aflame with hatred, surrounded Mu Qing, intent on avenging their two fallen peak true gods. A rabble of misfits. Mu Qing shook his head. The two peak true god elders he had just encountered possessed only mediocre strength, barely competent. However, the mermen before him were of lesser power. The strongest among them barely reached the mid-stage of true god, and not a single one approached the late stage. Hands of many transforming into demons. Suddenly, a surge of demonic energy erupted from Mu Qing, filling the heavens. He then clasped his hands together and commanded, "Eternal ice enclosure." Boom. A terrifying chill swept across the area, freezing the sea's surface entirely, and before Mu Qing appeared numerous ice sculptures. To him, any foe below the late stage of true god was inconsequential, merely a swarm of ants. It is worth noting that the technique Eternal Ice Enclosure was a wide-ranging lethal move. Even if 1,000 mermen stood before him, they would succumb to complete encasement in ice. Crack, crack. The ice sculptures shattered, scattering shards across the ground. Mu Qing waved his hand, shattering all spatial rings and transferring every divine herb and resource into the astral magic domain. A peculiar fluctuation resonated in the distance. You may wish to investigate. Elder 2 suddenly communicated telepathically. Mu Qing, intrigued, swiftly moved toward the source. Following Elder 2's guidance, he delved into the depths of the sea, where he unexpectedly stumbled upon an altar, deep blue in hue, adorned with a myriad of intricate runes, exuding an aura of extraordinary power. Frowning, Mu Qing observed the corpses upon the altar, all mermen, yet devoid of any wounds, as if their very souls had been stripped away, lying lifelessly upon the altar. Stop! Who are you? At that moment, 2 mermen appeared, their cultivation reaching the mid-stage of true god. With a flick of his demonic blade, Mu Qing unleashed the blood-colored heavens, obliterating their forms into a mist of flesh and blood. It was indeed the merman clan. They had sacrificed their own kin upon the altar. Mu Qing gazed at the deep blue structure with astonishment. The deceased mermen upon the altar were undoubtedly powerful beings of the clan, each at least of late-stage true god caliber. Mu Qing even recognized several corpses of peak true gods among them. What could they possibly intend by placing their kin's bodies upon this altar? His curiosity was piqued. As he approached the altar, he suddenly noticed a pearl resting atop it, adorned with swirling dragon motifs. As he drew near, he could sense an overwhelming surge of water divine power emanating from it. The energy contained within was terrifying. It surpassed even what a peak true god could attain. Mu Qing was inwardly astonished. At that moment, Elder Two seemed to perceive something significant and conveyed, "This altar appears to have been constructed specifically for this pearl. It absorbs all the strength of these mermen. The water divine power within has been refined to an inconceivable level." He informed Mu Qing that the number of merfolk sacrificed at the altar was likely greater than initially perceived. This pearl had evidently undergone numerous sacrifices to possess such terrifying energy. The energy contained within it, he asserted, could potentially elevate a being of divine status by an entire tier. Elder Two continued, revealing that this pearl was, in fact, a dragon pearl, likely shed upon the demise of a dragon lineage creature. Judging by its aura, it was not of true dragon descent, but rather a subspecies. Mu Qing nodded. True dragons were among the most elite of races, yet even dragon subspecies were formidable, many comparable to those of advanced bloodlines. Even the Jiao dragon clan boasted at least a medium bloodline. Chapter 483. Two great deities. This is a remarkable treasure, Mu Qing declared as he safely stowed the dragon pearl. The energy it harbored was sufficient to enable a celestial being to transcend a minor realm. He had not anticipated such a boon upon entering this Water Yuan's secret realm. As for the costs associated with entering the secret realm, they were not as burdensome as he had imagined. The Taiwa Palace claimed it would seize half of the resources obtained within the realm. Yet who could predict what one might acquire? Most individuals merely offered up some divine herbs. True treasures were often secretly hoarded and utilized. If I were to absorb this dragon pearl, it could very well allow me to reach the pinnacle of true divinity. At the very least, it should enable me to attain the latter stages of true divinity, Mu Qing mused, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Elder Two cautioned him that the energy within the dragon pearl was exceedingly potent, capable of facilitating a direct breakthrough for a celestial expert. Celestial beings represented the realm of middle-tier elders or clan leaders, if such power could propel them forward. The effects on someone of Mu Qing's early true divinity would be even more pronounced, likely allowing him to ascend two minor realms. This dragon pearl had evidently been placed upon the altar intentionally, nourished by the life force and divine power of the merfolk warriors. Do not absorb it here, Elder Two advised. If the celestial being behind this discovery learns of it, the consequences could be dire. Who knows the level of that celestial entity? If it is merely at the initial stage, one might consider it fortunate, perhaps even a match for them, and escape unscathed. However, should a pinnacle celestial being arrive, it would spell trouble. At that stage, one step further leads to the Divine Emperor, a being on par with the likes of the Longevity Elder, a leader of an advanced race. Mu Qing summoned the colossal Kunping, who swiftly took him deep beneath the ocean. The mighty beast transformed into its Kun form, its enormous body accelerating through the water, rivaling even the speed of space manipulation. The Kunping brought Mu Qing to the ocean's depths, where darkness enveloped them, and no life forms could be discerned. This will do. Mu Qing nodded in satisfaction before retrieving the dragon pearl and consuming it. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy erupted within Mu Qing, and he fervently absorbed and refined it, his aura soaring to new heights. A surge of demonic energy unfurled, as Mu Qing immersed himself in the depths of the ocean, commencing the absorption of the energy contained within the dragon pearl. A month later, from the abyssal depths of the sea, an overwhelming wave of power emanated, propelling Mu Qing upwards, breaking through the ocean's surface. His countenance radiated joy, for he had finally transcended to the late stage of true demon. The energy within the dragon pearl had elevated his cultivation by 2 realms, significantly augmenting his strength. At this moment, he could easily vanquish even the peak of true god. Should he unleash the 1,000 Hands transformation, his prowess would surpass that of a true god. Though a considerable gap remained before the celestial god realm, even with all his might, he would not stand a chance. Who dares to seize my son's dragon pearl? At that moment, from the depths of the sea emerged an enormous sea dragon, its eyes ablaze with crimson fury. The appearance of this sea dragon stirred the entire ocean, conjuring towering waves. What is that? Mu Qing's expression shifted in shock as he gazed at the sea dragon, only to see several more sea dragons materializing beside it, each possessing the strength of true gods, with many at the peak of true god. The largest among them boasted the cultivation of an early celestial god. It's you. It's you. Your presence still carries the scent of my son. You are the one who devoured and refined my son's dragon pearl, roared the sea dragon king, consumed by rage, as a wave of terrifying energy swept forth, stirring tumultuous waves. Mu Qing's eyes widened in horror. He had not anticipated such a swift pursuit, nor did he realize that the dragon pearl he had absorbed was that of the sea dragon king's son. Witnessing the sea dragon king's fury, Mu Qing hastily turned and entered his transformation state, activating the Thousand Hands transformation as he rushed towards the secret realm's teleportation array. This teleportation array had been personally arranged by the Taiyue Palace and was impervious to destruction. Not even a being of celestial god status, let alone one at the initial stage of Divine Emperor, could dismantle it. Of course, at the mid-stage of Divine Emperor, one could exert a certain influence over the teleportation array set by Taiyue Palace, while those at the late stage or peak of Divine Emperor could utterly destroy it. However, within the many secret realms under Taiyue Palace's jurisdiction, the strongest natives were predominantly at the celestial god level, with no divine emperors having yet appeared, though numerous peak celestial gods existed. As long as he returned near the teleportation array, he could instantly return, unlike the sea dragons under the Taiyue Palace. They could not enter the teleportation array, as Mu Qing could. Prepare to perish, roared the sea dragon king, summoning storms as dark clouds gathered ominously above, and vast waves surged forth. Who has stolen the altar and dragon pearl I painstakingly arranged? Just as the sea dragon king was about to strike at Mu Qing, another formidable aura suddenly manifested. In the distance, a colossal merman emerged, treading upon the waves, exuding a surging divine power of water. He wielded a hauntingly blue trident and possessed flowing locks of azure hair. Without hesitation, Mu Qing fled into the distance. Is it you? The sea dragon king turned his gaze towards the merman chieftain. Is that not the sea dragon king? I had intended to borrow your son's dragon pearl to elevate my cultivation to the mid-stage of the celestial god realm. Yet, it seems this opportunity has been snatched away. The merman chieftain laughed heartily, showing no sign of trepidation. Did you slay my son? The sea dragon king, who had been fixated on Mu Qing, suddenly erupted in fury, roaring with rage, as his kin stirred up a tempest, unleashing a tidal wave towards the merman chieftain. However, the merman chieftain laughed heartily, brandishing his trident with a mighty sweep, which rent the surging waves asunder. Did you think I was unaware? You have completely subjugated a faction of our merman clan, compelling them to venerate you and draw upon your strength. Yet, I have long been aware of your schemes. I even killed your son and sacrificed those who derived power from your influence. The merman chieftain's laughter reverberated, his divine might radiating, as the power of the celestial god erupted forth. Chapter 484. The Claw of the Sea Dragon King. Upon hearing the words of the merman chieftain, the Sea Dragon King let out a thunderous roar. He could hardly believe that all his meticulous planning and the tremendous effort he had expended to place spies within the merman clan had been executed under the very nose of his adversary. Moreover, his son had been slain by the merman chieftain, and his dragon pearl had been extracted, transformed into a tool for the chieftain's ascension. You shall all perish. The Sea Dragon King seethed with rage, summoning a terrifying wave with his kin. He was not only intent on slaying the merman chieftain, he desired to eliminate Mu Qing as well. Although his son had been killed by the merman chieftain and the dragon pearl had been seized, it was Mu Qing who had ultimately refined and absorbed it. Thus, Mu Qing's life must also be claimed. Boom. A terrifying surge of energy erupted as the Sea Dragon King, an enormous entity towering thousands of meters high, filled the sky. On the opposite side, the merman chieftain resembled a god of the sea, commanding the vast ocean with a mere wave of his trident. The two celestial beings clashed in a battle of unfathomable might, the spectacle reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Above, two waterspouts spiraled through the air, as the titanic figures engaged in a frenzied duel. Seize the moment, flee quickly. Mu Qing hastily activated his spatial arts, employing the thousand-hand transformation to instantaneously transport himself towards the distant secret realm's teleportation array. Don't run. Surrender your life. At that moment, a horde of sea dragons roared forth. Each one a pinnacle of true divinity, their dragon cries echoing as they sought to slay Mu Qing. The battle of celestial beings was beyond the reach of those at the true god level. Thus, this legion of sea dragons had been dispatched by the Sea Dragon King to hunt Mu Qing. Do they truly believe this meager force can pursue my life? Behind him stood at least 10 peak true gods, yet Mu Qing remained unfazed, as an overwhelming aura of demonic energy surged from his being. The starry abyss of demons. In an instant, 3 peak true gods were engulfed within the abyss, immediately followed by a terrifying sword formation descending upon them, the infamous extermination sword array. The dreadful sword Qi descended with lethal force, and in the blink of an eye, 1 peak true god was utterly obliterated. The other 2 peak true gods, faces stricken with horror, had yet to react when a dazzling display of 30,000 stars materialized around them, their radiant light cascading down like a delicate veil. Boom! The 30,000 beams of starlight pierced through, submerging the 2 peak true god sea dragons, and moments later, they were reduced to mere clouds of blood mist. Having ascended to the later stages of the true god realm, Mu Qing's starry abyss of demons now harbored an impressive array of 30,000 brilliant stars. The Qian Yuan star formation. Seizing the moment, Mu Qing drew the remaining 7 peak true gods into the starry abyss, where the ancient master chuckled wickedly. Activating the Qian Yuan star formation, which erupted with the brilliance of Mu Qing's 30,000 stars as its foundation. Buzz. Simultaneously, the extermination sword array unleashed its terrifying might. A tempest of sword Qi swirling downwards. The multitude of sword energies descended in a maelstrom, one that even peak true gods could scarcely withstand. Mu Qing drew forth the demonic blade, and a powerful suction emanated from it, absorbing the blood energy of the 10 peak true gods entirely. This was the power born from the demonic blade after assimilating the Shura blade. The Shura blade itself was forged from the blood of others, evolving from a single drop to a formidable imperial weapon, requiring neither special materials nor intricate techniques, merely an endless supply of blood to coalesce into the imperial Shura blade. Now, with the demonic blade fused with the Shura blade, devouring the blood energy of foes would gradually elevate its rank, albeit slowly. Yet it would undeniably enhance the demonic energy and augment its potency. Almost there, Mu Qing retracted the demonic blade and executed a series of spatial jumps, ultimately arriving near the teleportation array of the secret realm. Where to run? You killed my son and dare to slay so many of my sea dragon clan. A wave of terrifying energy surged forth. A colossal sea dragon, spanning thousands of meters, erupted from the depths, its gaping maw unleashing an earth-shattering roar. It invoked a secret technique, temporarily elevating its realm to the mid-stage of the celestial god realm. The ancient master was taken aback. Initially, the Sea Dragon King was engaged in battle with the Merfolk clan leader, and they had seized the opportunity to escape. Little did they expect the teleportation array was so close, and the Sea Dragon King, relying on the secret technique, had elevated its cultivation to the mid-stage of the celestial god realm, driving back the Merfolk clan leader and charging directly towards Mu Qing. The Sea Dragon King understood that the Merfolk clan leader was also a formidable celestial god, possessing hidden trump cards that surely extended beyond mere initial stage celestial god capabilities. After all, they were the 2 dominant forces in this world, sharing the resources of the entire Water Yuan secret realm. If the Sea Dragon King could temporarily elevate its cultivation to the mid-stage of the celestial god realm, the Merfolk clan leader could do the same. For countless years, the Sea Dragon clan and the Mermaid clan have been locked in a fierce battle, their strengths evenly matched. It is evident that the Sea Dragon King cannot annihilate his foes entirely. Even with immense enmity, he would not confront the Mermaid clan leader directly, for the latter could not escape through the secret realm's teleportation array. There would be ample time to avenge his son in the future. However, Mu Qing, as an outsider, is loathed by everyone within the realm, especially since he had refined and absorbed his son's dragon pearl. In the Sea Dragon King's heart, Mu Qing is as detestable as the mermaids, deserving of death. Had the dragon pearl remained, perhaps he could have harnessed the power of the divine dragon through the clan's hidden secrets, using the pearl as a medium to exact revenge for his son. Now, with the dragon pearl completely refined by Mu Qing, that possibility has vanished, fueling his furious rage as he charged forward, intent on slaying Mu Qing. Prepare to meet your end. The Sea Dragon King bellowed, his colossal claws descending with immense force. Just then, 5 or 6 figures materialized from the teleportation array, jovially conversing. Likely disciples of the Taiwa Palace, given their ability to traverse the realm. These were mid-stage true gods of the Taiwa Palace. But as they arrived in the water source secret realm, their countenances froze, overwhelmed by an oppressive divine might as a massive dragon claw struck down. With a sickening sound, the disciples' bodies shattered under the might of the Sea Dragon King's strike. Only Mu Qing remained unscathed, though his thousand hands transformation was shattered for the first time, causing him to cough up blood from the overwhelming force that severely injured him, rendering his transformation unsustainable. Chapter 485. The grand competition of true gods commences. Mu Qing approached the Taiwa Palace's teleportation array, blood staining his lips. The formidable defense of his thousand hands transformation had been breached, showcasing the terrifying power of a deity. Prepare to die? The Sea Dragon King roared as he charged, his terrifying divine power coalescing into a gargantuan claw, summoning monstrous waves to crush Mu Qing. Yet, at that moment, a brilliant divine radiance erupted from the teleportation array. Intricate patterns inscribed in midair, forming a formidable protective barrier. A thunderous roar echoed as the Sea Dragon King unleashed his full might, yet the energy shield remained unyielding. Farewell. I shall take your life next time. Mu Qing, gritting through the pain, managed to smile as a powerful spatial force enveloped him, teleporting him back to the Taiwa Palace. Roar. The Sea Dragon King howled in madness, his fury palpable as he unleashed terrifying power against the teleportation array. However, it was regrettable that this array had been established by a formidable being of the Divine Emperor level. While the Sea Dragon King was indeed powerful, being at the peak of the celestial realm, he could not breach the defenses of the teleportation array. With a resentful glance at the array, the Sea Dragon King could only depart in despair. It is also aware that the world it inhabits is, in fact, a secret realm. While the entity known as Taiwa Palace represents a formidable and terrifying power, the Sea Dragon King is already among the strongest within this water origin secret realm. Yet it has merely reached the pinnacle of the celestial god tier. Perhaps only when it, or the leader of the merfolk, ascends to the divine emperor realm, might there be a possibility of escaping this confining prison. In truth, all secret realms under the command of Taiwa Palace are under its dominion. Should a divine emperor level being emerge from these realms, the high-ranking officials of Taiwa Palace would intervene to recruit these formidable beings, thereby augmenting the power of Taiwa Palace. Once a divine emperor from a secret realm is enlisted into Taiwa Palace, that realm will henceforth belong to the divine emperor, rather than serving as a training ground for disciples of Taiwa Palace. Naturally, most divine emperors who appear within these secret realms possess extraordinary talent and potential. And having been treated as a cage for so long, they harbor little affection for Taiwa Palace, often rejecting its overtures. However, for those divine emperors who refuse, Taiwa Palace shows no courtesy, promptly dispatching several divine emperors to eliminate them. For instance, within the water origin secret realm, there once existed a water origin true dragon, a member of a premier lineage with the blood of true dragons, who established a dragon palace and commanded over a dozen celestial true dragons. After this water origin true dragon ascended to the divine emperor level, it became exceedingly arrogant, remaining indifferent to the solicitations of Taiwa Palace. Consequently, Taiwa Palace sent 5 divine emperors, obliterating the dragon palace and annihilating the entire lineage of the water origin true dragon. Ultimately, only a handful of descendants with a rare true dragon bloodline remain, now known as the Sea Dragon clan. What happened to you? How did you incur such severe injuries? Upon Mu Qing's return to the Palace of Longevity, the Holy Spirit approached him with great curiosity. This was the first time she had witnessed Mu Qing in such a grave state. Mu Qing coughed and replied, "I was pursued by a celestial god-level powerhouse." The Holy Spirit gasped in astonishment, not expecting Mu Qing to have escaped from the clutches of a celestial god. "I need to rest for a while. My injuries are quite serious." Mu Qing retreated to his chamber, channeling strands of demonic energy to mend his wounds. Although this expedition to the water origin secret realm was perilous, almost costing him his life, the rewards were substantial. He unexpectedly acquired a dragon pearl, and his cultivation had advanced to the late stage of true demon, allowing his true strength to manifest, enabling him to easily defeat an ordinary peak true god. The grand competition of true gods at Taiwa Palace seemed to be approaching. Mu Qing took a deep breath, feeling the weight of pressure upon him. It must be noted that Taiwa Palace surpasses even the most elite of lineages, and many prodigies would undoubtedly participate in the true god competition. While Mu Qing's current strength could easily vanquish an ordinary peak true god, the talents within Taiwa Palace were anything but simple, including numerous beings of top-tier bloodlines. The time for the true god competition finally arrived, and the Holy Spirit sought out Mu Qing. "How is your injury?" she inquired. Mu Qing nodded. "It is no longer a concern. In fact, my cultivation has improved significantly." The spirit child gazed on with envy. Having exerted herself tirelessly with the assistance of the longevity elder and the backing of the upper echelons of the angelic race, yet her cultivation had only reached the mid-stage of true godhood. In contrast, Mu Qing had merely ventured into a secret realm and had already ascended to the late stage of true godhood. At that moment, the longevity elder, stooping slightly, ambled over, a flicker of brilliance illuminating his dim, aged eyes. He spoke. "Should you manage to place among the top 3, I shall impart to you a divine art. I have bestowed upon Linger the supreme bloodline technique of the Taiwa Palace, the Taiwa formula. However, as your path lies within the demonic arts, it would be inappropriate for me to grant you the Taiwa formula. Nonetheless, I believe this divine art will suit you well." Mu Qing felt a surge of curiosity regarding the nature of this divine art. Yet it was evident that the longevity elder had no intention of revealing it at that moment. "Consider this a test of sorts for you. This divine art is my treasured skill, and in terms of ranking, it has reached the imperial level," the longevity elder proclaimed with pride. However, he cautioned Mu Qing that achieving a place among the top 3 in the true god competition was no simple feat, as the Taiwa Palace was replete with prodigious talents. The true adversaries he would face were those peak true gods of exceptional bloodlines, some of whom could even contend with early-stage celestial beings. Mu Qing's expression grew serious. Previously, he had encountered the early-stage celestial sea dragon king in the Water Yuan's secret realm, where he had found himself utterly overwhelmed and relentlessly pursued, lacking the strength to retaliate. According to the longevity elder, the Taiwa Palace harbored peak true gods capable of matching early-stage celestials, truly a prodigious caliber of talent. By the way, has senior brother Xian Rue also registered for this true god competition? Mu Qing suddenly recalled. The spirit child nodded and replied, "Of course. The top contenders in each true god competition reap incredibly rich rewards and prestige. Senior brother Xian Rue possesses formidable strength and is nearly at the apex among the true gods of Taiwa Palace. Master has mentioned that he is one of those capable of contending with celestials." She recounted an incident where Xian Rue had led some junior disciples into a secret realm and encountered early-stage celestials, yet instead of fleeing, he had remained remarkably composed, engaging them with ease, and ultimately, no one perished during that expedition. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing displayed little surprise, for he was aware of Xian Rue's true identity as a former disciple of the Starry Sky Sovereign, renowned as the Star Emperor. It was important to note that this was a figure of imperial stature, a disciple of the supreme god, endowed with countless abilities. However, the thought of potentially battling Xian Rue filled Mu Qing with trepidation. Chapter 486. The True God competition commences as Feng Yu and the Spirit Child emerged from the Longevity Palace. They discovered that the number of attendees at Taiwa Palace had multiplied several times over. Today marked the True God competition, drawing the gaze of innumerable spectators. With countless participants from various clans, all true god disciples of Taiwa Palace, poised to strive for the highest ranks. Feng Yu furrowed his brow, sensing several exceedingly formidable auras, all emanating from peak true gods. He realized that the true god disciples of Taiwa Palace were not merely the clansmen he had previously contended with, but rather a gathering of exceptional prodigies. Among them were numerous pinnacle true gods of exceptional bloodlines, and even some with medium or high-tier bloodlines exhibited extraordinary strength. The Taiwa Palace, or similar factions established by supreme deities, transcended even the most prominent races. Although the power of top bloodlines was formidable, the Taiwa Palace advocated for the realization of potential. Any individual, regardless of their bloodline rank, could gain entry into the palace provided they possessed sufficient aptitude and talent. While many disciples of lower bloodlines in the Taiwa Palace might not showcase extraordinary power, a select few truly unleashed their limits. When Fang Yu arrived at the grand competition venue, he encountered a pinnacle true god of medium bloodline, radiating a terrifying aura that could rival even Xian Rue. The venue was teeming with people from various races, their eyes alight with fervor and martial spirit. Each true god tournament featured 3 celestial beings, who represented the top 3 contenders. The rewards from the Taiyue Palace were exceedingly generous, and they organized competitions periodically. The tournaments were categorized into 3 levels: the Demigod Tournament, the True God Tournament, and the Celestial Tournament. The Demigod Tournament attracted the most participants, with the top 20 receiving rewards from the Taiyue Palace, and a breakthrough to True God being the minimum expectation. In the True God Tournament, the top 3 could earn rewards, allowing at least a breakthrough to celestial status. From the True God level onward, transcending realms required overcoming tribulations, with the celestial realm corresponding to the leaders or elders of medium races. The celestial tribulations were exponentially more daunting than ordinary divine tribulations. The more formidable the individual, the more terrifying the celestial tribulations became. The Taiyue Palace could assist pinnacle true gods in fully breaking through to celestial status, elevating them to the ranks of leaders in medium races. However, the most enticing was the celestial tournament. Few participated, yet each was a celestial, some already serving as leaders or elders of medium races, showcasing astonishing power. The champion of the celestial tournament could, with the aid of the Taiyue Palace, ascend to the status of a divine emperor. And thus, it began. To his astonishment, his master had set such a lofty goal for him, aiming for a top 3 finish, indicating great expectations for him. Sheng Ling looked at Fang Yu. Securing a top 3 position may prove challenging, Fang Yu replied, shaking his head. Despite his cultivation in the demonic path and wielding a demonic blade forged from 2 imperial artifacts, he felt considerable pressure. After all, he was still in the late true god stage. While those prodigious disciples of the Taiyue Palace had already reached the pinnacle of true godhood, capable of contending with celestials. What astonished him most was learning from Sheng Ling that several pinnacle true gods within the Taiyue Palace were capable of rivaling Xian Rue. It was remarkable to think that someone could stand on par with the Star Emperor. How extraordinarily gifted must they be? Sheng Ling, with her exquisite visage glowing with a radiant light, tilted her head to gaze at Fang Yu, curious whether he could indeed achieve a top 3 finish. Moreover, the goal set by the longevity elder seemed an insurmountable task. If you truly manage to secure a place among the top 3, you might be granted access to your master's formidable supernatural abilities, which are indeed terrifying and belong to the realm of imperial powers. A flicker of envy shimmered in Sheng Linger's beautiful eyes. Intrigued, Fang Yu turned to inquire, what kind of supernatural ability is it? Sheng Linger's expression darkened as she replied solemnly, it is a power endowed with remarkable regenerative capabilities. Although my master's avatar is merely at the true god realm, it can unleash an immense force, having been annihilated numerous times, yet recovering in an instant. At her words, Fang Yu's curiosity deepened, filling his heart with anticipation. Junior brother. Xian Rue approached with a smile, drawing the attention of the nearby female disciples of the Taiyue Palace, clearly indicating his popularity within the sect. Xian Rue guided Fang Yu and Sheng Linger to the grand competition venue, which appeared vast. However, upon entering, Fang Yu was enveloped by an enigmatic force, as if 2 invisible colossal hands were stretching the very fabric of space. The venue was already immense, spanning thousands of meters, yet as Fang Yu fully stepped inside, he realized it resembled an entire world, its boundaries eluding even his advanced cultivation. This is the capability of the Divine Emperor realm, allowing one to carve out a space akin to a hidden realm, almost like an independent world, Xian Rue elucidated. Due to the overwhelming number of participants in the True God competition, the Taiyue Palace had to summon Divine Emperor-level experts to further enlarge the already colossal venue to accommodate all contenders. I am not entirely certain of the exact number of participants, but it is exceedingly large, encompassing various races, even including the Titans, True Dragons, and Phoenixes. Be prepared. Xian Rue cautioned Fang Yu gravely. Fang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Xian Rue handed both Fang Yu and Sheng Linger a piece of jade, each embossed with mysterious patterns emanating an awe-inspiring power. These jade pieces contain your personal information. Should you be eliminated, they will shatter, and you will lose your qualification for this grand competition. Only with this jade can you be transported to the battle stage and confront your opponent. Just then, a thunderous bell tolled, sending ripples through the space. Is that the Divine Emperor? Fang Yu looked up to see an extraordinarily fearsome figure hovering in the sky, wielding a massive bronze bell. The bustling crowd instantly fell silent, all aware that the true god competition was about to commence. The bell's sound served as the signal. The venue was densely packed with spectators, nearly impossible to count. In the next moment, the Divine Emperor infused a surge of divine power into the bell, unleashing a wave of spatial energy that caused the jade pieces in everyone's hands to radiate with brilliance. It has begun, junior brother. I hope we do not encounter each other, Exine remarked with a smile, only to be enveloped in a white light and vanish from sight. Fang Yu, momentarily taken aback, found himself similarly whisked away by an unseen force. Chapter 487. The second round of the grand tournament as Mu Qing was abruptly transported. He found himself enveloped in a dazzling brilliance, materializing upon a vast platform surrounded by an immense force coalescing into a barrier that shrouded the entire area. Upon touching the barrier, Mu Qing discovered it to be extraordinarily resilient. Even beings of the divine realm could not breach this formidable shield. This was likely the power of a divine emperor. Even a mere fragment of their strength was beyond the reach of those at the true god level. Are you Mu Qing? You seem rather unimpressive. A voice rang out as a radiant figure appeared. Mu Qing turned to behold a formidable member of the winged race, possessing peak true god cultivation, with a pair of golden wings extending 2 to 3 yards, crackling with formidable lightning energy. Unexpectedly encountering a peak true god adversary from the outset startled Mu Qing. Within the grand tournament, many participants existed. Yet those at the pinnacle of the true god realm were scarce, with the majority being at the mid or late stages. The opponents in this grand contest were chosen at random through the spatial manipulation of the Divine Emperor's power. Whether it was fortuitous or unfortunate for Mu Qing to confront a peak true god was uncertain. A mere late true god. And those old fools in my clan have gone to such lengths to offer a bounty on your head. How embarrassing. It seems your life will be claimed by me. Song Xing. The winged racist Song Xing laughed heartily, his body radiating torrents of divine energy, with lightning crackling fiercely around him. Mu Qing smirked slightly as the demonic energy within him erupted, causing his aura to surpass that of Song Xing, prompting a change in the latter's expression. Despite Song Xing's peak true god status, Mu Qing regarded him with indifference. His power was comparable to that of Yanjiao, whom he had bested even in the early stages of true demon, let alone now, having reached the late stages. With a thunderous roar, an immense Kunping surged forth from the void, unleashing a terrifying wave of power. A peak true god Kunping beast? Song Xing's countenance shifted in astonishment. How is this possible? Why have you brought the Kunping beast here? He was utterly astounded. Following Mu Qing's battle with Yanjiao and others, many within the Taiyue Palace were aware that Mu Qing had subdued a peak true god Kunping beast. It is noteworthy that the Kunping lineage is among the stronger bloodlines, boasting formidable strength, significantly surpassing Song Xing out in the world. Song Xing would not consider himself Mu Qing's rival. Simply the presence of the peak true god Kunping was beyond his capability to confront. However, this was the grand tournament, where logically only Mu Qing should be present. Why, then, was the peak true god Kunping here? Mu Qing smiled. To others, this was a Kunping beast, yet in truth, it was his blood spirit. The expression on Song Xing's face was grim. He was clearly no match for the formidable Kunping, a beast at the pinnacle of true divinity. Suddenly, a terrifying force enveloped him, and he felt his body ensnared by a potent spatial energy. At that moment, Mu Qing wielded a demonic blade, sweeping it through the air with a ferocity that tore apart the very fabric of space. With a sickening sound, Song Xing coughed up blood as a long, narrow wound appeared on his body. To his horror, he realized that even Mu Qing, who was merely at the late stage of true divinity, possessed an unfathomable strength. A single strike from him rivaled the might of those at the peak of true divinity. Song Xing roared in fury, unfurling the wings on his back, which suddenly summoned a deluge of lightning from the heavens, transforming into a dark cloud that crackled with electric energy. However, the lightning was utterly ineffective against Mu Qing. He summoned the Thunder Pool, a genuine relic of the Thunder Path, and all the lightning unleashed by Song Xing was swiftly consumed, vanishing without a trace. How could this be? Song Xing was utterly stunned. It was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying opponent at the pinnacle of true divinity. What was most unbearable for him was that Mu Qing's apparent cultivation level was merely late-stage true divinity. Yet the power he unleashed was on par with the prodigious beings at the peak of true divinity within the Taiwa Palace. Perish! Mu Qing conjured a chaotic chain, striking fiercely and engulfing Cangxing in a torrent of demonic energy, severely wounding him. The Kunpeng beast emitted a deafening roar as it lunged at Cangxing, intent on devouring him whole. In his injured state, Cangxing found himself unable to resist, his pupils constricted as he braced for the inevitable consumption by the Kunpeng. At that critical moment, a dazzling light enveloped Cangxing. With a resounding crack, the Kunpeng consumed a vast expanse of space, yet Cangxing's form vanished. It appeared that the Divine Emperor had been watching the battle all along. Mu Qing waved his hand, drawing the Kunpeng into the astral demonic realm, murmuring softly. The light belonged to the power of the Divine Emperor, causing even Mu Qing to feel a chill of trepidation. Clearly, the Divine Emperor had been monitoring all the battles. And just as Cangxing was on the verge of being defeated by Mu Qing, he intervened, transporting Cangxing away to spare him from calamity. Having broken through to the late stage of true demon, even the typical peak true divinity was no longer a match for me. Yet, I wonder how I would fare against those prodigies at the peak of true divinity? Mu Qing pondered, awaiting the next confrontation. In the first round of the true divinity competition, half of the participants were eliminated and transported back to the venue. In the arena, Cangxing's expression was one of utter dismay. Those surrounding him were either at the early or mid stages of true divinity, and few reached the late stage. As for those at the pinnacle of true divinity, he feared he was the only one present. Generally speaking, those at the late stage of true divinity could manage to last through 1 or 2 rounds. But the first round had seen primarily early and mid-stage true divinity participants eliminated. Cangxing gritted his teeth, feeling the scrutinizing gazes of the early and mid-stage true divinity individuals around him. A proud being of a medium bloodline, a powerful entity at the peak of true divinity, had been eliminated in the first round of the true divinity competition. Such a disgrace was almost unbearable. Mu Qing waited for a brief moment and soon felt a surge of power enveloping him. With a flicker of realization, he understood that the second round of battle was about to commence. He chose not to resist, and in an instant, he was teleported back to the identical platform from before. However, this time, a figure appeared before him. Bang! A stone tablet descended behind Mu Qing, inscribed with a line of text. Inferior bloodline race, human Mu Qing. He glanced at it, and then raised his gaze towards his opponent, who also had a stone tablet behind him, bearing a similar inscription. Superior bloodline race, Star Clan Xingya. Chapter 488. The battle against Xingya in the second round of the Divine Contest. Each participant's stone tablet provided an introduction. A member of the Star Clan? Mu Qing's expression sharpened. Previously, his adversaries had mostly been of the intermediate bloodline, and he had not anticipated facing a member of the Star Clan this time. The Star Clan excelled at wielding the power of the stars, ranking among the most formidable of the superior bloodline races, with exceptional strength. Indeed, the bloodline of the Star Clan was exceedingly fearsome, surpassing that of ordinary superior races. This was due to the former Star Emperor, Xian Rui, who hailed from the Star Clan. When one ascends to greatness, their kin often rise as well. After Xian Rui broke through to the Emperor realm, all members of the Star Clan reaped the benefits, achieving the status of a top-tier race. However, following a fierce battle with the celestial beings of the heavenly court, Xian Rui suffered severe injuries. Although he did not perish, the wounds were profound and challenging to heal. Were it not for the powerful methods he employed to reconstruct his divine core, survival would have been improbable. Once the Star Emperor Xian Rui propelled the Star Clan to its pinnacle, he eventually transcended his race, merging aspects of other bloodlines through the stellar return scripture, thereby creating a unique bloodline of his own. In truth, this path he forged was exceptional, albeit one focused on bloodlines, while Mu Qing's creation revolved around a cultivation system. Are you Mu Qing? Xingya inquired as he approached, stars materializing behind him, their light illuminating the surroundings. Mu Qing was taken aback, curiosity piqued. You know me? Xingya erupted into laughter, exclaiming, your renown within the Taiwa Palace rivals that of those prodigious peak deities. A coalition of intermediate races has even pooled resources to place a bounty on your head. He expressed astonishment at the rarity of several intermediate races uniting to seek the demise of a true deity. I have heard that Yin Jiao and his companions are no match for you. Let me test just how formidable you truly are. Suddenly, a profound divine power surged from Xingya, radiating brilliance, as he unleashed a punch towards Mu Qing. Mu Qing's gaze sharpened. He retaliated with a punch of his own, enveloped in a tempest of demonic energy. Boom! The two fists collided, the force of the star power and demonic aura clashing violently, sending ripples through the fabric of space. The sound of shattering space reverberated, accompanied by waves of terrifying energy that surged around them. Both combatants staggered back several paces as the storm raged, battering against their forms. Xingya remained oblivious to the remnants of this formidable force, his body shimmering with starlight, a clear indication that he had cultivated a powerful body technique. Meanwhile, Mu Qing's demonic physique was equally formidable, unaffected by the ensuing chaos. Their confrontation was indeed evenly matched. A flicker of astonishment and shock crossed Xingya's face. Despite possessing a superior bloodline and having reached the pinnacle of true divinity, he found himself evenly matched with Mu Qing, who was merely at the later stage of true divinity. What kind of power was this? So overwhelming? Xingya was taken aback, feeling a tingling in his arm as demonic energy surged into his body, forcefully invading and damaging his physical form. Yet, despite his curiosity, he remained unaware that Mu Qing was practicing a novel cultivation system. In Xingya's view, Mu Qing's demonic energy was merely a unique form of divine power, akin to the star divine power cultivated by their celestial clan, the soul divine power of the spirit clan, and the spatial divine power of the Kunpeng clan. In a flash, the two figures surged forth again, colliding once more. Xingya drew forth a celestial divine sword, while Mu Qing wielded a demonic blade, unleashing a tempest of violent energy. Xingya's expression grew increasingly grave. He had underestimated Mu Qing. The latter, despite possessing a lower-tier bloodline and only being at the later stage of true divinity, exhibited an unexpectedly formidable strength, subtly surpassing his own. The starlight flickered as Xingya transformed into a comet-like beam, appearing behind Mu Qing. Reacting swiftly, Mu Qing summoned a torrent of demonic energy, enveloping the area in a cosmic demonic domain. Boom! Within the cosmic demonic domain, an immense power of countless stars coalesced, manifesting as a beam of light that pierced through. Xingya hastily defended himself, yet was still sent flying, coughing up blood. His eyes were filled with terror, unable to fathom how Mu Qing could possess such capabilities. A secret realm, typically forged only by sovereign deities? How did you create this? Xingya's mouth fell agape. Even more astonishing was the fact that within Mu Qing's space, saturated with demonic energy, there existed a myriad of stars, their emanating star power purer and more potent than that of even Xingya, a prodigy of the celestial clan. How terrifying! This individual could likely rival those exceptional beings at the pinnacle of true divinity. Taking several steps back, a thought inexplicably surfaced in Xingya's mind. The prodigies at the pinnacle of true divinity predominantly hailed from the most elite bloodline clans, their strength exceedingly terrifying. Having experienced the might of those individuals, Xingya knew he could not compare. Yet, his battle with Mu Qing instilled in him a pressure akin to facing those prodigious true deities. Seeing his opponent momentarily stunned, Mu Qing smirked slightly, shifting his stance as he was enveloped by spatial energy, instantly appearing beside Xingya. Celestial behemoth! Xingya exclaimed, his voice booming as his body radiated brilliance, summoning forth a colossal beast, resplendent with starlight. Mu Qing's gaze sharpened as he beheld the colossal star beast of Xingya, akin to the Kunpeng beast he was familiar with. An independent life form intricately linked to his own essence. A smirk curled at the corner of Mu Qing's lips, a playful smile emerging as a thunderous roar reverberated through the starry magic domain, heralding the approach of the Kunpeng beast. The creature stirred a tumultuous sea, enveloping the surroundings. And as the force of space swept forth, it clashed directly with the star beast. Transform! Mu Qing's voice resonated with an ethereal quality as the rampant demonic energy emanating from him surged outward, entering a state of transformation. He wielded his demonic blade and struck towards Xingya, unleashing a torrent of crimson light that spread like an ocean of blood. Xingya's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the terrifying black demonic energy surrounding Mu Qing, imbued with an appalling ferocity. Each confrontation caused the demonic energy to infiltrate his body, inflicting catastrophic damage upon his physical form. This bizarre force was far too formidable to be prolonged. Gritting his teeth, Xingya pondered desperately on how to escape the confines of Mu Qing's starry magic domain, for that was his sole chance of survival. Yet, Mu Qing evidently would not afford him any other opportunities. Within the starry magic domain, the sword energy sword and the extermination sword array established a formidable barrier that sealed off all of Xingya's retreat routes. Chapter 489. The stakes for Mu Qing. The pinnacle of true god status posed little threat. Those of mid-tier and high-tier bloodlines, regarded as prodigies within their respective races, appeared quite ordinary before him. Even Xingya of the Star Clan was no match for Mu Qing. This individual's power clearly transcended that of an average true god, and astonishingly, his bloodline was of a lower tier. Xingya was utterly astounded. He sought to escape the starry magic domain. Yet the extermination sword array within it thwarted his every move with its overwhelming sword energy, effectively sealing all avenues for his retreat, rendering him unable to act. His face was a portrait of horror, for he understood that while the Taiwa Palace emphasized potential and talent over bloodline, the few prodigies at the pinnacle of true god status were predominantly formidable beings of top-tier bloodlines. Within the entirety of Taiwa Palace, those recognized as prodigies at the pinnacle of true god status were mostly of superior bloodlines, with only two exceptions, one of high-tier bloodline, possessing terrifying strength, and another of mid-tier bloodline, who had once contended with celestial gods, earning the title of prodigy. Yet now, Xingya found himself confronted with an even more inconceivable powerhouse, Mu Qing, a being of merely low-tier bloodline, yet wielding a dark force replete with destruction and devastation. Just a touch of this power would infiltrate his being. And despite merely being in the late stage of true god cultivation, Mu Qing pressed down upon him with overwhelming might. What left Xingya in utter disbelief was Mu Qing's starry magic domain. True gods wield divine power, celestial gods grasp the laws, and divine emperors create realms. The true god realm merely serves as an introduction to the divine level. And only upon reaching the celestial god stage can one comprehend the power of the laws inherent within the cosmos. The greater the strength of the law's power, the more formidable one's own abilities become. When the power of the laws reaches its zenith, it transforms into the great path, a requisite condition for achieving the status of emperor. The laws of celestial gods are divided into 6 stars. When a celestial god cultivates their realm to the pinnacle, they must comprehend the 6-star laws to transcend into the realm of divine emperor. The divine emperor can further harness the power of the laws, merging it with the formidable force of space that he commands, thereby creating a realm of secrets. Within this mystical domain, the divine emperor's strength is greatly amplified. The characteristics of Mu Qing's starry demon domain bear a striking resemblance to this secret realm, albeit devoid of any sentient beings. I concede. Xingya shattered his jade stone, and in an instant, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, breaching Mu Qing's starry demon domain and transporting Xingya away. Crack. When Mu Qing retracted the starry demon domain, the stone tablet belonging to Xingya also fractured, signifying that he had been disqualified from the true god competition. Mu Qing awaited the subsequent battles with anticipation. At that moment, radiant lights flared up in the arena, and figures emerged, those eliminated in the second round of the competition. This time, all early-stage true gods were eliminated, most of the mid-stage true gods fell, while only a few late-stage true gods were ousted, among them Xingya. Xingya? How did you also get eliminated? Inquired a mid-bloodline late-stage true god, visibly recognizing Xingya with curiosity. Did you encounter those monstrous late-stage true gods as well? His expression was one of bitterness. He had believed his strength would at least allow him to endure through 4 or 5 rounds. Yet he was ousted in the second round, primarily due to sheer misfortune in facing a truly formidable late-stage true god. It is noteworthy that the entire true god competition saw countless participants, certainly exceeding 100,000. In the first round, around 50 to 60,000 were eliminated, leaving a substantial number remaining. And to encounter those few prodigies among such a multitude was indeed unfortunate. Xingya nodded with a smile, a glimmer of something unusual in his gaze, and replied, "Indeed, I did encounter a prodigy." Soon, the third round of the competition commenced, and Mu Qing was enveloped in light, transported to another platform. The stone tablet behind him materialized to reveal his introduction, while his opponent was a woman. Graceful in form, yet possessing the lower body of a horse, tall and imposing. Her stone tablet indicated that she was a late-stage true god from the Centaur tribe. With commendable strength, but it was clear she was no match for Mu Qing. Upon noticing that Mu Qing was also a late-stage true god, her expression grew tense as she prepared for a fierce battle. However, the next moment, a tempest of monstrous demonic energy surged forth, enveloping her entirely. She was momentarily stunned, unable to react before a torrential wave of sword energy descended upon her, inflicting severe injuries and causing her to cough up blood. A beam of white light descended, rendering her incapable of further combat, and she was promptly transported away. With the conclusion of the third round, the number of participants was again halved, leaving over 10,000 competitors. All of these remaining true gods were at least late stage, with all mid-stage true gods having been eliminated. In the forthcoming fourth round, yet another half would be dismissed. Buzz. Enveloped in white light, Mu Qing faced yet another late-stage true god in the fourth round, whom he dispatched with ease. By the end of this round, only 5,000 remained. Of these 5,000, the majority were late-stage true gods, with merely 100 still at the late-stage level. The fifth round of the grand competition commenced, with radiant light enveloping Mu Qing as he materialized onto the platform. Unlike before, this platform was shielded by a transparent barrier suspended above the arena, allowing all eliminated true gods to witness the unfolding events. Indeed, that fellow was still present. Shunlinger gazed at a specific platform in the sky, where Mu Qing stood. Despite her exceptional lineage, her cultivation was insufficient, being merely at the mid-stage of true god, leading to her elimination in the fourth round. The ensuing fifth round promised to be the most intense, featuring predominantly peak true gods in combat. In this round, Mu Qing faced an opponent at the pinnacle of true god. At this stage, unless sheer luck favored him, his adversary would undoubtedly be a peak true god. Late true god? What a bore. It holds no interest whatsoever, scoffed a man clad in black armor. Hey, you might as well concede, or I might strike too hard and leave you crippled, he shouted, seemingly impatient. Mu Qing furrowed his brow, his gaze fixating on the stone tablet behind his opponent. High-tier bloodline, Azura clan's Luo Feiyu. He recognized Luo Feiyu, a formidable warrior from the Azura clan. Mu Qing's expression shifted slightly, surprised to discover that this individual hailed from such a powerful lineage. Why does your face seem so familiar? Suddenly, Luo Feiyu's gaze fell upon Mu Qing's visage. Mu Qing smiled broadly, and the space around him shimmered with ripples as a colossal Kunpeng beast roared forth, charging directly at his opponent. Luo Feiyu was taken aback, gathering his lethal energy to form a blood-red halberd, the slaughtering god halberd, which he swung to counter the assault of the Kunpeng beast. A tempest of blood surged forth, with the halberd erupting in a wash of crimson light, unleashing a terrifying aura of slaughter. The clash immediately captivated a significant portion of the audience. The Azura clan was renowned throughout the cosmos, notorious for their penchant for violence, which only served to amplify their fearsome reputation. Luo Feiyu had garnered some fame within the Taiyue Palace, naturally attracting considerable attention. His opponent is merely at the late true god stage? How dull this is. It's likely he will be defeated in just a few moves. That late-stage true god probably only reached the fifth round through sheer luck, remarked a peak true god with a hint of disdain. Another true god beside him shot a glance his way and retorted. The fact that he has reached the fifth round indicates he possesses exceptional skills. At least he is up there while you can only watch from below. Who cares? The first speaker's face reddened with anger. Then he sneered. That person is certainly no match for Luo Feiyu. If he doesn't concede at the first opportunity against a true god from the Azura clan, his fate will be quite grim. The other true god did not argue, acknowledging the heavy bloodlust associated with the Azura clan. The late true god on the platform, should he fail to surrender promptly, would likely find himself unable to remain standing after the impending elimination. Not necessarily. How about we place a wager? At that moment, Xingyao approached, a glint of playful amusement dancing in his eyes. What wager? The man frowned upon seeing Xingyao, who belonged to the high-ranking Jiri clan and had attained the peak true god stage. I wager 100,000 divine stones. And the victor will undoubtedly be the late-stage true deity, rather than the peak true deity of the Azura clan, Staria declared with a smile. 100,000 divine stones constitutes a substantial sum for beings of the true deity realm. Typically, such entities find it challenging to possess even 10,000 divine stones. This generosity stems from Staria's lineage in the Celestial clan, which, like the Azura clan, is recognized as a top-tier race, allowing him such extravagance in offering 100,000 divine stones. Divine stones serve as the universal currency within the cosmos, utilized not only for cultivation but also for everyday transactions and the arrangement of formations. The peak true deity of the Nine Suns clan, fueled by bravado, readily accepted the challenge, exclaiming, "Very well. 100,000 it is, as if anyone cannot afford it. I bet 100,000. Confident that the peak true deity of the Azura clan will emerge victorious. I stake 300,000 divine stones on the late-stage true deity's triumph. Do you dare to match it?" At that moment, Saint Linger approached, her eyes sparkling with a glint of brilliance. Hailing from the illustrious Angel clan and being the direct disciple of the Elder of Destiny, she possessed considerable wealth, rendering 300,000 a trivial matter. The peak true deity of the Nine Suns clan hesitated, his first thought questioning whether this was a cunning ploy. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that this wager seemed to be a windfall for him. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "I accept." A fool would refuse wealth. Nearby, a throng of true deities gathered, intrigued, eager to place their bets. The majority believed that the peak true deity of the Azura clan would secure victory, as the very name of the Azura clan carried significant prestige. "I wager 70,000 divine stones on the late-stage true deity," exclaimed a peak true deity of the winged race, prompting gasps from those nearby. "Are you out of your mind? 70,000 divine stones, your entire fortune. You are betting on the almost impossible victory of that late-stage true deity," his companion exclaimed in astonishment. This peak true deity of the winged race was none other than the once-eliminated Songqing, who recognized Mu Qing and decided to take a chance. Believing Mu Qing's strength surpassed that of the peak true deity of the Azura clan. Others, observing the scene, expressed skepticism, yet many placed their bets on Mu Qing. Wait, that late-stage true deity is merely a low bloodline individual. My divine stones, a betting true deity who had followed the trend, closely examined Mu Qing's stone tablet and suddenly noted the inscription detailing Mu Qing's bloodline rank and race. "What is this human race? I have never heard of it," someone exclaimed, realizing they had been deceived. "How could he possibly win? The Azura clan will undoubtedly dominate." "No, wait, look," someone suddenly shouted. The crowd's attention shifted to Mu Qing's ongoing battle, where an enormous shadow loomed beside him, none other than the colossal Kunping beast. "Isn't this cheating?" The peak true deity of the Nine Suns clan cursed inwardly, initially believing that Mu Qing's progress to the 5th round was merely due to luck. However, witnessing Mu Qing summon a peak true deity-level Kunping beast was utterly terrifying. "A peak true deity Kunping? No wonder you reached the 5th round." Luo Feiyu's expression grew solemn. After a brief clash with the colossal Kunping beast, he withdrew, fully aware that prolonging the battle would only lead to his own detriment. The beast's strength far surpassed his own. Even from just that singular confrontation, his arm throbbed with numbness. Luo Feiyu realized that this conflict was far more complex than mere slaughter. The Kunping beast possessed a lineage of extraordinary caliber, its might eclipsing his own. Furthermore, he had come to understand Mu Qing's identity, the individual who was being pursued by various mid-tier races in conjunction with their Shura clan, in a concerted effort. The events surrounding the various races on Earth had already spread, becoming a source of ridicule among other factions, to the extent that even members of the Shura clan had become objects of mockery. Thus, in a bid to cleanse this humiliation, the races banded together, offering a bounty of 1,000,000 divine stones. Whoever managed to slay Mu Qing would receive immense rewards, be it divine stones or divine abilities, an all-encompassing bounty. Faced with such a lucrative prize, many were tempted. However, it was unfortunate that Mu Qing had aligned himself with the Taiwa Palace, rendering outsiders powerless to intervene unless he emerged from within its confines. Nevertheless, those within the Taiwa Palace had opportunities. As long as they remained inside, chances would inevitably arise, particularly in the various secret realms under its aegis. Blood sea devouring soul, Luo Feiyu roared, his palm erupting with a torrent of crimson light. Conjuring a vast sea of blood that manifested into an enormous hand, stretching thousands of meters, as it descended upon Mu Qing with ferocity. The terrifying aura of slaughter surged forth, the might of this divine ability formidable enough to astonish even the likes of Tu Lao from the 10,000 domain star map, who had not anticipated Luo Feiyu's proficiency in this technique. It was worth noting that such a divine ability was typically reserved for those of the celestial god realm within the Shura clan. Chapter 490, Imperial-level divine ability. The god of slaughter technique. Undoubtedly, Luo Feiyu's prowess and talent were commendable, surpassing the typical pinnacle of true divine beings, nearing the level of a monstrous prodigy. He wielded a powerful technique that only those of the celestial god realm could master. Although he could not unleash its full potential, it was nonetheless formidable. Once he could perfectly harness the might of this ability, he would be capable of contending with beings of the celestial god realm, effectively stepping into the ranks of prodigies. Luo Feiyu's expression contorted as every ounce of bloodthirsty power within him surged forth, coalescing into that immense blood-red hand. The gargantuan hand stirred the sea of blood, crashing forth like a tidal wave, distorting the surrounding space, thick with the pungent scent of blood, unbearable to the senses. Crack! Crack! The space before Mu Qing was crushed under the immense weight of the blood-red hand, collapsing in great swathes. All forces converged. Even Mu Qing felt a hint of trepidation. The power of that blood-red hand had begun to encroach upon Mu Qing's starry magic domain, showing signs of impending collapse. Indeed, it was a formidable strength. It was no wonder that the Shura clan's warriors were to be taken seriously. Mu Qing's expression turned grave. After all, the Shura clan was once a top-tier bloodline race, and its formidable warriors should never be underestimated. A surge of demonic energy surged forth, and Mu Qing directly entered his demonic transformation state. With his hands forming intricate seals, a terrifying chill emanated from his being. Suddenly, the demonic energy enveloped him completely, and a colossal figure of a 1,000-handed demon manifested behind him, as if conjured from the primordial chaos, radiating an aura of devastating power. At that moment, an endless cold coalesced, drawing the attention of the majority of those present in the venue. The ancient and savage essence of the 1,000-handed demon exuded an ominous and annihilating presence. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, the 1,000-handed demon began to perform seals. Invoking the Eternal Ice Seal, an inherently formidable celestial technique that became even more fearsome under the infusion of immense demonic energy and a transformation state. A vast wave of icy cold surged forth, violently colliding with the expansive sea of blood, causing the very fabric of space to convulse and shatter in great swathes. What kind of divine ability is this? It feels as though it has transcended the celestial level. A gasp erupted from the audience. Divine abilities, beyond the ordinary, are categorized into celestial, imperial, and sovereign tiers. Celestial abilities, as the name suggests, are those cultivated or created by beings of the celestial realm. At this level, devising a divine ability is a trivial matter. However, celestial abilities possess a power that eclipses ordinary divine techniques. For instance, the technique currently wielded by Luo Feiyu is a celestial ability, one that should only be executed by those of celestial status, showcasing his extraordinary talent and strength. Yet, as Mu Qing unleashed the Eternal Ice Seal, many were left in awe. Even Luo Feiyu stood momentarily stunned. Those permitted entry into the Taiwei Palace were no ordinary individuals. They discerned that Mu Qing's divine ability appeared to be even more potent. Could it be that he had manifested an imperial-level divine ability? This is astounding. If his cultivation reached the peak of true divinity, he might very well ascend to the ranks of the monstrous. Someone exclaimed. However, others shook their heads solemnly, stating, "Perhaps he has already traversed into the realm of the monstrous, demonstrating a suspected imperial divine ability with his late true divinity cultivation." A trace of a smile appeared on Xingya's face, silently acknowledging that Mu Qing had indeed lived up to his expectations. Is this truly a celestial divine ability, or an imperial one? Luo Feiyu, his expression grave, manipulated the sea of blood, coalescing it into a crimson hand, intent on suppressing Mu Qing, only to find a terrifying chill thwarting his assault. Mu Qing smiled faintly. Who knows? The Eternal Ice Seal is a celestial technique, but its exact classification remains uncertain even to him. However, it is assured that this Eternal Ice Seal is at least an imperial divine ability. It is worth noting that the Starry Sky dynasty was established by a supreme deity, and its protective formation, the Qianyuan star array, harbors immense divine might. The fact that the eternal ice seal can breach this formation speaks volumes of its formidable level, capable of encasing an entire planet in an instant. Mu Qing suspected that this eternal ice seal might very well be an imperial divine ability. The sea of blood surged ominously. "Kill for me." As the veins on Luo Feiyu's forehead bulged ominously, he let out a furious roar, as if the blood-soaked sea had awakened countless vengeful spirits, all floating forth and issuing chilling howls. Eternal icebound. Descend into utter oblivion. Mu Qing's gaze grew increasingly cold and terrifying, as if, at that moment, his emotions too were encased in ice, his eyes reflecting only a thirst for slaughter. With his hands forming intricate seals, the thousand-armed demonic form behind him condensed the pervasive chill into an icebound sigil that struck the blood sea with tremendous force. Like a pale beam of light, it pierced through the sanguine expanse, unleashing a torrent of white energy. Crack! Crack! The terrifying cold spread with alarming rapidity, freezing the souls that had emerged from the blood sea, rendering them immobile. The vengeful spirits within the blood sea seemed to be the very beings Luo Feiyu had slain in the past, now resurrected by his formidable power, their intense resentment aiding him in battle. Bubbles of viscous energy pulsated upon the blood sea, emitting intense waves as if a mighty vengeful spirit was about to emerge. A deafening roar erupted. It was a bizarre creature, seemingly a conglomeration of countless souls, possessing innumerable heads and arms, flowing with blood. This entity was undoubtedly comparable to the pinnacle of true divinity, a fearsome embodiment of vengeance. Yet, before this mass of resentment could fully manifest, it was shrouded by an overwhelming chill, frozen into an icy statue. Not only the vengeful spirits, but even the power of the blood sea began to freeze. A testament to the might of the eternal icebound, astonishingly formidable. Not merely living beings, but even energy, souls, and even space could be encased in ice. Should this miraculous technique be wielded to its utmost potential, it could rival the realm of supreme divinity, intertwining with the fabric of time, capable of freezing the very essence of time and space itself. As Luo Feiyu watched his blood-colored hand, now encased in ice, shatter, and the blood sea gradually succumbed to frost, a flicker of change crossed his face. With a roar, he summoned a heart, pulsating powerfully and measuring several hundred meters in size. This was the Heart of Slaughter, a unique secret art of the Azura clan. The Heart of Slaughter absorbed the blood of slain enemies, converting it into energy for storage, to be unleashed in future battles, not only enhancing his own strength, but also facilitating rapid recovery from injuries. It was precisely this Heart of Slaughter that allowed the Azura to grow ever more formidable with each encounter. The murderous intent in Luo Feiyu's eyes intensified, yet a hint of trepidation lingered within him. Despite Mu Qing appearing to possess only late-stage true divinity, his strength seemed to surpass even Luo Feiyu's. He could hardly fathom how Mu Qing's power could be more terrifying than their Azura divine force, imbued with destruction and annihilation. Observers speculated that should Mu Qing reach the pinnacle of true divinity, he might join the ranks of prodigious beings, becoming one of the few in the entire Taiwa Palace. But only Luo Feiyu understood that he was facing that very prodigy. With such strength, this individual was undoubtedly a marvel. To reach the prodigious tier at late-stage true divinity was utterly terrifying. Luo Feiyu's heart roared in fury. Refrain from attributing the struggle solely to Mu Qing's prowess. Even the formidable Kunping beast at the pinnacle of divine might pose a significant challenge for him. Amidst the collaboration of the Kunping beast and Mu Qing, Luo Feiyu, despite invoking the Heart of Slaughter, found himself increasingly strained. Observers at the venue perceived the escalating intensity of the battle, noting the near parity of the two combatants. It appeared that Luo Feiyu of the Azura clan held a slight edge, as he faced both the Kunping beast and the human without faltering. Some spectators nodded, believing they discerned the intricacies of the encounter, offering their critiques. Yet, only Luo Feiyu himself was acutely aware of his precarious position, teetering on the brink of demise, vulnerable to the slightest misstep that could plunge him into the abyss. In the throes of such a fierce contest, he harbored doubts about whether the divine emperor behind him could indeed rescue him should misfortune befall him. With a fervent roar, Luo Feiyu unleashed the essence of his blood, igniting a boundless crimson radiance that repelled the encroaching chill, surging forth towards Mu Qing. The atmosphere crackled with resplendent brilliance, as divine energy engulfed the heavens and earth, causing celestial bodies to reverse their courses and the very elements to be inverted. The terrifying energy clashed violently, drawing the attention of an ever-growing audience. As Luo Feiyu summoned the blood sea through his celestial-grade divine technique, his pallor deepened. The strain on his being was tremendous, for he had only begun to master this formidable ability. Were it not for the continuous energy replenishment from the heart of slaughter, he would have been unable to sustain the blood sea's tumultuous energy consumption. To his astonishment, Mu Qing's manifestation of eternal ice clearly surpassed the celestial-grade techniques. Yet he stood there with an air of calm, as if his power were inexhaustible. I refuse to believe it. As a formidable being at the pinnacle of true divinity, I cannot be outmatched by one at the later stages of true divinity. Luo Feiyu gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with frenzy as he exhaled a torrent of vital essence, igniting over half of his own life force. This method of enhancing one's power through the burning of blood essence was familiar to many, yet the Azura clan had perfected it to an extraordinary degree, resulting in an exaggerated amplification of strength. Nonetheless, despite this, it did not elevate Luo Feiyu's cultivation to that of a celestial deity. He remained tantalizingly close. Mu Qing sensed the mounting pressure. His own strength fell short of that of truly monstrous beings. Only through the combined might of the Kunping beast could he barely contend with such exceptional entities. With a thunderous clash, Luo Feiyu wielded the Godslayer spear, while Mu Qing brandished the demon blade in a sweeping arc, the ominous aura enveloping them, unleashing a force reminiscent of an apocalyptic cataclysm. The resulting shockwave from their ferocious engagement was akin to the splitting of mountains and shattering of earth. Each collision produced powerful ripples that distorted the surrounding space. At that moment, any ordinary true deity nearby would undoubtedly be reduced to mere dust. Blood slaughter finger, Luo Feiyu bellowed, coalescing a towering crimson digit that pierced through the air towards Mu Qing. He remained motionless as the colossal creature, Kunping, manifested the power of a black hole within its maw, devouring the blood slaughter finger and consuming the surrounding space, exposing the pitch-black void beneath, which sent shivers down the spine. Mu Qing's gaze fixed upon Luo Feiyu, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he vanished, the space around him warping, only to reappear above Luo Feiyu. With a single fist, he struck downward, unleashing a cataclysmic force that erupted in an instant, surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary peak true god, thanks to the might of his chaotic demonic form. Luo Feiyu, oblivious to how Mu Qing had suddenly materialized before him, was struck by the terrifying force, plunging headlong into the sea of blood. Having thoroughly mastered the spatial techniques of the Kunping clan, Mu Qing wielded spatial power far superior to that of Luo Feiyu. Seeking death. Luo Feiyu's teeth shattered as he erupted from the blood sea, roaring, his body radiating an endless crimson light as his essence burned ever more fiercely. At this rate, he wouldn't even need an opponent. He was on the verge of incinerating himself. Elder 2 transmitted a message, well aware of the blood-burning secret technique of the Shura clan. To gain strength, one must pay a price, and the blood-burning technique of the Shura clan exemplifies this. It grants immense power, yet the longer it is employed, the graver the consequences. With a grotesque expression, Luo Feiyu flickered and charged towards Mu Qing, wielding the Godslayer spear imbued with a profound Shura divine power. Godslayer technique, slaughter all beings. A terrifying murderous intent erupted from Luo Feiyu, as the Godslayer spear transformed into a beam of bloodlight soaring into the heavens, followed by the manifestation of a torrential blood rain. Each droplet morphed back into a Godslayer's spear, enveloped in a malevolent aura. Elder 2 gasped within the myriad domain's star map, exclaiming, "The Godslayer technique? He has actually mastered such an ability?" Curiosity piqued, Mu Qing inquired about the Godslayer technique. Elder 2's tone grew solemn as he explained, "This is an imperial-level divine ability. The Shura clan once had multiple emperors, but not all left behind imperial divine techniques. The first generation of emperors bequeathed the Godslayer technique, which amplifies one's power through overwhelming murderous intent. Elder 2 had also left behind an imperial-level divine ability, the Shura Blade, which focuses on blood energy, while the Godslayer technique emphasizes murderous will. However, the Shura clan has long believed the Shura Blade to be merely an imperial artifact. Little did they know, it is not only an imperial artifact, but also a manifestation of Elder Two's imperial divine ability. Be cautious. The Godslayer technique is formidable. This fellow has burned all his essence solely to execute this move. Elder Two warned. Chapter 491, the 6th round. Luo Feiyu had ignited all his essence, placing his body in an exceedingly perilous state, all to unleash this move, an imperial-level divine ability passed down from the first generation of Shura emperors, the Godslayer technique. Mu Qing's expression grew grave as Luo Feiyu unleashed an imperial-level divine power at a tremendous cost, placing him firmly among the ranks of prodigies. The chaotic order enveloped Mu Qing, with demonic energy swirling around him, emanating from his thousand-handed demonic form, a higher-tier magic forged through the fusion of chaotic essence. The chaotic, demonic energy, imbued with the power of order, coalesced in the palms of his thousand-handed form, showering down a multitude of palm imprints that violently shook the space, shattering the myriad of god-slaying spears. The air resonated with powerful energy waves, drawing the attention of most in the arena. Could it be? The clash between these two had already transcended the ordinary pinnacle of true gods. Some gasped in astonishment, recognizing that both Mu Qing and Luo Feiyu, in this moment, unleashed forces far beyond the realm of mere true gods. They were akin to near prodigies, their unleashed power dangerously close to that of celestial beings. Xingya's countenance darkened, and he spoke in a hushed tone. The expression of the true god at the pinnacle of the Jiuyang clan turned ghastly as he contemplated the stakes of the wager he had taken. An inexplicable panic gripped his heart, realizing the wager's magnitude could lead to his ruin. What kind of power is this? Luo Feiyu's visage twisted in rage, his pallor stark as he burned through his own realm, rendering him feeble. Yet, he could hardly fathom the extent of Mu Qing's strength, which seemed to be boundless. With an arsenal of techniques at his disposal, particularly, the force within Mu Qing instilled a sense of dread within him, a foreboding energy steeped in destruction and annihilation. The chaotic demonic energy Mu Qing unleashed exuded an aura of order that felt as oppressive as a mountain. I refuse to believe it. Burn. Let it all burn. Luo Feiyu roared, driven to madness, his hair turning completely white and beginning to fall out, while his once robust physique withered away, coughing blood incessantly. Mu Qing was taken aback, observing the drastic changes in Luo Feiyu, who now resembled a mere skeleton, his skin starting to decay, blood flowing profusely from his body. Die. Perish. Luo Feiyu pierced his own body with the god-slaying spear, invoking the killing god technique, which dictated that to kill others, one must first sacrifice oneself. This scene seemed eerily familiar. However, Luo Feiyu had no ancient life tree to resurrect him, as he was resolutely severing his own life in a bid to eliminate Mu Qing. Yet, this is merely a contest. And you would willingly forsake your life to slay me? Mu Qing furrowed his brow. Luo Feiyu's hoarse cry echoed. Mu Qing, you are my sole adversary. Only by killing you can the master's plans proceed unimpeded. These words left Mu Qing and Tu Long baffled, but in the next instant, Mu Qing's pupils constricted with alarm. He noticed tendrils of dark energy emanating from Luo Feiyu's shattered form, more sinister than his own demonic energy. Cursed power. Is it a cursed spirit? A cursed flower? Mu Qing was taken aback as comprehension dawned upon him. Even if Mu Qing had previously slain members of the Shura clan, it was incomprehensible that Luo Feiyu would be willing to forfeit his life in a bid to kill him. However, at this moment, Luo Feiyu found himself ensnared by the insidious influence of a curse. He remained oblivious to when he had come into contact with the cursed seed, which had taken root deep within him. As he engaged in battle with Mu Qing, this sinister seed began to sprout, eroding Luo Feiyu's rationality. This series of transformations was so subtle that even Luo Feiyu himself was unable to perceive it, ultimately plunging him into a state of utter madness and despair, igniting his very essence in a fervent attempt to slay Mu Qing. Mu Qing, upon sensing the curse's malevolent energy, immediately deduced that it must be the work of the cursed flower or the spirit of the curse. Where could the cursed flower be lurking? Had it been shadowing me all along? Gritting his teeth, Mu Qing felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger. Though the cursed flower and spirit had indeed departed from Earth, they had remained elusive, likely concealing themselves within the depths of this celestial palace, disseminating cursed seeds. This was indisputable. Damn it! This individual is completely under the control of the curse. The chaotic demonic energy erupted from Mu Qing as he unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the god-slaying spear that lunged toward him. Those present at the scene, however, were unaware of Luo Feiyu's affliction by the curse. Mu Qing was the sole individual to recognize this perilous situation. The audience was astounded by Luo Feiyu's desperate and explosive actions. Even the divine emperor, hidden in the shadows, was stirred, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the intense confrontation between Mu Qing and Luo Feiyu. In truth, the other battles of the fifth round had already concluded, with all late-stage true gods eliminated, and several peak true gods also facing defeat. The forthcoming clashes would only grow increasingly fierce. Even among peak true gods, the battles did not exhibit the same level of complexity as that between Mu Qing and Luo Feiyu, which could typically be resolved in a relatively short span. The most extraordinary peak true gods had been deliberately arranged by the divine emperor to avoid one another. The prolonged struggle between Mu Qing and Luo Feiyu stemmed primarily from the fact that both were akin to prodigious entities. The divine emperor overseeing this grand contest felt an unsettling disquiet as he observed the two combatants. Their powers elicited a sense of trepidation even within him. The devastation and ruin emanating from Mu Qing contrasted starkly with the bloody carnage radiating from Luo Feiyu, which was imbued with a sinister essence. Luo Feiyu, having sacrificed his own life force, was temporarily sustained by the curse's power, wielding formidable bloodthirsty energy. The sky was awash with the god-slaying spears, coalescing into a colossal sword of slaughter. This monstrous blade descended with lethal intent, aiming to cleave Mu Qing in two. No. The chains of chaotic order cannot be severed, roared Mu Qing defiantly. Yet, the formidable assault did not instill fear within him. His demonic energy surged to the heavens, enveloping the starry abyss. As myriad hands transformed into demonic forms, coalescing into a chaotic seal that surged forth, overwhelming the descending sword of slaughter. Boom, boom, boom. In midair, a violent surge of energy erupted, the powerful aftermath of the battle creating a tempest that reverberated fiercely, witnessing the disintegration inch by inch. Even the most formidable beings at the pinnacle of divinity dared not approach the clash of these two individuals. The force unleashed was simply too terrifying. Both combatants wielded extraordinary techniques, their divine powers transcending the limits typically associated with their level. Yet, Mu Qing, having cultivated the starry sky, returned to origin scripture, possessed a dauntingly thick demonic aura, particularly from his demonic heart, which with each pulsation replenished him with a vast reserve of malevolent energy. In contrast, Luo Feiyu lacked such divine strength, relying instead on the sacrificial burning of his own life force, trading it for the opportunity to unleash imperial-level divine abilities multiple times. Indeed, Luo Feiyu's ability to manifest such imperial powers marked him as a true prodigy, potentially placing him on par with Mu Qing. However, Mu Qing was not alone. He was accompanied by a colossal Kunping beast at the apex of true divinity, which utilized spatial techniques to shield him from a significant portion of the assault. With a thunderous roar, the Kunping opened its massive maw, having once fused with a jade toad, thereby attaining a devouring power akin to that of a black hole, surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary Kunping. The abyss-like mouth, shrouded in darkness, emanated a gravitational force that consumed a substantial part of Luo Feiyu's gathered attacks. Mu Qing's thousand-handed demonic body unleashed its might, entwined in chaotic demonic energy intermingled with ordered assaults, each strike fracturing vast expanses of space. It was evident that their battleground was rent with enormous spatial fissures, the violent energies piercing through with alarming speed, tearing apart a sea of blood in mere moments. Embrace your demise. Mu Qing expanded the starry sky demonic domain, conjuring a colossal chaotic chain that surged forth like a celestial dragon from the depths of the universe, roaring with ferocity. With a resounding impact, all of Luo Feiyu's offensives were obliterated, the crimson radiance shredded by the chaotic hues as the chain swept through, culminating in an explosive burst of blood mist that marked the end of the confrontation. Exhausted, Mu Qing felt the strain. The battle had persisted for far too long. Even he sensed fatigue creeping in. What weighed more heavily on his mind was the nature of the curse afflicting Luo Feiyu. How had it come to be? Did the curse flower and cursed spirit truly exist within the Taiwa Palace? If so, how had the palace's formidable entities not detected them? Perplexed, Mu Qing settled into a meditative posture, recuperating as he awaited the next round of competition. In the 6th round, his forthcoming opponents would predominantly be beings at the pinnacle of true divinity. Yet, Mu Qing felt no trepidation, as long as he did not encounter the prodigies among them. He believed he could easily vanquish the average true divinity. He refused to believe that everyone would be like Luo Feiyu, willing to sacrifice their lives and burn their essence for the sake of battle. Ha ha ha. That individual has triumphed. The one at the late stage of true divinity has truly emerged victorious. Within the venue, a wave of laughter erupted as Mu Qing's victory signified a substantial acquisition of divine stones for the crowd. The expression of the peak deity from the Nine Sun clan turned ashen, yet under the scrutiny of so many, there was no recourse for denial. The 5th round of the Divine God tournament concluded, and the clash between Mu Qing and Luo Feiyu attracted considerable attention. Even the emperor overseeing the tournament took notice. However, he refrained from intervening to save Luo Feiyu, having discerned that the latter had already sacrificed his life force entirely in a desperate bid to triumph over Mu Qing. The emperor understood that even his intervention could not salvage Luo Feiyu's life. As the 6th round commenced, the ensuing battles would witness fierce confrontations among peak deities. Notably, Mu Qing stood as the sole exception among the participants, being the only one at the late stage of the divine god realm. This distinction garnered him even more attention, with many in the audience speculating that Mu Qing's prowess might elevate him to the ranks of prodigies. It was astonishing. He was merely a late-stage divine god, and yet, despite possessing a low-tier bloodline, he had managed to contend with prodigious talents. Some gasped in disbelief. The prodigies of the Taiyu Palace, recognized for their formidable strength, could rival even the most powerful celestial beings, all at the peak of the divine god level. The notion of a late-stage divine god being classified as a prodigy was unprecedented. However, it was too early to draw conclusions. Luo Feiyu did not belong to the ranks of prodigies either, while their battle had indeed been astonishing. A powerful deity opined that Mu Qing was still somewhat distant from the peak prodigy level. Other onlookers were taken aback, as the speaker was a celestial being. The 6th round has begun. Someone shouted eagerly, yet the majority's focus remained on Mu Qing. Unfortunately, disappointment loomed as Mu Qing's opponent turned out to be merely an ordinary peak divine god, rather unremarkable compared to prodigies, possessing only a mid-tier bloodline. Do not harbor such illusions. Unless one is about to enter the finals, it is improbable for Mu Qing's opponents to be of prodigious caliber, the celestial admonished. Regardless of whether Mu Qing truly possessed prodigious combat capabilities, his displayed strength was undeniably approaching that level. The emperor overseeing the tournament was well aware that it was impossible to assign Mu Qing a prodigious opponent in the 6th round. In this divine god tournament, only the initial rounds featured completely random adversaries. Thereafter, the matchups became pseudo-random. To put it plainly, from the 5th round onward, all opponents were determined by the emperor behind the scenes, a measure taken to prevent the prodigious beings from encountering each other before the finals. It is evident that in the eyes of the divine emperor, Mu Qing possesses formidable strength, having reached the level of a prodigy. Thus, he is treated similarly to those exceptional individuals, ensuring that he will not encounter them until the finals. This almost guarantees Mu Qing's advancement to the final round. As he gazed at his opponent, it became apparent from the stone tablet behind him that the challenger was a pinnacle deity from a mid-tier race, whose prowess was rather unremarkable. Before the opponent could react, a colossal Kunping beast roared forth, enveloping the area with a terrifying spatial force that rendered him immobile. Spatial collapse. Mu Qing uttered a few words, and in an instant, the space surrounding his adversary shattered completely, collapsing into fragments. Instant kill. Chapter 492. The prophecy of the Moonlight Emperor. The 6th round of the divine tournament has concluded, leaving only 1,000 deities in attendance, each a pinnacle deity, with Mu Qing being the sole late-stage deity among them, thus drawing considerable attention. The ensuing battles promised to grow ever more exhilarating. In a certain hidden realm high above, formidable figures began to materialize. They were all divine emperors. These emperors were undoubtedly the upper echelon of the Taiyu Palace, each a powerhouse of divine caliber. Among them, several prodigies exhibited the potential to ascend to divine emperor status, warranting focused cultivation, while the human deity also merited close observation. One divine emperor stroked his chin and laughed heartily. Isn't that the disciple of the Fate Elder? I did not anticipate such strength. He appears to rival the prodigies. Another formidable figure chimed in with a grin. He's still lacking in some aspects. A figure slowly shook his head, appearing quite ancient, with white hair and a significantly weaker aura compared to the others present. This figure was none other than the Fate Elder himself, who believed that Mu Qing's strength had yet to reach the level of a prodigy, merely approaching it. That said, regarding the young one from the Azura clan, you must have noticed something peculiar, right? The Fate Elder suddenly redirected the conversation to the previous battle between Luo Feiyu and Mu Qing. The expressions of the others grew serious, and they nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is something amiss, yet we cannot quite pinpoint what is wrong, remarked one divine emperor, furrowing his brow. At this moment, the Fate Elder spoke up, having evidently discerned something significant. It is a malevolent force, distinctly sinister. Indeed, he has been corrupted by a certain power. Though our Azura divine energy is replete with a killing aura, it should never manifest such wickedness, exclaimed a figure cloaked in crimson. He was a powerful elder of the Azura clan, a divine emperor. This Azura divine emperor, possessing a cultivation level akin to that of the Azura clan leader, had risen to a senior position within the Taiwa Palace. Having witnessed the Azura clan's decline from its zenith to its current state, he ultimately departed from the Azura clan, arriving at the Taiwa Palace and achieving divine emperor status, thus becoming a formidable asset nurtured by the palace. This divine emperor, being a figure of the Azura clan, was acutely aware of the changes occurring within Luo Feiyu. Unlike the destructive power wielded by the human boy of the latter stages of the divine realm, a mysterious and malevolent aura inexplicably emanated from Luo Feiyu, a force that could not possibly be cultivated by our Azura clan. The Azura clan's divine emperor wore a grave expression and spoke in a low voice. Indeed, at that moment, a figure spoke up, whose identity among the assembly of divine emperors was evidently significant, drawing the immediate attention of others upon his utterance. This divine emperor's eyes shimmered with an unusual light as he continued. Just now, I dispatched someone to investigate. From the accounts of those acquainted with Luo Feiyu, it has come to light that his temperament has drastically altered, displaying bizarre behaviors, and his strength has surged immensely. Moreover, there is an intriguing aspect, to my knowledge. Luo Feiyu lacks the qualifications to practice the god-slaying technique, for it is an imperial-level divine art, regardless of his innate talent. The higher-ups of the Azura clan would never bestow such a technique upon him. The Azura clan's divine emperor emphasized, expressing his perplexity regarding Luo Feiyu's anomalies. Immediately following the conclusion of the battle between Luo Feiyu and Mu Qing, he had contacted the upper echelons of the Azura clan. The information he received indicated that the imperial-level divine art, the god-slaying technique, was preserved meticulously, accessible only to Azura clan members of the divine realm. Each individual's cultivation would be meticulously recorded, and Luo Feiyu had never practiced the god-slaying technique at all. This rendered the situation exceedingly perplexing. If Luo Feiyu had not cultivated the god-slaying technique, from whence had his prior mastery of it arisen? The Azura clan's divine emperor found himself utterly baffled, unable to comprehend the enigma. With the death of a person, there is no need for such a commotion. One divine emperor remarked impatiently, unwilling to squander time on the matter. Others countered his sentiment, and the high-ranking divine emperor admonished, every matter must be treated with utmost seriousness. Recently, the Moonlight Emperor prophesied that our Taiwa Palace is on the brink of grave disaster. Any events occurring in this time may very well be the roots of our impending calamity. The Divine Emperor shrank back, refraining from further speech. Within the Taiwa Palace, in addition to the numerous Divine Emperors, there were also several great emperors, among whom the Moonlight Emperor stood as the founder of the Taiwa Palace and a disciple of the Supreme Moon Deity. The Moonlight Emperor was renowned for his prophetic abilities, with eyes said to perceive the currents of time, foreseeing the emergence of a treasure trove on Earth that would be claimed by the human Mu Qing. A prediction he had indeed made. The Elder of Destiny nodded, his expression equally grave. The Moonlight Emperor's prophecies have never shown error. His prior foretelling indicates that our Taiwa Palace is indeed on the verge of a disaster. However, the future is not immutable. Several events foretold by the Moonlight Emperor have been altered, and this instance may likewise be changed. The Azura clan's divine emperor proclaimed. Although Luo Feiyu had been slain by Mu Qing, these divine emperors remained fixated on everything concerning Luo Feiyu, intent on uncovering the truth. Better to be cautious than to regret later. Regardless of what has transpired with Luo Feiyu, we must elucidate the matter. If it poses any threat to the Taiwa Palace, we shall eradicate it at once. With a hum, a beam of white light enveloped Mu Qing, signifying the commencement of the 7th round of the True God competition. However, his opponent remained inferior. This time, it was a peak True God from a higher race. Although formidable, it was evidently no match for Luo Feiyu, as the colossal Kunping beast could effortlessly dispatch it. As the 8th round commenced, the total number of participants stood at 500. Mu Qing continued to recuperate from his injuries, having sustained significant damage in his previous battle against Luo Feiyu. Fortunately, the opponents he faced in the subsequent rounds were not of monstrous caliber, proving utterly incapable of contending with the Kunping beast. By the 9th round, over 200 competitors remained, and Mu Qing still refrained from engaging directly. Relying solely on the Kunping beast, he vanquished his adversaries. Many spectators gasped in astonishment. Those still battling atop the high platform were predominantly powerful peak True Gods, yet Mu Qing alone possessed the cultivation of a late-stage True God. What heights might he ultimately reach? Xingya exclaimed. Entering the top 10 seemed inevitable, with a peak True God Kunping beast at his side. He scarcely needed to lift a finger, as the beast alone could propel him into the top 10. A peak True God, who had faced Mu Qing in the 8th round, admitted that it was merely the presence of the Kunping beast that led to his defeat. He felt a lingering dread, vowing never to encounter such terrifying spatial power again, which had ensnared him before a cataclysmic collapse of space obliterated him in an instant. I believe he can secure a spot in the top 5 and compete with those prodigies for the top 3, Sheng Linger exclaimed, embodying a devoted fan as she cheered for Mu Qing in the arena. As a prodigy of the angel race, she naturally attracted many admirers, gathering a substantial crowd to become Mu Qing's cheerleading squad. Chapter 493, The Demon Race. He has truly entered the ranks of prodigies. The audience gasped in disbelief. Following the conclusion of the 9th round, only 100 True Gods remained in the competition, 99 at their peak and 1 in the late stage. The upcoming 10th round promised to be even more intense, as all vied for a position within the top 50. Within the Taiwa Palace, there existed hundreds of thousands of True Gods. Considering the non-True Gods, the number likely reached millions. To enter the top 50 amidst such vast numbers attests to one's extraordinary talent and potential. In the 10th round, Mu Qing felt a distinct pressure. His opponent was a formidable being from a higher race, although not on par with Luo Feiyu, who had sacrificed his life essence and blood. This adversary was still no ordinary foe. Teaming up with the Kunping beast, Mu Qing unleashed a cataclysmic spatial collapse akin to the end of the world, culminating in the activation of the exquisite sword array to secure his victory. In the 11th round, the contest for the top 25 began. Mu Qing closed his eyes to meditate, as there was a day of rest following the 10th round. Yet, no one departed the arena. In fact, the crowd only swelled. For these True Gods, even months of cultivation felt but a fleeting moment, let alone a mere day. As the day passed, Mu Qing opened his eyes to find his next opponent standing before him. Are you the one who is said to have entered the ranks of prodigies as a late-stage True God? Unfortunately, your journey ends here. I shall put an end to you. This formidable being hails from an elite race, a true pinnacle of divinity, the demon clan, known as Erewhon. Although they participate in the Divine God tournament, they remain acutely aware of the circumstances beyond their own realm. Old Destiny, it appears your disciple has encountered a worthy adversary. That individual is a prodigious contender. The Shura clan's divine emperor cast a glance at Erewhon, revealing a flicker of solemnity deep within his gaze. The demon clan stands as one of the foremost races, the greatest nemesis of the angel clan, and in terms of heritage, they possess an even greater strength than the once mighty Shura clan. Throughout the cosmos, the personalities and powers of the Shura and demon clans are remarkably similar. Like the Shura, the demons revel in bloodshed. However, unlike the Shura, the demon clan not only slays their opponents, but also conducts various experiments and manipulations on their corpses and even the living. This aspect renders them even more detestable than the Shura. Yet, the demon clan has endured calamities even more devastating than those faced by the Shura, surviving numerous assaults from other elite races while safeguarding and passing down their prestigious bloodline. The might of the demon clan is formidable, and Erewhon, emerging from this lineage, is particularly powerful, renowned as a prodigy in waiting, which underscores his immense capabilities. The demon clan is indeed a formidable adversary. Old Destiny. It seems your disciple may falter at the threshold of the top 50. Tell me, why have you not bestowed upon him any divine abilities? It appears he has yet to master even a single one of your signature techniques, remarked one of the divine emperors with a chuckle. Old Destiny shook his head and replied, my expectation for him is to break into the top 3. Should he achieve this, I shall impart my divine abilities unto him. Nevertheless, if he fails to reach the top 3, I shall still have other techniques to share. The other divine emperors exchanged astonished glances. The top 3 positions are fiercely contested by several prodigies, and they were taken aback by Old Destiny's high regard for his disciple. Could it be that you intend to pass on your esteemed divine ability to him? One of the higher-ranking divine emperors seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming in surprise. The others gasped in astonishment, turning their gazes towards Mu Qing, their eyes filled with envy. Old Destiny holds a significant status among the numerous divine emperors of Taiwan Palace. To them, he is almost a venerable figure. While they had yet to ascend to true divinity, Old Destiny had already achieved the rank of divine emperor. In fact, his lifespan surpasses even that of many sovereigns, a longevity attributed to his self-created divine ability, which is said to rival the imperial level, allowing him to survive an unfathomable number of years. Strictly speaking, the sovereigns are a generation younger than him. Indeed, if he truly makes it into the top 3, I shall impart this divine ability to him. If he does not, I shall teach him the Taiwan mirror technique, which is not a mere token gesture, mused Old Destiny while stroking his chin. The others exchanged glances, each recognizing the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. Over the years, Old Destiny has seldom shown interest in taking in disciples or nurturing them. It was only a few years ago, during a visit to the Angel clan, that he took Xinglinger as a disciple. However, Old Destiny did not fully devote himself to her training until now, when he unexpectedly took on another disciple, revealing his willingness to share even imperial-level divine abilities. However, the top 3 positions are exceedingly challenging. His current prowess still falls short. The onlookers exchanged glances, their discerning eyes sharp as daggers, for they were beings of the divine emperor rank. They could tell at a glance that Mu Qing's true strength was at best on the verge of reaching the celestial realm. Even with the addition of the Kunping beast, their combined might merely graze the surface and did not ascend to the initial stages of divinity. They were not exceptional. Perhaps it was indeed premature for him to participate at this time. In the next divine competition, once he ascends to the pinnacle of true divinity, he may have a viable opportunity to secure a place among the top 3. The Elder of Destiny furrowed his brow, sensing that he had perhaps been too hasty in allowing Mu Qing to join this divine competition and setting such lofty aspirations for him. By the way, have any developments emerged concerning Luo Feiyu? Inquired a high-ranking divine emperor. The divine emperor of the Shura clan shook his head, replying, it is quite peculiar. We have uncovered no information, yet the imperial-grade divine powers that suddenly manifested within Luo Feiyu are indeed authentic. A profound silence enveloped the group. Meanwhile, Mu Qing and Yi Huan had already engaged in fierce combat. Mu Qing summoned the thousand-hand transformation, unleashing the starry magic domain, and launched an assault alongside the Kunping beast. The Kunping beast executed a terrifying spatial secret technique, aiming to imprison Yi Huan, while Mu Qing conjured a chaotic chain imbued with order, striking with ferocity. This tried-and-true combination of lethal attacks, the Kunping beast's spatial technique, could even restrain those at the peak of true divinity. Subsequently, Mu Qing wielded the chaotic chain, delivering a blow that obliterated his opponent's form. However, upon sensing the imminent spatial forces bearing down upon him, Yi Huan smirked slightly, unleashing a terrifying power from within, shattering the confinement. The Kunping beast? Yi Huan's expression turned disdainful as crimson patterns spread across his arm. Suddenly, with a tremendous effort, he forcefully tore his arm free. After severing his limb, a copious amount of blood erupted, and Yi Huan's severed arm radiated a brilliant light in midair, manifesting into a colossal dragon. This dragon, reminiscent of a great lizard, symbolized malevolence in Western lore. Chapter 494, Demonic Transformation, a True Divine Peak Dragon? The crowd gasped in astonishment. It was already known that the demons possessed uncanny abilities and were adept at studying various peculiarities. Yet no one anticipated that Yi Huan would tear off his own arm to summon a true divine peak dragon right from the onset. A late-stage true divine being remarked in awe. Beside him, A true divine at the peak wore a grave expression and shook his head, stating, "That was not summoned. If I am not mistaken, his severed arm has grasped a true divine peak dragon, and through some method or technique, he has transformed that dragon into his own arm." At these words, the surrounding individuals were struck with disbelief. To convert a true divine peak dragon into one's own arm? How horrifying. Heh. My minions extend beyond just this one. Ihuan chuckled, and in the next moment, his left arm erupted as well, blood splattering. And the severed limb once more transformed into a dragon. This dragon, like the previous one, was also of true divine peak caliber. The evil dragon is a subspecies of the true dragon lineage. Although its bloodline may not be the most prestigious, it has nonetheless attained the level of a high-ranking bloodline. Legends speak of the evil dragon as one of the transformations of the great dragon, which was severely wounded by the deities of the demon race, who captured many prisoners. The evil dragon is an existence birthed from the demon race's transformation of the great dragons. While both evil dragons and great dragons share a high-ranking bloodline, the former is imbued with a more savage nature and possesses the demonic powers exclusive to the top-tier races. Their hearts are consumed by a singular desire for slaughter, making them one of the servitors of the demon race. The Shura race was besieged by many elite races due to their excessive bloodshed, which earned them numerous enemies. In contrast, the demon race attracted even more elite races to their demise because they conducted experimental research on every captured prisoner, transforming them into combat puppets. It is in this manner that evil dragons were born. Aside from evil dragons, many other races underwent demonic transformations, though most perished, leaving only a scant few that became puppets of the demon race. Evil Ruan, akin to the demon race, even transformed his own body, fashioning two evil dragons into arms through some arcane means. To onlookers, this seemed an act of madness. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Evil Ruan laughed heartily, relishing the shock evident on the faces of those around him. Simultaneously, his legs erupted, morphing into two roaring evil dragons. For peak divine evil dragons surged towards the gigantic Kunpeng beast, and despite the latter's superior bloodline, it stood no chance against the combined might of the four evil dragons. A thunderous roar reverberated from evil Ruan, yet it was clear that this was not his own voice, but rather that of a ferocious beast. In the next moment, to the astonishment of Mu Qing and many others present, evil Ruan's head tore apart, revealing a colossal, grotesque figure. This was a massive, tumor-like mass, adorned with a narrow crack that served as its mouth, capable of swallowing objects hundreds of meters in size. With a splatter, two clouds of blood mist erupted as a pair of wings, equally immense, sprouted from the back of the grotesque mass. Unlike the mass itself, these wings were strikingly white, their feathers seemingly imbued with a divine power reminiscent of pure sanctity. This was also a peak divine entity, yet it represented a formidable existence of a top-tier bloodline. Indeed, the members of the demon race are somewhat extraordinary. Evil Ruan has surely earned his place among the prodigious. One of the divine emperors among the assembled spoke, and others nodded in agreement. Previously, Evil Ruan had not revealed his true capabilities, and to the onlookers, he was merely a genius of a top-tier race, not yet reaching the level of a prodigy. However, no one anticipated that Evil Ruan had been concealing his true prowess all along. Gulp. The transformation was not yet complete. The remaining portion of Evil Ruan's body began to undergo a metamorphosis as his flesh bubbled and expanded wildly, forming a second tumor-like mass. This too bore a gaping, menacing mouth and a pair of magnificent wings, with a distorted, indistinct shadow upon the top of the mass that unmistakably resembled Evil Ruan himself. Ha! Did you expect this? This is truly my most formidable masterpiece. These are not merely the four contemptible dragon puppets, but rather the angelic beings possessing terrifying potential. A malevolent roar escaped from Erwin as he grinned wickedly, audaciously referring to these two grotesque masses as angels. Mu Qing's expression grew solemn, and even within the vast starry map, Elder Tu lamented, stating, "I have long heard of the perverse nature of the demon clan, yet I never anticipated it had reached such an extreme. These two grotesque tumors harbor two formidable and fearsome divine powers, one being the sacred power of the angelic race, and the other the malevolent power of the demon clan. As natural adversaries, the angelic and demon races have engaged in numerous battles, leaving behind living captives. The angelic race is swift and decisive in dealing with demon captives, executing them without hesitation. However, the demon clan has always believed that their demonic power could fuse with angelic power, leading to the transformation of captured angelic beings into demonic entities, ultimately resulting in the creation of the angelic malignancy. This angelic malignancy has shed all unnecessary components, retaining only a mouth to absorb energy and a massive body to store it. Its enormous, tumor-like form allows it to harness angelic power while also containing demonic power, rendering its strength extraordinarily terrifying. Erwin has even bound his soul to one of these angelic malignancies. A single individual has ultimately transformed into the existence of 6 peak true gods, placing Mu Qing in a precarious situation. 4 true god peak dragons of superior bloodlines have intercepted the colossal Kunping beast, while the remaining 2 angelic malignancies, also of elite bloodlines, possess equally formidable strength. The combined might of these 2 angelic malignancies is undoubtedly terrifying. Furrowing his brow, Mu Qing observed as one angelic malignancy charged toward him, its enormous, ghastly maw unleashing a horrifying beam of light, a fusion of black and white, the product of combined angelic and demonic powers. 1,000 hands of demonic transformation, Mu Qing bellowed, instantaneously expanding the starry demonic domain, with his own demonic energy erupting, entering the state of 1,000 hands of demonic transformation. He further activated the Qianyuan star formation within the starry demonic domain, seeking to resist the dreadful black and white divine light with the power of countless stars. Boom. At the moment of collision between the starlight and the black and white divine light, the space shattered explosively, a tremendous roar resonating through the air, where the 2 forces intersected. A cataclysmic tempest of annihilation surged forth, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Coughing up blood, Mu Qing was propelled backward. This strike had placed him at a disadvantage. Intriguing. Quite intriguing. The power within you piques my curiosity. A sickly smile suddenly appeared on Erwin's face, seemingly fascinated by Mu Qing's demonic energy. Chapter 495. The Sacred Giant Sword. With 2 angelic malignancies of supreme bloodlines uniting against him, Mu Qing found himself in a perilous predicament. Particularly the angelic malignancy controlled by Erwin, whose prowess was formidable, effortlessly wielding both demonic and angelic powers. It is unfortunate that this true god competition does not allow for killing, but I am confident there will be ample opportunities in the future. The power within you seems even more potent than our clan's demonic energy. Evil Ruan sighed and shook his head, overwhelmed by a profound sense of regret. He longed to capture Mu Qing and subject him to a demonic transformation, if he could harness the power within Mu Qing. Perhaps the celestial malice's assaults could be rendered even more devastating. Alas, he found himself within the confines of the Taiyue Palace, bound by its regulations. And the enigmatic divine emperor, lurking in the shadows, would undoubtedly prevent him from seizing Mu Qing. Resigned, he decided it was best to expedite the battle. Originally, he had intended to employ this tactic during the finals, but since it had been prematurely revealed, he might as well allow everything to come to light. The angelic malignants beneath Evil Ruan trembled, as enormous, corpulent arms sprouted from the grotesque mass, dripping with repulsive green fluid that was enough to induce nausea. Mu Qing's expression grew grave as he sensed the immense, unfathomable power emanating from the angelic malignants fused within Evil Ruan. Suddenly, the pair of pristine wings behind the angelic malignants radiated a divine luminescence, and sacred patterns emerged across its massive form. To Mu Qing's astonishment, the grotesque, stout arms were thrust into the narrow, fissure-like mouth, rummaging vigorously until a brilliant beam of holy light erupted forth, revealing a colossal golden sword spanning 100 meters. Instantly, a formidable wave of energy surged through the arena. A heavenly artifact. This was an object of power that transcended ordinary ranks, attaining the celestial level. A formidable instrument only those of divine status could wield. However, Evil Ruan had somehow concealed this mighty heavenly artifact within the angelic malignants and found a way to summon it forth. The Holy Sword. It was the exclusive weapon of the celestial beings of his angelic lineage, imbued with formidable sacred powers, particularly effective against demons. Yet, no one had anticipated that Evil Ruan, a member of the demon race, could harness this holy sword. Surprised, are you? Evil Ruan laughed maniacally. His visage contorted, his form wavering. He howled frantically. This masterpiece is the culmination of countless hours of research. The higher-ups in my clan deemed my strength subpar, considering me lacking in talent. Who could have guessed that I have been secretly undergoing demonic transformation all this time? Evil Ruan's display left the hidden divine emperors in shock. For few in the demon race could achieve what he had, even undergoing a complete transformation while retaining only his soul. The Holy Sword, originally a divine artifact belonging to the celestial beings, had cost Evil Ruan dearly to procure from the upper echelons of the demon clan. This heavenly artifact stood among the pinnacle of its realm, yet the potent divine power it contained rendered it nearly impossible for members of the demon race to wield. Evil Ruan's talent was not lacking. Indeed, he was among the most exceptional within the Taiwa Palace. Had he dedicated himself to cultivation, he would surely have entered the ranks of prodigies. However, he did not pursue that path. Perhaps cultivation held little significance for him. In his eyes, only the transformation of demons mattered. The evil dragon, a combat puppet crafted by the demon race many years ago, pales in comparison to the angelic malady, a creation of Evil Ruan himself. It must be acknowledged that he is undoubtedly a genius in this regard. The angelic lineage possesses a supreme bloodline and wields divine power that stands in stark contrast to that of the demon race. The demons usually focus their transformations on higher races, seldom daring to engage with the pinnacle races. This reluctance stems from two reasons. Firstly, after enduring catastrophic wars akin to those faced by the Azura race, the demon race, despite not having fallen from the ranks of the elite, has suffered significant depletion of strength, rendering them unable to provoke the ire of too many supreme races. Secondly, the bloodlines of the apex races are far too potent. Since demonic transformation relies on demonic divine power as its foundation, the overwhelming strength of the apex race's divine power and bloodlines creates insurmountable conflict, preventing any successful transformation. Yet, under Evil Ruan's years of research, a feat that had never been accomplished in the history of the demon race, transforming a supreme race, was achieved. Not only that, but the target of this transformation was the angelic race, with which the demonic divine power would clash violently. Evil Ruan harnessed the strength of the angelic malady to manipulate the angelic race's celestial artifact, the Holy Sword, enhancing its might to an incredible degree, almost beyond belief. Defeated, that human of late true god rank lost. Among the many divine emperors hidden in the shadows, one spoke up immediately. Another divine emperor sighed and remarked, "There is no remedy. Had that human possessed the strength of a peak true god and fully entered the ranks of prodigies, it would have been a different story. One stands as a prodigy, the other as a prodigious candidate. The gap between them is not trivial." Even the Destiny Elder, witnessing the scene, remained silent, yet shook his head, clearly sharing the belief that Mu Qing had little hope. What initially was merely a prodigious candidate in Evil Ruan had already been elevated to the status of a true prodigy in the eyes of these divine emperors. Concealment of one's prowess is a skill everyone possesses. Mu Qing is no exception. On the surface, he appeared to possess only the cultivation of a late true god. Yet who could have anticipated that his strength surpassed that of a typical peak true god, reaching the level of a prodigious candidate? Evil Ruan, too, was underestimated. All believed he was merely a candidate, unaware that he had refrained from unleashing his most formidable abilities. This was the limit reached. But this individual named Mu Qing could be nurtured with great focus. After all, he currently bore a lowly bloodline. The highest-ranking divine emperor spoke. Evil Ruan's performance was astonishing, even shocking this assembly of divine emperors. Yet if given a choice, they would naturally opt for Mu Qing. After all, Evil Ruan belonged to the demon race. Hailing from a formidable apex lineage, and his sense of belonging to the Taiwa Palace was not particularly strong. In contrast, Mu Qing emerged from a blank slate. According to the Taiwa Palace's investigations, he hailed from a weak planet, and even his lowly bloodline had only evolved through his own efforts to break into the ranks of true gods. Cultivating Mu Qing would be tantamount to nurturing a native powerhouse of the Taiwa Palace. Chapter 496. Unleashing the demon blade within the esteemed realm of the Taiwa Palace, numerous divine emperors regarded Mu Qing as a candidate worthy of focused cultivation. This was not merely a matter of allocating additional resources from the Elder of Destiny. Rather, it was the entire Taiwa Palace that would bestow resources upon Mu Qing, honing and shaping him into a formidable entity. Interestingly, the lower one's bloodline, the greater the emphasis placed upon them, within the confines of the Taiwa Palace. Those at the pinnacle of true divinity, aside from a few prodigies of exceptional bloodlines, included two remarkable individuals of higher and intermediate bloodlines respectively, who received considerably more resources than their top bloodline counterparts. In truth, the emergence of a prodigious being from an intermediate bloodline signified the correctness of the Taiyue Palace's foundational principles. With the arrival of Mu Qing, the elder dignitaries of the palace recognized that, given sufficient talent, even those of inferior bloodlines could rival the elite. While top-tier bloodlines boasted immense power inherited from their ancestors, when it came to potential for growth, individuals of lower-tier bloodlines sometimes proved to be even more formidable. A surge of formidable energy rippled through the air as Erwin commanded the angelic malignancy, wielding the colossal sword of sanctity with unparalleled might. Mu Qing furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous threat emanating from his adversary, whose power undoubtedly surpassed that of an ordinary pinnacle true god. He even speculated that Erwin's strength had ascended to the level of a prodigy. Such was the might of a heavenly artifact that Erwin, through astonishing means, had brought it under his control. While ordinary 10th and 11th tier artifacts could be procured for a sum of 1 to 200,000 divine stones, heavenly artifacts commanded a staggering price of 10 million, with most exceeding several tens of millions. "Yield, for you are no match for me," Erwin declared, his massive arms gripping the sword of sanctity as he swung it down with ferocity. A blinding divine sword radiance pierced through the heavens and the earth, launching forth with lethal intent. Though he belonged to the demon race, Erwin executed an attack imbued with such sacred power that the surrounding space resonated with ethereal chants, manifesting spectral angelic forms that proclaimed judgment upon heretics. Boom! The very fabric of space fractured as a colossal sword light descended, aiming to obliterate Mu Qing. Roar! The mighty Kunping beast unleashed a thunderous roar, shattering the surrounding space with a cataclysmic force, transforming itself into a fearsome shadow. The four formidable dragons flanking it were no ordinary foes. While they may not have matched the Kunping beast in strength, they could easily obstruct its path to aid Mu Qing. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qing felt once again the familiar sensation reminiscent of his battle with Luo Feiyu. This strike even more potent than that confrontation. Yet, he would not falter. The starry demon domain coalesced around him, activating the Qianyuan star formation, as powerful stellar energies converged. Once enveloping the entirety of the starry empire, this formidable formation, though Mu Qing could not fully harness its power at present, would still yield strength far exceeding that of a pinnacle true god, even if he could only tap into a fraction of its might. The Qianyuan star array was gathering strength, and Mu Qing needed to buy time for it. Thus, he directly engaged, meeting the assault of the Holy Sword. It was not that he lacked a means of escape, but rather that his retreat was obstructed by another angelic blight. Curiously, the head and body of the blight had transformed into two separate angelic blights, one of which was controlled by the blight itself, wielding the Holy Sword, while the other merely blocked his path without attacking him. Thousand Hands Transformation. Eternal Ice Seal. A towering magical figure materialized behind Mu Qing, 1,000 hands clasped together, countless runes intertwining, unleashing a terrifying chill that enveloped the surroundings. Yet, this formidable cold, capable of freezing space itself, appeared remarkably feeble against the brilliance of the Holy Sword's blade, which shone so intensely it seemed poised to cleave the universe in twain. The chill of the Eternal Ice Seal was no exception. As the blade descended, its fearsome force shattered everything in its path, pressing relentlessly towards Mu Qing. Mu Qing's countenance grew increasingly grave. He had invoked the Eternal Ice Seal in the state of Thousand Hands Transformation. Even when faced with a host of peak true gods, he could still freeze them. Yet here, he found the light of the Holy Sword easily shattering his defense. This was not due to the inadequacy of the Eternal Ice Seal, but rather the overwhelming power of the Holy Sword. Mu Qing's comprehension of the Eternal Ice Seal was not profound enough. Wielding the strength he had attained as a late-stage true god to confront a heavenly grade divine artifact was naturally futile. Within the starry demon domain, the forces of the stars continued to coalesce. Mu Qing let out a low cry, his demonic energy swirling with a chaotic hue, as a chain materialized. Commanding the Thousand Hands magical body, Mu Qing grasped the chaotic chain, which was imbued with the power of order, and swept it across. The Thousand Hands magical body towered even above the angelic blight, and the chaotic chain, enveloped in demonic energy, roared forth like a chaotic celestial dragon. Boom! The blight's expression momentarily stiffened as it felt a force rebound. The formidable holy sword had not severed the chain. In fact, the chaotic chain held tightly in the thousand hands magical body had sustained no injuries whatsoever. Impossible. For the first time, the blight exhibited signs of disarray. It was well aware of the holy sword's might, a powerful heavenly-grade artifact summoned by an esteemed celestial god. Yet it had been resisted by a mere late-stage true god like Mu Qing. Is this surprising? The thousand hands magical body staggered back. The demonic energy dispersed by the powerful backlash, while Mu Qing, within the magical form, coughed up blood, though the corners of his mouth curled slightly upwards. The chaotic chain, imbued with the power of order, possessed an indomitable quality, even if the holy sword were to grow stronger. It had yet to reach the level capable of severing the chaotic chain. At this moment, not only the blight, but even the hidden divine emperors were astonished. They believed Mu Qing had reached his limits. The strength displayed by the blight, wielding the holy sword, had elevated it to the ranks of prodigies. Yet, what no one anticipated was that Mu Qing had managed to withstand the blight's assault. How intriguing! One highly esteemed divine emperor laughed heartily, his gaze fixed upon Mu Qing. Indeed, is this the power of a newly developed cultivation system? It appears to have completely transcended divine power, seemingly more formidable than the celestial energies wielded by the renowned beings of the heavenly court. The Elder of Destiny murmured in secrecy. Only a select few were aware of Mu Qing's circumstances. Many believed his demonic aura to merely possess a tremendous capacity for destruction and devastation, a mere manifestation of some divine strength. Unbeknownst to the masses, no one would suspect that Mu Qing's demonic energy was entirely distinct from the formidable powers of gods and immortals, even eluding the perception of the divine emperor. I refuse to believe it. The malevolent Yuan, controlling the angelic malignancy, struck down once more with his sword, a radiant light enveloping the heavens and the earth. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qing's thousand-handed demonic form elevated the void, and a terrifying great sword materialized, unleashing a torrent of ferocious demonic energy. This was the manifestation of a blade forged from the fusion of two imperial artifacts, a demonic sword. Chapter 497, The Demonic Sword. A treasure amalgamated from two imperial artifacts, although not an imperial artifact itself, harbored the potential to surpass them. Such a treasure, even in its nascent state, could rival the highest echelons of power. This was the first time Mu Qing had unleashed the full might of the demonic sword, drawing upon his own demonic energy to summon its formidable power, causing an overwhelming surge of demonic wrath to erupt. Boom! The violent energy detonated, shattering vast expanses of space as the holy sword clashed with the demonic blade, igniting a powerful tempest. Mu Qing staggered back. The formidable force of Yuan proved too overwhelming, the backlash causing him to cough up blood. How could this be? The crowd was astounded, with Yuan exhibiting the most disarray. He had invested immeasurable effort and incurred countless costs, ultimately transforming his very being into that of a monster, all in pursuit of surpassing limitations to wield the heavenly-grade artifact, the Holy Sword. Heavenly-grade artifacts are those that only celestial beings can command. Even the pinnacle of true gods cannot harness their power. This was the first instance Yuan showcased the ability to wield a heavenly-grade artifact with his true god cultivation, elevating the assessments of many divine emperors from that of a prodigious candidate to a true prodigy. Now, astonishingly, Mu Qing had also drawn forth a heavenly-grade artifact and flawlessly unleashed its formidable power. Is that truly a heavenly-grade artifact? The divine emperor of the Shura clan expressed his astonishment. The Elder of Destiny's gaze sharpened as he whispered, "It cannot be mistaken. It must indeed be a heavenly-grade artifact. For only such artifacts can contend with others of the same caliber. Ordinary artifacts, even those of the 10th or 11th rank, would shatter in an instant under the might of a heavenly-grade artifact." He regarded Mu Qing, marveling at the plethora of hidden capabilities he possessed. Initially, he had not anticipated Mu Qing to break into the top 3. His intention was merely to impart some foundational divine techniques before Mu Qing ascended to celestial status, at which point he would bestow his signature techniques upon him. Yet, Mu Qing seemed to be a black hole, eluding even the insight of the Elder of Destiny. With increasingly powerful techniques at his disposal, Mu Qing inhaled deeply, his heart racing, as torrents of dense demonic energy surged from within his demonic core. Though the demon blade is immensely powerful, its activation demands a tremendous amount of energy. With Mu Qing's magical essence, he could sustain the blade's celestial level burst for only a brief moment. It is only through the continuous outpouring of demonic energy from the demonic heart that he can extend the duration of wielding the demon blade. The countenance of Erwin twisted in rage. After unleashing a series of strikes with the Holy Office greatsword, he appeared to be greatly fatigued, the angelic malice beneath him waning in strength. Yet, in the next moment, Erwin astonishingly summoned another angelic malignancy. The second angelic malignancy gaped wide, releasing a surge of sanctified divine power that flowed into the angelic malignancy under Erwin's command. Thus, it became clear to Mu Qing, no wonder the second angelic malignancy refrained from attacking him. It was merely a facade, a vessel crafted solely to assist Erwin in wielding the Holy Office greatsword. This second angelic malignancy possessed no combat prowess, but harbored an immense reservoir of energy. Should the primary entity's power diminish, the auxiliary angelic malignancy would unleash a bounty of energy to sustain it. Divine ascendance, Erwin roared, as radiant holy light erupted from his being, enveloping him in a divine aura. In that moment, he bore no resemblance to a true god of the demon race. Rather, he appeared as a formidable being of the angelic lineage. The sanctity of his power felt denser and purer than that of Saint Linger. Erwin, through the Holy Office greatsword, unleashed potent angelic abilities. Blinding holy light unfurled instantaneously, saturating the space as countless sacred runes erupted from the Holy Office greatsword, imprinting the vast void with their presence. Sweeping forth with a mighty stroke, the intense holy light revealed a terrifying six-winged angel, clad in luminous armor, yet its visage exuded a profoundly sinister aura. Wielding a tome and chanting a war song that could ensnare the hearts and minds of all. With the emergence of the six-winged angel, the full might of the celestial artifact was unleashed, instilling dread. The Holy Office greatsword descended with ferocity, delivering a strike that epitomized the power of the divine realm. At this moment, Mu Qing remained remarkably composed, as the Qianyuan star formation within the starry magic domain approached activation. He needed to withstand this final assault. Facing Erwin's onslaught, he felt as though he were confronting the Sea Dragon King. The fabric of space fractured, holy light suffused the heavens, and the entire platform was shrouded in divine power. Boom! The Holy Office greatsword descended, its holy radiance blinding, as a beam of light fell from above, exuding an aura of terror and transmitting waves of energy that instilled fear. In the assembly, all held their breath, their gazes transfixed in awe at this clash. Even before reaching the finals, such astonishing combat erupted. This was not merely a battle between two peak true gods, but rather a confrontation between beings of monstrous caliber, truly extraordinary. The divine emperors, including those of high status, gazed curiously at Erwin and Mu Qing, eager to ascertain whether Mu Qing could withstand the impending strike. After Mu Qing unleashed the full power of the celestial artifact, the question lingered, could he summon it once more? A divine emperor remarked, sensing the precariousness of Mu Qing's situation and preparing to intervene. As beings of divine emperor caliber, they discerned that Mu Qing, having invoked the complete might of the demonic blade, had exhausted his own energy reserves. In stark contrast, Erwin commanded the Tianshi evil tumor, which was inherently imbued with copious energy, not to mention the auxiliary angel evil tumor designed specifically for energy storage, enabling him to repeatedly wield the formidable power of the holy sword. No, not necessarily. Suddenly, a highly esteemed divine emperor spoke, his expression grave. The Elder of Destiny added solemnly, indeed, a terrifying force emanates from within Mu Qing. His energy is recovering at an astonishing rate. The assembly of divine emperors was taken aback. What they sensed was none other than Mu Qing's demon heart. After his transformation, Mu Qing had merged the heart of seizing immortality with the devouring ability of a black hole, giving rise to the demon heart, which housed immense energy, capable of supplying power to him in critical moments, much like Erwin's auxiliary angel evil tumor. Chapter 498. Victory. Erwin, with the aid of the angel evil tumor, could sustain the activation of the celestial artifact for extended periods, engaging in battle with the overwhelming might of the holy sword. Yet Mu Qing was not to be underestimated. The dense demonic energy surged forth from his demon heart, maintaining the explosive power of the demonic blade. Rumbling, the divine might descended with earth-shattering force, bearing down upon Mu Qing. The energy from Mu Qing's demon heart surged forth like a torrential river, enveloping his entire being. Erwin's face was etched with murderous intent. This time, he was determined to vanquish the true god in his later stage. He could scarcely believe that, having exhausted all his means, he was unable to defeat a low-bloodline true god at such a critical juncture. Flash. Erwin's face contorted as he commanded the holy sword to descend, shaking the very fabric of space. The divine radiance enveloped the platform, and everyone held their breath, contemplating whether Mu Qing could withstand this onslaught. The visage of the divine angel mirrored Erwin's own, twisted with ominous and malevolent energy, yet its form radiated a brilliant holy light. Boom! The overwhelming force cascaded down, causing significant spatial collapse. Mu Qing's expression turned grave as a silver robe materialized around him. This was one of the spatial techniques of the Kunping clan, the spatial robe, imbued with formidable spatial power, designed to shield Mu Qing from a portion of the impending damage. However, given Mu Qing's current mastery of the Kunping clan's spatial arts, he was still ill-equipped to contend with a celestial artifact. The radiance cascading from the holy sword fell like feathers, yet it harbored terrifying might, shattering Mu Qing's spatial robe with unrelenting force. Eternal suppression of heaven and earth. In Mu Qing's eyes, a brilliant spark ignited as he swept his magical blade with a swift motion, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy. The formidable technique, coupled with a terrifying aura, indicated that Mu Qing had expended every ounce of his strength to deliver this strike. Evil Yuan's expression shifted slightly, for he sensed that this blow from Mu Qing bore a power rivaling that of a celestial-grade artifact, perhaps even surpassing the might of his own holy giant sword. The entire platform was engulfed in a clash of pitch-black and divine light, resulting in a cataclysmic storm that left both combatants coughing blood and staggering backward. I refused to believe it. Evil Yuan's visage contorted in rage as he seized another avatar of the angelic blight with his massive arm, ruthlessly tearing it asunder. In that instant, the energy contained within the dismembered avatar surged into Evil Yuan's being, causing his already colossal form to swell further with the absorbed power. In stark contrast to the rejuvenated Evil Yuan, Mu Qing found himself utterly depleted. The demonic energy within him was nearly exhausted, having drained the very essence of his magical heart. Though his blade was powerful and had reached the level of a celestial-grade artifact, the cost of such strength was staggering. After 2 mighty strikes, he found himself devoid of further power. Onlookers shook their heads, convinced that Mu Qing had ultimately failed to create a miracle. Each time he had previously faced peril, he had unveiled even more terrifying strength, leaving the crowd astounded. It appeared he had truly exhausted all his trump cards. While both adversaries relied on the might of celestial-grade artifacts to achieve their monstrous prowess, they were formidable in their own right. The Shura clan's divine emperor shook his head in disbelief. However, the Elder of Destiny observed Mu Qing intently, his gaze flickering with intrigue. He sensed that Mu Qing might still possess undisclosed means. Unfazed, the expression on his face bore no hint of fear, even curling upwards at the corners. The Elder's eyes sparkled with anticipation, as he had a premonition that perhaps Mu Qing indeed had more to reveal. As the other divine emperors scrutinized the scene, they too discerned that Mu Qing's lips curled into a smirk, suggesting he had hidden cards yet to be played. In the next moment, radiant beams of light erupted upon the platform, light akin to that of the stars. As Mu Qing fully unveiled the celestial realm of magic, an endless expanse of starlight erupted around him. The heavens were ablaze with countless twinkling stars, their brilliance illuminating the surroundings. Thousands of stars moved through the air, tracing intricate paths, coalescing into a grand formation. As this formation took shape, an overwhelming surge of starry brilliance emerged, the Qian Yuan star formation. A fearsome array that had once safeguarded the entirety of the Starry Sky dynasty reappeared, having amassed power over a prolonged period. The Qian Yuan star formation was now poised to unleash a fraction of its might. The gathered starlight radiated an aura of sheer terror, leaving all present in a state of shock and awe. What kind of power is this? Evil Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, trembling beneath the weight of such formidable energy. Even as a peak true god. Within the venue, Xingyu of the Star Clan gazed in astonishment. Despite being a member of the Star Clan, He had never witnessed such profound celestial power. During his previous battle with Mu Qing, he had already encountered the celestial force within Mu Qing's starry demonic domain. Yet he was now even more astounded to realize that Mu Qing had not exerted his full strength at that time. Boom. The Qianyuan celestial array coalesced a tremendous amount of star power, erupting forth with a thunderous force. Thud. The terrifying beam of celestial energy pierced through the angelic malignancy, utterly shattering the might of the sacred sword. A resounding clang echoed as the sacred sword trembled violently before being sent hurtling away. Without the sacred sword, the malevolent entity, Yuan, stood no chance against Mu Qing, his face a mask of terror as he hastily turned to flee. Yet at that moment, a force of spatial energy descended, momentarily imprisoning Yuan's soul-like form. It turned out that the Kunping beast, previously entangled by four malevolent dragons, had finally freed itself. With no mercy in its heart, the Kunping beast wielded its spatial power to slay the four dragons and devour them whole. As Yuan attempted to escape, the Kunping beast ensnared him for a crucial few seconds that proved fatal. The celestial beam, imbued with extreme power, struck Yuan, obliterating the angelic malignancy and reducing Yuan's soul-like form by half. Stripped of his angelic malignancy, Yuan was left with only his own spirit, a consequence of his research into the spirit clan and his own soul's transformation. Thanks to the spirit clan's attributes, Yuan escaped death. Yet his soul was irrevocably damaged and would require an extensive period for recovery. I cannot believe I have lost, Yuan thought, disbelief etched across his features, when suddenly, the divine emperor intervened, enveloping him in a majestic divine power and whisking him away. Thus, the battle concluded with Mu Qing emerging victorious. Chapter 499. The Titan clan's fall. With the battle at an end, Mu Qing was granted 3 days to recuperate. This arduous conflict, however, had culminated in a resounding victory for Feng Yu, confirming the extraordinary prowess of the Qianyuan celestial array. Moreover, this encounter had drawn the attention of several powerful beings. Ruan's displayed strength had reached a level comparable to that of a peak true god of monstrous caliber. And Mu Qing's ability to combat such an opponent signified that his own power had also ascended to the ranks of the extraordinary. What was most striking was that Mu Qing's cultivation was still merely at the late true god stage, and his bloodline was of the lower tier. Who could have imagined this? Who could have foreseen his victory? What kind of power was at play here? It seemed to emanate from a formation infused with potent celestial energy. The Azura clan's divine emperor wore a look of astonishment. It was evident that Mu Qing's triumph over Yuan had left the assembled divine emperors in shock. Perhaps he truly had a chance to break into the top 3. The highly esteemed divine emperor spoke, his perspective altered. He believed Mu Qing possessed a significant opportunity to penetrate the upper echelon. To ascend into the top 3, however, it was imperative that Mu Qing face another formidable opponent of monstrous caliber, making the next encounter against such a rival the most pivotal moment of all. The Elder of Destiny shook his head and remarked, "It is not certain. It also depends on whether Mu Qing can employ the technique he previously demonstrated. Furthermore, others have also taken note of Mu Qing's abilities, and if they encounter him, they will undoubtedly be on guard. I must candidly state that each of the prodigious peak true gods is formidable, possessing numerous hidden trump cards. Even the malevolent Yuan has concealed his true capabilities, let alone the others. Although the astral power Mu Qing unleashed earlier was indeed powerful, the Elder of Destiny opined that those prodigious peak true gods might very well withstand such force. In the 12th round, the contest for the top 10 slots commenced. The assembly of true gods erupted into fervor, for they understood that the ensuing battles would be of paramount significance, as they would take place in the realm of the prodigious peak true gods. It was astonishing that such a dark horse had emerged in this competition. It was the first time in the history of the Taiwa Palace that a low bloodline true god of late stage had advanced to the final stages. Discussions buzzed throughout the venue, with the majority of gazes fixed upon Mu Qing. Among those true gods who had already been eliminated, many belonged to high or elite races, and their admission to the Taiwa Palace attested to their considerable talent, yet they were still awed by Mu Qing. After several days, Mu Qing had largely recuperated. His demonic energy surged within him, though the energy within his demonic heart had been significantly depleted, and there was no time to replenish it now. Buzz! A beam of white light descended, enveloping Mu Qing and transporting him to a platform. With a resounding crash, 2 stone tablets landed, one displaying Mu Qing's personal information. His gaze fell upon the tablet of his opponent. Titan race, Yuntian. A grave expression crossed Mu Qing's face as he beheld a towering figure before him. A man named Yuntian from the Titan race. This race held significant ties to him, including the divine powers he possessed, which were also related to the Titans. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable Titan warrior at this juncture, a peak true god from a top-tier race. It is Yuntian, and he is exceptionally strong. A candidate of prodigious caliber, someone exclaimed, acknowledging the might of Mu Qing's adversary. Certainly, at this stage, every participant's strength was formidable and should not be underestimated. You are impressive, yet your strength can at best rival that of a prodigious candidate. Yuntian's expression was also somber. He recognized Mu Qing's formidable prowess. As the final moments approached, the battles across the platforms became visible to all. The contest between Mu Qing and the malevolent Wan persisted for an extended duration, making Mu Qing the last to conclude his battle in the 11th round. Many had observed Mu Qing's fight, which captured the attention of the prodigious peak true gods. Although Yuntian acknowledged Mu Qing's strength, he bore no fear upon his countenance. The Titan race had never known trepidation, and he was aware that Mu Qing's victory over Wan was achieved through a formation. Whether that formation could be utilized again remained uncertain. As long as Mu Qing did not employ that formation, even wielding a heavenly grade artifact would result in a 50-50 chance. Come, Yuntian bellowed, his physique suddenly swelling, soaring upward. This platform is indeed remarkable, expanding simultaneously to accommodate the true form of the fallen celestial. In the next moment, a colossal figure, towering at 10,000 meters, materialized before Mu Qing, exuding a ferocious aura that crushed adversaries with the weight of a mountain. Mu Qing lifted his gaze towards this behemoth, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The Titan's physique, a power he was all too familiar with. He inhaled deeply, and in an instant, a surge of demonic energy erupted within him. Mu Qing's form radiated an overwhelming demonic might, simultaneously rising from the ground, entering the state of thousand hands transformation. His massive demonic body equally towering at 10,000 meters. What is this divine ability? I sense a remarkably familiar aura, roared the fallen celestial. Mu Qing chuckled softly, offering no reply. His thousand hands transformation was indeed forged upon the foundation of Titan power. Kill. The fallen celestial charged forward, his arms shimmering with azure light, akin to a roaring azure dragon, delivering a punch that shattered the surrounding space. Azure Dragon Arm. A flash of brilliance ignited in Mu Qing's eyes as he clasped his hands together in his thousand hands demonic form, unleashing a terrifying chill that swept the vicinity. Eternal Ice Seal. The azure dragon was encased in ice, the frigid air continuing to engulf the fallen celestial's colossal form, transforming him into an ice sculpture. Yet, in the next moment, a cracking sound resonated as the fallen celestial shattered the ice and strode forth, delivering a crushing blow. Titans rarely employ divine abilities, for their physical forms embody the mightiest of powers. However, it was evident that should the fallen celestial rely solely on his physical strength in this confrontation, he would be unable to best Mu Qing. A demonic blade materialized in Mu Qing's hand, and with a single stroke, a sea of blood surged forth, not only repelling the fallen celestial, but also leaving a long, narrow gash upon his arm, from which blood flowed, only to be devoured by the blood sea in an instant. Divine ability, dragon transformation. The fallen celestial bellowed, unleashing an immense power. Golden light flashing as his massive form transformed into a golden dragon man. As a Titan, why pursue the powers of the dragon clan? Mu Qing admonished, as the demonic energy within him surged into the blade. One stroke could stabilize the universe, shattering the very fabric of space. The fallen celestial's expression shifted to one of shock. Mu Qing's demonic blade had yet to unleash its celestial-grade might. Yet the power emanating from him had already surpassed that of an extraordinary contender. Chapter 500. The Pinnacle of True Demons. Initially, the fallen celestial regarded Mu Qing with indifference, believing his own strength to be sufficient to triumph. However, upon facing Mu Qing directly, he realized that Mu Qing's power far exceeded his expectations, instilling within him a profound sense of pressure, especially when Mu Qing summoned the colossal Kunping beast. The fallen celestial found himself in a more precarious situation struggling to counter despite unleashing all his capabilities. It seems this fallen celestial may not be a match after all. A deity monarch remarked with a shake of his head. Mu Qing's strength had ascended to that of an extraordinary contender, and the Kunping beast shared a similar prowess. Together, they rendered the fallen celestial utterly outmatched. He possesses merely a lowly bloodline, and even prior to his ascension as a true deity, he lacked any semblance of bloodline rank, hailing from a celestial body known as Earth. The Elder of Destiny expressed his astonishment, acknowledging Feng Yu as the most gifted individual of the lowly bloodline he had encountered thus far. Though he had witnessed others with greater talent, each one an extraordinary entity capable of effortlessly vanquishing celestial beings at the pinnacle of true divinity, these individuals were predominantly grounded in elite bloodlines, nurtured by formidable factions and races behind them, culminating in their terrifying prowess. Individuals like Mu Qing, who possessed merely a low-grade bloodline, yet exhibited such remarkable talent, are indeed a rarity. The divine emperors present never fathomed that one so feeble, akin to an ant, with a lowly bloodline and initially devoid of even a basic bloodline in the late stages of true divinity, could wield such formidable power. As the divine emperors speculated, Yuntian, belonging to the Titan race and endowed with a top-tier bloodline, indeed showcased formidable strength. However, he was not on par with the monstrous peak of true deities, his might comparable only to that of the Kunping behemoth. Soon, Yuntian succumbed to defeat. He unleashed a divine ability reminiscent of the dragon race, transforming himself into a dragon man, significantly amplifying his strength. Yet, Mu Qing, who had encountered the Titan race, was acutely aware of their vulnerabilities. Thus he dominated Yuntian in combat. Possessing formidable spatial arts and combined with the unique spatial control of the Kunping behemoth, he persistently imprisoned Yuntian. Although Yuntian's physical might was terrifying, capable of shattering the spatial energies conjured by Mu Qing and the Kunping behemoth with a mere tremor, he could not withstand the ceaseless perturbation of spatial forces. The relentless spatial constraints disrupted Yuntian's rhythm entirely, culminating in Mu Qing's manifestation of the thousand hands of demonic transformation, where the demonic blade, infused with overwhelming malevolence, descended upon him, securing victory. With the conclusion of the 12th round, Mu Qing officially entered the top 10, and the forthcoming 13th round would determine the top 3. The rules for the 13th round underwent modifications. As it aimed to decisively establish the top 3, the subsequent 10 contenders would engage in a point-based system, taking turns to battle, with those accruing the highest points progressing into the top 3. This meant that each participant would face every other contender. Not only the formidable true deities capable of entering the top 10, but also the exceptionally gifted individuals among them. There were 4 such prodigious beings, and to secure a place in the top 3, one must at least triumph over one of these peak true deities. Mu Qing inhaled deeply, recognizing that the true battle was about to commence. There was a full month of adjustment time before the 13th round began. He settled into a meditative posture, focusing on his state, as swirling tendrils of destructive and ominous demonic energy enveloped him. The continuous and intense battles had significantly advanced his cultivation. Perhaps the integration of the stellar return true canon with the Shura scriptures was the reason, as he gleaned insights from each brutal encounter. He activated his bloodline arts, shrouded in demonic energy, striving to pierce through to the pinnacle of true demonic power within this month. At that juncture, his strength would surge once more, potentially enabling him to stand on equal footing with those prodigious figures. Mu Qing, having endured several battles, bore numerous wounds on his body. Yet to him, these injuries were insignificant, as the true might of his chaos demon body manifested at this moment. His chaos demon body, a creation based on the Titan race's physical form and the Azura race's combat attributes, was not only incredibly resilient, but grew stronger with each confrontation. Within the venue, many were stirred. It was the first time they witnessed a low-level race in the late stages of true divinity exhibiting such formidable prowess. The true divinity held many secrets. A glimmer of greed appeared in some eyes. Mu Qing had already revealed various mysteries, such as the devastating demonic energy he possessed, the demonic blade capable of unleashing the power of a heavenly artifact, and formations potent enough to defeat entities of monstrous caliber. On the platform, Mu Qing took a deep breath as his bloodline coursed slowly through him, surrounded by swirling demonic energy. His garments were stained with blood, his own and that of his adversaries. A closer inspection would reveal numerous wounds on him. For others, these injuries would require months to heal. However, for Mu Qing, such wounds were trivial. His chaos demon body was inherently powerful, merging the traits of the Titan and Azura races, not only exhibiting remarkable hardness, but also exceptional regenerative abilities. In a mere 10 days, all of Mu Qing's wounds had completely healed, enveloped in demonic energy, immersed in comprehension. The series of intense battles had greatly benefited him, instilling a strong desire to break through. While Mu Qing diligently practiced, others did the same. The 4 monstrous figures also sat in meditation, aiming to secure a spot among the top 3, needing to overcome a similarly ranked opponent. Witnessing Mu Qing's performance had intensified their seriousness. Realizing that besides the other monstrous figures, they must remain wary of him, who should never be underestimated. Together, the 4 monstrous figures and Mu Qing, who possessed the power to defeat opponents of monstrous caliber, made a total of 5, while the remaining 5 were nearly all top-tier race powerhouses. Each a pinnacle of true divinity, yet their strength had not yet reached the monstrous level. They exerted themselves in their training. For not only did they need to contend with monstrous opponents, but even facing Mu Qing would pose a formidable challenge. Essentially, they had reached a standstill within the top 5. In the battles for the top 10, every victory granted a point. A flawless record would yield 9 points, essentially ensuring first place. To ascend to the top, one must achieve total victory. 8 points would secure second place, 7 for third, and 6 and 5 points for fourth and fifth, respectively. For the remaining 5 true divinity peak contenders, they must triumph over any one of the 4 monstrous figures or Mu Qing while ensuring they achieve victory against all other opponents. Does Mu Qing truly have a chance to enter the top 3? Within the venue, Sheng Linger felt a twinge of anxiety, her brows furrowed, as she recalled that the Elder of Destiny had set Mu Qing's target not at the top 5, but rather at the top 3. Indeed, Mu Qing's achievement in reaching this stage is commendable, even if she does not secure a place among the top 3. She has certainly passed the assessment of the Elder of Destiny. Her gaze fell upon the elegant young man on the high platform, and a spark of intrigue flickered in her eyes. At this moment, the majority of the true gods in the venue had their attention fixed on him. He was the greatest dark horse of this true god competition, having eliminated nearly all the peak true gods, including prodigies from the most prestigious races who were no match for him. Everyone believed that Mu Qing could rightfully be regarded as a prodigious peak true god. Her junior brother truly is remarkable, having made it this far. Xian Rui observed Mu Qing with a faint smile. He was the most relaxed participant, effortlessly overcoming challenges to enter the top 10, while many were daunted by his formidable celestial power. Other prodigious individuals felt the pressure and devoted themselves to intense cultivation. Yet Xian Rui, as one of the 4 prodigies, remained unperturbed. He watched Mu Qing, fully aware that her previous victory over the formidable Yuan was due to the Qian Yuan star array, a terrifying formation from the Starry Sky dynasty. Should he encounter Mu Qing, he was confident he could devise a countermeasure. Yet his instincts warned him that his junior brother was exceptional and still had other hidden trump cards. Particularly concerning was the dark aura surrounding Mu Qing. She had embarked on a unique path, following a completely different cultivation system that even made Xian Rui wary. Xian Rui had once been a part of the Stellar Emperor's lineage and, ultimately, had created a special power in response to being hunted by the celestial beings of the heavenly court, undergoing a form of reincarnation that severed his bloodline from the stellar clan, which was already quite extraordinary. However, in comparison to Mu Qing, he still felt somewhat lacking. He had forged a potent bloodline through the uniqueness of the Starry Sky returning essence scripture, which, while powerful, was still fundamentally based on divine power. Mu Qing, on the other hand, practiced the path of magic, merging celestial and divine elements, which rendered her far more formidable. I sense a malevolent presence. It is the power of the cursed flower. Just then, within the myriad realms of the stellar diagram, Zhou Xiyu transmitted her voice, her tone grave. Mu Qing's expression shifted in alarm. The cursed flower had existed since her early days as a martial artist, and even now, its true location remained a mystery. The cursed flower harbored many enigmatic traits, including the emergence of a woman known as the cursed spirit within it. It was said that the cursed flower derived its power from the divine might of the god of curses. However, Mu Qing was beginning to doubt this notion. At least based on its current manifestations, The cursed flower seemed to transcend even the level of true gods. Could it be that the essence of the god of curses had attained the strength of a divine emperor? Upon reflection, Mu Qing considered this possibility. After all, the site of the god of curses' demise was a secret realm, and even celestial beings might not be able to create such a sanctuary. Perhaps the god of curses truly was a divine emperor. On Earth, Mu Qing believed that the cursed flower could pose a threat. Once her strength reached the pinnacle on Earth, she intended to eradicate it, but the cursed flower mysteriously vanished. It wasn't until she arrived at the Taiwa Palace that she discovered traces of the cursed flower once more. Now, Zhou Xiyu similarly sensed the presence of the cursed flower. Within the realm of the myriad celestial bodies, the ancient curse that had long slumbered has awakened, its voice resonating with profound significance. It conveyed to Mu Qing that the cursed flower had undoubtedly made its presence known in his vicinity, leaving behind a palpable residue of cursed power. Mu Qing's expression darkened with gravity. Within the Taiwa Palace, countless formidable beings resided, including numerous true gods, heavenly deities, divine emperors, and even the terrifying might of sovereigns. How could it be that none had discerned the cursed flower? Even Xian Rui, the former stellar emperor, had remained entirely oblivious. Yet, Mu Qing had distinctly sensed the cursed power emanating from Luo Feiyu of the Shura clan, sending a chill down his spine. Was it possible that the cursed flower lay hidden within the Taiwa Palace, engaged in some insidious endeavor? He scrutinized those around him, yet could detect no anomalies. A sense of unease began to gnaw at him. He understood the terror that the cursed flower embodied. Should it grow unchecked, a plethora of bizarre occurrences might ensue. Exercise caution, Old Two interjected. With so many powerful beings within the Taiwa Palace, even if the cursed flower is formidable, it cannot possibly destabilize such a colossal force. Although he had not personally witnessed the peculiarities of the cursed flower, he clearly did not believe that an entity of such magnitude, existing in the same era as the Starry Sky dynasty, would be swayed by it. Should anything amiss arise, a being of emperor-level prowess could swiftly eradicate it. As the final moments of a month approached, a surge of formidable demonic energy erupted from within Mu Qing, its malevolence saturating the air. All eyes turned to him, astonished expressions adorning their faces. The divine emperors who had been observing from the shadows were equally taken aback, their attention fixated on Mu Qing. Could it be that he was on the verge of a breakthrough? It dawned on many that this individual, heralded as the most formidable dark horse in history, was still merely a low-tier bloodline true god in the late stage. Now, he was poised to ascend to the pinnacle of true godhood. The demonic energy surrounding Mu Qing intensified, soaring into the heavens, as the Starry Sky demon domain unfurled, enveloping the vicinity. Chaotic energy coalesced into a celestial dragon, its presence growing ever more powerful, unleashing waves of energy that manifested as a tempest. Countless stars shimmered around Mu Qing, and within the void behind him, a staggering number of celestial bodies, a full 100,000, materialized. Each star radiated with profound demonic energy, swirling around Mu Qing with overwhelming might. Expressions of astonishment spread among those present, as the divine emperors exchanged bewildered glances. The top 10 pinnacle true gods looked equally perplexed, glancing between Mu Qing and the astonished Xian Rui. Mu Qing's display bore a striking resemblance to one previously showcased by Xian Rui. However, in contrast, the spectacle unfolding behind Mu Qing was far more terrifying. Xian Rui had commanded a mere 100 stars, while Mu Qing commanded an awe-inspiring 100,000. The chasm between them was monumental. Incorrect. Xian Rui's stars each harbor unimaginable power, yet the energy contained within each star behind Mu Qing, albeit not weak, cannot be deemed formidable. A voice exclaimed, highlighting the substantial disparity between the two. Chapter 501. The Transformation of the Kunping Beast. However, despite their differences, it was evident to all that Mu Qing and Xian Rui cultivated the same bloodline technique. Could it be that Mu Qing practiced the same bloodline method as Xian Rui? How intriguing. I did not anticipate this individual-esque connection to Xian Rui, one of the divine emperors remarked in astonishment. The Elder of Destiny was also slightly taken aback. No one had foreseen that Mu Qing and Xian Rui were practitioners of the same bloodline technique. Indeed, my junior disciple has forged a unique path within the Celestial Origin Sutra, truly worthy of creating a new cultivation system. Xian Rui chuckled and shook his head, feeling somewhat inferior. The Celestial Origin Sutra, originally conceived by the celestial deity, was designed to amalgamate various bloodline techniques, yielding a more formidable power. Each time a new bloodline technique was cultivated, an additional star would manifest in the celestial expanse. This was the path traversed by the celestial deity, and many of his disciples followed suit. Subsequently, during the grand conflict between the heavenly court and the celestial empire, with many perishing and others fleeing, X-Ray, as the celestial emperor, naturally fought on the front lines. In the midst of peril, he achieved a breakthrough in the Celestial Origin Sutra, carving out a path uniquely his own. Every practitioner of the Celestial Origin Sutra generates a celestial domain within, and with each new bloodline technique mastered, a corresponding star emerges. However, Rue, having made a breakthrough in the Celestial Origin Sutra, suffered grievous injuries. All stars within his celestial domain shattered, leaving him on the brink of death. In this precarious situation, he expended all divine power from his bloodline, and, in conjunction with the Celestial Origin Sutra, entered a cycle of rebirth. It was akin to a rebirth, wherein his bloodline was purified and evolved into a unique new bloodline, suffused with profound divine power, comparable to that of the pinnacle races. His Celestial Origin Sutra underwent immense transformation. Henceforth, with each cycle of rebirth he underwent, a new star would emerge within his celestial domain, imbued with a special reincarnation power that was both extraordinary and potent, elevating his strength to an extraordinary level. Rue had already experienced 100 cycles of rebirth. Aside from his monumental transformation from Celestial Emperor to Rue, his subsequent cycles primarily represented the evolution of his own power, a unique metamorphosis. My junior disciple, indeed, has forged a different path in the Celestial Origin Sutra, an astonishing tally of 100,000 stars. Rue was somewhat astonished. He has reached the pinnacle of the true God realm. He has truly broken through. Someone shouted excitedly, pointing at Mu Qing in the sky. A formidable and terrifying power erupted from Mu Qing, his aura unmistakably reaching the pinnacle of the true God realm. Many were astonished. For even in the late stages of his true divinity, Mu Qing had already displayed formidable prowess, rivaling that of a prodigious candidate without external aid. Now that Mu Qing has ascended to the pinnacle of true divinity, it suggests that he has officially attained prodigious strength. This individual is indeed formidable. A burly man with a solemn expression, his bald head gleaming like gilded steel, radiating a metallic sheen, his muscular physique presented a powerful visual impact. He is a peak true deity of prodigious caliber, hailing from the esteemed race of the Diamond Clan, known for its members' robust golden exoskeletons and exceptional defensive capabilities. The fact that this man possesses an elevated bloodline that grants him prodigious status indicates his extraordinary strength, which should not be underestimated. However, even more formidable figures have emerged. Mu Qing has merely utilized a low-level bloodline to breach the pinnacle of true divinity, and the demonic aura emanating from him has instilled trepidation in all, suggesting he may already possess prodigious strength. At that moment, a radiant white light enveloped the 10 individuals on the platform, heralding the imminent commencement of the final battle. The light flickered as Mu Qing's demonic energy surged. He gazed ahead, encountering a man adorned with white wings, enveloped in sacred golden light, whose handsome visage bore a hint of bitterness. Mu Qing paused momentarily. The divine power radiating from the man was imbued with holiness, strikingly familiar to him. This individual was not a member of the winged race, but rather a peak true deity from the angelic clan, akin to Linger. It seemed reminiscent of a relative from his uncle's side. Upon seeing Mu Qing's opponent, Linger was momentarily taken aback, then immediately leaped up, exclaiming, "Mu Qing, go for it. Defeat that guy for me." Clearly, there was some history between her and Mu Qing's adversary, as it was unusual for a fellow clansman to rally support in such a manner. How unfortunate am I? Zhe's complexion paled slightly as he let out a bitter laugh. He held confidence in his own strength. Yet he was acutely aware that he was merely on par with Yuntian. When Mu Qing was still in the late stages of true divinity, he had already managed to defeat Yuntian. Now that he had ascended to the pinnacle, he was undoubtedly no match for him. This battle would likely end in his defeat. Zhe of the angelic clan? Mu Qing murmured softly. He couldn't hear Linger's voice, but, upon recognizing Zhe's identity, he thought to himself that, considering their shared lineage, he would refrain from inflicting excessive harm during their confrontation. Suddenly, The space beside Mu Qing distorted, and a colossal Kunping beast roared forth. Its massive form filling the space, adorned with shimmering black-golden hues and entwined with countless ancient runes. How is this possible? Many faces displayed astonishment. Initially shocked that Mu Qing could summon a Kunping beast during the true divinity competition. Now, witnessing Mu Qing's strength elevate to the pinnacle of true divinity, they realized that the Kunping beast he summoned had also experienced a significant enhancement in power. Half-step to the celestial realm. The power of this colossal Kunping beast has ascended to the threshold of demigod status. A divine emperor exclaimed in astonishment. The Elder of Destiny also bore an expression of surprise, as the highly esteemed divine emperor intoned. Could it be that the strength of this Kunping beast is intrinsically linked to its true form? As its own power advances, so too does the might of this formidable creature. With a thunderous roar, the Kunping beast opened its cavernous, obsidian maw, resembling a black hole that seemed to consume all light. Suddenly, in the instant that all radiance vanished, the world plunged into darkness. Yet from the beast's mouth erupted a brilliant beam of light, hurtling forth at an astonishing velocity towards Shengza. This beam, radiant in its whiteness, bore none of the sanctity of the angelic kind, instead exuding a ferocious and terrifying aura. As the light burst forth, Shengza immediately heightened his vigilance. As a prodigy of the angelic lineage, his reflexes were sharp. He summoned the divine power within, enveloping himself in a halo of sacred light that formed a protective barrier. With a resounding crash, the shield he conjured trembled but ultimately withstood the onslaught of the Kunping beast's white beam. However, despite having thwarted this initial attack, Shengza's countenance darkened. His brow furrowed in concern. He understood that the beast's previous assault had merely drawn upon a fraction of the surrounding light and had not utilized its full strength. "Do not hide," Mu Qing declared, extending his hand as a tempest of demonic energy erupted, swirling around him as he entered a state of transformation. Merely in this demonic form, his power surged exponentially. With a resounding impact, as Mu Qing's palm descended, the very fabric of the air was severely compressed. An overwhelming demonic force permeated the heavens, and dark fissures in the space began to spread at a visible rate. This terrifying power crashed against Shengza's protective barrier, resulting in a tremendous explosion as the shield of divine energy shattered, and a figure was cast forth from within. Blood trickled from Shengza's lips. His expression astonished as he realized that the barrier he had painstakingly formed had been effortlessly obliterated by Mu Qing's strike. Even more alarming was the fact that Mu Qing had not even unleashed his full potential. Those who had witnessed Mu Qing in battle knew that he transformed into a myriad-armed demonic visage whenever he exerted his full strength. Yet now he merely radiated an aura of demonic energy. "Your power surpasses that of the fallen heavens," Mu Qing remarked calmly, his demeanor unflinching. Shengza clenched his teeth. Feeling the sting of being evaluated by one of an inferior bloodline for the first time, yet there was no denying that he was indeed outmatched. How could this individual, having ascended to the peak of true divinity, be so formidable? Shengza found it hard to fathom. Only Mu Qing understood that. While to the onlooker it appeared as though he had progressed from the late stage of true divinity to its pinnacle, in truth. He had transitioned from the late stage of true demonhood to its zenith. The true demon, a terrifying entity born from the fusion of celestial and divine powers, embodies extreme destruction and devastation, theoretically surpassing the divine and celestial beings of the same realm. Shengza inhaled deeply, and in the next moment, the faint golden hue of his eyes transformed into a deep crimson, unleashing a heart-stopping force from within him. Fallen angel, blood-red twilight. His once pure white wings morphed into a sanguine hue, with feathers seemingly transforming into a viscous, odorous blood, which was unbearable to him. This was a forbidden secret technique of the angelic race, finally manifested by Shengza. A flash of light from his hand revealed a colossal sword, the Holy Sword, a celestial artifact once wielded by Erwin. However, it was evident that the Holy Sword in Shengza's possession could not unleash the full power of a celestial artifact. Yet, his mastery as a peak true god was sufficient to wield this formidable weapon, marking him as extraordinary. On the platform, crimson and black energies clashed violently. Mu Qing observed Shengza with curiosity, perplexed by the transformation of the angelic race, once a holy and sacred lineage, now exhibiting such a bloody state. Nevertheless, this transformation was undeniably powerful, as Shengzi's strength surged following the invocation of the secret technique. It was said that the angelic race possessed two bloodline paths. One was the holy angel lineage, whose divine power became increasingly pure and sanctified, even capable of resurrecting the dead. The other path was that of the fallen angel, where practitioners could not harbor any evil thoughts, yet fuse their bodies with endless murderous intent and malevolent energy to evoke their most terrifying powers. At this moment, Tu Lao explained. Mu Qing nodded, refraining from immediate action, as he wished to observe the performance of the Kunping beast. After his ascension to the peak of true demon, the Kunping seemed to undergo a transformation as well, not only elevating its power to the brink of a celestial being, but also exhibiting other changes. With a swift motion, the transformed blood-red fallen angel Shengzi, his hands dripping with viscous blood, brandished razor-sharp fingers resembling the claws of a beast. As he swung his bloodied claws, the very fabric of space was torn apart, imbued with terrifying corrosive energy. Roar! The massive form of the Kunping beast stirred, moving with astonishing speed. In an instant, a spatial tempest coalesced, and the surrounding forces of space converged to form an enormous hand, shattering Shengzi's assault. Just then, the Kunping beast vanished, diving deep into the layers of space. Even as Shengzi tore apart the fabric of reality, he could not discern the actions of the Kunping. In the realm of spatial manipulation, the Kunping had grown even more adept. In a fleeting moment, its colossal figure reappeared behind Shengzi, voraciously consuming the powers of space, its mouth transforming into a black hole. As it ravenously devoured the spatial energy, intricate silver patterns emerged across its body, its aura becoming increasingly ethereal, embodying an incredibly terrifying spatial force. Boom! A tempestuous spatial storm suddenly materialized, violently surging forth, shattering everything in its vicinity and enveloping the atmosphere with an aura of terror. Saint Zai's complexion shifted dramatically. He was seized by fear emanating from this formidable force. A resounding crash echoed as this space shattered, nearly obliterated, leaving naught but the remnants of destruction wrought by the storm. Oh! Mu Qing uttered in surprise, realizing that this strike had not defeated Saint Zai. He sensed that Saint Zai had employed some means of escape. However, the response of the Kunping beast was swifter than Mu Qing's own. It swiftly turned its head and opened its maw, gnawing at the spatial rift, tearing away a substantial portion of the space itself. Yet, amidst a flash of crimson light, a figure fled in disarray. Astonishingly, Saint Zai had once more evaded the Kunping beast's onslaught. Mu Qing observed the Kunping beast with keen interest, as anticipated. It underwent remarkable changes. Previously, when the Kunping beast devoured light, it manifested related powers, and after consuming a substantial amount of spatial energy, intricate silver patterns emerged across its body. These were spatial runes, augmenting the already formidable affinity the Kunping beast had for spatial forces, rendering it even more terrifying. Chapter 502. The unique abilities of the Kunping beast. The surging spatial energy transformed into a myriad of silver runes, erupting from the Kunping beast like a vast ocean of silver. Many in the audience were taken aback, having witnessed the Kunping beast's might. Previously, when Mu Qing was still at the late stage of the true god realm, the Kunping beast had already exhibited the strength of a peak true god, possessing at least the combat prowess of a prodigious candidate. Now, having undergone a transformation and experiencing a tremendous surge in power after absorbing vast amounts of spatial energy, the Kunping beast had changed, its body adorned with silver patterns, making its already monstrous mastery over space even more fearsome. In the shadows, the divine emperors were equally astonished, exchanging glances, perplexed as they did not recall the Kunping beast exhibiting such abilities. Is this the Kunping beast's divine ability? To devour ordinary spatial energy and significantly enhance its control over spatial forces? One divine emperor inquired. It must be noted that the Kunping beast, engaged in battle, had reached a level of mastery over spatial energy that could rival that of a prodigy. A mere roar could cause vast swathes of space to collapse, unleashing terrifying spatial fluctuations that enveloped Saint Zai. This battle was a complete confrontation between the Kunping beast and Saint Zai, while Mu Qing observed from a comfortable distance. Feeling quite at ease, bang! A bloodlight suffused with a sacred aura enveloped the surroundings as a powerful crimson radiance erupted from the giant sword of Saint Zai, sweeping through the air and striking towards the Kunping beast. The Kunpeng beast opened its maw wide, revealing a black void, absorbing all attacks that came its way, and then, with a flash of silver light across its body, unleashed a spatial blade extending thousands of feet. Saint Zay's expression turned to one of astonishment as he hastily defended himself. A dazzling and intense radiance erupted, and a terrifying wave of power exploded in an instant, sweeping outward like a tempest. The very fabric of space quivered violently, and Saint Zay coughed up blood, his face a mask of horror. The might of this spatial force was unfathomable. Had he not activated the power of the sacred giant sword at the earliest moment, he might have perished here. What kind of malevolent force is this? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he could scarcely believe his eyes. Previously, while he was no match for the Kunpeng beast, he could at least put up a semblance of resistance. However, now, having absorbed a vast amount of spatial energy, the Kunpeng beast had forcibly enhanced its command over spatial power. Even with the sacred giant sword to defend, he sustained grievous wounds from a single spatial blade. Suddenly, a crisp sound pierced the air, rendering Saint Zay's countenance grim. He noticed a minuscule crack had formed in the sacred giant sword, so minute that an ordinary person could not perceive it with the naked eye. Yet, as a peak true god, Saint Zay keenly sensed the change in his sacred weapon. The Kunpeng beast's previous assault had indeed inflicted a crack upon the sacred giant sword. It must be noted that the sacred giant sword symbolizes their angelic lineage, crafted from the most sacred and unique celestial metal. Only a deity of celestial rank could fully wield this divine instrument, renowned for its extraordinary hardness, which would not easily shatter even amidst fierce battles among gods. Yet, this sacred giant sword bore a tiny fissure from a single strike by the Kunpeng beast, a revelation that would leave all members of the angelic race in utter astonishment. Despite the tumult of emotions roiling within him, Saint Zay quickly gathered the blood-red holy power from his core into the sacred giant sword as the Kunpeng beast charged once more. A torrent of terrifying sword light erupted forth. He could hardly fathom that the Kunpeng beast possessed such formidable strength. It was not characteristic of the Kunpeng lineage at all. With a thunderous boom, Saint Zay and the Kunpeng beast clashed ferociously, appearing evenly matched in a fierce exchange. However, anyone present could discern that Saint Zay was at a disadvantage, one that could lead to his imminent downfall. This battle was far from balanced. It resembled more of a one-sided spectacle, with the Kunpeng beast toying with Saint Zay. Blood God Seal. Saint Zay roared with fury, forming seals with his hands. Streams of crimson light emanated from him, transforming into a multitude of blood-red runes that coalesced into a massive blood god seal. Adorned with viscous patterns of blood, yet resonating with divine hymns. The air thickened with a scent of blood as the blood god seal, imbued with a peculiar aura, surged toward the Kunpeng beast. Within that sanguine glow lay an enigmatic power, a dichotomy of extremes, blending the malevolent essence of blood with the sanctity of radiant light and hymns, capable of even influencing the minds of those who beheld it. Mu Qing's expression revealed a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated such formidable abilities within the angelic race. The sheer power unleashed was enough to command his serious attention. However, this modicum of strength was utterly insignificant in the presence of the Kunpeng behemoth. It was crucial to acknowledge that once the Kunpeng had ascended to the threshold of a demigod, its overall prowess had undergone a revolutionary transformation. Even Mu Qing found himself questioning whether the Kunpengs might have surpassed his own. The Kunpeng let out a thunderous roar, seemingly attuned to the peculiar power emanating from the blood-colored divine seal. The divine energy within was chaotic and intricate, yet it unleashed an even more potent force. With a mighty roar, the silver patterns adorning its body erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, dazzling and fervent, before shattering and coalescing into a beam of light that shot forth. Boom! The silver beam sliced through space, erupting instantaneously as it struck the blood-colored divine seal with tremendous force. A cacophony of thunderous sounds resonated as the blood seal halted midair, quaking violently atop the silver beam, displaying signs of imminent shattering. Ultimately, after a brief moment, the blood-colored divine seal could no longer withstand the pressure. Its patterns fractured inch by inch, and it was pierced through by the silver beam, culminating in a spectacular explosion. The sky was filled with blood-colored fragments, but before they could fully disperse, the Kunpeng emitted another roar, revealing a black void within its gaping maw. from which a devouring force surged forth. All the blood-colored fragments were drawn into the Kunpeng, and in the next moment, to the astonishment of all present, crimson patterns began to manifest upon its form. What is this? Mu Qing was taken aback. Chapter 503, Celestial Soul Roaring. After absorbing the blood-colored power of the Holy Grace, the Kunpeng suddenly became exceedingly ferocious, its entire body enveloped in a deep crimson hue. Myriad blood-colored patterns radiating as it unleashed earth-shattering roars. Holy Grace's countenance shifted dramatically as he discerned a familiar power within the Kunpeng, one reminiscent of the blood-drenched fallen angels. As anticipated, in the following moment, wings sprouted from the back of the Kunpeng, imbued with the essence of corruption and blood. A transformation that occurred only after the angelic race employed the secret arts of the fallen angels. Instantly, the entire assembly of true gods erupted in excitement. All eyes were fixated on Mu Qing's battle. Even the other prodigious figures could not draw their attention away. What on earth is happening? Wasn't that beast merely a Kunpeng? How could it possess such capabilities? A figure of immense stature among the gods displayed a peculiar expression. His aura fluctuated as he revealed his visage, a remarkably youthful countenance. Yet his voice bore the weight of ages. Seated in a wheelchair, his legs were bound by thick, dark chains. His gaze fell upon the Kunpeng before Mu Qing. Brimming with astonishment, the other divine emperors furrowed their brows, perplexed by the astonishing abilities exhibited by the Kunpeng behemoth. Could it be that this particular Kunpeng had independently developed such divine powers? After all, those present were all divine emperors with experience in interacting with the Kunpeng clan. They were aware of the immense strength of the Kunpeng, particularly in the realms of spatial and water pathways, surpassing other races. Initially, the creature had absorbed spatial energy, its body adorned with intricate patterns indicative of spatial principles. Now, having consumed the unique fallen power of the angel clan, the markings upon it seemed to embody the principles of degradation. The Elder of Destiny rasped, asserting that the ability to assimilate and merge powers was not inherent to the Kunpeng clan. Could it be that this Kunpeng behemoth was a hybrid descendant of a devouring python? The Shura clan's divine emperor paused, then spoke. The Elder of Destiny shook his head, asserting that even the devouring python did not possess such power. This devouring ability was unprecedented. Perhaps, indeed, it was a technique innovated by the Kunpeng behemoth. The young divine emperor, seated in a wheelchair, could conceive of no alternative explanation. Others nodded in agreement, though their expressions grew increasingly grave, as they perceived the vast potential of this technique, which might one day ascend to the status of a royal or even imperial divine art. No! Shengze exclaimed in terror as he gazed at the Kunpeng behemoth, shouting loudly. As before, the crimson markings upon the behemoth's body fractured, radiating an unparalleled brilliance as it concentrated all energy within its maw. It was then that Mu Qing observed closely, realizing that the Kunpeng behemoth was condensing the absorbed energy into a spherical form, preparing for a single explosive release. Boom! A blood-red beam erupted from the mouth of the Kunpeng behemoth, hurtling towards Shengze. Just as Shengze appeared poised to be struck, a colossal hand tore through the platform's barrier, shattering the blood-red beam. Shengze stood momentarily stunned before exhaling in relief, yet before he could fully comprehend, the great hand seized him and hurled him off the platform. Mu Qing gestured for the Kunpeng behemoth to cease its actions, aware that a divine emperor had intervened from the shadows, signifying his victory in this battle. He stroked his chin, gazing with keen interest at the Kunpeng behemoth beside him. If all proceeded as anticipated, the transformation of the Kunpeng behemoth was fundamentally derived from the annihilation divine thunder. The initial creation of the annihilation divine thunder had relied upon the Kunpeng's capabilities, condensing all energy into a singular force. Now, the new technique of the Kunpeng behemoth operated similarly. Upon absorbing a vast amount of energy, it would temporarily concentrate this force within its being, facilitating a form of assimilation and metamorphosis. Of course, should this power be deemed unnecessary, it could be fully refined or released as a concentrated beam of light, resulting in an astonishing display of might. With the conclusion of the 13th round of combat, the 4 prodigious figures alongside Mu Qing each earned a point. The remaining 5 peak true gods faced defeat, for aside from Shengze, who fell to Mu Qing, the others were vanquished by the prodigious figures. Mu Qing sat cross-legged on the platform, quietly awaiting the ensuing battles, when suddenly, Elder 2 transmitted a warning. Not good. Quickly lend me a hand. Within the celestial map of 10,000 domains, an immortal soul is on the verge of breaking its seal. Elder 2 exclaimed, visibly flustered. Immortal soul? What immortal soul? How come I was unaware of such a presence within the celestial map of 10,000 domains? Mu Qing questioned, perplexed. It is the seventh star. Each star is, in fact, bound by a seal. By infusing a substantial amount of energy, one can utilize the celestial map to unlock the seals on the stars. Within the seventh star, an immortal once perished, yet its soul has not dissipated over the years. It still wields formidable power, attempting to breach the seal of the seventh star. Hurry and assist me. If this immortal soul succeeds in breaking free, it may very well seize your body. Elder 2's tone was urgent. Mu Qing's expression changed dramatically, disregarding all else. He immediately conjured the starry magical domain to obscure the view of others. He then retrieved the celestial map of 10,000 domains and indeed discovered that the seventh star was radiating an exceptionally brilliant light, with waves of terrifying energy emanating from it. Elder 2's figure materialized as he anxiously scratched his head. With my current strength, I am unable to subdue this immortal soul. Although it has lost its original consciousness, its instincts compel it to break the seal. He instructed Mu Qing to activate the Qi Yuan star array to suppress the immortal soul. Seeing this, Mu Qing's countenance grew grave. He promptly summoned demonic energy, causing the 100,000 stars within the starry magical domain to tremble as a torrent of overwhelming demonic energy surged forth, and the Qi Yuan star array began to rotate. Roar! Who dares to offend my celestial court? Who? A terrifying roar echoed, causing the seventh star to dim. A blinding light burst forth, revealing a fearsome immortal, its body semi-transparent, surrounded by a dense aura of celestial energy. The celestial light emanating from it transformed into auspicious clouds and celestial lotuses, exploding in the void. Elder 2's face twitched as he shouted, "This is the immortal soul. It has broken through the seal of the seventh star." Upon hearing this, Mu Qing immediately activated the Qi Yuan star array, and in an instant, the starry sky shimmered brilliantly, bearing down upon the immortal soul. This soul seemed to have been reduced to mere instinct, continuously roaring phrases akin to threats against the celestial court. Simultaneously, the external world flickered with light, and a formidable figure manifested before Mu Qing, exuding an overwhelming aura, an exceptional being. Chapter 504. The might of the Kunping beast. Many gazes were fixed upon Mu Qing's battle. For while the other prodigies faced opponents of peak divine status, Mu Qing alone contended against a being of prodigious caliber. What's wrong with him? Suddenly, an observer noticed something amiss. The battle had commenced, yet Mu Qing had entered the starry magical domain, appearing more defensive than offensive. Beside him, the Kunping beast stood vigilantly, guarding the starry magical domain, a move that left many in astonishment. Is this true? I thought Mu Qing's strength was extraordinary, that he possessed the prowess of a prodigy. Why then, upon encountering another prodigious being, does he retreat? A voice cried out in the audience, clearly expressing discontent. They anticipated an exhilarating battle, yet were taken aback when Mu Qing immediately retreated into a defensive posture. The hidden deities were momentarily stunned. They believed that Mu Qing's strength, even if not on par with the prodigious, could certainly contend with them. His effortless defeat of the angel clan Saint Zhe was evidence enough. Simply based on the formidable presence of the colossal Kunping beast by his side, he was far more powerful than the average prodigious candidate. Golden rays of light flickered, enveloping a towering figure. Mu Qing's opponent was a bald giant, his muscles grotesquely exaggerated, his entire being shimmering like gold, exuding an aura so terrifying that the very space around him began to warp. This was a prodigious entity, Duan Yuan, hailing from the exalted race of the Diamond Clan. As he strode forward, a hint of seriousness crossed his face upon realizing that his adversary was Mu Qing. He believed Mu Qing's strength had undoubtedly reached prodigious levels, especially after witnessing the defeat of the nefarious Yin, who had previously unleashed all his power to attain such a level. However, despite his thorough preparation, he found Mu Qing cowering within a self-created domain-like space, seemingly unwilling to emerge, portraying an appearance of fear. This struck him as utterly ridiculous. I thought you were my equal. How amusing to see you cower, unable even to meet my gaze. Duan Yuan bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. reverberating through the air and stirring waves of energy. Yet, within the starry demon realm, Mu Qing displayed no reaction. Rather than ignoring Duan Yuan, he was entirely preoccupied. His expression grave as he observed the celestial soul breaking free from the seventh star. Gritting his teeth, he activated the Qian Yuan star formation, collaborating with the Elder Two to suppress it. Damn it! Of all times, Mu Qing seethed, realizing that despite the power of the Qian Yuan star formation, he could not completely subdue the celestial soul, only managing to temporarily restrain it. The celestial soul, trapped within the formation, emitted a frenzied roar, unleashing torrents of potent celestial energy that swept through the vicinity. The impact forced Mu Qing to taste blood at the corner of his mouth. His expression shifted as he murmured, "What in the world is this? Why does it possess such formidable strength? Did you not say it had endured countless years of wear and was nearly depleted?" Elder Two, with a bitter countenance, replied, "Indeed, it is close to exhaustion. Do not be deceived by its current ferocity. This is, in fact, its weakest state." He recounted to Mu Qing that the seventh star had once thrived until a celestial emperor descended, employing a forbidden celestial technique that annihilated all living beings, rendering the star a desolate wasteland. Subsequently, the starry deity discovered this atrocity and, in a fit of rage, descended to slay that celestial emperor, allowing his blood and flesh to serve as a sacrificial tribute to honor the countless souls lost on the seventh star. However, a fragment of the emperor's residual soul remained, manifesting as the very celestial soul before them. Yet, this celestial soul, despite the passage of years and the erosion of its power, remains a formidable force, far surpassing Mu Qing. Elder Two and Mu Qing shouted in unison, urging the Qianyuan star array in an attempt to suppress the celestial soul once more. At this moment, outside, Duan Yuan was enveloped in golden light, his expression darkening like an enraged Vajra, with golden rings appearing behind him. Many sensed that Duan Yuan was genuinely furious. Observing that Mu Qing within the astral demon domain remained silent, Duan Yuan let out a thunderous roar and swung his fist toward the astral demon domain. The brilliant and intense golden light surged forth, overwhelming the surroundings. Just as Duan Yuan prepared to strike the astral demon domain, the colossal Kunping beast leaped forth, its enormous form exuding a terrifying aura that blocked Duan Yuan's path. A wave of formidable spatial fluctuations erupted, with spatial runes swirling and tearing apart Duan Yuan's assault. The clash produced a resounding boom, as resplendent light rained down from the point of impact, scattering in all directions. Duan Yuan's expression grew grave, although Mu Qing had withdrawn. The strength of the Kunping beast was undeniably formidable, demanding his utmost attention. With a fierce scowl, Duan Yuan raised his hand, unleashing a tremendous golden handprint that crashed down with immense force. In response, the Kunping beast let out a deafening roar, a black hole materializing within its vast maw, voraciously devouring the surrounding spatial power like a relentless tide. As the Kunping beast continued to consume spatial energy, radiant spatial laws emerged from its body, embodying supreme spatial abilities. With its transformation, the Kunping beast's mastery over space had undoubtedly increased manifold, unleashing a sharp spatial blade that severed all in its path. The turbulent spatial energy erupted from the Kunping beast like a tempest, rivaling the might of Duan Yuan, a being of monstrous caliber. Many were astounded by the power displayed by the Kunping beast. Previously, they had only witnessed it overpowering Shengze, unaware of the true extent of its strength. Now it was evident that this single Kunping beast could contend with beings of monstrous talent, exhibiting power that could genuinely match Duan Yuan. Duan Yuan's expression turned serious. As a member of the esteemed Diamond Clan, he had elevated his strength to that of a monstrous being, signifying his extraordinary capabilities. However, faced with the Kunping beast, he remained exceedingly cautious. The space erupted violently, dense spatial energy sweeping forth to collide with the golden handprint. With a thunderous crash, the two forces clashed, resulting in a stalemate. Chapter 505. Duan Yuan's astonishment. Duan Yuan gazed at the Kunping beast, his face grave, clearly astonished by the overwhelming power it had unleashed. Previously, he had been aware of the terrifying power possessed by the Kunping beast. However, at that time, he had dismissed it, believing that the creature merely reached the threshold of the monstrous candidate level, with its strength remaining inferior to his own exceptional prowess. Yet now, he discovered that the Kunpeng beast had indeed transcended into the realm of the prodigious, leaving him utterly astonished. The tumultuous spatial energies surged violently, and a plethora of silver runes coalesced within the creature's cavernous maw, emanating an unbelievable and formidable wave of power, which it unleashed with a thunderous roar. A cataclysmic sound reverberated through the air as the terrifying divine force crashed against everything around, shattering the surrounding space and revealing the abyssal void. Duan Yuan's strength was equally formidable. His terrifying physique could almost withstand a celestial being's might. With a golden fist propelled forward, he unleashed a force capable of toppling mountains, causing even the colossal form of the Kunpeng beast to involuntarily retreat. Yet, Duan Yuan too was caught in the overwhelming tide of spatial energies, his golden-hued body shuddering, and a trace of blood oozed forth. His blood shimmered with a faint golden hue, seemingly infused with runes, a unique trait of the Diamond Clan. Once Duan Yuan's blood fully transformed into a resplendent gold, he would grow even stronger, perhaps even capable of contending with the Titans. "Do not hinder me," Duan Yuan bellowed in fury upon seeing the Kunpeng beast obstructing the starry demon realm. With immense strength, he launched powerful punches, determined to shatter the realm itself. His body was enveloped in a radiant golden light, and the golden rings behind him resembled a series of dazzling suns, unleashing a torrent of ferocious power. Countless beams of golden light erupted from his hands, transforming into a vast expanse of golden runes, akin to a boundless ocean of gold, sweeping forth and crushing all in its path. The strength Duan Yuan exhibited was awe-inspiring, for he was indeed a being of prodigious caliber. The true gods below the arena gasped in astonishment, witnessing the sheer terror of a prodigious individual in action. The Kunpeng beast, acutely aware of Duan Yuan's might, understood that it must remain vigilant as Mu Qing was still within the starry demon realm. With a mighty roar, it consumed the surrounding spatial energies once more. The silver patterns upon its body glowed fervently, manifesting the principles of spatial law, as its enormous form rolled, transforming the surrounding space into an ocean of silver energy. In the next moment, all spatial laws on the Kunpeng beast's body collapsed, converging into pure spatial energy within its maw, coalescing into a beam of light that suddenly pierced through the void. The air was filled with a series of explosive sounds as Duan Yuan, fiercely resilient, unleashed punch after punch, as if releasing successive suns, radiating heat and power. The spatial beam was shattered, and though Duan Yuan sustained some injuries, he remained undeterred, radiating brilliant divine light. With another punch, the sun blazed overhead, and the divine sun blazed fiercely, dominating the heavens above. The colossal Kunpeng clearly sensed the mounting pressure, roaring fiercely as it engaged Duan Yuan in close combat. The physical strength of the Kunpeng was formidable, augmented by its unpredictable spatial powers, making it a formidable opponent in melee. Yet, Duan Yuan's physical prowess was evidently superior. Each punch he delivered struck the beast with resounding force, golden radiance erupting as he shattered the spatial blades emanating from the Kunpeng. "I refuse to believe you can hold me back," Duan Yuan declared, a flash of golden light illuminating his form as a pair of arms sprouted from his back, unleashing a tempest of four fists that relentlessly battered the Kunpeng. The beast summoned its spatial energy, coalescing it into a protective shield akin to Mu Qing's spatial cloak. However, this shield was swiftly reduced to fragments under Duan Yuan's relentless assault, large sections of its spatial integrity collapsing. "Die!" Duan Yuan roared, transforming into a towering golden titan. His hands formed intricate seals, and 9 golden rings began to spin behind him, morphing into a radiant golden wheel that hurtled forward. This seemed to be a remarkable artifact, resembling a sun soaring through the heavens, its divine radiance bearing down upon the Kunpeng. At last, the Kunpeng suffered a wound, torrents of blood gushing forth into the void as its body trembled violently upon impact with the golden wheel, sending it careening backward. Duan Yuan's initially grave expression relaxed slightly as he prepared to confront Mu Qing within the starry demon domain. But his demeanor shifted to one of shock in the next moment. The Kunpeng had viciously clamped down on the golden wheel, revealing a black hole that began voraciously consuming the power contained within it. Duan Yuan immediately reacted, attempting to regain control of the wheel, only to find it enveloped by an overwhelming force of absorption, shaking violently and resisting his command. Duan Yuan's expression darkened as he urged the wheel to unleash its might, flooding the surroundings with blinding golden light. Yet, despite the wheel's terrifying power inflicting numerous wounds upon the Kunpeng, it refused to relinquish its grip, continuing to draw strength from the wheel through the black hole. Gradually, Duan Yuan's expression morphed into one of horror as he realized that the power within the wheel was being devoured at an alarming rate within mere moments. A tenth of its essence had been consumed. This wheel represented the culmination of years of his cultivation, forged from countless rare materials with immense effort. And now a significant portion was being siphoned away by the Kunpeng. Fury ignited within Duan Yuan, and he charged at the Kunpeng, delivering a barrage of punches. Initially, the beast's injuries worsened, yet it stubbornly maintained its hold, and as it continued to absorb the power from the wheel, intricate golden patterns began to emerge across its body. How is this possible? Duan Yuan bellowed, striking with a fist imbued with golden energy. His blow collided with the Kunpeng, but it felt as though he had struck a massive mountain forged from divine iron. The resounding clang echoed, and rather than inflicting damage upon the beast, he was instead forced back several hundred meters. Roar! The golden patterns on the colossal Kunpeng beast's body proliferated with increasing intensity. Duan Yuan, undeterred by misfortune, struck again with a powerful fist, unleashing a cascade of golden light. Yet, the Kunpeng beast erupted with its own radiant brilliance, repelling the attack effortlessly, sustaining no injuries. With a roar, the Kunpeng beast released its jaws, causing the golden wheel to tremble and crash to the ground, having lost much of its divine essence. The beast itself seemed to transform into a second Duan Yuan, its form resplendent in gold, reminiscent of a body cast from purest gold. Chapter 506. The heavenly seal before Duan Yuan stood a resplendent golden Kunpeng beast, which, having absorbed the power of Duan Yuan's golden wheel, underwent a tremendous metamorphosis. It appeared as another Duan Yuan, its physique as formidable as gold itself, unyielding and potent. The transformed Kunpeng beast, unlike before when it wielded formidable spatial powers, now possessed an even more terrifying close combat strength, capable of contending closely with Duan Yuan, able to repel him with a mere impact. Buddha's blood. Duan Yuan resorted to his ultimate means, producing a droplet of crystalline golden blood, remarkably pure, which erupted into a cascade of golden radiance, akin to a brilliant sun. This was the blood of a divine emperor from their Vajra clan, immensely formidable. Upon swallowing it, he experienced a sudden surge, his form expanding into a unique state of 3 heads and 6 arms, his power reaching its zenith. Gasps filled the venue as many spectators initially believed Mu Qing had faltered, shying away from a direct confrontation with Duan Yuan, anticipating a lackluster battle where the terrifyingly strong Duan Yuan would easily defeat Mu Qing. However, reality defied all expectations. The Kunpeng beast's prowess far surpassed that of most, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Duan Yuan. Even the divine emperors were astonished, having never encountered such a formidable Kunpeng beast. Nevertheless, no matter how powerful the Kunpeng beast was, it could not withstand the full might of Duan Yuan. Upon entering his 3-headed, 6-armed Buddha state, his strength multiplied exponentially. Time and again his fist struck, shattering the formidable golden patterns on the Kunpeng beast, which were imbued with fearsome defensive capabilities. Perish, Duan Yuan declared, his body radiant with golden light as he extended a colossal hand, the palm appearing to wield a blazing sun. A tempest of violent energy erupted, subduing all in its path. The Kunpeng beast writhed frantically, emanating golden light in a desperate attempt to resist. With a thunderous crash, Duan Yuan conjured a Vajra pestle and brought it down with ferocity, finally shattering the golden patterns upon the Kunpeng beast's body, sending it flying. Striding forward, he gazed at the golden patterns he had broken, breathing a sigh of relief. He then brandished the massive Vajra pestle, preparing to continue his battle against the Kunpeng beast. He did not believe that one strike would be sufficient to vanquish the creature. At most, it would merely inflict injury. Yet, he observed that the Kunpeng beast had changed, refraining from rushing into battle as it had previously. Suddenly, Duan Yuan's expression shifted as he perceived a violent disturbance in the space surrounding him, enveloped by formidable restraining forces. Though only momentarily ensnared, he swiftly shattered the confinement. Yet a chilling sensation crept upon him from behind. A magical blade, exuding overwhelming power, sliced through the fabric of space. Arriving in an instant, it was Mu Qing. He had finally made his move. Gasps of astonishment echoed in the air. Even the divine emperors involuntarily redirected their gazes, eager to comprehend what Mu Qing had been concocting while concealed within his unique domain. With a swift reaction, Duan Yuan turned, but the blade's speed surpassed his own. With a single stroke, it inflicted a slender wound upon his palm. At last, it was time to engage in battle with this prodigious individual. Mu Qing stepped forward, a myriad of stars manifesting behind him, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy. Duan Yuan, surrounded by golden light and wielding a Vajra pestle, glanced at the wound on his palm, which resisted restoration through divine power, along with the demonic energy that clung to it like a parasite, before fixing his gaze upon Mu Qing. Are you the renowned Mu Qing? It appears you possess commendable skills. Even the tamed Kunping beast at your side is beyond the reach of most. Duan Yuan's countenance grew grave as he regarded Mu Qing. No sooner had he spoken than his figure surged into motion, unleashing a tempest of golden divine power that swept across the heavens. As a colossal hand descended from the sky to suppress him, having witnessed the might of the Kunping beast, Duan Yuan could not underestimate Mu Qing's strength. Although he was puzzled as to why Mu Qing had not previously allied with the Kunping beast against him, he recognized that anyone capable of taming such a creature was undoubtedly extraordinary. He could not allow himself to become complacent simply because he possessed prodigious combat prowess. Underestimating his opponent would be folly. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Mu Qing bore an inferior bloodline, one deemed lesser even than his own superior lineage, yet had achieved such heights, indicating extraordinary circumstances. The gigantic hand, infused with golden divine power, loomed above, almost embedding itself into the very fabric of space, transforming into an impenetrable cage intended to confine Mu Qing. Mu Qing's gaze sharpened as he beheld the radiant golden light, involuntarily narrowing his eyes against its brilliance. However, there was no trace of fear upon his visage. Instead, he raised his hand, and a torrent of demonic energy coalesced, forming a demonic seal upon which a vividly lifelike, true dragon coiled. Unlike the auspicious aura of a genuine dragon, the dragon Mu Qing conjured radiated destruction and foreboding. Within the celestial magic domain, harnessing the power of the Qian Yuan star array and the might of the old slaughterer, he finally subdued the celestial soul that had emerged from the seventh star. Initially, Mu Qing had struggled to resolve the celestial soul so swiftly, but he later discovered that the extermination sword array possessed a remarkable efficacy against celestial beings, compounded by his previous training in the celestial seizing technique, which also countered celestial entities. After thoroughly refining the celestial soul, he unexpectedly uncovered a divine ability left behind by the celestial soul in its lifetime. Known as the heaven-overturning seal, the Tianfan seal is a formidable supernatural ability, crafted by a once-revered celestial emperor, classified as an imperial-level divine technique. Now, infused with demonic energy by Mu Qing, it possesses an even greater destructive potential. With a chilling smirk, Mu Qing unleashed the demonic seal in his hand, erupting into a torrent of black light that surged skyward. In the next instant, it detonated, unleashing a wave of annihilation and ominous power that enveloped the surroundings, pressing down with overwhelming force and frenzied demonic energy. Upon the Tianfan seal, a demonic dragon writhed, emitting a series of ferocious roars. This technique, also a masterful means of suppression, clashed against the golden giant hand wielded by Duan Yuan. The air trembled with violent force as the colossal golden hand began to quiver, brilliant shards of light erupting around it, revealing that the golden hand was being overpowered. A tremendous roar reverberated as the Tianfan seal descended upon the golden palm, exerting immense pressure. Cracks resembling a spider's web rapidly spread across the surface of the golden hand, culminating in a resounding explosion. Chapter 507. The formidable Mu Qing. Although the celestial soul suddenly surged forth from the seventh star, causing considerable trouble for Mu Qing and Elder II. They fortunately utilized the unique powers of the extermination sword formation to eliminate it without significant peril. Following the previous encounter with Eternal Ice, Mu Qing acquired another divine technique, known in the celestial realm as the Tianfan seal. This Tianfan seal is rumored to be a terrifying imperial artifact capable of subjugating all. It has appeared in battles between the celestial realm and the astral dynasty. The celestial soul, in its former life, had observed the Tianfan seal and, through its understanding, created the eponymous divine technique. Alarmed, Duan Yuan witnessed his attack shatter and hastily formed seals, attempting to infuse his divine power to sustain its strength. However, Mu Qing would not allow his efforts to succeed. In a flash, he brandished his demonic blade, unleashing a dozen arcs of blade light entwined with demonic energy that swept through the air, arriving before Duan Yuan in an instant, as if to cleave him in twain. Witnessing this, the onlookers gasped in astonishment, realizing that the true battle was only just commencing. Mu Qing's emergence and display of overwhelming power made it clear to all that he had attained a level of prowess akin to a prodigy. Duan Yuan's expression turned grave as he recognized that Mu Qing's strength surpassed even that of the bizarrely powerful Kunping beast he had previously encountered. He hastily summoned the divine energy within him, golden light erupting in waves, transforming into a celestial dragon that coiled around him, rendering him akin to an imposing, serene Buddha. With 3 heads and 6 arms, invincible in his divine abilities. Yet, as Duan Yuan unleashed his 3 heads and 6 arms to confront the blade light, his formidable form was torn apart for the first time by the encircling demonic energy. The anticipated sound of metal clashing did not resonate. Instead, the blade light effortlessly rent his flesh, severing a golden arm, with pale golden blood staining the air, divine essence spilling forth. The power of Mu Qing's demonic blade was revealed for the first time in this divine competition. A weapon born from the Dragon Leap technique and forged by merging 2 imperial artifacts, now manifested in this singular, formidable blade. In a certain sense, the enchanted blade in his grasp had already become an imperial artifact. Duan Yuan's expression darkened as golden radiance flickered around him. The severed limb writhed in a frenzy, the wound healing rapidly, and the broken arm transformed into a beam of golden light that returned and reconnected to its rightful place. This unexpected display astonished Mu Qing, for the demonic energy he cultivated was imbued with formidable destructive power. Wounds tainted by such malevolent energy were notoriously difficult to mend. Rapid healing necessitated an immense reservoir of energy. Duan Yuan's ability to swiftly heal his injury and restore his severed arm was beyond Mu Qing's expectations, prompting him to privately marvel at the undeniable prowess of such a monstrous being. Indeed, it was not as simplistic as he had imagined. However, after their confrontation, Mu Qing also recognized that formidable beings of this caliber were not as insurmountable as he had once believed. It was not that these extraordinary figures lacked strength. Rather, Mu Qing's own power had ascended to a daunting realm, allowing him to contend with such prodigious entities. Vajraseal. Duan Yuan concentrated all his divine energy and unleashed a devastating blow. A tremor coursed through Mu Qing's body as he erupted with violent demonic energy, instantly entering a state of transformation. He then morphed into a 1,000-armed demonic form, his overwhelming aura filling the cosmos, as the starry demonic domain unfolded. Illuminated by 100,000 stars that shone like a myriad of demonic suns, exuding a chilling terror. The moment Duan Yuan made his move, Mu Qing retaliated, channeling his entire strength into a cataclysmic seal, the air thick with surging demonic energy that bore the essence of annihilation. The immense seal bore the image of a dragon, a chain of chaotic demonic energy manifesting with the potency of order. Boom! A fearsome force erupted, and under Duan Yuan's astonished gaze, the Vajra seal shattered as the cataclysmic seal descended like a world of terror, where a chaotic celestial dragon roared. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was not a celestial dragon, but rather a chain of ordered chaos, striking fiercely against the Vajra seal and obliterating it. The cataclysmic seal continued its relentless advance, crushing down upon Duan Yuan's form. With a sickening sound, Duan Yuan coughed up blood, the pale golden liquid staining the sky. As his massive frame was sent flying, his golden chest caving in, the brilliance dimming. Mu Qing, enveloped by 100,000 stars, drew upon the unimaginable demonic energy contained within each celestial body. Duan Yuan found himself at a disadvantage, wounded in direct combat. Gasps of astonishment filled the venue, particularly from the members of the Vajra clan, whose faces were etched with horror. No one understood Duan Yuan's strength better than the Vajra clan's kin. He had risen to the ranks of formidable beings through his superior bloodline, yet here he was, injured as if the very faith of the Vajra clan had been shattered. A fierce glint shone in Mu Qing's eyes. The recently acquired cataclysmic seal proved unexpectedly effective. As the demonic energy surged, he urged the seal forward once more. Gritting his teeth, Duan Yuan chose to evade, retreating rapidly. Yet at that moment, a terrifying force of spatial energy surged forth, seeking to ensnare him. As Duan Yuan beheld the scene before him, he noticed that the previously injured Kunping beast had re-emerged, thrashing its massive form and consuming vast amounts of spatial power. Once again, it radiated a silvery aura of spatial loss, significantly enhancing its mastery over spatial forces. In a moment of brilliance, Duan Yuan unleashed a burst of golden light, shattering the encroaching spatial power, only to be met by an ensuing tempest of spatial fury that struck him with great force. Alarming. Enveloped by the spatial storm, Duan Yuan's body emitted a cacophony of clashing sounds, a result of countless spatial blades raining upon him. Were he to harness his divine energy, he could easily withstand the storm and traverse through it unscathed. However, he was acutely aware that Mu Qing was controlling the heavenly seal, rapidly approaching with overwhelming force. He could not afford to linger in this perilous situation. Gritting his teeth, Duan Yuan disregarded the tempest's might and charged forward. With a series of thuds, he refrained from invoking his divine powers for defense, and the spatial storm finally inflicted wounds upon him. The razor-sharp spatial blades left numerous lacerations across his body, causing blood to gush forth. Suddenly, the heavenly seal crashed down upon the location of the spatial storm, unleashing a cataclysmic force that obliterated the very essence of space itself. Duan Yuan's pupils constricted in dread. He was grateful that he chose to endure the injuries and break free from the storm, for had he remained, the impact of the heavenly seal would have assuredly led to his demise or severe incapacitation. Mu Qing lifted his gaze towards Duan Yuan's position, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Duan Yuan was momentarily taken aback, a chill creeping up his spine. Unbeknownst to him, a demonic blade hovered ominously above his head. Chapter 508. Defeating Duan Yuan. Tendrils of terrifying demonic energy swirled around the blade, which emanated an awe-inspiring aura of power. Immediately, a streak of ominous black light descended, seemingly intent on cleaving the very platform forged by the divine emperor. Duan Yuan cried out in anguish. Confronted by Mu Qing, he realized his own fragility. The formidable physique he once took pride in now felt utterly vulnerable, as a crimson wound extended along his back, gushing forth torrents of blood. His vitality waned, while Mu Qing's presence exuded overwhelming strength. Even the previously wounded Kunping beast displayed an astonishing recovery, voraciously devouring the surrounding spatial power. Its body was now suffused with spatial laws, with its injuries healing remarkably, defying belief. Duan Yuan found himself in a state of utter passivity. Mu Qing's might far surpassed his own, with one hand wielding the demonic blade and the other conjuring the heavenly seal. Mu Qing unleashed a torrent of power that relentlessly pushed Duan Yuan back. Golden light erupted from his form, yet it paled in comparison to its former brilliance. Faint cracks appeared upon his gilded body, seeping blood. Duan Yuan's expression was one of disbelief and resentment, for even among individuals of prodigious talent, none had managed to push him to such extremes. Yet Mu Qing accomplished this with apparent ease, signifying that the combined strength of the Kunping beast and Mu Qing had transcended the realm of prodigies, reaching a true divine combat prowess. His gaze was dim as he, a being of prodigious talent, found himself unexpectedly as the first to face defeat, and worse still, at the hands of a pinnacle true god of a lower lineage. This was a tremendous blow and setback for him, given his status and standing. He could usually hold his head high even in the presence of the most elite of races, looking down upon them with disdain, for his superior bloodline endowed him with extraordinary combat prowess. However, all of that superiority vanished in the presence of Mu Qing. Is it truly the case that you hail from a lowly bloodline? Duan Yuan's eyes glowed crimson as he fixed an intense stare upon Mu Qing, struggling to believe what he was witnessing. He could clearly sense the darkness of Mu Qing's divine power, which could effortlessly shatter the formidable strength he prided himself on, crushing it with a tyrannical force. In response, Mu Qing shook his head, stating, "To be precise, I possess no bloodline. I come from a star that has never birthed a true god. Strictly speaking, I am the sole true god of that celestial body." Duan Yuan was astounded. Upon reflection, He realized he had never heard of the human race, leading him to believe that Mu Qing's assertion might indeed hold truth. The fact that his opponent lacked even a lowly bloodline and had cultivated all his strength through sheer effort was astonishing. No, I shall not concede so easily. Suddenly, a radiant golden light erupted from Duan Yuan, an overwhelming force surging forth. He recognized that succumbing to despair would hinder his growth. Boom! A dazzling explosion of golden light enveloped him, radiating in all directions. It bore a striking resemblance to Mu Qing's celestial domain, manifesting as a miniature world entwined with spatial power. Within this realm, Duan Yuan's strength notably amplified, and he launched a fierce punch toward Mu Qing. Mu Qing's expression grew slightly grave. His opponent was indeed a genius. Even he had only managed to forge his domain through the unique properties of the celestial return scripture. In contrast, Duan Yuan had crafted this domain-like existence solely through his personal abilities and his extraordinary comprehension of the diamond divine power, indicating that he was on the brink of ascension to the heavenly level. Of course, this was the true god competition. Should Duan Yuan break through to the heavenly realm mid-battle, the divine monarch overseeing the event would deem him disqualified and intervene to halt the fight. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qing summoned forth 100,000 stars, unleashing a torrent of demonic light that enveloped the arena. In the sky, the 100,000 stars intertwined with demonic energy, forming a formidable grand formation, the Qian Yuan star array, which he had previously employed to defeat the evil Yuan. Now, Mu Qing possessed the strength to unleash the array's power directly, having refined the immortal soul and harnessed its vast energy as a supply, allowing him to unleash a portion of the Qian Yuan star array's might without the need for energy accumulation, enabling him to utilize it several times in succession. Reflecting on this true god competition, Mu Qing contemplated the necessity of keeping a substantial supply of divine stones on hand for future encounters with danger, so he could ignite the stones to activate the Qian Yuan star array. Boom! A magnificent beam of celestial light erupted, piercing through all, and tearing asunder the embryonic domain that Duan Yuan had painstakingly formed. Duan Yuan coughed blood repeatedly in midair, his body hurtling backward, no longer shimmering with golden radiance. His essence diminished. A colossal hand materialized in the void, whisking him away. It was evident that Mu Qing had emerged victorious in this battle. Fortunately, he had managed to refine the celestial soul at a critical moment. Otherwise, Duan Yuan might have claimed triumph in this encounter. Mu Qing let out a silent sigh of relief. Despite the ease with which he had vanquished Duan Yuan, this achievement was largely due to his alliance with the Kunping beast, coupled with the enhancements he gained from refining the celestial soul. He had acquired the formidable Tianfan seal divine ability, and his chaotic demonic energy had also escalated, birthing a second strand within him. When unleashed, it could manifest into two chains of chaotic energy, wielding an astounding power to govern order. This chaotic energy was so remarkable that even the venerable Tu Lao expressed admiration for its unique ability to control order. It was an unfathomable force, compelling all principles of the great Tao to submit beneath it. With the emergence of two strands of chaotic demonic energy, Mu Qing's strength surged, drawing him perilously close to the divine realm. He glanced beside him to see the spatial principles on the Kunping beast gradually dissipating, signifying a monumental transformation in its own power. Though his strength had reached an impressive level, Mu Qing remained vigilant, settling down to continue his cultivation. Following the conclusion of this round of battles, the standings among the top 10 had shifted. Mu Qing now possessed 2 points, while the other prodigious figures, aside from Duan Yuan, also held 2 points, maintaining their perfect win records. Duan Yuan, however, languished at 1 point, having been defeated by Mu Qing and thus earning no score. In the subsequent encounters, Mu Qing faced 2 more prodigious candidates. Although formidable, they were no match for the Kunping beast, allowing him to secure 2 more points effortlessly, thus preserving his flawless record, while the other 3 prodigious individuals similarly maintained theirs, with only Duan Yuan accumulating 3 points. Chapter 509. Opponent, Saint Sovereign. After several rounds of combat, Mu Qing achieved a remarkable victory streak, undefeated. His score had ascended to 6 points, having triumphed over all prodigious figures, including Duan Yuan, resulting in exactly 6 victories. Perhaps due to his defeat against Mu Qing, Duan Yuan suffered a psychological blow, leading to his subsequent defeats against other prodigious candidates. The remaining 3 prodigious individuals included Xian Rui, the angelic clan's Saint Sovereign, and Gui Ming of the insect clan. Xian Rui and the angelic Saint Sovereign both boasted top-tier bloodlines, while Gui Ming represented a mid-tier bloodline of the insect clan. Achieving prodigious status. Like Mu Qing, they too maintained perfect records, each with 6 points. With some time remaining before the next round of battles, Mu Qing sat in meditation on the platform, while the venue buzzed with excitement. Mu Qing had undeniably become a frontrunner for the championship, standing among the 4 individuals with an unblemished record. Many have even ventured into betting, with 4 championship favorites maintaining an impeccable winning streak, closely matched against one another. Mu Qing, surrounded by a myriad of stars, was enveloped by powerful waves of demonic energy. His injuries had fully healed, and his aura was steadily intensifying, revealing the depths of his demonic cultivation as a chaotic radiance flickered upon his body. He was in the process of consolidating the 3rd strand of chaotic demonic energy. After successfully forming the 2nd strand, his physical strength had significantly augmented, with tendrils of black light swirling around him, creating ominous patterns of terrifying demonic energy. Suddenly, Mu Qing rose to his feet, a dreadful dark glow erupting from his eyes as he murmured, "The forthcoming battle is about to commence." A tremendous surge of divine power erupted, followed by a searing holy light that swept the surroundings, shattering the very fabric of space, accompanied by a chorus of sacred hymns. Mu Qing's attention was instantly drawn, his expression turning grave as he summoned a magical seal with a deft flick of his hand, crushing forth. With a resounding bang, the holy light shattered, and the sound of the hymns ceased. Before Mu Qing stood a figure, adorned with 6 angelic wings, possessing a strikingly handsome visage, tall and imbued with a masculine vigor. He was the epitome of a perfect man, with flowing white hair cascading to his chest and a gentle smile that, nonetheless, sent a chill down Mu Qing's spine, concealing a deadly intent. An angel of the celestial race, the holy monarch. Mu Qing's demeanor grew serious. This individual was incomparably more formidable than the angel he had previously encountered, named Shengzhe. The power of this being was exponentially greater, a true prodigy of terrifying caliber. Furthermore, he had initiated an attack against Mu Qing, exuding a palpable hostility. Such strength from a lowly bloodline. Indeed impressive, the holy monarch remarked, while secretly gathering divine energy, preparing to unleash a dreadful onslaught. At that moment, the space beside Mu Qing warped, and a colossal Kunping beast surged forth, aiming to devour the holy monarch. However, Mu Qing's expression abruptly shifted, his pupils constricting, for he noticed that the space around the holy monarch was also distorting. A disquieting surge of divine power emanated from that vicinity, revealing an extraordinarily radiant holy light, coalescing into a figure. It was a unicorn, a magnificent creature with pristine wings, exuding an aura of auspicious power as it let out a resounding cry. The disparity in size between the divine unicorn and the Kunping beast was significant. Yet the unicorn's strength was not to be underestimated, clearly possessing prodigious capabilities of its own. "Did you think you were the only one with allies?" The holy monarch smirked. He believed Mu Qing's strength, which had even allowed him to defeat Duan Yuan, stemmed from the formidable partnership with the Kunping beast. Thus, the holy monarch revealed his trump card right away, summoning a divine unicorn of prodigious strength, confident that as long as the unicorn could impede the Kunping beast, he would be able to vanquish Mu Qing with ease. He remained convinced that Mu Qing's power did not rival that of their prodigious ilk. Is that the divine unicorn? How terrifying. His strength has likely reached an extraordinary level. The spectators within the venue gasped in astonishment. They had not previously witnessed the holy monarch summon his power, which indicates that even he feels a measure of pressure when confronting Mu Qing. The strength of the holy monarch surpasses that of Duan Yuan, as he had previously defeated Duan Yuan without summoning the sacred unicorn. This time, however, facing Mu Qing, he has directly summoned the sacred unicorn. And it seems Mu Qing may indeed be on the verge of defeat. Some shook their heads, believing that Mu Qing's undefeated record would soon come to an end. Look, the other 2 prodigious figures have also made their move. Xian Rui and the insectoid specter, Gui Ming. Many in the audience turned their attention to this other battle. Compared to Mu Qing's confrontation, the clash involving Xian Rui was equally captivating. Xian Rue is a prodigious individual possessing a mysterious and unparalleled bloodline, the nature of which remains unclear to many. His opponent, Gue Ming, hails from the insectoid race and possesses a mid-tier bloodline. The two soon engaged in combat, with Xian Rue immediately unleashing his formidable stellar divine power, 100 stars manifesting behind him. This technique bears resemblance to Mu Qing's bloodline abilities, yet possesses distinct differences. Both displays are equally powerful and awe-inspiring. As all eyes were upon them, Mu Qing's battle commenced as well. The colossal Kunping beast collided with the sacred unicorn, shattering the fabric of space. The sacred unicorn emitted radiant beams of holy light, charging forth, yet the Kunping beast stood undeterred, consuming wave after wave of holy light. Its body manifested sacred patterns, showcasing an impressive resistance to the sacred unicorn's divine luminescence. Your strength appears to be less formidable than I had anticipated, the holy monarch remarked, his hands coalescing terrifying beams of holy light. Mu Qing responded with composure, entering a state of thousand hands transformation, the astral demon domain unfurling. With 100,000 stars emerging behind him, surging with overwhelming demonic energy. Your strength is also not as formidable as I had imagined, he retorted defiantly. In my estimation, you are but slightly more powerful than Shangze. Mu Qing spoke coldly. The holy monarch's expression darkened. Do not compare me to that fool. A radiant light flickered around him, and in an instant, the pristine 6 wings at his back began to darken, an aura of corruption enveloping him, transforming him into a 6-winged fallen angel. It was evident that the holy monarch had also cultivated within the fallen angel sect of the angelic race. Chapter 510, The Thunderpool. You, with your mere low-tier bloodline, have achieved a commendable level of strength, truly remarkable. However, allow me to enlighten you. The disparity in bloodline tier is immensely significant. The holy monarch bellowed. Many believed that the prodigious Duan Yuan and others possessed comparable strengths. Yet the holy monarch understood that his own power far surpassed that of Duan Yuan. Despite both being prodigies, the difference in their capabilities lies in their bloodlines. As one endowed with a top-tier bloodline, he is naturally superior to Duan Yuan, and he holds the same belief when facing Mu Qing. He always maintains that the power of bloodlines is of utmost importance, serving as a symbol of his identity. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Mu Qing's gaze flickered with a cold glint as demonic energy coalesced in his palm, transforming into a formidable seal of chaos. 2 strands of chaotic energy entwined around it, forming a chain of chaos that governed the forces of order, roaring like a celestial dragon, emanating an aura of unfathomable power. Upon witnessing the demonic seal materializing in Mu Qing's hand, many in the assembly wore solemn expressions, fully aware of the devastating prowess of this divine ability, which, when paired with his demonic blade, had once left Duan Yuan utterly disoriented. The Saint Monarch's eyes momentarily darkened, though his visage predominantly radiated arrogance and disdain. He flickered through the air, his fallen 6 wings unfurling behind him as he coldly scoffed, "Futile. No matter how potent your ability may be, it pales in comparison to the powers of our angelic lineage. You are merely a fortunate wretch who has clawed his way up from the lowest depths." Suddenly, the Saint Monarch's form erupted in resplendent crimson, a dazzling amalgamation of divine sanctity and fallen malevolence. These 2 terrifying auras intertwined chaotically, forging a power more dreadful than before. As if the surroundings morphed into a blood-soaked inferno, where the spectral figures of fallen angels emerged, meting out horrific punishments to the heretics. The colossal Kunpeng let out a bellow, absorbing the power of the divine unicorn, its body adorned with sacred patterns as it surged toward the Saint Monarch, only to be intercepted by the divine unicorn. Momentarily thwarted, it found itself unable to assist Mu Qing. However, Mu Qing remained undeterred, striding forward with purpose as the 1,000 hands of demonic transformation manifested, enveloping the skies in an overwhelming tide of demonic energy, resonating with thunderous roars. The Saint Monarch standing before him was formidable, perhaps even stronger than Duan Yuan, yet this did not instill fear in Mu Qing. He leapt high, unleashing the seal of chaos with ferocious intensity, crushing all in its path. The myriad stars behind him shimmered into existence, enhancing his strength in that moment. He resembled a fearsome demon sovereign. The gaze of many in the assembly shifted, for they were witnessing Mu Qing engage in battle alone, without the aid of the Kunpeng. For the first time, the observing divine emperors were taken aback, astonished by Mu Qing's seemingly boundless power. Whenever they presumed to grasp the extent of his abilities, he would invariably unleash an even greater force. It is noteworthy that the divine emperors possessed astute perceptions, previously considering Mu Qing merely a candidate of monstrous caliber. Yet now, he stood upon the final platform, vying for the top 3, perhaps even the first position. Perish! The Saint Monarch sneered as Mu Qing charged toward him. The bloodlight surrounding him erupted violently, warping the very fabric of space to conjure a blood pool. The Saint Monarch extended his hand, in his fallen angelic form. His arm appeared gaunt and bony, equipped with razor-sharp claws, which he plunged into the blood pool with great effort. His expression grew grave as, exerting all his might, he finally drew forth a massive sword from the depths of the pool, stained with viscous blood and surrounded by countless vengeful souls. A heavenly artifact. Gasps echoed throughout the assembly. Indeed, this was a heavenly artifact, one that could only be wielded by those of divine caliber. Previously, Shunze had extracted a heavenly-grade artifact, yet was unable to harness its power, resulting in a negligible increase in its might. However, upon the extraction of this heavenly-grade artifact by the Holy Monarch, his aura surged exponentially, clearly indicating his capability to truly unleash the artifact's formidable potential. The blood-stained colossal sword, upon its emergence, exuded a terrifying wave of energy, causing the entire blood pool to boil violently, bubbling uncontrollably, and ultimately erupting into a torrential rain of blood, which was absorbed by the giant sword. This was the sacred blood sword, a transformation of our angelic race's unique heavenly-grade artifact, the sacred giant sword. After years of nurturing it with my own blood, I have finally been able to awaken its powers recently. The Holy Monarch's gaze brimmed with bloodlust. To perish beneath this sword would indeed be an honor, he rasped. Clearly, his intention was not merely to defeat Mu Qing, but to eliminate him. The very fact that the Holy Monarch could articulate such words suggested he harbored a degree of confidence, perhaps even faster than the Divine Emperor, aiming to strike Mu Qing down before the latter could intervene. Mu Qing, however, merely scoffed, asserting, "That remains to be seen. I have witnessed the sacred giant sword in the hands of a certain true god from the demon race." The Holy Monarch's expression stiffened, and a chilling glint gradually appeared in his eyes. Without further ado, he swung the sacred blood sword downwards, unleashing a blood-red beam that cleaved through the heavens and the earth, as if accompanied by a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, and countless vengeful souls, piercing directly towards Mu Qing. In the face of the Holy Monarch's assault, Mu Qing did not let his guard down. With a fierce roar, a demonic blade materialized in his grasp. Such an attack could no longer be countered with the flipping seal. Behind him, 100,000 stars erupted with a tidal wave of demonic energy, infusing the demonic blade, which trembled violently in his hands, unleashing a terrifying might that also reached the heavenly grade. Yet, compared to the Holy Monarch's effortless mastery over the sacred blood sword, Mu Qing was at a disadvantage. Although he could evoke the blade's power to achieve heavenly-grade prowess, the consumption was equally immense. Crack! Mu Qing raised the demonic blade, executing a horizontal slash. A strand of destructive black energy extending forth, colliding with the crimson sword light. In an instant, a dazzling orb of energy erupted, shattering the surrounding space into oblivion. Thunder! 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 Suddenly, Mu Qing bellowed repeatedly, his gaze icy, as the starry demonic realm unfurled around him, a terrifying wave of thunderous power manifesting. The techniques he had refrained from using in previous battles were finally unleashed against the Holy Monarch. With a thunderous roar, the void around them coalesced into clusters of purple thunder bamboo, within which lay a thunder pool, brimming with countless bolts of lightning. Crack! In an instant, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky towards the Holy Monarch, morphing into a true dragon that roared incessantly. Chapter 511, The Path of Thunder. The Holy Monarch's expression abruptly changed. He had not anticipated that Mu Qing possessed such an array of techniques, retaining hidden trump cards. That thunder pool was undoubtedly a treasure of the thunder path, containing the innate principles of thunder. Boom, boom, boom. A continuous cacophony of thunderous roars reverberated through the air as the Saint Monarch wielded the holy blood sword, contending with the onslaught of lightning while remaining vigilant against Mu Qing's demonic blade strikes. The hand of azure thunder manifested, An intricate array of lightning bamboo emerging as a colossal hand of thunder descended from the heavens, imbued with unfathomable power. Its surface engraved with patterns symbolizing the apex of the thunder path. This immense hand enveloped the Saint Monarch entirely, as torrents of lightning cascaded from above. Mu Qing's mastery of the thunder pool grew increasingly adept. The terrifying might of the thunderous energy within capable of conjuring the hand of azure thunder. A formidable force typically reserved for divine tribulations, specifically targeting prodigious talents. The Saint Monarch's expression turned grave as bloodlight erupted from him, a surge of crimson divine power bursting forth, conjuring a blood pool around him. Behind him, the six-winged fallen angel unfurled its wings, coalescing a blood-red sigil before launching it forward. This sigil surged forth, branding itself upon the holy blood sword, unleashing a brilliant explosion of sanguine energy, manifesting a sword radiance of immense proportions, steeped in a sinister aura, as dark feathers materialized nearby. The once sacred hymn transformed into an eerie requiem, its haunting melody echoing in the surroundings. The Saint Monarch, brandishing the holy blood sword, found a phantom image materializing above it, a shadow of a fallen angel, adorned with 12 wings, exuding an ominous essence akin to the abyss, shattering the very fabric of reality. The haunting requiem once more emerged, imbued with a certain force, as the deluge of thunder rained down, inexplicably fracturing and dissipating into a wisp of inky mist. The 12-winged fallen angel that manifested upon the holy blood sword was a formidable being from the fallen lineage of the angelic race. It sung requiem carrying a terrifying aura of corruption capable of eroding anything in its path. Infused with immense energy, the Saint Monarch cleaved forward with the sword, its sanguine radiance piercing the heavens, tearing through the azure firmament towards the hand of azure thunder. The phantom of the 12-winged fallen angel extended its hand, claw-like and reminiscent of a vengeful spirit, rending the void with its blood-hued, formidable power, as if intent on tearing the hand of azure thunder asunder. Such power undoubtedly eclipsed that of Duan Yuan. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. Had this not been the divine tournament, which forbade the presence of celestial beings, they would have surely believed they were witnessing a clash between two divine entities. The intensity of Mu Qing and the Saint Monarch's battle was so formidable that it hardly resembled the pinnacle of divine beings. At that moment, any true god at the peak who ventured into the fray, even those of higher races, would find themselves grievously wounded by the overwhelming energy surges. A moment's carelessness could spell death. In the shadows, the Elder of Destiny squinted, his heart brimming with astonishment. The fact that Mu Qing had reached this stage was nothing short of extraordinary, almost defying fate itself. He had resolved that even if Mu Qing did not secure a position among the top 3, he would nonetheless impart his ultimate secret technique to him. For he believed that the divine art he had crafted, rivaling that of imperial caliber, when combined with Mu Qing's formidable physique, would yield an unimaginably terrifying effect. Boom. Observing this, Mu Qing trembled, 2 streaks of chaotic demonic energy faintly emerging from his form. A powerful force erupted from within, as he thrust his hands into the cosmic realm of magic, exerting a tremendous effort to lift a thunder pool. The weight of this thunder pool was beyond comprehension, for it contained the supreme principles of countless thunderous paths, flowing like a torrent of lightning essence. Now, as Mu Qing elevated the thunder pool and unleashed its contents, a resounding roar echoed forth, causing the void to shatter. The dreadful light of lightning surged into the sky, empowering the azure thunder hand. With the enhancement of the thunderous principles, the azure thunder hand became even more fearsome, its menacing lightning coiling like a dragon, embodying the ferocity of a beast, commanding boundless power of thunder to strike. Before Mu Qing lay a dazzling expanse of gold, as he raised the thunder pool, pouring forth a copious amount of lightning essence onto the azure thunder hand, facilitating its transformation and cultivating an even more formidable and terrifying strength. Crack, crack. The immensely powerful lightning, capable of effortlessly shattering space, coalesced upon the azure thunder hand, soaring through the heavens, accompanied by an unbelievable wave of terrifying pressure. As if a mere strike could obliterate a star, all eyes converged upon this spectacle, as both Mu Qing and the Holy Monarch unleashed their ultimate techniques. Buzz. In that moment, the 12-winged fallen angel radiated light, merging with the holy blood sword, transforming into a sword beam that pierced through the heavens, cloaked in utter darkness, possessing the power to bring all of existence into ruin. The azure thunder hand descended, its lightning raging with countless principles imprinted upon it, shimmering with an exquisite golden brilliance, appearing to others not as a hand of thunder, but as a radiant sun. What is that? Many divine emperors stood in shock, their faces awash with disbelief and terror. The principles of lightning, birthed from the supreme source of the great path, were powers not even the divine emperors had mastered. For once one comprehended these principles, it meant that the divine emperor would transcend to the level of an emperor, becoming a figure of immense nobility. Even within the Moon Palace, at this moment, the divine emperors observing from the shadows were filled with astonishment, for they realized that within this seemingly insignificant true god, Mu Qing, resided a complete understanding of the principles of lightning. Did this not imply that Mu Qing had grasped the very path of power they had struggled for years to comprehend? Impossible. This was utterly absurd. The divine emperor of the Azura clan shook his head in disbelief. He could not accept it. He himself had toiled to comprehend the path of slaughter, with its principles being exceedingly obscure, requiring many years to slowly unravel. He could hardly believe that a mere true god possessed such complete mastery over the laws of the great Tao. The young divine emperor, seated in his wheelchair, narrowed his eyes and spoke in a grave tone. There is no mistake. That is indeed the complete Thunder Tao. Mu Qing's potential is far more terrifying than we had imagined. Should he harness this Thunder Tao, it would signify that the gap between his current state as a true god and the realm of the emperor would present no obstacles whatsoever. Chapter 512, Triumph. The blood-soaked Saint Monarch gazed up at the sky, awed by the formidable power of the lightning that evoked dread. A flicker of solemnity crossed his gaze. Although he deemed Mu Qing's bloodline inferior and hardly worth noting, the reality of battle rendered him astonished, revealing that it was far from the simplicity he had anticipated. With a decisive slash, the Saint Monarch wielded the sacred blood sword, channeling the power of the 12-winged fallen angel to tear through all. A cataclysmic collision erupted in the heavens, producing earth-shattering sounds as an overwhelming burst of radiant energy filled the atmosphere. Mu Qing's expression shifted to one of mild surprise. His opponent was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, the Saint Monarch was utterly taken aback, unaware that the azure hand of thunder conjured by Mu Qing bore the imprint of a thunder Tao that only an emperor could comprehend. He was sent hurtling back hundreds of meters, the sacred blood sword trembling violently, blood seeping from his palm. Taking a deep breath, the Saint Monarch's eyes glinted with chill. He unleashed the sacred blood sword, unleashing a torrent of violent divine power directed at Mu Qing. With a cold snort, Mu Qing lifted the thunder pool, a force more terrifying than the celestial flip. Torrential lightning surged forth, the terrifying might of thunder erupting in midair, exuding an air of majesty that demanded respect. Thunder! 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 He bellowed thrice, and the fearsome lightning seemed to respond to his command, coalescing into 3 awe-inspiring thunder tribulations that roared downwards like dragons or serpents. The ferocious lightning entwined, the tribulations descended, imbued with pure annihilation, creating an atmosphere that suffocated the air, rendering it almost impossible to breathe. In that moment, the sacred unicorn soared in to shield the Saint Monarch from the devastation, only to be utterly pierced through, vanishing into nothingness beneath the overwhelming thunder tribulations. Mu Qing raised the thunder pool high, crashing it down with tremendous force, countless colossal bolts of lightning blotting out the sun and enveloping the entire sky. Simultaneously, the Kunping beast, unimpeded by the sacred unicorn, roared forth. Transforming into its colossal form, it summoned boundless waters from the void, covering the ground in a vast ocean. With monstrous waves crashing relentlessly, capable of shattering even the peak of a true god. The Saint Monarch's expression finally shifted as he realized Mu Qing could unleash such astounding power in an instant. Looking up at the endless thunder tribulations, he felt a chill run down his spine, his courage to confront them head-on evaporating. He chose to escape from below, only to be intercepted by a vast ocean. With a resounding crash, a colossal wave surged forth, throwing him into disarray, his vision clouded with stars. Before he could regain his bearings, another massive wave struck him, forcibly reverting him from his fallen angel state to his original form. The holy monarch was gripped by terror, for within the boundless ocean, alongside the relentless, fearsome tides, lurked a monstrous beast. A gigantic shadow approached swiftly, leaping forth with a dark, yawning maw like a black hole, ready to bite down. With a thud, the creature plunged back into the ocean, while the holy monarch let out a horrific scream as one of his arms was savagely bitten off. At that moment, Mu Qing stepped into the void, raising the thunder pool high. Bolts of heavenly tribulation descended like towering pillars of thunder, crashing into the ocean and intensifying the already furious waves. The holy monarch was struck by lightning and sent flying, a familiar aura enveloping him. Looking up, he saw that after devouring his arm, the creature had sprouted 6 wings reminiscent of a fallen angel. Suddenly, 6 beams of black light pierced through, delivering a devastating blow. The audience fell into a profound silence, realizing that this battle had devolved into a one-sided massacre. Even the holy monarch of the angelic clan, a prodigious being with an unparalleled bloodline, was being effortlessly overwhelmed by Mu Qing. The hidden divine emperors also displayed expressions of astonishment. The emperor seated in a wheelchair no longer wore an indifferent gaze, gripping the armrests tightly in shock. Was this truly his real strength? The elder of destiny coughed, a flicker of horror igniting in his murky eyes. A divine emperor from the angelic clan furrowed his brows, feeling a pang of sympathy. Their prideful genius was being so ruthlessly trampled, had it not been for the presence of so many divine emperors from Taiwa Palace. He might have intervened to eliminate Mu Qing himself. In the battle, he has lost, said the young divine emperor in the wheelchair, shaking his head as he observed the holy monarch flailing like a headless fly amidst the endless tribulations and ocean. The divine emperor from the angelic clan nodded and immediately took action, unleashing a formidable divine power that shattered the platform's barrier, intervening in the battle. This angelic divine emperor harbored no fondness for Mu Qing. A terrifying divine might descended, obliterating the tempest and the ocean, before seizing the holy monarch and carrying him away. Mu Qing gasped for breath, paying little heed to the divine emperor's attitude. This battle had drained him significantly. Nearly all of his demonic energy had been expended. However, defeating the holy monarch meant he had secured a place among the top 3. Meanwhile, another battle concluded as Xan Rui triumphed over Gui Ming, the peak true god of the insect clan. Although formidable, the opponent was no match for Xan Rui. It is worth noting that Xan Rui had once been the stellar emperor, possessing a Tao that paralleled Mu Qing's. In fact, in certain respects, Xan Rui's Tao was even more formidable, for it was derived from his own comprehension during his time as the stellar emperor, later further refined through breakthroughs in the stellar origin true scripture, rendering his power exceedingly terrifying. Reflecting on Mu Qing, his mastery of the thunder path was not a result of his own enlightenment. Rather, it stemmed from his father, Mu Yu, who inadvertently acquired the fruit of the Thunder Avenue, extracting its power and infusing it into Mu Qing's being. With the defeat of the ghostly demon, only Mu Qing and Xan Rui remained undefeated among the top 10 contenders. After a month of rest, as they prepared for battle once more, a diminutive figure, slightly hunched and enveloped in a shroud of black mist, emerged before Mu Qing, none other than the insectoid specter, Gui Ming. I concede. As the battle commenced, Gui Ming's voice rang out, harsh and hoarse, surprising all present. A divine emperor intervened, whisking him away from the arena, thus sealing Mu Qing's victory. Even Mu Qing was taken aback by this outcome. He had anticipated a grueling fight, yet the insectoid specter surrendered outright. There was little cause for astonishment. Gui Ming's strength barely matched that of a holy monarch, and against Mu Qing, he was certainly no match. Many in the audience understood this, having witnessed Mu Qing's brutal dominance over holy monarchs previously. Chapter 513. The Dreamscape of the Moon Goddess expecting a fierce battle. Mu Qing was stunned when the insectoid creature surrendered so readily. After a moment of bewilderment, he prepared to meditate and restore his energy. However, at that instant, a spark ignited in his eyes, and the spatial forces around him warped, transporting him instantaneously to another location. Just as he vanished, a beam of black light descended, unleashing a terrifying explosion of energy. I never expected you to perceive it, a hoarse voice echoed, laced with peculiar energy. It was Gui Ming. An illusion, Mu Qing uttered slowly. Indeed, it is an illusion. I am surprised that you could detect it so swiftly and extricate yourself from its grasp. Gui Ming's eyes reflected astonishment. His illusionary powers were formidable, The scene of surrender he had just witnessed was merely an illusion that Mu Qing had fallen prey to. Yet, if one were truly ensnared in the illusion, even divine abilities would be rendered ineffective, as they would believe they had escaped while remaining completely motionless in reality. What astonished Ming was that Mu Qing had evaded the illusion before making his escape, avoiding deception altogether. A trivial illusion. I can see through it clearly. Mu Qing retorted with a cold smile, his eyes gleaming with a dark light, as if flames of dread were igniting within. Having once practiced the fiery eyes of the great sage equal to heaven, he could pierce through all illusions. As his gaze fell upon Mu Qing, Ming's mouth stretched into a grotesque grin, revealing razor-sharp teeth, his terrifying smile suffocatingly sinister, surrounded by swirling, eerie black mist that emitted a chilling laughter. The audience remained oblivious to Mu Qing's prior entrapment in the illusion. They only saw him standing in place, momentarily dazed, while Ming swaggered behind him to launch an attack, only to have Mu Qing deftly evade it. Mu Qing's gaze was calm as he regarded the figure before him, a specter of the insectoid race named Ming. Despite possessing only a moderate bloodline, he had ascended to the pinnacle of true divinity, an astonishing feat that garnered much attention within the Taiwa Palace. Most notably, he discerned a glimmer of murderous intent in Ming's eyes. It was only natural. The insectoid race had devised a flawless scheme to seize Mars, intending to harness its power to infiltrate Earth. However, Mu Qing single-handedly dismantled their plans, inciting their unbridled fury. Unlike other races, the insectoids had spent an inordinate amount of time strategizing to secure the treasures of the vault, aiming for a meteoric rise that could potentially elevate their entire lineage to a higher rank. Instead, they reaped none of the anticipated rewards. As a member of the insectoid race, Ming harbored deep animosity toward Mu Qing, and should the opportunity arise, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. Mu Qing's expression grew grave. Though he had appeared effortlessly victorious against the Holy Monarch, the reality was that it had exacted a tremendous toll on him. Had the Holy Monarch persisted a while longer, it would have been Mu Qing himself facing defeat. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Mu Qing's ear, startling him. "Would you be interested in collaborating with me, disciple of the Elder of Destiny?" He furrowed his brow, his mind conjuring the image of a young man seated in a wheelchair, a faint smile gracing his features. Mu Qing's heart raced. He was acutely aware that this combat platform was ensconced within a barrier set by a divine emperor. The fact that this individual could transmit his essence and voice directly indicated that he was at least a divine emperor himself. What collaboration? Mu Qing inquired, bewildered by the divine emperor's sudden interference in the divine competition, not to mention the direct proposition for cooperation. Your opponent is a prodigious talent of the insectoid race, his true form being the black soul bug, adept at devouring souls and wielding mental attacks. I can impart to you a unique divine technique from Taiwa Palace, which will ensure you remain unaffected by his mental prowess. What I require of you is to eliminate this individual before you. That is impossible. The divine competition prohibits killing. Mu Qing retorted, aware that every battle was overseen by divine emperors. Should one side show signs of defeat, intervention would occur to remove them from the fray. The most that could happen was inflicting severe injury upon an opponent, with no fatalities allowed. The young divine emperor smiled faintly, yet his expression bore a chilling malice. I will intervene to grant you 10 breaths of time. Seize this opportunity to vanquish him, and should you succeed, the divine technique I bestow upon you shall be yours to keep, with no strings attached. Mu Qing furrowed his brow, uncertain as to why this divine emperor sought to target Ming, employing his hand to do so. Rest assured, my conflict with this insectoid is purely personal. Regrettably, for certain reasons, I am unable to act myself, came the voice. Mu Qing studied the specter of Ming before him, contemplating the situation, and ultimately nodded in agreement. Excellent. I shall now impart to you a divine technique, the moon goddess dreamscape, a legacy bestowed by the revered deity of Taiwa. The figure of the young divine emperor faded from Mu Qing's mind, and a radiant light burst forth, revealing a lamp within his consciousness, held aloft by several diminutive spirits. A surge of information flooded into Mu Qing's mind, revealing a divine technique known as the moon goddess dreamscape, which could also be described as an advanced ability of the Taiwa mirror cultivated by the Holy Spirit. Through that lamp, one could access the moon goddess dreamscape. At present, Mu Qing had no time for cultivation. However, He could rely on the lamp in his mind to withstand the mental attacks from Ming. The moon goddess dreamscape. Mu Qing's eyes flickered with intrigue. A multitude of divine emperors observed the contest between Mu Qing and Ming from the shadows. The entire platform was enveloped by a barrier, a protective veil forged from the divine power of the emperors. Only those of equal divine rank could hope to breach it. A young divine emperor smirked slightly, casting his gaze upon the battle. So, you are the Mu Qing who has disrupted our insect race's plans. I never expected you to make it this far. It seems Earth harbors many secrets. Ming sneered, a swirling miasma of darkness emanating from him. Within this fog, the faint sounds of insect chirps could be discerned, chaotic and infused with a power capable of influencing others. Yet, Mu Qing remained unfazed. Waves of strange forces and sounds enveloped him but were drawn away by the lamp in his mind. Beneath the lamp, numerous small spirits known as messengers devoured the mental influences of the insect's sounds and mental energy, ensuring Mu Qing remained unaffected. Chapter 514. The battle begins. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Ming's eyes, yet he did not dwell on it. Assuming it was merely a testament to Mu Qing's formidable mental strength. Taking a deep breath, a surge of black divine power erupted from his body. And the aura he exuded was not significantly weaker than that of a holy monarch. Mu Qing's gaze also revealed a hint of astonishment. Ming's exhibited prowess was already comparable to that of a holy monarch, suggesting he might possess even more formidable techniques. This led Mu Qing to ponder the immense strength of Xian Rui, who had managed to defeat Ming. Prepare to meet your end. Ming's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he cackled, charging forward with ferocious speed, his terrifying black divine power sweeping forth like a tempest. This power seemed to belong to no insect race. Mu Qing's expression grew solemn, having battled the insect race on Earth for some time. He was well acquainted with the divine power they harbored. However, the divine energy Ming wielded was distinctly different from the insect power he had previously encountered. Killing you will elevate my status within the insect race. You will serve as the stepping stone to my ascendance as their leader, Ming bellowed. Extending his palm as a profound black divine power erupted, coalescing into several insect shadows that lunged toward Mu Qing. These shadows were imbued with a terrifying mental energy that gnawed at the soul, a truly fearsome sight. Ming had previously utilized this very technique to obliterate peak true god opponents in an instant, leaving only their corporeal forms behind. Had this been the former Mu Qing, he would have likely felt trepidation at such an attack, having lacked any means to safeguard his own soul and mental energy. However, with the assistance of the youthful divine monarch, the moonlight lamp within his mind nearly shielded him from all mental assaults, allowing him to engage his adversary without restraint, ultimately aiming to vanquish the specter of the ghostly nether as dictated by the divine monarch's terms. Mu Qing harbored no fondness for the insectoid race. In fact, he yearned for their annihilation. With a hum, Mu Qing raised his hand, entering a state of demonic transformation, a sinister blade manifesting in his grasp, swirling with malevolence. Its intricate runes flickering ominously. A terrifying arc of light cleaved through the shadows of the insects, shattering them into fragments. Previously, even when these insect shadows were destroyed, the latent power within would unleash a mental onslaught, assaulting Mu Qing's consciousness. Yet now, with the moonlight lamp stationed in his mind, a multitude of minuscule figures akin to mischievous spirits lifted it, voraciously devouring the incoming mental energy as it approached. Your prowess appears utterly negligible. Scarcely a fraction of the Saint Monarch's might, Mu Qing scoffed, and indeed, with the ghostly nether's reliance on mental attacks rendered futile against him. The confrontation was exponentially less challenging than against the Saint Monarch. Subsequently, Mu Qing's left hand curled into a claw, ferocious demonic energy coalescing in his palm, forming a formidable seal enveloped by two chaotic energies, which he thrust forward with tremendous force. Boom! The seal resembled two chaotic celestial dragons, roaring fiercely, embodying the power of order that seemed to transcend all laws, amplifying the terror and awe of the seal's might. Mu Qing's eyes blazed with determination as he activated the seal, descending upon the ghostly nether with the intent to obliterate it through the sheer force of chaotic energy. The ghostly nether roared. At that moment, his form expanded at a terrifying velocity. Confusion enveloped him as he recalled his earlier technique, one that even the Saint Monarch had regarded with trepidation, and which required serious consideration from Ray, now effortlessly dismantled by Mu Qing. Yet, there was no time for reflection. Confronted by Mu Qing's assault, he unleashed another technique, dark mist emanating from every pore of his body. As he ballooned into a spherical shape, in an instant, he erupted forth with a chilling roar. A jet of pitch-black energy accompanied by disquieting sonic waves sweeping across the battlefield. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the seal trembled violently in midair, failing to suppress its target and ultimately ricocheting back. "Your efforts amount to little more than this," the ghostly nether remarked, his form resuming its normal stature. Though his words dripped with mockery, a hint of gravity weighed upon his heart, for he realized that his mental assaults seemed ineffective against Mu Qing. He could not help but ponder whether Mu Qing possessed a divine artifact specifically designed to defend against mental onslaughts, or if it was due to the latter's formidable mental prowess that could withstand his attacks. Was the technique he executed not a power of the insect race? The audience observed the clash between Mu Qing and the ghostly nether, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. The essence of the ghost demon is a creature that specializes in devouring souls and excels in mental attacks, a fact well known among the majority within the Taiwa Palace. Many are aware of the ghost demon's exceptional prowess in this regard, often leaving its adversaries with vacant stares, utterly consumed as their souls are directly feasted upon. As the spectators observed the ghost demon's battle, they were filled with trepidation. It is only through the intervention of a divine emperor that one might escape its malevolent grasp. However, to their astonishment, they noticed that Mu Qing appeared unfazed by the ghost demon's mental attacks, handling the situation with remarkable ease. Has this fellow been endowed with a divine artifact specifically designed to defend against soul and mental attacks? A divine emperor inquired curiously, glancing towards the Elder of Destiny. The other divine emperors shared the same sentiment, concluding that only the Elder of Destiny, as a divine emperor himself, could possess such a high-caliber artifact to bestow upon Mu Qing. Yet, the Elder of Destiny shook his head, clarifying that he had not granted Mu Qing any divine artifact as a trump card. The others were momentarily taken aback. If it was not a divine artifact from the Elder of Destiny, how then was Mu Qing able to disregard the mental assaults and soul impacts? A young divine emperor then spoke, a smirk playing on his lips as he turned to the Elder of Destiny, saying, "As a divine emperor, you are rather stingy. Is it not peculiar that you have not provided your disciple with even a single divine artifact?" The other divine emperors chuckled in agreement, noting that the Elder of Destiny indeed seemed somewhat miserly. Looking at the likes of Saint Monarch and Duan Yuan, who wielded heavenly artifacts, it was clear that while their actual strength to wield such artifacts might be uncertain, at the very least, these artifacts would guarantee a certain enhancement in their abilities, granting them an undeniable advantage in battle. The Elder of Destiny chuckled awkwardly, recognizing that among so many divine emperors, he alone had not bestowed any divine artifacts or trump cards upon his disciple. Mu Qing's immense fortune on Earth, enabling him to withstand the ghost demon's mental attacks, must be linked to the treasures found on that planet, he pondered with a serious expression. Chapter 515. The Ghost Clan. The battle between Mu Qing and the ghost demon was intensely fierce. Mu Qing extended his palm, his movements appearing languid, yet imbued with unparalleled power. At that moment, he entered the state of thousand hands transformation, his immense demonic form rising from the ground, exuding a terrifying aura. The overwhelming demonic might surged boundlessly as he concentrated the celestial demon seal, slamming his palm downward. An astonishing energy erupted from his palm, a chaotic blend of forces intertwining as they surged towards the ghost demon, causing violent ripples in the surrounding space. In the vicinity of the ghost demon, the fabric of space was relentlessly compressed. Had it been any other peak true god, their insides would have shattered under such overwhelming pressure. Boom! The celestial demon seal descended with tremendous force, creating a vast void in the space below, as a cataclysmic storm of terrifying energy swept forth. All who witnessed this spectacle felt their hearts leap in their chests. The magnitude of this power was truly horrifying. Many are now aware that Mu Qing's formidable combat prowess is largely attributed to the divine power he has cultivated, which embodies an unparalleled capacity for destruction. Even the divine power harnessed by the most elite races pales in comparison. Speculation arises regarding Mu Qing's origins and the reasons he became a disciple of the Taiwa Palace. It is surmised that his method of cultivating divine power likely stems from a treasure trove on Earth. The existence of this treasure on Earth is a well-known fact, having led to embarrassment for numerous mid-tier races, prompting the Taiwa Palace to issue a decree forbidding any race from setting foot on Earth. It is understood that Mu Qing became a disciple of the Taiwa Palace due to his inheritance from the treasure, allowing him to directly become a disciple of the venerable divine elder, the Destiny Elder. This terrifying power is unlike anything I have ever witnessed. The force within you transcends the realm of divine power. Gui Ming's expression grew exceedingly grave, for his keen perception discerned certain peculiarities within Fang Yu's demonic energy. However, he merely spoke in jest, as no one could fathom that the energy within Mu Qing was not divine power, but rather demonic energy. Even the Divine Emperor could not conceive this, for it is widely believed that the entire universe is steeped in the cultivation of divine power, with only a select few aware of the existence of a past force known as the Heavenly Court, which cultivated celestial energy. Boom. The myriad souls manifested. Gui Ming gazed upon Mu Qing, now transformed into a 1,000-armed demonic form, and with a furious roar, his own body swelled. Countless vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts emerged from him, entering his being. He became an enormous and grotesque entity, reminiscent of the malevolent tumors conjured by the evil Yuans, yet existing in a semi-transparent form devoid of physical substance. Cackling, Gui Ming exclaimed, "Do you think you alone possess special powers?" He unleashed not the forces of the insect race, but rather an ominous divine power, shrouded in murky black light. His vast form appeared grotesque, seemingly constructed from countless vengeful souls, with his own essence as the core, revealing ghastly faces filled with remorse and resentment, which roared incessantly. In an instant, all the ghostly faces upon Gui Ming's body emitted piercing, shrill cries, releasing waves of ghostly energy that gradually dissipated into the air, coalescing into a ghostly claw that dripped black blood. This claw resembled an ethereal shadow, indistinct yet imbued with a terrifying aura. "Kill!" Gui Ming commanded the ghostly claw, which extended several thousand meters towards Mu Qing. Roar! Beside Mu Qing, the colossal Kunping beast surged forth, conjuring spatial blades to strike, only to discover that these blades could not even graze the ghostly claw, passing right through it. It passed through? Mu Qing furrowed his brow. The spectators in the venue were equally astonished. The ghostly claw lacked physical form. Was the ghostly divine power a legacy of the ghost race? In the shadows, the young divine emperor seated in a wheelchair had a glint of brilliance flash in his eyes. The other divine emperors were equally astonished. The Ghost Clan, a race long thought to have vanished, possessed bizarre and malevolent powers. For reasons unknown, they had seemingly disappeared, leading everyone to believe that this race had been extinguished. Yet today, powers related to the Ghost Clan had resurfaced. It was also possible that this Ghost Ming had inadvertently inherited some remnants of the Ghost Clan's powers. The Elder of Destiny shook his head, sensing that Mu Qing was about to face adversity. The Ghost Clan was notorious for their uncanny methods. Their divine abilities were peculiar and could even be insurmountable, one divine emperor remarked. However, the young divine emperor maintained a subtle smile, seemingly unfazed. On the combat platform, Mu Qing confronted the ghostly claw with a grave expression. He drew forth a magic blade, channeling a tempestuous force, and struck down with it. At the moment he unleashed his attack, streams of moonlight poured forth from the moon god lamp in his mind, mingling with the demonic energy as they surged toward the ghostly claw in a concerted assault. Boom! A blinding beam of light from the blade struck the ghostly claw fiercely, producing a thunderous sound. In the astonished gaze of Ghost Ming, the magic blade tore through the ghostly claw, unleashing a vast energy storm. Both Mu Qing and Ghost Ming were jolted back. At the intersection of their clash, a blinding orb erupted, fracturing the space around them, and the deafening roar echoed continuously, even causing a significant fissure to form beneath their feet on the platform. The entire battlefield comprised an enormous platform and a divine emperor's barrier, the latter being remarkably stable and never having faced any issues, as it was laid down by a divine emperor. Only beings of equal divine caliber could influence the barrier. Although the combat platform was not crafted by a divine emperor, it was forged from special materials capable of withstanding celestial powers. Yet now, under the aftermath of their battle, it had been breached, creating a large hole. Impossible. Ghost Ming could hardly believe it. The ghostly claw, though seemingly tangible, was in fact intangible, and this divine ability was said to be unassailable. The claw would directly invade Mu Qing's body, wreaking havoc upon his innards, which was the eerie nature of the Ghost Clan's divine powers. However, Mu Qing had severed the claw that should have been untouchable with his magic blade. Casting a glance at the void beyond, Mu Qing understood that the force shattering the ghostly claw was not solely derived from the demonic energy, but rather from the power of the moon god lamp in his mind. I refuse to believe it. I shall slay you. Ghost Ming's eyes turned crimson, and an even more terrifying wave of energy radiated from within him. Devilish spirits entwine me. Ghost Ming's voice became ethereal. His face twisted into a grotesque grin as he emanated ominous black light, exuding a fearsome aura. With a furious roar, a torrent of spirits erupted from his form, coalescing in his hands into an indistinct silhouette adorned with a myriad of eerie patterns, radiating a terrifying presence. He wielded a celestial-grade artifact. In the shadows, the divine emperors exchanged glances, and indeed, the hand of Gu Ming held a celestial-grade artifact. Such treasures, considered invaluable even among the ranks of divine beings, seemed trivial in the presence of prodigies like Mu Qing, for it appeared that everyone possessed one. I can assert that among all these prodigious entities, none can rival my comprehension of celestial-grade artifacts. While others exhaust vast amounts of energy to wield such artifacts, I alone can effortlessly harness their power. Gu Ming burst into laughter as a vague long spear materialized in his grasp, emanating terrifying energy fluctuations that instilled a sense of trepidation. He spoke the truth. For those at the pinnacle of true divinity, even the most prodigious being cannot easily manipulate a celestial-grade artifact. Take, for instance, the demon race's eerie ruin, which resorted to using an angelic tumor as a vessel to contain the immense energy required to activate a celestial-grade artifact. Even Mu Qing himself recognized this. The demonic blade in his possession could unleash imperial-level might, yet his current cultivation was insufficient to fully realize its potential. In his hands, the blade could only exhibit the power of a formidable artifact. To unleash the full strength of the blade, rivaling that of a celestial-grade artifact, would demand a significant expenditure of Mu Qing's demonic energy. As for Gu Ming at this moment, the indistinct long spear in his hand flickered continuously, existing in a state that seemed to straddle reality and illusion, releasing powerful waves characteristic of a celestial-grade artifact. When Gu Ming wielded it, he appeared utterly at ease, suggesting that his earlier claims were indeed credible. With a sinister grin, Gu Ming brandished the spear of nothingness, enveloped by swirling black light, his massive form comparable to Mu Qing in his thousand-armed demon transformation. However, when juxtaposed with the commanding and destructive presence of the thousand-armed demon body, Gu Ming's current state resembled that of a corpulent figure. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon the unfolding battle. Everyone understood that the two combatants had entered the final stages of their confrontation, both unleashing their utmost power. Even the divine emperors were fully engrossed, eager to witness the long-vanished supernatural abilities of the ghostly race, while also curious to see if Mu Qing could continue to unveil astonishing tactics after his earlier displays of prowess. Regardless, this battle ignited immense anticipation among all present. It was said that the supernatural powers of the ghostly race were cemented by the consumption of souls. Thus, Gu Ming's current state likely resulted from devouring the souls of numerous true gods, mused one divine emperor with a furrowed brow. Others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the bizarre and cruel nature of the ghostly race's abilities, which grew stronger through the consumption of others' souls. This was comparable to Gu Ming's very essence as a bug adept at mental attacks and soul consumption, which explained how he acquired the legacy of the ghostly race's supernatural powers. Boom! The specter of Gu Ming struck, wielding the ethereal spear with a fierce thrust aimed at Mu Qing. In an instant, a cacophony of wailing phantoms erupted, casting the heavens and earth into a shadowy gloom, teeming with malevolent spirits. Mu Qing's gaze narrowed. The ethereal spear was indeed a celestial artifact, its formidable power unequivocal and utterly terrifying. Gu Ming, employing some unknown means, effortlessly commanded this heavenly weapon, elevating his prowess to that of a celestial deity. It seemed that Mu Qing was destined for defeat. One divine emperor spoke up, while another furrowed his brow, suggesting, given that Gu Ming has reached the level of a celestial deity, should we not suspend the battle? There are regulations governing such matters in the True God tournament. The youthful divine emperor, however, shook his head, asserting, though Guaming's cultivation remains at the pinnacle of True God, his ability to wield a celestial artifact at this level is a testament to his own skill. We cannot halt this contest on such grounds. Seated in a wheelchair, this young divine emperor clearly held a high status among his peers upon his utterance. Silence enveloped the others, who nodded in agreement. A thunderous energy resonated, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere. Mu Qing, too, unsheathed his demonic blade, infusing it with a surge of malevolent energy, manifesting the might of a celestial artifact. The two clashed with a cataclysmic force, shattering the surrounding space. And both were sent staggering backward. Blood trickled from the corner of Mu Qing's mouth, while Guaming remained unscathed, clearly emerging victorious from their earlier confrontation. Mu Qing had to concede that Guaming surpassed him significantly in the mastery of celestial artifacts. The latter's ease in wielding such power rendering Mu Qing's demonic blade's might comparatively feeble. Guaming grinned wickedly, his visage contorted, and the ghastly faces adorning his body roared, exuding a terrifying energy. He raised the ethereal spear, its intricate patterns suddenly igniting with a dreadful black luminescence. A chilling aura coalescing upon it. Mu Qing's brow furrowed. He recognized the impending peril of Guaming's next move and braced himself for the onslaught. The ethereal spear locked onto Mu Qing as countless spectral energies converged, an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, instilling a profound gravity upon his expression. Within he amassed strength, preparing to withstand the forthcoming assault. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the bounty placed upon your head within our insectoid tribe? Our leaders harbor an intense hatred for you. Whoever manages to slay you might even ascend to the position of tribe leader. Guaming sneered, channeling power into the ethereal spear. As the black light reached its zenith, he unleashed a piercing roar, pouring all his inner strength into the weapon, before hurling it with ferocity. A terrifying force erupted, his eyes ablaze with a murderous intent that seemed to materialize and surge forth. The ethereal spear, thrown by Guaming, transformed into a formidable ghostly apparition. The specter raised a hand, pressing down, its fingertip poised upon the ethereal spear. Chapter 517. Thunderous Qilin Guaming summoned a formidable spirit from the ghostly realm. A powerful wraith whose ethereal spear was perfectly integrated into its being. This spear, seemingly a fragment of a finger bone from the terrifying wraith in its former life, was a fearsome artifact of celestial caliber. The very existence of such a finger bone being refined into a divine weapon indicated that the wraith possessed strength at least on par with that of a divine emperor, and perhaps even that of an emperor of the great. The spectral finger of the wraith emanated unparalleled power, causing the surrounding space to seemingly freeze in place. The light was suddenly engulfed by an inexplicable force, as if consumed by shadows. This overwhelming power enveloped the area, and the ethereal spear transformed into the wraith's finger, piercing through the air with immense force, resembling a colossal pillar descending from the heavens, tearing apart all in its path. Boom! All illumination was devoured, plunging the surroundings into darkness. The divine emperors concealed in the shadows were astonished by this force, rising to their feet with grave expressions, their gazes fixed in disbelief upon the spectral figure behind Guaming. Could this be the manifestation of a ghost emperor? One of the Shura divine emperors gasped in astonishment. The Elder of Destiny nodded solemnly, affirming, indeed, this terrifying aura unmistakably belongs to a being of divine emperor caliber. It is astonishing that Guaming has summoned the specter of a ghost emperor. Although the apparition was merely a shadow and did not embody the true power of the ghost emperor, even its mere presence was enough to render Guaming nearly invincible at the pinnacle of true godhood. It must be noted that this aura belonged to a divine emperor, a former peak race within the ghostly lineage. The mere presence of a ghost emperor would cause even those at the celestial god level to tremble in fear. The very fabric of the platform seemed to solidify, with the space around Mu Qing being relentlessly compressed. As the spectral finger descended slowly, the space around him began to shatter. It appeared that Mu Qing was in grave peril. The Elder of Destiny's gaze was serious, and even the young divine emperor displayed an expression of astonishment. He could hardly believe that Guaming possessed such capabilities, indicating that his true strength was concealed with utmost perfection. This was a level that had already reached that of the celestial gods, surpassing even the level of prodigies. One divine emperor remarked, "Previously, the Taiyu Palace had designated a rank above the pinnacle of true godhood, termed the prodigy level, signifying an individual with extraordinary talent and potential, capable of rivaling the celestial gods. Gui Ming had previously demonstrated prodigious strength, having battled against beings of the celestial god level and remained undefeated for a considerable duration, all before unleashing the powers of the ghostly lineage. By relying solely on his own strength and the powers of the insect race, Gui Ming had attained a level comparable to that of a holy monarch. Now, having harnessed the powers of the ghostly lineage, his strength surged to the level of celestial gods, completely eclipsing the prodigy level. Throughout the entire divine competition, the individual I most dread is not you, but rather Xian Rue. In his presence, I refrained from revealing my ghostly powers, for I am acutely aware that even if I were to unleash my full potential, I may not prevail against him. The psychological pressure he exerts upon me is overwhelming." The voice of Gui Ming, raspy and strained, echoed in Mu Qing's ears. "However, you are different," Gui Ming roared, asserting that the pressure you impose upon him is even more formidable than that of the holy monarch, yet pales in comparison to Xian Rue. Moreover, should I succeed in defeating you, my standing within the insect clan would undoubtedly soar. Mu Qing comprehended Gui Ming's sentiments. After all, Xian Rue had once been the Star Emperor. Even though his current cultivation is merely at the pinnacle of true godhood, the majesty of his imperial presence, rooted in his very soul, remains undiminished. Even if Gui Ming's strength were comparable to Xian Rue's, he could not withstand the oppressive aura of imperial might. Gui Ming, being acutely sensitive to both soul and mental energies, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him in response to Xian Rue's terrifying aura, robbing him of the courage to challenge. Consequently, he withheld his true capabilities, opting instead to reveal everything against Mu Qing. As Mu Qing beheld the onslaught before him, a grave expression clouded his features, yet he did not retreat. He understood that his essence had been thoroughly locked onto, making evasion futile. The only course of action was to confront the challenge head-on. His demeanor was not one of panic. He possessed a certain confidence. Surging magic energy enveloped Mu Qing as a chaotic, ethereal mist rose around him. He concentrated, summoning forth two streams of chaotic magic energy that coalesced into chains, wrapping around his form. Suddenly, two brilliant lights pierced from his eyes, and the starry magic domain unfurled. He raised a thunder pool aloft, and in an instant, the skies crackled with thunder, revealing an expanse of violet bamboo groves, each stalk inscribed with the principles of lightning. Facing the phantom of the Ghost Emperor, Mu Qing unleashed the thunder pool, which contained the principles of thunder, drawing upon the might of an emperor-level force, sufficient to subdue his opponent. Furthermore, Mu Qing infused the two streams of chaotic magic energy into the thunder pool, amplifying its formidable power. Instantly, the space surrounding the thunder pool rippled violently as a dreadful force surged forth. Lightning flickered, shooting toward the heavens, as the chaotic magic energies within the thunder pool converged, forming a colossal beam of lightning. In the surrounding void, numerous runes, imbued with the highest principles of thunder, began to manifest from the dense violet bamboo grove, plunging into the beam of lightning. In the next moment, an immense pressure spread outward, causing Gui Ming, who stood not far away, to change countenance. He realized that as he summoned the phantom of the Ghost Emperor, pressing it toward Mu Qing, an invisible force had thwarted him. Immediately thereafter, the beam of lightning above the thunder pool twisted and morphed, taking the shape of an enormous spectral figure, its body entwined in golden lightning, exuding a terrifying aura, embodying the majesty of divine punishment. It was a colossal thunder beast with a single horn, a dragon's head, and its entire form adorned with golden scales inscribed with the highest runes of thunder. That is, one of the divine emperors gasped in astonishment. Mu Qing's lips curled into a subtle arc as he waved his hand, solidifying the ethereal figure in the sky into an immense, thunderous beast, comparable in size to the legendary Kuanpun, exuding an unparalleled majesty. The Thunder Kirin. The eyes of the Destiny Elder sparkled with brilliance, recognizing it as a divine beast of the thunderous path. Chapter 518, God of Thunder. Mu Qing, channeling chaotic demonic energy to activate the thunder pool, unleashed a terrifying force. Countless lightning pathways converged to form a Kirin, wielding supreme thunderous power, accompanied by an astonishing aura of a sacred beast. Even Gui Ming and the summoned spectral figure of the Ghost Emperor felt the weight of this formidable presence, the terrifying essence of a divine beast. Divine beasts in the cosmos do not belong to any particular race. They embody the essence of the great Tao, with each beast being at least of emperor-level existence. For they possess the power of the great Tao. The Kirin conjured by Mu Qing from the Thunder Pool was, evidently, merely a phantom. However, it had solidified into a tangible form through the dense energy of thunder, emanating a trace of the divine beast's essence. At that moment, within the elevated thunder pool, bolts of lightning surged forth, radiating an overwhelming and terrifying aura that enveloped him. With the emergence of the lightning pathways, Mu Qing's power surged dramatically, leading to a transformation. His thousand-handed demonic form integrated with the lightning pathways, sparkling with golden light. The colossal figure shimmered with golden lightning, resembling scales forged of pure gold. Imbued with formidable strength. Roar! The Kirin in the sky let out a thunderous roar, instantly summoning a torrent of thunderous celestial energy. That roar transformed into a cascade of lightning, rippling through the surrounding space. Thunder summoning technique. The Kirin descends. Mu Qing bellowed. As two bolts of lightning erupted from his eyes, his hands furiously formed seals, and the 1,000 hands of his demonic body sprang into action, seizing the lightning pathways and transforming them into thunder hammers. Before the chest of his demonic form, the thunder pool descended, resembling a colossal drum, radiating a golden brilliance. Boom! One arm of the 1,000-handed demonic body wielded the thunder hammer, striking the thunder pool with tremendous force, producing a deafening sound akin to drumming. Lightning essence erupted from within the thunder pool, manifesting as a myriad of lightning pathways, amplifying his power. 1,000-handed demonic body, god of thunder form. From a distance, Mu Qing appeared as a fearsome deity of thunder, his massive form enveloped in thunderclouds and electric light, 1,000 hands grasping hammers composed of lightning runes, roaring as he struck the thunder pool before him, as if beating a drum. With each strike upon the thunder pool, lightning essence would erupt, filling the heavens with radiant electric light, augmenting his already terrifying aura. Gui Ming summoned the Ghost Emperor, wielding a void spear as a finger, piercing towards Mu Qing once more with formidable might. However, at that critical moment, Mu Qing underwent a new transformation, tapping into the power of the thunder pool. The 1,000-handed demonic body entered a new state, manifesting the hammer of the thunder god, with lightning tribulations looming ominously throughout the skies. Within the venue, every spectator squinted their eyes as the clash between Mu Qing and Gui Ming unfolded. One side was engulfed in utter darkness, while the other radiated an overwhelming brilliance. Filled with crackling thunder and lightning, the chaos obscured their vision, leaving them with only a vague sense of the two colossal figures in opposition. However, the divine emperors hidden in the shadows observed the battle with clarity, their expressions marked by astonishment. The Elder of Destiny chuckled, recalling how Mu Qing had unveiled a new trump card in each preceding battle, and indeed, in this encounter, he had once again revealed an even more formidable secret technique, suggesting that the man was a veritable fount of inexhaustible prowess, each new ability surpassing the last, a truly astonishing revelation. Curiosity gripped even the divine emperors. Could Mu Qing triumph over Gui Ming? And what would unfold in the subsequent battle between Mu Qing and Xian Rui? They felt an unprecedented anticipation. After years of being divine emperors, this was the first time they found themselves eagerly awaiting a match among true gods. At that moment, all eyes converged on the scene, witnessing Gui Ming manipulate the finger of the Ghost Emperor, transforming it into a streak of black light that pierced through the air with ferocity, while Mu Qing commanded the 1,000-handed demon body, surrounded by flickering lightning, unleashing 1,000 Thor's hammers that rained down, striking the thunder pool. With a sudden, resounding boom, a tremendous explosion erupted, reverberating through the battle barrier, compelling the true gods within the venue to instinctively cover their ears in pain. In an instant, the very fabric of space shattered as the black light flickered, a formless entity imbued with terrifying power that surged forward. Yet, the 1,000-handed demon body wielded 1,000 Thor's hammers, relentlessly pounding the thunder pool, and the resulting electric surges formed a protective barrier that successfully repelled the onslaught. The formidable Ghost Emperor raised his finger, pressing it with all his might against the electric barrier, Despite the terrifying force that pierced through the void, it faltered before the wall of lightning. An unsettling energy surged at their point of contact, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that unleashed a tempest reminiscent of doomsday, shattering the spatial integrity of the arena. The platform was divided in stark contrast, one side black, the other gold, as thunder and ghostly divine power collided in a frenzied clash. One divine emperor marveled at the power displayed, exclaiming that it was akin to that of celestial beings. Had they not already been aware of the two combatants' strength, they might have believed that two divine beings were battling on this platform. The battleground was now in ruins, large chunks of the platform shattered. It was not a divine emperor's barrier and succumbed to the impact of energies at the celestial level. Mu Qing and Gue Ming stood poised upon the void, locking eyes with one another. As the storm and thunder gradually subsided, Gue Ming's crimson gaze fixed upon his opponent. Beneath the ghost emperor's finger, Mu Qing remained unscathed, his lightning aura successfully shielding him from the penetrating strike. He had truly withstood the attack. In the shadows, the divine emperors gasped in astonishment, their expressions reflecting shock, while the Elder of Destiny laughed heartily, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure in the form of such an extraordinary disciple. In the midst of battle, Gue Ming's countenance darkened as he gazed upon the formidable figure of lightning before him, his expression marred by confusion over the opponent's extraordinary defensive prowess. It was then that Mu Qing sprang into action, murmuring to himself that it was time to conclude this conflict. He began to strike the thunder pool, and with a mighty swing of the thunder god hammer, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Gue Ming. Sensing the terrifying power contained within this lightning calamity, Gue Ming hastily evaded. A smile spread across Mu Qing's face as he unleashed two thunder god hammers with both arms, resulting in a thunderous crash as two bolts of lightning struck down. Before Gue Ming could fully comprehend the situation, Mu Qing wielded the thunder god hammer once more, this time employing three arms to bring down three hammers upon the thunder pool. Chapter 519, The Birth of the Qilin. Boom, boom, boom. Mu Qing, now wielding 1,000 thunder god hammers, relentlessly pounded the thunder pool, causing torrents of thunderous liquid to erupt, exuding an unfathomable might. Each time a thunder god hammer struck, it sent forth waves of thunder, piercing through Gue Ming with ferocity. Gue Ming roared in fury, attempting to retaliate against Mu Qing, only to realize the latter's speed was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, his massive form transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing and reappearing by Gue Ming's side, the thunder god hammer crashing down with relentless thunder. The sheer force was overwhelming. Behind the colossal figure of the thousand-handed thunder god loomed a spectral Qilin of lightning, continuously emitting cries that summoned terrifying bolts of thunder to descend. The entire battlefield resembled Gue Ming undergoing a tribulation, leaving all in awe. Gue Ming swiftly dodged the lightning bolts raining down from above, his expression shifting drastically as he discovered Mu Qing had, unbeknownst to him, transformed into a flash of lightning, now positioned behind him. The menacing golden bolts of lightning intertwined and coiled around Mu Qing's form, flickering with an abundance of electric pathways, emanating an unmistakable aura of supreme lightning divinity. With a resounding crash, Mu Qing's thunder god hammer descended, unleashing a tremendous roar as the thunderous liquid from the pool formed a massive hand of azure lightning, adorned with countless lightning runes, radiating brilliance. An astounding wave of energy surged forth, enveloping the sky and casting a shadow over Gue Ming. Crack! A bolt of lightning cleaved through the heavens as the azure hand descended, completely shrouding Gue Ming with no avenue of retreat. Boom! The dreadful power of lightning erupted, imbued with the essence of the lightning path, a force befitting an emperor. Although Mu Qing could not yet unleash his full potential, it was more than sufficient to vanquish an average peak true deity of monstrous caliber. Confronted with Mu Qing's onslaught, Gue Ming felt an immense pressure, even hesitating to counterattack. The aura emanating from Mu Qing was reminiscent of the oppressive force he had sensed from Xinrui earlier. This was the weight of emperor-level power. Those with wavering resolve might find themselves on the brink of mental collapse. Gue Ming summoned the phantom of the Ghost Emperor to withstand the assault. But the azure hand of lightning descended with such force that it shattered the entire specter of the Ghost Emperor. Mu Qing's expression was devoid of emotion, as if he had truly transformed into a god of thunder, cold and unfeeling. The thunder goddess hammer in his hand struck down relentlessly, summoning bolt after bolt of lightning. Each bolt possessed enough power to inflict significant injury even upon a peak existence of a true god. While a few or even a dozen strikes might be easily withstood by Guiming, Mu Qing's thousand-armed demon body wielded the hammer with such ferocity that each blow brought forth a tempest of thousands of lightning bolts crashing down in a cacophony of sound. Guiming was grievously wounded. His greatest reliance lay in attacks targeting the soul and mental fortitude, ethereal in nature. Yet these were effortlessly countered by the moon god lamp residing in Mu Qing's mind. At this moment, he had no further means of defense. He had been defeated. It was time to intervene and save the others, thought one of the divine emperors. As the situation in the arena had become abundantly clear, victory undoubtedly belonged to Mu Qing. Another divine emperor nodded, preparing to act. For prolonging the battle could very well lead to Guiming's demise. However, at that instant, a young divine emperor seated in a wheelchair suddenly radiated a brilliant light from his eyes, dazzling in its intensity. An eerie wave of energy swept through the arena, causing all the divine emperors present to freeze in place, as if the very fabric of space had solidified. Moon god Dreamscape, you bind them. What is your intent? An ancient voice echoed. From the now still form of the Elder of Destiny, a spectral image emerged, resembling the Elder himself, akin to a soul departing its vessel. In truth, this apparition was the consciousness of the Elder of Destiny. His true body had long been in slumber within a domain under his jurisdiction, while the elder present in the Taiwa Palace was merely a projection. Now, with the young divine emperor employing a technique known as the moon god Dreamscape, all the divine emperors were entrapped, allowing the Elder of Destiny's true body to sense the disturbance and descend with his consciousness. Indeed, the elder was formidable, worthy of a lifespan and supremacy that rivaled the highest beings, capable of maintaining his lucidity within another's dream. The young divine emperor smiled, though he was not particularly surprised. What is it that you seek? Inquired the Elder of Destiny. A glint of murderous intent flickered in the young divine emperor's gaze as he replied softly. I merely wish to use your disciple's hand to eliminate someone. Does that insect kin have a grudge against you? The elder asked, puzzled. The young divine emperor shook his head, then coldly stated, it is the entire insect race. For certain reasons, he was unable to confront the insect race directly. However, this did not preclude him from utilizing another's strength, and Mu Qing, who harbored profound animosity and conflict with the insect race, was the perfect candidate. Qilin descends. In the battle arena, Mu Qing roared, and 1,000 hands struck down simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of lightning that illuminated the sky, with thunderclouds enveloping the heavens. Finally, the fearsome Qilin, cloaked in lightning, surged downward. Guiming's face turned ashen. He understood that this battle was lost, for the might of this strike was too overwhelming for him to withstand. One might even assert that he has relinquished his resistance, awaiting the intervention of the divine emperor to halt the contest, fully aware that he has succumbed. Defeated. I had always maintained that this insectoid creature was no match for Mu Qing. Sheng Linger's countenance radiated joy, as if it were she standing above, not Mu Qing. This maneuver was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of Guiming to withstand. He has lost. Just watch. The divine emperor will surely intervene to disrupt the match, someone remarked. Next up was Xian Rue against Mu Qing, which promised to be the most exhilarating duel of the divine tournament. Someone shouted. However, much to everyone's astonishment, the divine emperor remained silent, showing no signs of intervention. In the midst of battle, Guiming quietly anticipated the divine emperor's intervention to rescue him. Yet, when the thunderous Qilin descended before him, the divine emperor still did not appear. No, this cannot be. Guiming panicked, shouting his surrender, yet no divine emperor intervened. And he was soon enveloped by the terrifying radiance of lightning. Boom! A blinding bolt of lightning erupted, utterly obliterating the platform, causing even the barrier to tremble. All gazes turned to stone. The divine emperor did not intervene, and Guiming had perished. Chapter 520, The First Place. What transpired? Why did the divine emperor not intervene to save Guiming? Many in the audience were astounded. At that moment, someone speculated, saying, it is likely that Mu Qing's offensive maneuvers have proven too elusive for the divine emperor to perceive. Upon hearing this, others were taken aback, yet found a semblance of truth in it. After all, The individuals present were predominantly of the divine level, and the tactics Mu Qing had unleashed were beyond their reach. Even those at the pinnacle of the divine realm could not catch a glimpse of his form. Hence, they surmised that perhaps even the divine emperor could not react in time, as Mu Qing's prowess had surpassed all limits. A divine emperor made his appearance, his expression one of disbelief as he scrutinized Mu Qing, ultimately declaring Mu Qing the victor of this battle. All the divine emperors found their thoughts ensnared by the young divine emperor's technique, known as the dream of the moon goddess. Perceiving that Mu Qing had dispatched Ming in the blink of an eye, even they, the divine emperors, only realized Ming's demise once the events had unfolded. The young divine emperor's methods were formidable. Even his fellow divine emperors failed to discern the truth, and the only one privy to the details, the Elder of Destiny, would not expose his disciples' secrets. All the divine emperors were left in shock, their reflexes unchallenged, merely feeling that Mu Qing's abilities were astonishing, reaching a level that even they could not comprehend. What followed was the most thrilling of battles. The final showdown. The atmosphere within the venue began to bubble with excitement. Currently, only two individuals maintained a flawless victory record. One was Mu Qing, the other Rue, both boasting 8 consecutive wins without a single defeat. Their upcoming battle would determine who would ascend as the champion of the divine tournament. Previously, it was discovered that the bloodline techniques cultivated by Mu Qing and Rue appeared to be of the same origin. I have severed my connection with the moon god lamp. Henceforth, by merely engaging with this divine seed, you may continue to cultivate the powers of the moon god. This is a unique ability of our Taiyue Palace, seldom imparted even to core disciples. The voice of the young divine emperor emanated from the moon god lamp, soon vanishing completely, suggesting that his consciousness had been entirely withdrawn. From this moment forth, this divine technique shall belong solely to Mu Qing. With a full 3 months remaining until the final battle, Mu Qing delved into the mysteries of the moon god lamp in his mind. This technique is vast and possesses multiple formidable abilities. It took him 3 months merely to grasp the basics. He can currently manipulate the little spirits that support the moon god lamp. These spirits, also known as messengers, serve as the moon god's envoys. At present, Mu Qing can command these messengers to devour souls and mental energies, rendering him entirely fearless of soul and mental attacks. However, further abilities still await his exploration and cultivation. The final confrontation is at hand. The atmosphere in the venue erupted with excitement, as everyone eagerly anticipated the imminent clash. Curiosity abounded regarding the intensity of the battle between the two undefeated contenders, including the hidden divine emperors, with even the young divine emperor displaying keen interest. Mu Qing rose, enveloped by a surge of energy that transported him to a platform, where Rue awaited him. Senior brother, Mu Qing bowed, contemplating the notion of yielding at an opportune moment, having already secured a place among the top 3, thus fulfilling the conditions set by the Elder of Destiny. He was indifferent to the quest for first place. Junior brother, your presence here genuinely surprises me. Master has indeed found a promising disciple. Rue chuckled. The revelation of their acquaintance astonished all present. For this match, I concede. Just as Mu Qing was about to propose a spar with Rue, he was interrupted, as Rue unexpectedly opted to forfeit, leaving the audience in shock. There are suspected celestial beings within Taiyue Palace. I must investigate from the shadows. Thus, the glory of first place shall be yours, Rue communicated discreetly to Mu Qing. For him, the reward of first place held little value. His path diverged, and even achieving the top rank would not necessarily propel him to the divine realm as swiftly as his own cultivation. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing nodded, relieved that a confrontation with Rue was averted. Is that it? The spectators were momentarily dumbfounded, struggling to accept the abrupt conclusion. It is finished, mused the Elder of Destiny, stroking his chin. No one had anticipated Mu Qing's victory to unfold in such a manner. Ultimately, the results were announced. In the top 3, Mu Qing claimed first place with 9 victories and 9 points. Rue followed in second with 8 points, and the Holy Monarch secured third with 6 points. Originally, the third place was occupied by Ming, who triumphed over the Holy Monarch. Apart from Mu Qing and Rue, he also accumulated 7 points. However, he met his demise in the battle against Mu Qing. With Ming's death, the Zerg naturally felt discontent. Yet their leader was merely a deity, and could hardly dare to blame the Divine Emperor's present. The Taiwa Palace would only offer a minimal compensation of resources. What a disappointment. It seemed to conclude so abruptly. I was eager to witness the ultimate showdown. One of the true gods expressed with dissatisfaction. A peaked true god beside him cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "The previous battles were already sufficiently thrilling. Can't you discern that? Xian Rue and Mu Qing share an extraordinary bond. Even in combat, it would hardly escalate to a fierce level. Next, I shall lead you to the moon pool, where you shall be enveloped in the surging divine power of Taiwa. After refinement, it will be ample for you to break through to the celestial state." A celestial being emerged from the void, smiling as he addressed Mu Qing. "This privilege is reserved for those who place first, granting them access to the moon pool, where a breakthrough to the celestial state is virtually assured." The moon pool, a creation of the esteemed Taiwa deity, embodies the force of a supreme god. As Mu Qing is merely a true god, absorbing its power will undoubtedly facilitate his ascent with ease. Cackling ominously, a voice pierced through the air. "You cannot take him away." At that moment, wisps of white mist materialized in the sky, and a sharp voice echoed from the void above. An outsider had breached the defenses of the Taiwa Palace, directly arriving at the venue of the true god competition. Everyone was taken aback, momentarily stunned, when suddenly, a pitch-black hand descended from the mist, stretching thousands of meters, shrouding the heavens. Mu Qing found himself engulfed in darkness, and when he looked up, he felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, rendering him immobile. Chapter 521. The Third Cultivation System, the Divine Emperor. A being of Divine Emperor caliber has made its move. Elder Tu gasped. He was all too familiar with this force. Mu Qing's face paled in terror. He was utterly paralyzed, as that colossal black hand seemed intent on him, descending with a fierce grip. "Impudence!" roared a celestial being beside Mu Qing, who was also ensnared by the dreadful pressure. He invoked a secret technique and astonishingly broke free from the Divine Emperor's oppressive force. He was indeed a formidable powerhouse among the celestial beings. However, in the next moment, the black hand crushed down, and a wave of power erupted, obliterating the celestial being's form into nothingness. The overwhelming black hand continued its descent towards Mu Qing. His pupils constricted. The force was terrifying beyond comprehension, far beyond his ability to resist. Who dares to intrude upon the Taiwa Palace? A tremendous authority suddenly emanated from the void, revealing figures of unspeakable terror. These were the divine emperors who had been observing the true god competition from the shadows. A surge of power erupted, neutralizing the oppressive force emanating from the spatial rift in the sky, allowing all present to breathe a sigh of relief. The black hand was shattered by a staff, wielded by none other than the Elder of Destiny. It is difficult to fathom that the Elder of Destiny, merely a mere avatar of a true deity, could shatter an attack of imperial caliber, thereby demonstrating the sheer magnitude of his strength. Who could possibly be behind this? The individuals present at the venue were taken aback, struggling to comprehend that someone would dare to invade the Taiwa Palace, a force that surpasses even the most elite of races. A power that felt eerily familiar. It was the power of curses. Within the star map of 10,000 domains, the voice of Zhou echoed, expressing his recognition of this force. It resembled cursed energy, yet it transcended it entirely, manifesting as an even more potent power, incredulous in its essence. He sensed a familiar energy. Similarly, the voice of Zhou reached out to Mu Qing, informing him that this force was indeed mightier than the cursed energy, yet she too was perplexed, for it bore a striking resemblance to it. Could it be the cursed flower? Mu Qing furrowed his brow. Zhou and Zhou shook their heads, uncertain of the specifics. Yet they concurred that the aura was indeed akin to the cursed energy emitted by the cursed flower, albeit of a superior caliber, almost as if it were an evolution of cursed divine power. "Little junior brother, do you know the origin of that entity in the sky?" Xian Rue approached Mu Qing, his expression grave. As the stellar emperor, he sensed an exceedingly peculiar aura emanating from the spatial rift above, instilling a sense of pressure within him. "I do not know," Mu Qing replied, shaking his head, uncertainty gnawing at his heart. If it truly were the cursed flower, it should not possess such terrifying strength, as the cursed flower and the cursed spirit were merely at the level of great powers on earth. Even if the cursed flower's cultivation speed were prodigious, it could not possibly ascend directly to the realm of a deity. "I am unsure of its true nature," yet I can distinctly perceive that it is not a form of divine power. Mu Qing's expression grew solemn. He bore demonic energy, a product born of the fusion of celestial and divine forces. The power escaping from the spatial rift bore a striking resemblance to cursed divine power, yet differed subtly. Mu Qing recognized that this force was neither divine energy nor celestial essence. It was akin to his own, a manifestation of a third cultivation system. Furthermore, beyond the spatial rift, numerous similar auras lingered, suggesting the presence of multiple deities, all cultivating this third system of power. Just like your demonic energy, they belong to this third cultivation system, standing apart from celestial and divine energies. What could this be? Xian Rui gasped in astonishment. He had always believed Mu Qing to be the sole individual in the universe capable of manifesting a third cultivation system. Yet now it was evident that a faction had long since developed this system and had been cultivating it for ages. Otherwise, the emergence of several deities would be impossible. Moreover, the ability to breach the defenses of Taiyue Palace and arrive at the venue of the true divine competition indicated that this force must have at least one emperor behind it. What manner of existence is this? Why have I never heard of it before? Xian Rui furrowed his brows. As the Emperor of Stars, he had lived countless years, yet had never encountered such a formidable force. Crack! A terrifying power emanated from the heavens, as if an invisible hand was forcibly widening the rift in space. On the other side of the fissure lay an abyss of darkness, from which a thick, swirling white mist billowed forth. Upon closer inspection, one could discern figures lurking within the depths of the white fog, each brimming with formidable power, at least of the divine emperor caliber. Indeed, the defenses of the Taiyue Palace were formidable, yet the rift in the sky continued to expand slowly, with a dreadful force gradually infiltrating. Suddenly, another dark hand materialized, emerging from the swirling mist, once again targeting Mu Qing. Outrageous. At this moment, the many divine emperors of Taiyue Palace would not allow Mu Qing to be slain so easily. The Elder of Destiny snorted coldly, waving his staff, unleashing a streak of azure brilliance that shattered the dark hand. It seemed he was targeting you. Xian Rui sensed a problem. The Elder of Destiny had evidently noticed as well. He swiftly appeared beside Mu Qing. My avatar possesses limited power, yet I can ensure your safety. Leave the fighting to those others. The Elder of Destiny smiled faintly. Although he was a divine emperor, he was merely an avatar at present. To engage in such combat would likely result in its swift destruction. The Taiyue Palace is but a speck, nurturing only weaklings. Die. At that moment, a dark figure emerged from the spatial rift, unleashing a terrifying divine emperor power. This time, the attack was not aimed at Mu Qing. Instead, it surged directly toward the divine emperors in midair. Humph. On the side of Taiyue Palace, a divine emperor of the Azura clan snorted coldly and charged forth, unleashing an indescribable terrifying force that swept through the entire venue, engaging in battle with the dark figure. The shockwaves from their clash permeated the venue, instilling a sense of dreadful pressure in all present, as if a great mountain were bearing down upon them, leaving them breathless. Is this the power of the divine emperor level? How terrifying! Mu Qing was astonished, his eyes filled with anticipation. Chapter 522, The Evil God. With the expansion of the rift in the sky, dark figures emerged from the swirling white mist, unleashing a terrifying divine power. Everyone felt as if they had been reduced to mere ants, for those figures were overwhelmingly powerful. Suddenly, a multitude of divine emperors breached the Taiyue Palace, confronting its own divine emperors, each radiating brilliance akin to the sun, far surpassing mere true gods or heavenly gods. It is crucial to understand that at the level of divine emperor, one possesses the terrifying ability to create realms that nurture life, truly wielding the power of creation, with divine force reaching a level of manifestation, resulting in a significant transformation. Who are you truly? In the lofty heights of the Taiyue Palace, the numerous divine emperors displayed no signs of weakness. A young divine emperor, seated upon a wheelchair, was elevated by an invisible force, emanating a terrifying aura akin to an abyss, countering the power that surged from the spatial rift. What kind of divine power is this? It is truly peculiar. The Shura clan's divine emperor had already engaged with a dark figure among them and returned to his comrades with a grave expression, solemnly declaring that he had suffered a hidden loss. He cautioned the others to be wary of the opponent's divine power, which was of an extraordinary and sinister nature. never before witnessed. The divine emperors remained unaware that what they faced was not divine power, but rather a third cultivation system, akin to Mu Qing's demonic energy. Who are you really? The young divine emperor rebuked, his body erupting with an aura of unfathomable terror, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. Is this all the strength the Taiwa Palace possesses? From within the white mist, a dark figure spoke, its voice rumbling like thunder, imbued with disdain. Even the divine emperors could not discern their forms, enveloped as they were by a layer of special energy. To think you have truly appeared. A full century ahead of prophecy, the malevolent clan that wields the third cultivation system. A resounding voice suddenly emanated from the depths of the Taiwa Palace. This presence is that of an emperor. Mu Qing was astonished, realizing that even figures of imperial stature had emerged. The many divine emperors of Taiwa Palace also displayed expressions of surprise. They were acutely aware of the identity of the hidden emperor. He was a high-ranking member of the Taiwa Palace, particularly adept in the art of prophecy. Malevolent clan? Mastering the third cultivation system? The young divine emperor murmured, having never heard of such a race existing within the universe. What, pray tell, is your purpose in coming to the Taiwa Palace? The vast voice reverberated once more as the emperor spoke again. Despite his prowess in prophetic arts, he could not ascertain the true intentions of this so-called malevolent clan, whose invasion had remarkably occurred a full century ahead of schedule. The heavenly moon emperor, famed as the god of prophecy, alas. You appear to be less formidable than the tales suggest. A nebulous and weighty voice drifted from the spatial rift, causing all present to narrow their eyes in alarm. Within this malevolent clan, there was indeed an emperor. What manner of entity is this malevolent clan? They must be a top-tier race. Xian Rue furrowed his brow. With an emperor stationed and over a dozen divine emperors present, they undoubtedly constituted a formidable faction. With a hum, a burst of resplendent moonlight soared into the sky as a middle-aged man emerged, radiating brilliance and ensconced in a fearsome aura. This was the heavenly moon emperor. His countenance was grave. His prophetic abilities had encountered serious complications. Not only had the timing been erroneous, but he could not even foresee the intentions of his adversaries. A phenomenon unprecedented in his experience. This matter shall be entrusted to you. The heavenly moon emperor instructed the young divine emperor and his companions. With that, he leapt into the air, transforming into a beam of light that surged into the spatial rift. He refrained from engaging the dozen or so divine emperors within the white mist, for he understood that should he act, they would undoubtedly intervene. Since the opposing side has dispatched a formidable emperor-level warrior, the emperor of the celestial moon is acutely aware of his mission, to impede the adversary's emperor and simultaneously investigate the origins of the sinister race. The emperor of the celestial moon plunged into the rift of space, where gasps of astonishment echoed. The emperor of the sinister race clearly did not anticipate such an audacious advance. How bold! Even an emperor should meet their demise upon entering our realm. The dark and mist-shrouded deities of the sinister race erupted in laughter, mocking the so-called god of prophecy. How could he not foresee that our race boasts more than one emperor? The deities of the sinister race cackled maniacally, already envisioning the downfall of the emperor of the celestial moon. The youthful emperor's countenance shifted dramatically. He raised his hand, conjuring a beam of moonlight to pierce through the rift, laden with critical information intended to summon the emperor back. However, the deities of the sinister race were quick to act, determined to prevent the transmission of this message. Waves of dark ripples surged forth, enveloping the moonlight and shattering it with overwhelming force. Prepare for battle. The youthful emperor's expression subtly transformed. He inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening as torrents of dread power began to brew within him. The emperor of the celestial moon is in peril. What manner of beings are these sinister entities? They have crossed over from their territory to the Grand Moon Palace with such extraordinary prowess. The Elder of Destiny narrowed his eyes, astonished. He had come to protect Mu Qing, opting not to engage in combat, which proved to be a fortunate choice. Meanwhile, the deities of the sinister race had ceased their assault on Mu Qing, leaving the Elder of Destiny with lingering suspicions about their true intentions. The Godslayer Spear. The fiery-tempered emperor of the Shura race could no longer contain himself. Having spent many years in the Grand Moon Palace without any noteworthy battles against rivals of his caliber, the emergence of the sinister deities was a welcome challenge. The emperor of the Shura race coalesced a spear of slaughter, an overwhelming aura of bloodlust permeating the air, transforming into a sea of blood, utterly terrifying. Previously, he had been unable to overcome me, and now he remains no match. A shadowy figure surged forth. Having previously engaged in a brief skirmish with the Emperor of the Shura, clearly indicating the latter's disadvantage. Enraged, the Emperor of the Shura bellowed, sweeping his spear through the air as blood-red light flooded the heavens, warping space itself, the sanguine glow carving a crescent shape. At that moment, however, the opponent unleashed an energy as dark as ink, thick and viscous, which transformed mid-air into a myriad of runes, coalescing into a shield that repelled the Godslayer's spear. "Invoke the evil god," proclaimed one of the deities of the sinister race, seemingly their leader. As his words resonated, the other deities rallied their power, forming a formidable array. And a terrifying apparition of the evil god materialized. Chapter 523, The Fall of the Shura Emperor. The figure of the evil god emerged, merely a phantom. Yet it caused the auras of all the deities to surge dramatically. This evil god possesses an unsettling aura. The Elder of Destiny furrowed his brow. For even he could not discern the true strength of the malevolent deity's shadow. One thing was certain, it was at least above the realm of the Divine Emperor. For this operation, we have brought forth the evil god array, so prepare to meet your demise. The numerous evil clan Divine Emperors laughed heartily. In the midst of these Divine Emperors, a formidable array was activated by their combined powers, enveloping them in a terrifying force that significantly amplified their aura, suggesting a transformation in other aspects as well. The evil god array? The young Divine Emperors felt a jolt of alarm. For from the array emanated an unmistakable aura of threat. "Meet your end," roared the Shura clan Divine Emperor, engaging in combat with an evil clan Divine Emperor, blood erupting as a spear pierced through the latter's form. With a resounding crash, the body of the evil clan Divine Emperor exploded. This spectacle astonished the many Divine Emperors of the Taiwa Palace. How could an opponent of Divine Emperor caliber be so feeble? The Shura Divine Emperor had dispatched him with a single strike. Yet in the next moment, dark flashes flickered from the evil god array, coalescing into a figure shrouded in darkness, indistinguishable in form. Yet the onlookers could clearly perceive that the emanating aura was identical to that of the previously vanquished evil clan Divine Emperor. Was this the power of the evil god array? The young Divine Emperor's brow furrowed in concern. Foolish giant, with the shadow of the evil god to protect us. We are eternally unkillable. The evil clan Divine Emperor cackled, charging once more at the Shura Divine Emperor, conjuring an eerie long sword to strike fiercely. His strength was exceedingly formidable. Even the Shura Divine Emperor found it challenging to withstand. After several exchanges, and at the cost of sustaining injuries himself, he managed to slay the foe again. However, in the blink of an eye, the evil clan Divine Emperor was resurrected once more through the evil god array. Under the shadow of the evil god, the strength of this group of evil clan Divine Emperors was significantly enhanced. While their physical forms became exceedingly fragile, they possessed the power of immortality. The Elder of Destiny murmured softly, and the young Divine Emperors began to grasp the situation. The evil clan Divine Emperor, like a rabid dog, relentlessly attacked the Shura Divine Emperor, knowing that he would not truly perish. As long as he inflicted even a single wound upon the Shura Divine Emperor, it would be deemed a victory. Moreover, bolstered by the power of the evil god, the strength of the evil clan Divine Emperor multiplied several times over, rendering each attack beyond the capacity of ordinary Divine Emperors to endure. In a matter of brief exchanges, the Shura Divine Emperor sustained severe injuries, relying on the Heart of Slaughter to recuperate. Very well. These true gods must constitute nearly the entirety of your Taiwa Palace's true deities, correct? It is truly commendable of you to gather them for us, and we shall gladly accept. One of the evil clan Divine Emperors chuckled sinisterly, producing a silver gourd from which an eerie radiance erupted, sweeping through the assembly and instantly devouring hundreds of true gods. This power was simply insurmountable for those of the true god realm to withstand. Stop them! The young Divine Emperor bellowed with fury, prompting the assembly of Divine Emperors from the Taiwa Palace to spring into action, disregarding the malevolence of the evil god array. They were determined not to allow the malevolent clan to easily seize the disciples of Taiwa Palace present at the venue. It seemed the only course of action was to eliminate this group. The Divine Emperor wielding a silver gourd attempted to continue abducting the true gods in attendance. only to be thwarted by a beam of moonlight from the young divine emperor, his expression darkening immediately. "Then we shall simply slay them," declared another divine emperor of the evil clan, brandishing a long blade with a sinister grin. Given the current circumstances, it appeared their target was not merely the young divine emperor, but rather all participants in the true god contest. And indeed, all the spectators gathered to witness the true gods. The Elder of Destiny's countenance grew grave. Mu Qing and XN Rue exchanged puzzled glances. What, exactly, did this so-called evil clan aim to accomplish? Why would they set their sights on all the true god disciples of Taiwa Palace? They must be concocting some nefarious scheme, for it was incomprehensible that they would risk provoking Taiwa Palace to intrude. The Elder of Destiny spoke solemnly, a flicker of unease surfacing within him. It had been some time since the invasion of the evil clan commenced, yet the powerful emperors of Taiwa Palace remained conspicuously absent. Beyond the revered creator, the supreme divine of Taiwa, there were several other emperors, yet none had made an appearance. The true gods in attendance were gripped by sheer terror. The battle among the divine emperors had already ignited, its ferocity far beyond the realm of their imagination. With numerous divine emperors engaged, they had no attention to spare for the true gods, and merely the residual shockwaves of their combat were capable of tearing apart bodies of godly caliber. The brief clash between the divine emperors of the evil clan and Taiwa Palace unleashed terrifying shockwaves, resulting in the immediate obliteration of several unfortunate true gods. Hey, be careful. These are our experimental subjects. Before the divine emperors of Taiwa Palace could respond, the evil clan's divine emperors hastily exclaimed, as if regarding the individuals in the venue as exceedingly precious assets. What on earth do these individuals wish to achieve? The young divine emperor furrowed his brow. He possessed the greatest strength among the divine emperors present. Seated in his wheelchair, he radiated shimmering moonlight, each beam of lunar brilliance capable of crushing the form of an evil clan divine emperor. This will not do. These fiends are continuously resurrecting. We must devise a means to dismantle the evil god array. The Shura divine emperor was severely injured, while the evil clan's divine emperors persisted in their resurrection. Their power exceedingly formidable, making the situation quite arduous to manage. If I can temporarily hold them off, I should be able to destroy that array. The young divine emperor pondered gravely. However, the evil clan's divine emperors were shielded by the specter of the evil god, their strength enhanced manifold. Upon death, they would resurrect in an instant, leaving no opportunity to approach the evil god array. Spear of the evil god. The collective of evil clan divine emperors united their powers, summoning a colossal specter of the evil god from the array, which manifested a massive spear, pitch black and enveloped in purple mist, that thrust forth with immense force. This is dire. The Shura divine emperor, despite his grievous injuries, fought with increasing vigor. The strength he unleashed remained formidable, exemplifying the terrifying nature of the Shura clan. However, the spear of the malevolent deity had ensnared him, a force far beyond what even a divine emperor could withstand. It was imbued with profound principles, piercing through the void at a speed that even a youthful divine emperor could not react to. With a sickening thud, the spear impaled the Shura divine emperor onto the fabric of the cosmos, unleashing a terrifying darkness that enveloped him, devouring his life force. The heart of slaughter. How could this be? Why can I not heal my wounds? The expression on the Shura divine emperor's face twisted in fear. For so long, the Shura clan had relied on the god-slaying halberd to battle across realms, absorbing the blood essence of their foes with the heart of slaughter to mend their injuries and enhance their power. Yet, for the first time, the Shura divine emperor realized that the connection to the heart of slaughter had vanished. With a series of sickening punctures, the dark power from the spear transformed into sharp spines, piercing the Shura divine emperor's form and consuming his essence. Within mere moments, he ceased his struggles, his head bowing in defeat. A divine emperor had fallen. Chapter 524. The terrifying nature of the evil clan. What is happening? The divinity within my bloodline is beginning to wane. In the Shura star domain, a member of the Shura clan looked on in horror. He was not alone. The entire clan felt the divinity within their bloodlines depleting, a phenomenon that signified the demise of one of their divine counterparts. In the vastness of the universe, whenever a member of a race ascends to true divinity, it awakens the latent potential within their kin's bloodlines, nurturing divinity. The Shura clan, once a race of formidable emperors, despite now having fallen to a higher race, still possessed a divinity unmatched by ordinary lineages. Even among medium-tier races, the death of a true god rarely causes a noticeable loss of divinity across the entire clan. Yet now, every member of the Shura clan distinctly felt the depletion of their divinity, even affecting their strength. This indicated that it was not merely a true god or celestial being who had perished, but a divine emperor. A divine emperor has fallen among our ranks. The upper echelons of the Shura clan were shaken. The loss of a divine emperor, even for a clan that once stood at the pinnacle of races, was a grievous blow. This is troublesome. The power of that spear of the malevolent deity is astonishingly formidable, capable of effortlessly tearing apart the form of a divine emperor. The expression of the young divine emperor turned grave. The enemy's sinister array was too bizarre, even overwhelming the might of the Shura clan. The demise of a divine emperor escalated the battle to a horrific climax, as the divine beings of the evil clan united to sacrifice their energies, summoning the malevolent deity's shadow to target a divine emperor of the Taiwa Palace. The spear materialized, piercing forth with deadly intent. The divine emperor of the Taiwa Palace was struck with dread. This sensation was akin to being locked onto by an emperor, a near-certain death. Buzz. The terrifying spear of the malevolent deity sliced through the heavens, hurtling towards the Taiwa Palace divine emperor with an incomprehensible speed, leaving no room for reaction. The moon goddess's dream. At that moment, a soft whisper emanated from the young divine emperor, enveloping the surroundings with an enigmatic force that shrouded the entire phantasm of the malevolent deity. The spear of the malevolent god halted midair. Although it lingered for merely an instant, it was sufficient for the young divine emperor to intervene and rescue the sovereign. "Thank you," exclaimed the divine emperor, his visage marked by terror. As a divine emperor, it was his first encounter with the proximity of death. He understood that if pierced by the spear of the malevolent god, even an entity of his caliber would meet its end. "I have never witnessed anyone capable of saving another from the clutches of the spear of the malevolent god," remarked the divine emperor of the dark race, who held a silver gourd, his expression one of astonishment. It was well known that the power of the spear had already reached the level of the emperors, employing the forces of the Tao to lock onto an enemy, rendering any other entity incapable of intervening. The ability of the young divine emperor to rescue one ensnared by the spear implied that his own realm was perilously close to that of the emperor. Within the Taiwa Palace, besides the slumbering supreme deity, there are several other emperors. We must act swiftly, otherwise, once the chaotic aura dissipates, our demise is inevitable, declared a divine emperor of the dark race. Despite being sheltered by the phantasm of the malevolent god through the evil god formation, and possessing the powers of infinite resurrection and amplified strength, they were still no match for an emperor-level entity. Should an emperor choose to strike, they could obliterate them and the phantasm summoned by the evil god formation in an instant. "Expand the reach of the malevolent god's mist," commanded the assembly of divine emperors of the dark race, urging the power of the evil god formation. A torrent of white mist surged forth, enveloping all the divine emperors within the Taiwa Palace. They ensnared the young divine emperor and his companions, preparing to utilize the power of the evil god formation to eliminate them. "I shall remain. You take care of these individuals," spoke the divine emperor of the dark race, wielding the silver gourd. The other divine emperors nodded and plunged into the white mist. Inside, the vision of the divine emperors of the Taiwa Palace was severely restricted, while the dark race remained unaffected. "Ha ha, little ones, no one is here to protect you now," sneered the remaining divine emperor of the dark race, as he activated the silver gourd, unleashing a blinding beam of light. Those ensnared by the illumination were all drawn into the gourd, with thousands captured in an instant. No one knew the true intentions of this group from the dark race, but it was evident that their target encompassed all the true gods within the venue. The true gods participating in the grand contest, along with those observing, numbered at least 100,000, underscoring the immense power of the Taiwa Palace. The audacity of the dark race was staggering, daring to set their sights on the Taiwa Palace. "It appears that I must intervene," the Elder of Destiny remarked, his countenance grave. He instructed Mu Qing, Sheng Linger, and Exine Rue to find a way to escape, then leaped into the sky. Presently, the Elder of Destiny was merely a projection, possessing only the pinnacle of true god cultivation, thus unable to partake in the battle of the divine emperors. He had initially hoped for a moment of respite, only to discover the enemy's tactics were rather extraordinary. Fortunately, his presence allowed for some resistance. I am uncertain how long I can withstand this. The means to escape from here must be devised by you. As more and more true gods are consumed by the silver gourd, the expression of the Elder of Destiny grew solemn. What of the emperors of the Taiwa Palace? Sheng Ling'er furrowed her brows. She had intended to celebrate Mu Qing's achievements, only to be confronted with such a predicament. The Elder of Destiny shook his head and remarked, "Everything within this realm is isolated, enveloped by a formidable force that shrouds the entire venue. I had previously established communication with the Taiwa Palace, but it seems as if it has sunk to the ocean's depths. The emperors, the divine sovereigns, even the entirety of the Taiwa Palace appears frozen in this moment." His avatar was unique. Even the young divine sovereign's moon god dream could not bind him. Thus, amid the invasion of the malevolent tribe, only this avatar could reach out to the external body. However, the elder's true form did not reside within the Taiwa Palace. He possessed a star domain of his own, where he had been in slumber. If no means of escape can be found, prioritize preserving your lives. My true form is on its way. After leaving this statement, the elder erupted with resplendent radiance. A beam of light shot skyward. On the surface, it appeared to be merely the avatar at the peak of true godhood. Yet it exuded an aura comparable to that of a divine sovereign. Even the malevolent tribe's sovereign in the sky was taken aback. When did another sovereign remain here? The next moment, however, a smile emerged on the face of the malevolent sovereign, who said, "Ah, it is merely an avatar. You startled me." He discerned the elder's essence, and, with a wave of his hand, conjured a massive hand from the void, striking towards the Elder of Destiny. Xuanwu heavenly technique. The elder bellowed, joining his hands in prayer. With a thunderous roar, the space around him fractured, transforming the void into a tumultuous sea. This peculiar divine ability turned the void into a vast ocean, surging forth. The water from the void formed into a pillar, shattering the hand conjured by the malevolent sovereign. Even the malevolent sovereign was taken aback. He had assumed the elder was merely bluffing, merely unleashing the aura of a divine sovereign, given that it was only an avatar at the peak of true godhood. Yet he could never have anticipated that an avatar of true godhood could genuinely unleash the might of a divine sovereign. No. Haha. You are still but an avatar. That power, you can scarcely wield it more than a few times, can you? The malevolent sovereign realized that the surging void water from the shattered space behind the elder was dwindling, ultimately ceasing to flow. The Elder of Destiny's expression grew grave as he commanded the void water to coalesce into a watery prison, enveloping the malevolent sovereign. His intent was not to slay the foe, but to delay him as long as possible. Although this was the optimal moment to destroy the malevolent god array, only this sovereign, wielding the silver gourd, remained by its side. Ultimately, the Elder was but an avatar and not a match for his opponent. Therefore, his aim was to confine this individual for as long as possible, thus granting others the precious time to escape. A prison? The malevolent sovereign gazed at the watery enclosure surrounding him, a faint smile playing upon his lips. He emanated waves of terrifying power, and in his hand, a blade materialized, striking toward the water prison. With a resounding clang, the weapon wielded by the evil clan's divine emperor was deflected, yet the water prison remained unscathed. Indeed, it possessed a formidable resilience, but I have grown weary of this entanglement. The evil clan's divine emperor shook his head, then extended his hand to seize the enveloping dark power. Each divine emperor of the evil clan was shrouded in a layer of shadowy essence, an enigma that obscured their true forms, like a cloak concealing their identities. The gaze of the celestial elder sharpened. What manner of being was the evil clan? With a tearing sound, the evil clan's divine emperor seemed to exert all his strength, forcefully rending the dark veil that cloaked him. The torn shadows dissipated like mist, revealing his true visage. Upon witnessing the form of the evil clan's divine emperor, the celestial elder's pupils constricted, and those present, including Mu Qing, were struck with profound astonishment. Before them stood the divine emperor, adorned in crimson scales, towering in stature, surrounded by a terrifying conflagration of power. At the moment he unraveled the darkness, the temperature in the venue surged dramatically, as if they were all trapped within a furnace. Did I not see correctly? The Firescale clan? Sheng Ling'er gasped. Disbelief etched across her features. Xian Rue, equally astonished, recognized the unmistakable aura and characteristics that clearly identified their adversary as a member of the Firescale clan. Why would a medium-level clan produce a divine emperor? Mu Qing was equally alarmed. He had battled the Firescale clan before and was acutely aware of their essence. He could affirm that the evil clan's divine emperor trapped in the sky was indeed a member of the Firescale clan. However, the Firescale clan was a medium-level race, with the highest power only reaching the level of a celestial. If someone within their ranks had ascended to the status of divine emperor, the Firescale clan would rise dramatically, achieving the status of a high-level race. This was an immutable rule. Once a member of a clan reached the divine emperor level, it would elevate the entire lineage. Impossible. The Firescale clan has never produced a divine emperor. Some members of the Firescale clan within the assembly roared in disbelief. Yet, they undeniably sensed the familial aura emanating from the divine emperor high above. The celestial elder of the Firescale clan spoke solemnly. Indeed, as you have perceived, I hail from the Firescale clan. My name is Yin Qi. He erupted into laughter, a torrent of searing flames unfurling around him. He seemed quite pleased with the expressions of those present. Why are you of the evil clan? The celestial elder inquired, his form trembling slightly. For upon tearing away the dark layer, Yin Qi's power surged uncontrollably. The water prison, formed from void water, began to evaporate upon contact with Yin Qi's fiery essence. You shall know soon enough. Considering the passage of time, it is nearly upon us. Yin Qi erupted like the sun, shattering the void water prison. A wave of terrifying power surged toward the celestial elder, and then Yin Qi manifested a hand, seizing him with an iron grip. Before your destruction at my hands, allow yourself to witness how your comrades have become companions of our malevolent clan. Yin Qi sneered. The avatar of the Elder of Destiny, upon hearing these words, seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Its pupils constricted as it turned to gaze at the distant corpse of the Shura clan's divine emperor. This individual had been part of the Taiwa palace for an extensive period, yet now lay lifeless, impaled by the spear of the evil god, suspended in the void. Even in death, the Shura divine emperor's body remained there, shrouded in a layer of inky black power. Presently, the appearance of the Shura divine emperor seemed indistinguishable from that of the evil clan, both enveloped in a shroud of darkness. Suddenly, the corpse of the Shura divine emperor trembled. More precisely, it was the body, cloaked in darkness, that began to stir. How long have I been asleep? A hoarse voice emerged, as the Shura divine emperor forcefully broke free from the shroud of darkness, stepping forth with an aura identical to that of his former life, though now adorned with intricate patterns of black. Not long. What is your name? Yin Qi laughed. Luo Zhen. Excellent. Luo Zhen, welcome to our evil clan. Yin Qi guffawed. Then with a convulsive shudder, unleashed a torrent of crimson flames, obliterating the avatar of the Elder of Destiny. How could this be? The former divine emperor of the Taiwa palace has transformed into one of the evil clan. A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. Your current state does not permit you to emerge. Activate the incantations upon your form to envelop yourself. Only when you can command the power of the incantations will you be able to enter a state of liberation, Yin Qi instructed, to which Luo Zhen, standing beside him, nodded. The black patterns upon him twisted, emanating a surge of dark power that enveloped him, mirroring the initial emergence of the evil clan. Chapter 5:25. The cataclysmic calamity covered in darkness. Luo Zhen's visage became entirely obscured. Even the unique aura of the Shura clan receded into the void. It was time to capture this group of little ones and take them back, Yin Qi declared, surveying the assembly with a calculating gaze. He retrieved a silver gourd, from which beams of light erupted, each capable of sweeping away thousands of true gods. Panic ensued among the attendees, though they often basked in glory. With many at the pinnacle of true godhood on the brink of ascension to celestial status, they found themselves utterly powerless against the divine emperor. The entire venue was shrouded in a barrier, and inexplicably, those in other parts of the Taiwa palace remained oblivious to the anomalies occurring here, a perplexing circumstance. Mu Qing and others reached the boundary of the venue, attempting various methods, yet failing to breach the barrier. Even the once invincible power of the Kunping proved ineffective, leaving Mu Qing astounded, for all barriers he had encountered previously succumbed to its might, except for this one, which possessed an unimaginable strength, impenetrable in nature. No. One of the prodigious existences, the Holy Monarch, wore a terrified expression as he was enveloped by a beam of light. In a desperate attempt, he unleashed all his abilities but was still seized, swallowed into the silver gourd. The Buddha's fury, Duan Yuan roared, also caught in a beam of light, struggling desperately. Yet to no avail, he too was consumed. Ha ha, delightful. Who shall be next? Yin Qi laughed heartily, his gaze sweeping across the entire venue before finally settling on Mu Qing and his companions. I recall that the two of you were the champions of the divine competition. First and second place, if I'm not mistaken. Excellent, seize them. With that, he made his move. A beam of light erupted from a silver gourd, enveloping Mu Qing in its brilliance. Starlight. At this critical juncture, a resplendent radiance burst forth from Rui's form, and behind him, 100 stars emerged in the void, forming a reincarnation disk. Within it, a terrifying phantom materialized, pointing a finger, and the blazing starlight pierced through the air. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated as the light exploded in midair, followed by a tempestuous wave that surged forth. This light, potent enough to effortlessly consume peak divine-level prodigies, was nonetheless halted by Rui. In the sky, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yin Qi's face as he regarded Rui, particularly the spectral figure within the reincarnation disk formed by 100 stars, which sent a shiver down his spine. The Great Emperor? Yin Qi gasped, sensing an aura that had transcended even that of the divine emperors. All eyes in the venue were now riveted on Rui, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. Beside them, Sheng Linger wore a similar expression of disbelief, unable to fathom that Rui could unleash such a formidable presence. Senior brother, you have truly unleashed your true capabilities. The only one who remained unfazed was Mu Qing. Observing Rui's current demeanor, he understood that he was employing techniques of the Great Emperor level. Although Rui's own cultivation remained at the peak of the divine level, he still possessed some hidden cards. Originally, Rui intended to act with discretion, but the invasion of the evil clan forced him to reveal his prowess. Reincarnation. Rui's previously scholarly visage now brimmed with authority as he activated the Great Emperor's phantom within the reincarnation disk, wielding unparalleled strength. Wait, he is not the Great Emperor. He is merely a successor. Luo Zhen, cloaked in darkness, spoke up. Once a divine emperor of the Taiwa Palace, he had been pierced by the spear of the evil god and subsequently corrupted by the terrifying black power, transforming him into a member of the evil clan while retaining all his memories and abilities. Upon hearing this, Yin Qi scrutinized Rui carefully and then sighed with relief. Indeed, Rui exuded the aura of a great emperor, but he still remained at the peak of the divine level. I see. How fortunate I am on this journey. Your great emperor's legacy shall be mine to claim, Yin Qi declared, handing the silver gourd to Luo Zhen before brandishing a blazing red sword and charging at Rui. His heart raced at the prospect. If he could seize Rui's great emperor inheritance, his standing within the evil clan would undoubtedly rise. Luo Zhen accepted the silver gourd and began his task, though while Yin Qi could devour thousands of souls with it, he could only consume 100. As a newly minted member of the evil clan, he seemed unable to fully harness his powers. Junior brother, I cannot hold on for much longer. Rui's expression turned grave as he soared into the sky, engaging Yin Qi in battle. He could only momentarily tap into some of the Great Emperor's powers. But as he remained at the peak of the divine level, even with his hidden cards, it was improbable for him to contend with a divine emperor. Even managing to withstand a single or two strikes was already a remarkable feat. Rui, a solitary figure, was certainly no match for that individual, Mu Qing. We must find a way to assist him. Elder Tu exclaimed anxiously. Rui was once the Emperor of Stars, one of the few survivors of the Starry Sky dynasty. And Elder Tu could not allow his demise under any circumstances. Mu Qing furrowed his brow. He too wished to extend his aid, yet felt utterly powerless. Even if he unleashed all his abilities, he could only rival a celestial being and could not intervene in a battle of such magnitude. If you were to activate the 8th star, perhaps you could withstand the onslaught of those two divine emperors in the sky, but at a significant cost. Elder Tu conveyed telepathically to Mu Qing. Mu Qing glanced skyward and saw that, under the terrifying assault of Yin Qi, Rui was gravely injured, and the reincarnation disk behind him lay in ruins. The disparity in strength between the two sides was too vast. One was a true god, the other a divine emperor. Even though Xian Rui had once been a great emperor, he could not bridge this chasm. There's no time left. Activate the 8th star. Mu Qing gritted his teeth. The cosmic star chart materialized before him, and the 8th star radiated an extraordinarily brilliant light. The 8th star, a barren celestial body, had once witnessed the descent of 3 celestial emperors, after which all life on the 8th star, along with the sacrifice of a great emperor, summoned the cataclysmic thunder calamity that annihilated those 3 celestial emperors. Now, remnants of the world-destroying calamity still lingered upon the 8th star. What you must do is journey to the altar where the beings of the 8th star once sacrificed their lives and draw forth the residual power of the calamity. Elder 2 commanded, controlling the cosmic star chart, informing Mu Qing of the formidable might of the thunder calamity, which could obliterate even an emperor. Although the beings of the 8th star had succeeded in slaying the 3 celestial emperors, they too had suffered the backlash of the calamity's power, turning to ash. Elder 2 had initially wished to shield Mu Qing from the 8th star, but now there was no alternative. Were it any other peak, true god, even Xian Rui, their fate would be sealed. Yet Elder 2 recognized that Mu Qing possessed a thunder pool, a treasure of the thunder path, imbued with supreme thunderous principles, which might offer a glimmer of hope for survival. Suddenly, a brilliant white bolt of lightning surged from Mu Qing, emanating an aura that transcended all living beings.